Chapter 51. As the group entered the courtyard, they were immediately confronted by a patrol of 5 guards, who had just arrived. One of the guards shouted, "Robbers!" 4 men in black rushed forward. Although the 5 guards possessed first or second tier strength, they were no match for the 4 men in black and were killed in a single exchange. However, because the commotion had already been created, more guards surged in from all directions. But unnoticed by anyone, 2 dark figures flashed and disappeared into the night. When the other guards arrived, they only saw 4 men in black, and shouts of battle erupted. Several of the arriving guards had reached 4th tier strength, but they were still no match for the 4 men in black, so they retreated a distance. "Quickly, report to the boss and call for an expert," shouted a 4th tier guard. Immediately, 2 guards ran out of the fray. The sounds of battle roused those who were fast asleep. They quickly dressed, grabbed their weapons, and rushed into the courtyard to join the fight. Now, the pressure on the 4 men in black increased dramatically. Although they were strong, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of opponents. Fortunately, the guards were also afraid of death. The 4 men in black had displayed swift and decisive action, killing about 10 guards in one fell swoop. This terrified the remaining guards, who temporarily surrounded the 4 intruders and seized their attack. A moment later, 2 angry roars rang out. "Who dares to break into our bank at night?" 2 burly men approached, one after the other. They looked remarkably alike, seemingly brothers. Both were robust, fierce-looking, and exuded an imposing aura. They were likely the 2 experts Blitz had hired. "Gary, Gabe, you finally arrived. These 4 are too strong. We're no match for them," one of the guards shouted. "Humph, let's see which one's blind," said Gary, the older of the 2 and Gabe's older brother. "Dare to disturb my sweet dreams? I make you wish you were dead," said Gabe, his hair a mess, clearly having just woken up from a nap. The 4 men in black knew their mission wasn't to fight these guards to the death, so they weren't in a hurry to attack, calmly watching the 2 burly men approach. Gary frowned at the 4 men in black and said coldly, "So you 4 are the ones who can't see right through you? You got some nerve. State your names. Gary doesn't kill nameless nobodies." Jackson, the leader of the 4 men in black, stepped forward and said, "Humph. If you want to fight, then fight. We're not afraid of you. Don't be so arrogant about not killing nameless nobodies. We're afraid you don't have the ability." Gary's eyes narrowed. "I think you're courting death." Jackson remained unmoved and continued, "Look at you 2, so stupid. You're risking your lives for a few bucks? It's not worth it. I advise you to mind your own business." With that, Jackson and his 3 companions instantly released their full magical power. The resulting shockwave forced all the guards except Gary, and Gabe back 2 steps. Gary and Gab exchanged a glance, both filled with surprise. 8th tier powerhouses. Gary was already considering retreating, wondering who Blitz had offended to attract 4 8th tier powerhouses to seek revenge. But he gritted his teeth and said, "We brothers take money to solve problems for others, and we're people who follow the rules. Even if you're 8th tier experts, we can't let you run rampant." "Ha ha ha, that's hilarious." Jackson laughed loudly. "You work for Blitz. You should know very well what kind of shady business he's in. Helping him is just aiding and abetting evil. And you call us running rampant? We're clearly acting on behalf of justice." Gary was speechless. He knew Blitz was a loan shark, and he knew it wasn't a good thing, but since the city lord's mansion didn't care, he didn't really care. Now that they'd brought it up, he didn't know how to respond. Gabe secretly gave a wink to the guard behind him, who understood and started to run away. Jackson's eyes flashed coldly, and with a roar, he darted around to the doorway, wielding his long sword and killing the guard who was about to run out. "Damn it!" Gabe roared in fury, charging at Jackson. But at the same time, the other 3 men in black unleashed their magic, repelling Gabe. "Humph. Trying to run to the city lord's mansion for reinforcements? No way. I advise you to stay put," Jackson said coldly. Gabe had truly felt the power of his opponent in their previous exchange. Although his eyes were practically spitting fire, he gritted his teeth and held back, not daring to attack rashly again. Gary then said, "You all possess such strength, you must come from some powerful force. Why target such a nobody as Blitz?" Jackson and his 3 companions stood at the entrance, blocking everyone from Blitz money exchange inside the courtyard, preventing any of them from escaping. This reassured Jackson considerably, and he calmly stated, "I have no obligation to tell you my reasons." Seeing the 4 men's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly with no intention of attacking again, Gary was deeply puzzled. What was going on? What were they trying to do? Why were they just blocking the entrance without making a move? Suddenly, Gary's heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he instantly looked back. Just then, two black figures shot in from behind, one shouting, "Mission accomplished, retreat." Jackson and his companions understood, each casting a spell. Gary and Gab hurriedly countered, and with a loud boom, the spells collided, unleashing a powerful impact that sent dust and smoke billowing. When the smoke cleared, the four men in black were nowhere to be seen at the entrance. Gary roared in fury, "Quick! Gabe, take some men and go after them. I go check the situation behind. Also, send someone to inform the city lord's mansion." "Yes, sir," Gabe responded, immediately leading a group of men out the door. Gary, meanwhile, returned to the back room and headed straight for the vault. Actually, Blitz hadn't been at the money exchange that day. After returning from Nickel's place during the day, he'd gone to the residential area and hadn't returned that evening. Apparently, his boss was looking for him. Before leaving, he told Gary the location of the vault, instructing him to guard it carefully and prevent any mishaps. Gary was now extremely anxious. He had a vague idea of what was going on, but he couldn't be sure, or rather, he dared not be sure. If his guess was true, then everything was over. He rushed to the vault entrance, where the two guards had been killed, their heads severed. The vault doors were open, which chilled Gary to the bone. He quickly pushed them open and went inside, only to find the vast vault completely empty. In truth, Gary and Gabe weren't Blitz's own recruits, but rather his backers, sent by their boss to help him. A large portion of Blitz's earnings went to his boss, so Gary was undeniably responsible for the vault's complete plunder, and would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Gary clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together, and roared to the heavens, "Who is it? I tear you all to pieces." Meanwhile, Gabe couldn't keep up with Nicole and the others, quickly disappearing from sight, leaving Gabe alone, cursing and howling. After shaking off their pursuers, Nickel and his 6 companions immediately returned to Old Kraft's room in the underground market. Upon entering, they removed their black clothing. One of them flicked his finger, and a flame appeared, burning the clothing and masks to ashes. Jackson was the first to ask, "Young Master Nickel, how was the haul?" Nickel frowned. "I told you many times, don't call me young master. Our family isn't noble anymore." Jackson chuckled and scratched his head. "The haul was all right. This Blitz is quite something. He even inscribed a magic circle on the vault door, which took us a long time. But thankfully the circle wasn't too complicated," Old Kraft said. Nickel waved his hand. "I won't go into the details. This time we collected a total of 130,000 silver coins, and 3,000 gold coins, which is equivalent to 16,000 gold coins. There are exactly 6 of us, so that's 2,600 gold coins each. The extra can be given to Old Kraft as market expenses." The other 4 nodded in agreement, but Old Kraft said, "Take all my money. You're carrying 2 burdens now. That's exactly when you need money." Nicole was taken aback, then sighed, "You know everything?" Old Kraft laughed. "Do you think I'm really too old to move? I can still find out this much information. That Annie must be your sister's daughter, right? Not bad, not bad, a promising talent. Don't be polite with me. This old man has no desires, no interest in money. If you still have a conscience, then nurture those 2 girls well, and help that person fulfill their dream." Jackson and the other 3 exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding what Old Kraft and Nicole were talking about, but their expressions turned serious when they heard the last sentence. Nickel nodded slightly, looking at Old Kraft. "How about this? I take 2,000, and you can keep the remaining 600 for your retirement. You're not young anymore, you need to think about your future. Find a successor in 2 years, and hand over the market to him." Old Kraft shook his head. "Even if I die, I want to die in this underground market. This is my promise to her." Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Jackson's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Oh, why say so much? Let's divide the money. Come on. Let's divide the money." The other 3 immediately echoed, "Yes, yes, let's divide the money." Nickel rolled his eyes at the 4 of them. "All you ever think about is money. You haven't improved at all in all these years." But despite saying that, he still poured out all the coins from his spatial artifact. Old Kraft did the same. He stretched out his right hand, and an inconspicuous ring on his right ring finger suddenly emitted a bright light, and countless glittering gold and silver coins fell out. Jackson and his 3 companions quickly found several large sacks, and divided the money into 6 portions, with Nickel's portion being the largest and Old Kraft's the smallest. Jackson chuckled, "Young master, we know you wouldn't want more, so we won't say anything. Although the money is with us, you can always come to us for it if you need it." Nicole replied irritably, you know I won't take it, so don't say anything more. Thanks for your help this time, but you all need to focus on your training. The underground market will need your support in the future. Understood, young master. Jackson and his companions greeted each other and left with their respective portions of money. Suddenly, only Nickel and Old Craft remained in the room. Old Cap sighed, look at these guys. Which one of them can be trusted? Nicole gave a wry smile. I think Jackson is alright. You should give him more experience. I already put him in charge of blocks 1 through 5, and the other 3 are each managing another 5 blocks. Overall, it's not bad, but it can't compare to you guys. People always have to look forward, you too. Old Cap scoffed, you're lecturing me now, huh? You should go back and rest. Tomorrow morning will probably be another bloodbath. Oh! Nicole raised an eyebrow, asking, you're well informed, have you heard who Blitz's boss is? Old Cap shrugged, I thought he was just a nobody, so I didn't pay much attention. Now it seems, with the ability to get Gary and Gabe involved, and to inscribe that kind of magic circle on the vault door, his background must be quite impressive. Anyway, we need to be careful lately, don't give ourselves away. Nicole said worriedly. Old Cap didn't care. Humph. It's fine. Even if the City Lord's mansion comes, I make them regret it. Don't you know the traps you set up back then? Nicole laughed loudly. Ha ha, absolutely. If you were hiding in here, even Drew wouldn't be able to find you. Alright, hurry up and leave, or you won't be able to leave by morning. Old Cap waved impatiently. Nickel didn't linger. He put the largest bag of coins into his spatial artifact, and returned to his home in the residential area under the cover of night. In the Blitz money exchange, a sharp, angry roar rang out. Who did this? Who is it? I don't know. They were all masked, and very strong. A guard explained tremblingly, but before he could finish, a loud bang on the table interrupted him. Blitz sat in a chair in the lobby, fuming and glaring. He roared, Gary, what's going on here? If you don't get this straight, go explain it to the boss yourself. Chapter 52. Gary stood to the side, seething with resentment. On one hand, he hated Nickel and his gang for stealing all the money from the vault, forcing him to take responsibility. On the other hand, he also hated Blitz, a mere Tier 1 thug who had risen to such wealth and power only because of his boss. And now he stood there bossing people around, showing no respect whatsoever to Gary, a Tier 8 expert. Gary said irritably, then you should ask yourself who you mess with. They're very strong. 4 of the people we fought were Tier 8 experts, and we don't even know the strength of the other 2. How are we supposed to handle them? Gary's words calmed Blitz down a little. He thought for a moment and said, in this business, I'm bound to offend people, but I only offend insignificant little people. I wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke a Tier 8 expert. They could kill me with a single finger. Gary snorted and asked Gab beside him, did you find anything after you chased after them? Boo shook his head. They'd planned this all along. They escaped very quickly, and they split up. I could only chase one of them, but then I realized the guy was probably just there to lure me in. He's a wind mage, capable of instantly increasing his speed, and I lost him after a short chase. Gary thought for a moment, then slowly said, right now, we only have a few clues. First, there are 6 of them, at least 4 of whom are 8th-tier powerhouses. Second, there are 2 fire mages, 2 water mages, and 1 wind mage, with one whose attribute is unknown. There shouldn't be many forces with that kind of strength in Misty City. We can ask the City Lord's mansion for help and investigate thoroughly. Blitz slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and said with a chilling look in his eyes, that's right. We go to the City Lord's mansion and find out which force dared to touch the boss's property. Because of last night's actions, Nickel slept until noon today, only waking up when Angela rushed to his door in a panic. Knock 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 knock. Young Master Nickel, wake up quickly, there's important news. Angela called from outside the door. Nickel struggled to sit up, his voice hoarse, and said, coming. Stop knocking. He got dressed, went to open the door, and Angela rushed in, grabbing Nickel's hand excitedly. You don't know, do you? Something big happened last night. It's all over town now. Nickel scratched his head, feigning ignorance, and asked, what happened? It's Blitz, the guy who came to your shop yesterday asking for money. Remember him? You said you pay him back 100 gold coins today. Oh, I know. How did he? What happened? His entire vault was robbed. All the money was taken, and now the whole city is searching for the culprit. I wonder who has such power. Nicole chuckled inwardly. The capable person is right in front of you. But he maintained an indifferent air, lazily saying, So what if they rob me? It's none of my business. Anyway, I still have to pay back the money I owe. Angela was taken aback. Yes, although Blitz's money exchange had been robbed, Nicole still had to pay back the money he owed today. She immediately became anxious. Oh dear. You're still sleeping. You don't have any money on you. How are you going to pay back? Hey, don't worry, I have a plan. Nicole patted Angela's head. Angela blushed and slapped his hand away. Okay, let's come down for dinner, I'm all ready. She then skipped downstairs. Watching Angela's retreating figure, Nicole chuckled and followed her downstairs. Downstairs, Annie was already seated. Seeing Nicole come down, she excitedly asked, Uncle, can we take the magic cores we brought back to the Adventurers Guild and exchange them for a chance to enter the source of magic? Nicole smiled and said, What? You can cast Bone Spear 5 times now, and you want to learn other spells? Yes, yes. I can only cast Bone Spear each time, it's so boring. Annie pouted. And I feel like I'm about to break through soon. What? Nicole was stunned. How many days had it been? This little girl was already about to break through again. That speed was too fast. It seemed that Chuckler's previous worries were completely unnecessary. No matter how powerful that undead was, he couldn't possibly cultivate at such a fast pace. Speaking of Chuckler, Nicole remembered that this afternoon, he not only had to return Blitz's 100 gold coins, but also go to the underground market to give that outrageous Chuckler 20 gold coins. Although he really didn't want to give them, he was also afraid that Chuckler would actually tell everyone about Annie, which would be terrible. Fortunately, Nicole was a wealthy man now. He had 4,600 gold coins stored in his spatial artifact, which made him quite rich even in Misty City. A mere 20 gold coins was nothing to him. Nicole took a bite of the meat in his hand, chewing as he said, Little Annie, your cultivation speed is like a rocket. Next time we go to the Misty Forest, we can take on even harder quests. Hearing about quests, Angela's eyes lit up. Hey, young Master Nicole, let me tell you, yesterday we saw a very strange quest on the Adventurers Guild's quest board, and a lot of people were watching. Nicole asked curiously, Oh? What kind of quest was it? Angela thought for a moment and said, Well, it was written on red paper. What? Nicole immediately put down what he was holding. Angela swallowed the food in her mouth, surprised. Are you sure that's red paper? Angela was confused. Yes, yes, is there a problem? Nicole took a deep breath and said, No, go on. Angela looked at Nicole suspiciously and continued, It says on it that you must pick one demon flower, and there's a big tiger guarding it, and oh. Right. The bounty is 1,000 gold coins. Nicole was speechless. What demon flower? What big tiger? He was completely confused, but he remembered hearing the bounty clearly. And asked, Uncle, is there anything special about this quest? Nicole nodded. The Adventurers Guild usually issues quests on pale yellow parchment, but quests issued on red paper are called special quests. Annie tilted her head and asked, I only know this quest is extremely difficult. Is there anything else special about it? Nicole's eyes gleamed. The region where this mission is posted will determine the region where adventurer teams are recruited first. There will be a 3-day protection period during which high-level adventurer teams are not allowed to accept the mission. However, after 3 days, higher-level adventurer teams can accept the mission, and so on. Annie was a little confused and shook her head, saying, I still don't quite understand. To put it simply, our S-rank missions basically correspond to bronze-rank adventurers. So, for the first 3 days, after a special mission is posted, adventurers with bronze rank or higher are not allowed to accept the mission. But 3 days later, adventurers with silver rank can accept the quest, while those with higher rank still cannot, and so on. Understand? Oh, I still don't understand. Nicole slapped his forehead. Forget it. I won't explain it to you anymore. Anyway, this quest is very special, and the reward is also very special. Besides the 1,000 gold coins Angela mentioned earlier, the Adventurers Guild will also give an extra opportunity to enter the magic source. Hearing about entering the magic source, Annie and Angela immediately became interested, but then their spirits sank when they thought about the difficulty of the quest. Nicole sighed. If it were his old team, they might have been able to complete this quest, but given the current situation, accepting it was practically suicide. However, Nicole was still very interested in knowing the specifics of the quest, and he planned to visit the Adventurers Guild that afternoon. After dinner, Annie diligently resumed her cultivation, while Angela needed to go to the city lord's mansion. Since everyone residing in the residential area had to pay taxes to the city lord's mansion monthly, and Annie no longer held noble status, she also had to pay taxes, 10 silver coins per month, a sum far too high for ordinary people. Fortunately, people in the slums and adventure zones didn't need to pay taxes, so their living conditions were naturally worse. Nickel went alone to Blitz's money exchange to return the 100 gold coins. Walking down the street, Nickel noticed many soldiers from the city lord's mansion running around, some knocking on doors and searching shops and residences, but all to no avail. Nicole knew this was because of what happened last night. Blitz had reported it to the city lord's mansion, and they were currently helping Blitz search for the notorious thief. But unbeknownst to them, the thief was walking right past them. Soon, Nickel arrived at the entrance of Blitz's money exchange, which was already packed with onlookers. Inside, many city lords' guards were maintaining order and conducting their investigation. The sheriff of Misty City, named Plampes, was leading the investigation. He stood in the courtyard of the money exchange, examining the signs of a struggle, and asked Blitz, "You weren't in the money exchange at the time?" "Yes, sir, I had to go out. My guards were all there, and many were killed," Blitz replied, standing to the side. "Gary, you said 4 of them were 8th-tier powerhouses?" Plampes asked. Gary immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, "Yes, my brother fought them, and they are indeed very powerful." Plampes stroked his chin, pondering, "In our Norma Empire, reaching the out-of-yuan realm is considered top-tier strength, and in the entire Misty City, only the city lord has reached this level. Where did these people at the 8th level of the original Yuan realm come from?" In the path of magic cultivation, although there are 10 levels, each level has a different name. For example, the first level is also called the original Yuan, while the next level, the second level, is called the out-of-yuan realm. Only experts, who have reached a certain level of strength, use this designation. The Norma Empire is a small nation, situated between 2 powerful states. While neither the Eastern nor Western superpowers wage war against it, they also don't want it to grow too strong. Therefore, obtaining sufficient cultivation resources is extremely difficult in the Norma Empire, resulting in very few individuals reaching the transcendent realm. Mist City, as a relatively peripheral city of the Norma Empire, is known as the world's adventure capital, but truly powerful adventurers don't settle there. Instead, they enter the Misty Forest directly from other areas. This is because the magical beasts on the outskirts of the Misty Forest are mostly at the original realm, and they have an instinctive fear of transcendent realm experts. Even without the protection of city walls, they face no danger. This is why Plampes is puzzled. Among the forces he controls in Misty City, only a few can deploy 4 8th-tier experts at once, but these forces are all wealthy and powerful, and they don't care about a mere few tens of thousands of gold coins. Plampes then asked, "Was all the money in your bank stolen?" Blitz hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice, and told the truth, "Actually no. The stolen vault was only temporary. There's another vault underground, but it hasn't been discovered. Please don't tell anyone about this. I haven't told anyone else." Plampes nodded. It seemed these robbers hadn't figured out the situation either. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway, "Blitz! Is Blitz here?" Plampes frowned. The place was already sealed off. How could someone have broken in? He turned around and saw a young man walking in through the door. Upon recognizing the man, he was shocked. You. The newcomer was Nickel. He glanced at Plampes and interrupted him. "This must be Lord Plampes. Nice to meet you. I'm Nickel. I'm here to repay my debt." Plampes swallowed his words, secretly wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned away without replying. Blitz was somewhat puzzled, but he still walked up to Nickel and said disdainfully, "You drunkard, you got money now?" Nickel had shaved and groomed himself, no longer looking filthy, but those who knew him still called him a drunkard, only now they changed old drunkard to stinky drunkard. Nickel took a small handful of gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Blitz. "Here, these are 100 gold coins. The sheriff is here too, he can be a witness." Blitz counted them. They were indeed 100 gold coins. He had originally wanted to make things difficult for the drunkard further, but now he had other more important matters to attend to. So he waved his hand and said, all right, your debt is settled. Now get lost." Nickel wasn't angry at all and left leisurely. Once Nickel was out of sight, Plampes' expression softened slightly. Blitz noticed something amiss and asked, puzzled, "Sir, do you know this drunkard?" But Plampes, with a grim face, asked seriously, "Have you offended this man?" Chapter 53. After leaving Blitz money exchange, Nickel went to the 10th block of the underground market, found Chuckler, tossed him 20 gold coins, and warned him to watch his mouth. Then he strolled to the Adventurers Guild, wanting to see the special quest Angela had mentioned, hoping it hadn't been taken yet. The Adventurers Guild Hall was still crowded, seemingly all there to see the special quest. The quest board was completely surrounded, and Nickel stood helplessly outside the crowd, unable to see what was going on inside. "Hey buddy, did you see what was going on inside?" Nickel asked the person next to him. The man was a burly fellow. He glanced at Nickel and said casually, "Don't you know? There's a special quest over there. I don't know who posted it, but no one's come to accept it these past few days. It'd be upgraded to SS rank in another day." "Oh, what's the quest about?" Nickel asked. "It seems we're going to pick the Arctic Demon Flower, but this Arctic Demon Flower is no ordinary flower. The Arctic Tiger King is guarding it. Who could possibly pick it?" "What?" Nicole was stunned. "The Arctic Tiger King?" "Yes." The man continued, "This Arctic Tiger King is already deep in the misty forest, and its strength has reached a terrifying 9th rank. I'm afraid only a top-tier adventure team would dare to take on this task." Nicole smiled bitterly to himself. This kind of mission was truly unnecessary. With his current strength, encountering the Arctic Tiger King would only lead to certain death, let alone Annie and Angela. However, a thought flashed through his mind. What if he invited Old Cough and the others to go along? But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head. No! The main reward for this mission was the source of magic, but this opportunity only came once. He couldn't share it with Old Cough and the others, he couldn't let them work for free, however. Annie was a necromancer. If Annie's summoned undead were used to lure the Polar Tiger King, and then the rest of them could secretly pick the Polar Demon Flower, wouldn't that work? Anyway, the mission's objective was only the Polar Demon Flower. If the summoned undead died, it wouldn't be a big deal, it was just a second-tier skeleton soldier. But the key point now was that Annie hadn't broken through to the second tier yet. If Annie could successfully break through, this method was worth a try. Thinking this through, Nickel steeled his resolve. What was there to be afraid of? He'd done this kind of thing before. An adventurer should be willing to take risks. Nicole forcefully pushed through the crowd, drawing complaints and curses from those around him. "Who is it? Why are you pushing? Damn it, what's the point of pushing? You think you can even accept that quest?" Nickel completely ignored the surrounding noise. His inner ruthlessness was rekindled, as if he had rediscovered a past feeling. Without hesitation or fear, he charged straight to the red quest slip and, to everyone's astonishment, tore it off. Silence! Utter silence! The once noisy crowd in the vast Adventurers Guild Hall fell completely silent in that instant. Suddenly, someone shouted, "He tore it down!" With a whoosh, the entire Adventurers Guild erupted in excitement. "My God, who is that? I don't know, I never seen him before. Is he really just a bronze-level adventurer? Anyone who isn't a bronze-level adventurer can't accept this quest. He's incredibly brave. This quest is practically a death sentence." Nickel ignored the stares around him, and slowly walked towards the quest-accepting counter. The crowd automatically parted to make way for him, watching him reach the counter. "Hello." Nickel gently placed the quest slip on the counter. "I'd like to accept this quest." The staff member curiously examined Nickel, and said, "Please show your identification card." Nickel pulled out his identification card. People around him craned their necks, trying to see Nickel's adventurer rank, but Nickel's body blocked their view. The staff member took the ID card, frowned, and was about to say something when Nicole interrupted. "I want to accept the mission using our adventurer team's identity." The staff member was taken aback, then checked the magic crystal below the ID card. Instantly, Annie's team's information appeared. The staff member nodded and said, "Hello, we can register you temporarily, but officially accepting the mission requires the team leader to come and confirm in person. Otherwise, we cannot process it. Captain Annie, please come here to confirm before this time tomorrow. Otherwise, the registration will automatically disappear, and this mission order will be put back on the mission board." Nicole took out a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to the staff member. "A 1 gold coin deposit is required, right?" "I understand." The staff member smiled slightly, took the deposit, and handed the ID card back to Nicole, keeping the red mission sheet for himself. Nicole didn't linger any longer, putting away his ID card and leaving. Once Nicole was out of sight, the surrounding people started talking again. "Did you see his identification tag just now?" "No, it was blocked." "What's the background of that Annie's team? Have you heard of them before?" "I think a team killed the Sawtooth Boar King a while ago, and the captain's name was Annie. But even if they killed the Sawtooth Boar King, they might not be able to defeat the Arctic Tiger King. The difference is too big." "Yeah, I heard that a gold medal team accidentally entered the Arctic Tiger King's territory, and 4 or 5 of them were wiped out. Even a gold medal team couldn't handle it. Isn't a bronze medal team just throwing their lives away? Who knows? Nicole, of course, couldn't hear these discussions. His mind was now focused on how to persuade Annie to accept the mission. Annie was very shrewd, and with Angela around, they both knew how difficult this mission was, so it probably wouldn't be easy for her to agree. Back home, it was already evening. Angela was preparing dinner in the kitchen, while Annie was still cultivating her spirit-splitting technique in her room. Nicole greeted Angela and went straight upstairs to Annie's room. He figured he needed to talk to Annie alone first, as it would be easier to persuade her that way. Nicole took a deep breath and knocked on Annie's door. Annie answered and opened the door. Seeing Nicole, she immediately smiled happily. Uncle, I feel like I'm about to break through, but I'm just missing that little bit of feeling. I don't know why. Nicole patted Annie's head and chuckled. Your cultivation speed is already the envy of everyone, and you're still not satisfied. Annie pouted. I want to see Born sooner. Nicole was taken aback. This little girl seemed to really like that summoned undead. What to do? If the summoned undead was killed while attracting the Arctic Tiger King, wouldn't the little girl be heartbroken? That wouldn't do. But then he thought, sigh. It's just a skeleton soldier, and it's only been with Annie for a day. Even if it has feelings for me, they probably won't be that deep. I can just summon a stronger one later. Thinking this, Nicole said to Annie, Annie, there's something I need to discuss with you. And stared wide-eyed at Nicole, curious. What is it? Nicole hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, I want to take on that special mission. Annie thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered, oh, it's that big tiger's mission. Yes, what do you think? And nodded without hesitation, okay. Now it was Nicole's turn to be surprised. She agreed so easily? Without even a moment's hesitation? Seeing Nicole's stunned expression, Annie chuckled, hee, what's the big deal? Anyway, I support whatever Uncle wants to do. Nicole was immediately moved and told Annie his plan, but Annie fell silent after hearing it. And all we need to do is sacrifice this skeleton soldier, and we can complete this mission and gain a chance to enter the source of magic. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare. Annie looked at Nicole with some difficulty. Uncle, everything else is fine. It's just that sacrificing Born. Nicole sighed. I know you're reluctant, but he's just an undead after all. Once you become stronger, you can summon many undead, so you won't care about this one. But Born saved our lives. At this moment, Angela appeared in the doorway. Nicole was startled. When did you get here? Angela, wearing an apron, stood with her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Nicole. Seeing you sneaking around, I knew you weren't up to anything, so I followed you. I didn't expect you to be plotting against Born. Nicole was speechless for a moment. It seemed that he really was the bad guy. He sighed deeply and said, forget it, it was my fault. I cancel this mission tomorrow. Seeing Nicole's somewhat dejected look, Annie felt a pang of pity. She said, Uncle, isn't there any other way for us to complete this mission? Nicole shook his head and said, there's no way. I can only unleash the strength of a third-tier cultivator right now, while you two are only first-tier. If you encounter that Arctic Tiger King, you'd be instantly killed without any chance of resistance. But we still have Little Snow. Annie pulled Little Snow out of nowhere. Nicole was momentarily speechless, wondering what use this snow leopard cub could possibly be. But the next moment, his eyes widened. He snatched Little Snow from Annie's arms and released his magic to examine it, immediately becoming astonished. How is this possible? It's already third tier? Nicole looked at Annie and said, we only been back in Misty City for a few days. How did this little guy break through to the third tier already? Annie shook her head and smiled. I don't know either. I usually just cultivate beside it, and haven't paid much attention to it. This afternoon, I wanted to play with it, and discovered it already had magic power, and it's incredibly powerful. Nicole felt his brain couldn't keep up. This speed of power improvement couldn't be described as genius, it was practically a miracle. Unbelievable. Then Nicole thought of something, picked up Little Snow, and asked, what kind of magic do you know, kid? Little Snow let out a howl, broke free from Nicole's grasp, jumped to the ground, opened its mouth, and instantly conjured several ice spikes. Nicole was so frightened that he immediately shouted, Stop! Stop! I know. Don't destroy the house. Little Snow immediately withdrew its magic power, and the ice spikes disappeared into thin air. Little Snow shook its head, seemingly very proud, and ran to Annie's legs, rubbing against them twice. Annie giggled and said, Shioshua, didn't you know another trick? Show your uncle. Nicole was stunned. Another one? Xiuxua walked a short distance, then shuddered, releasing a cloud of icy mist that coalesced on her limbs. With a powerful push of her hind legs, she shot forward with incredible speed, leaving a trail of afterimages. Nickel was utterly astonished. This was too fast. Even faster than his own wind walk. What kind of magic was this? But then, a thought flashed through Nickel's mind, and he excitedly exclaimed, Xiuxua, how long can you maintain this speed? Little Snow stopped, tilted her big head, and blinked twice. That's right. This Little Snow can't talk at all. Nickel scratched his head. He did have an idea, but it required Little Snow's cooperation, and he needed to know how long she could maintain this speed. Annie said, how about we test it? Angela chimed in, yes, let Little Snow keep running and running until she collapses from exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Little Snow let out a yelp and scrambled under the bed, peeking out with her big, pitiful eyes. Annie and Angela were amused by this and giggled. Nicole walked to the bedside, squatted down, and said to Little Snow, this is very important. If you help us complete this mission, I take you out for a big meal. How about it? Hearing about the big meal, Little Snow slowly poked her head out, looking at Nicole with an inquiring expression. Nicole nodded emphatically. Yes, don't worry, there'd definitely be a big meal. Little Snow sighed, then crawled out from under the bed, with a look of grim determination. Nicole turned to Angela and said, go prepare some meat. We give Little Snow some extra nutrition after the test. Okay. Angela replied and went downstairs. Nicole, carrying Little Snow, wrapped it in a blanket and left the house, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Nicole walked quickly, and soon reached the outskirts of the city. It was a vast open field, and since it was nighttime, there was no one around, perfect for testing Little Snow. Ready? Nicole asked, placing Little Snow on the ground. Little Snow let out a yelp and pawed at the ground. Ready, run! With a command, two figures, one in blue and one in white, shot off like lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages. Chapter 54. On the vast, dark plain south of Misty City, a man and a beast lay panting on the grass. Nickel glanced at Little Snow, sprawled out beside him, and chuckled wryly, you little rascal, you can really run. Beastmen definitely have an advantage in stamina, you lasted longer than me. Little Snow was completely exhausted, head drooping, panting heavily, but still let out a smug hum, defiantly challenging Nickel. Nicel was both amused and exasperated. He rolled over and got up. TCH. If you're so great, go back yourself. Little Snow immediately panicked, whimpering for mercy. It wasn't that it didn't know the way home, but given its status as a magical beast, it feared being captured as soon as it approached the city walls. Nicel chuckled, picked up Little Snow, tucked it into his arms, and headed straight back to his home in the Misty City residential area. Meanwhile, Angela had already prepared dinner. Seeing the abundant meats on the table, Little Snow let out a howl, leaped out of Nicole's arms, grabbed a piece of meat, and began to devour it. Annie giggled, slowed down. But Little Snow was anything but slow. It wolfed down the entire plate of meat in no time. Hey! Leave me some. Nicole was on the verge of tears. After finishing their meal, the three humans and the bees sat together, preparing to discuss their plan to deal with the Polar Tiger King. But then, Angela suddenly raised her hand quietly and said, Young master, I have something to say. Nicole looked at Angela with some confusion. You go first. What is it? Angela cleared her throat and said, I've broken through to the second tier. Huh? Annie and Nicole exclaimed in unison, when did this happen? Just now, you guys went out for your tests, and I prepared dinner. Having nothing to do, I started cultivating, and I unexpectedly broke through. Nicole thought about it, and realized it made sense. Angela had started cultivating earlier than Annie, and had been stuck at the first level of the fundamental essence realm for a long time. Recently she had been spurred on by Annie, so breaking through now was only natural. Congratulations. Congratulations, Sister Angela. Angela was overjoyed. Because of Eva's favor, she had the opportunity to cultivate magic, but lacking time and resources, she had remained at the first level of the fundamental essence realm. After arriving in Misty City, she saw Annie's talent for cultivation, which greatly inspired her. She resolved to cultivate diligently to prevent being left too far behind by Annie. Driven by this motivation, her strength improved rapidly, and she finally broke through tonight. Angela has broken through. Our plan is now much more feasible. Nickel exclaimed excitedly. Then tell us your plan, Angela urged. Nicel nodded, took out a piece of paper, spread it on the table, and drew the shape of a tiger. It's really ugly. Annie frowned. Nigel was exasperated. I'm not a painter, just bear with it. Then, he drew 4 dots around the tiger to represent Annie, Angela, himself, and Xiaoxue. After finishing, he continued, when the time comes, I apply a special potion to conceal your presence. I go and attract the Tiger King's attention first, while you two sneak off to pick the Arctic Demon flower while the Tiger King chases me. Of course, I can't outrun the Tiger King. Xiaoxue will come to meet me. When I'm about to give up, you release an ice shock to enrage the Tiger King, making it turn its attention to you. This will give us enough time for Annie and Xiaoxue to complete their picking task. Angela asked, why do we both have to go? I can pick the flower by myself. Nicole shook his head and said, that's my second point. The Arctic fairy flower isn't easy to pick. It's a very magical herb. It can generate its own magical barrier, forming a protective shield. Its roots also have some offensive capabilities. So, after you see the flower, Annie must break through its protective shield with all her might, while Angela must simultaneously release a wind shield for protection. Approach the flower little by little, and finally, you'll be able to pick it. Angela. Annie glanced at Xiaoxue with some concern. What if Xiaoxue doesn't make it in time to meet you? Xiaoxue huffed in dissatisfaction, patting her chest with her little paw, as if to say, leave it to me. Annie added, I believe Xiaoxue can do it. Nicole clapped her hands. All right, it's settled then. We go to the Adventurers Guild tomorrow and accept this mission. The next morning, the three set off for the Adventurers Guild. Since Nicole tore down that special mission, the guild's hall had returned to normal. However, as soon as Nicole appeared, the surrounding people immediately started talking again. Hey, look. Isn't that the person who took on the special mission yesterday? Yeah, it looks like it. Did they have the captain come to confirm today? Where's their captain? Right, why did he only bring 2 little girls? Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the three walked to the service counter. Annie handed her ID card to the staff member. Hello, I'm Annie. I need to receive that. What's his name? Flower. Polar Fairy Flower. Nicole reminded her from the side. Oh, the Polar Fairy Flower quest. The staff member paused, then carefully checked Annie's ID card. It was indeed correct. Are you sure you want to accept this quest? The staff member confirmed again. Annie nodded firmly yes. That's right. The staff member took out the red quest slip, made a simple registration, and then said, accepting the Polar Fairy Flower quest, the quest giver has increased the bounty to 1,500 gold coins. The quest period is 1 month, starting today. Because it's a special quest, upon completion, you will receive an additional spot to enter the magic source. She then handed back the quest slip and Annie's ID card. Annie thanked her and then asked, I'd like to redeem a spot to enter the magic source now. How do I do that? Entering the magic source isn't a regular service, so the Adventurers Guild doesn't have a dedicated service counter. If you want to redeem one, you can inquire at any service counter. The staff member replied, Please wait a moment, I call an administrator to guide you. With that, she walked away. A moment later, she returned with a well-dressed man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The man immediately introduced himself. Miss Annie, hello. I'm Farid, the administrator of the magic source of the Adventurers Guild. It's a pleasure to serve you. Annie smiled and said, Hello, I'd like to exchange for a spot to enter the magic source. Farid asked, Entering the magic source requires a fee of 500 tier 1 magic cores and 1 gold coin. Annie turned to look at Nickel, who then pulled a bag from his pocket containing prepackaged magic cores. Farid stared at Nickel for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. He opened his mouth as if to say something but couldn't utter a word. Let's go inside and talk, Nickel said. Farid snapped out of his reverie, turned, and gestured saying, Yes, let's talk in my office. The 4 of them then disappeared from sight and entered the association's office area. As soon as Nickel and the others left, the lobby erupted in commotion. Is that little girl Captain Annie? Wow, she looks only 7 or 8 years old. How powerful could she be? Look how generous they are. They pulled out 500 tier 1 magic cores in one go. Who can do that? Yeah, our magic is bought from the black market. It's all just low-level trash. It turns out that under the monopoly of the Adventurers Guild and the major empires, ordinary people have very few opportunities to access the source of magic. Furthermore, the major empires have explicitly prohibited the trade of magic scrolls, forcing the sale of magic scrolls underground, such as in the black market or the underground market in Misty City. Although it's explicitly prohibited, the demand for magic scrolls is so huge that it can't be completely banned, so the major empires turn a blind eye. However, only low-level magic scrolls can circulate on the market. Higher-level scrolls are rare, and if they do appear, they are extremely expensive. The four entered a very spacious office, which was luxuriously furnished. However, in Annie's eyes, it was about the same size as her home. But for a commoner's office to be comparable to that of a marquis was already quite impressive. Farid brewed a pot of black tea for the three and began counting the magic cores. After finishing, he took 1 gold coin from Nickel and said, "The conditions are all met. Now you need to determine who entered the magic source." The three exchanged glances. Nickel said, "Annie, you go. You need a magic scroll right now." Angela added, "Miss Annie, don't hesitate. If you can obtain a powerful spell, it will be a great thing for us." But Annie seemed to have some unspeakable difficulty, and looked to Nickel for help. Nickel's mind raced. He suddenly realized something. Annie was a necromancer, so if she entered the magic source, she would obtain a necromancy-based magic scroll. Wouldn't that be discovered? He looked at Farid and asked, "Does the magic scroll obtained from the magic source need to be registered?" Farid thought for a moment and said, "You can choose not to register, but..." As he spoke, Farid rubbed his fingers together. Nickel immediately relaxed. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. He then asked, "How much?" Farid held up 2 fingers. Nickel frowned and tentatively said, 2 gold coins? Farid clicked his tongue and said, 200 gold coins. "What?" Angela exclaimed, "Are you robbing me? It's just not registering. Why so much money?" Farid pressed his hands down, signaling Angela to calm down. "Miss, please don't be agitated. Registering magic scrolls is my duty. If I don't register, I'd be taking a huge risk. 200 gold coins isn't expensive at all." Nickel sighed and said, "Could you give me a discount? We might need to work together again in the future." Farid stared at Nickel for a moment, then said, You're Nickel?" But Nickel just looked at him calmly, without answering his question. Farid felt a little uneasy under her gaze, and sighed heavily. "How about this? 150 gold coins for now, and next time, I only charge you 100 gold coins. How about that?" "Deal." Nickel didn't hesitate, immediately taking out another 150 gold coins from his pocket, and placing them on the table. Farid counted the gold coins, put them in his pocket, and said, "So, is it confirmed that Miss Annie has entered the source of magic?" All three nodded. "All right then, Miss Annie, please come with me." With that, Farid led Annie out the door. "You two wait here for a moment." "Go ahead, let me have some tea in peace." Nickel smiled. Farid led Annie through a long corridor, at the end of which was a spiral staircase leading to the basement. It seemed the source of magic was located in the Adventurers Guild's basement. As Farid led the way, he said, "Miss Annie, when you enter the source of magic, simply open your mind and release a little magic power. The source will then automatically activate and select a suitable magic scroll for you. I will wait for you outside and won't see what scroll you have. Since you don't want to register, I don't need to know." Annie nodded, indicating she understood. Deep in the basement was a huge platform with a chaotic sphere on it. The sphere's surface emitted a 7-colored divine light. This must be the fragment of the source of magic. Below the sphere was a massive magic circle containing tens of thousands of various magic stones, used to maintain the source of magic state. The fragments of the magical source contained immense, seemingly inexhaustible, magical power. Therefore, these fragments were inherently unstable. Without the protection of a magic array, they would dissipate, shattering into countless smaller fragments that would scatter across the world. And walked to the magical source, glanced back at Farid, who nodded to her. She then stepped into the magical source. This magical source wasn't transparent, so after Annie entered, Farid could no longer see what was inside. Upon entering, Annie was greeted by a dazzling display of light and color, and exclaimed in admiration, "How beautiful!" Immediately afterward, she felt a powerful magical force touching her soul. Following Farid's instructions, she fully opened her mind, allowing this force to connect with her own magical power. Suddenly, the radiance of the entire magical source flowed even more rapidly, the ocean of magic churning and surging, waves of magical power crashing against Annie's consciousness. Annie was like a small boat struggling against the storm. However, in the next instant, all the light abruptly contracted, condensing into a single point of light that floated before Annie. Annie reached out and grasped it, and the point of light instantly vanished, revealing its true form, a magical scroll. Chapter 55. The scroll was as black as ink, emanating a dense aura of death, chaotic, dark, and unsettling to look at. Yet, Annie felt a sense of familiarity and closeness towards it. Holding the scroll, she slowly unfurled it. A stream of information instantly flooded her mind, and a complex and intricate pattern gradually emerged. Annie closed her eyes, immersing herself in the ocean of magic. She slowly condensed a jet-black sphere of light in her palm. This sphere seemed to originate from the depths of hell, dark and terrifying, possessing the power to devour everything. As the sphere gathered to a certain degree, the power within seemed to come alive. The surface of the sphere became less smooth and stable, constantly churning, forming bumps and ripples. She slowly absorbed the sphere into her body, allowing the deathly power within to merge with her own magical power. Gradually, the complex magical pattern in her mind became clearer, the lines within emitting a faint dark glow. A rumbling sound echoed through Annie's mental world as she endured the impact and refinement of magic, striving to comprehend its mysteries and essence. After an unknown amount of time, Annie slowly opened her eyes. A sinister black light flashed and disappeared from the depths of her gaze, and her entire aura seemed to deepen. Once the power of death dissipated from her body, she slowly emerged from the source of magic. Farid was still waiting for her outside, but when he saw Annie, he was visibly taken aback for a moment, then smiled broadly and said, "You obtained the magic you wanted?" Annie nodded and asked with a smile, "Yes. How long was I in there?" Farid scratched his head, counting on his fingers, "About 2 hours. Look, I even made myself a pot of tea." He gestured to the teapot and teacups on the table beside him. "Let's go back," Annie said, turning to leave. Farid hurriedly followed, saying as he walked, although I already been paid, I shouldn't ask, but I still want to know." But before he could finish, Annie interrupted him. "Since you know you shouldn't ask, then don't ask." Farid swallowed hard, and obediently shut his mouth. When they returned to Farid's office, they found Angela sitting there boredly drinking tea, while Nicole was sprawled out on the sofa, fast asleep. Angela perked up immediately upon seeing Annie return. "Miss, you're back." Angela's voice instantly woke Nicole. He groggily looked up, saw Annie and Farid at the door, and slowly sat up, asking, "How did it go? Was it all right?" And smiled, "It went quite well. Let's go back." The three then said goodbye to Farid and left the Adventurers Guild. Along the way, Nicole kept scrutinizing Annie, hissing, "Young Master Nicole, what are you doing? Are you imitating a snake?" Angela asked suspiciously. Nicole was speechless. "Imitating a snake? Haven't you noticed any changes in Annie since she came out?" Reminded by Nicole, Angela also said, "Oh, I thought it was just my imagination." "You also feel that Miss seems different?" Annie gave a wry smile. "All right. You two, stop staring at me. I'm still me, nothing's changed." Nicole stroked his chin. "That's true, but I feel your aura is more composed, with a kind of authority." Nicole himself sounded a little insecure at the end. Angela clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Yes, yes. That's authority. Miss, you become more imposing, not like a 7 or 8-year-old girl." Annie's face fell. "Oh, what am I going to do? I don't want to turn into an old woman." Nicole pondered for a moment and said, "It might be a reaction to learning magic." "What kind of magic did you learn?" Annie looked around, making sure there were no passers-by, and lowered her voice. "It's an intermediate-level spell called Evil Spirit Roar." "What did you say?" Nicole suddenly screamed, startling everyone on the street, who all looked over. "Hey, keep your voice down." Annie immediately tugged at Nicole's sleeve. Nicole realized his lapse in composure, and quickly regained his composure. "Let's talk about it when we get home." The three of them drove straight home without stopping. As soon as the door closed, Nicole immediately turned and grabbed Annie's shoulders, his eyes wide as he asked, "Are you sure it's intermediate magic?" And nodded. "Yes, that's what the scroll describes." Nicole let out a deep breath, walked to the sofa, and plopped down, muttering, "How is this possible? Learning intermediate magic so quickly?" Angela, somewhat confused, asked, "Young master, what's wrong? Isn't it a good thing that Miss has learned intermediate magic?" "Of course, that's great," Nicole explained immediately. "You know, most people can only learn intermediate magic after reaching the outer Yuan realm, otherwise, they can't comprehend its mysteries at all. But Annie is only at the first Yuan realm. I was thinking I'd get a low-level spell book, but it's an intermediate one." Nicole then looked at Annie. "What's the effect of this evil spirit roar?" Annie scratched her head and said, "I'm not quite sure. I only know how to cast it, but I haven't tried the effect yet." "Then try it on me, but go a little lighter." Nicole immediately stood up and got into a fighting stance. "Huh?" Annie immediately shook her head. "No, that's too dangerous. I can't control my strength." Nicole thought for a moment and agreed. "Then let's try again after we get to the misty forest." But then, He looked at Annie and exclaimed softly, "Annie, are you back to normal?" Angela also looked over quickly, puzzled. It seems so. That sense of majesty is gone. Why is that? Annie looked down at herself, shrugged, and said, "I don't know, I don't feel anything." Nicole pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, "It must be the effect of the evil spirit's roar that affected Annie. It gradually dissipated over time." That's the only explanation. Annie said, "Whatever. It doesn't affect me anyway. When are we leaving for the misty forest?" Nicole calculated the time and said, "The day after tomorrow. I make some preparations tomorrow. You two should cultivate at home, especially Annie. You better break through to the second tier as soon as possible." Both Annie and Aurora nodded emphatically. The next morning, Nicole went out after breakfast. Today was the day he and Aurora had arranged to pick up their weapons. He wondered what kind of weapons this woman could forge in such a short time. However, when he arrived at the third block, he didn't see Aurora. Where did that woman go? Did she run away? He looked around and walked to a stall next to Aurora's. There was a middle-aged man there, who looked to be in his 40s. "Uncle, hello, could you tell me where the owner of this stall is?" The middle-aged man didn't even look up and said indifferently, "She hasn't come for the past few days, and we don't know where she is. Besides, there's a rule here, you can't just ask people for their addresses." Nicole knew this rule, so he was just asking. It was normal that she hadn't come for several days. After all, she was busy forging the weapon he had entrusted to her. But today was already the third day. She should have delivered it by now. Why was she nowhere to be seen? Could it be that it wasn't finished yet? Had he given her too little time? Thinking this, Nicole felt his guess was probably correct. Reluctantly, he could only turn back. However, just as he lifted his foot, he heard a voice behind him call out, "Wait a minute." Nicole turned around and saw a woman carrying large and small bags, pulling a wooden cart behind her, stumbling towards him. It was Aurora. Aurora jogged all the way to Nicole, finally reaching him, wiping the sweat from her brow, and panting, said, "You're here way too early." Nicole smiled slightly. "We agreed on 3 days. I can't be late." Aurora put down the cart and backpack, taking out 2 packages. "You know, forging these 2 weapons is incredibly difficult. I haven't slept much these past 2 nights, just to finish them as soon as possible. Here. Take a look." She handed the 2 packages to Nicole. Nicole raised an eyebrow, took the packages, and slowly opened one. It was a long sword, pure white, with intricate and mysterious patterns engraved on its blade. The hilt was carved with an eagle's head, its claws outstretched, exuding a menacing aura. A wind elemental magic stone was inlaid in the eagle's head, gleaming with a bluish-green light. Nicole nodded in satisfaction, opening another package. Inside was a short sword, its cold light gleaming. A single swing unleashed a torrent of energy, its speed unparalleled. A deer's head was carved on the hilt, inlaid with a wind elemental magic stone, its shimmering light radiating with magical energy. "Excellent!" Nicole exclaimed. "To forge such a fine sword in such a short time is truly remarkable." Aurora's face was etched with fatigue, but it couldn't conceal her pride. "Of course. In this neighborhood, I'm second to none when it comes to forging speed." Nicole's mind raced. He asked, "Do you know little card over there?" Aurora hesitated, then replied, "Of course. His father is my master." "Huh?" Nicole asked, somewhat puzzled. "Then why are you two so far apart?" Aurora snorted. "We don't get along. I don't want to deal with him." Did you two have some kind of conflict?" Aurora sighed and slowly said, "We were childhood sweethearts, but he was lazy and unwilling to inherit our master's will, and didn't want to become a blacksmith. Our master was very sad and fell ill from depression. And in the end, his death was also related to him." "What?" Nicole was very surprised. How could old Card's death be related to young Card? Wasn't it said that he was betrayed, his whereabouts exposed, and he was captured and killed by the city lord's mansion? Aurora smiled bitterly. "It's normal that you don't know. Everyone thinks my master was betrayed, but they don't know who it was. Could it be young Card?" Aurora gritted her teeth and said, "It was him. That day he was drinking with someone and didn't come home all day. After getting drunk, he talked nonsense and told them about our master. The people at the next table overheard him, and they reported it to the city lord's mansion, and based on the clues, they quickly found Master. Ultimately, Master died a tragic death in the dungeon." Nicole was stunned. He never imagined that little Card's drunken slip of the tongue had led to this tragedy. But why was little Card now a blacksmith? Nicole voiced his doubts. "According to you, Little Card shouldn't know blacksmithing at all. Why is his blacksmithing so outstanding now? Aurora sighed softly, alas. That's why hard work can never beat talent. After Master's death, that guy quit drinking and became disciplined, retrieved Master's books and notes, and taught himself blacksmithing. He even came to me before, but I scolded him away. But I really didn't expect him to improve so quickly. Now he's probably the best blacksmith in this district. Oh, even you can't compare to him? Nicole asked. Aurora retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Although my forging skills aren't as good as his, I'm faster. After all, I started learning so many years earlier, which gives me an advantage. Nicole thought for a moment and said, since Little Card has changed his mind, haven't you considered forgiving him? A struggle flashed in Aurora's eyes, but she ultimately sighed, no, we already formed a rift in our hearts. Maybe we be strangers for life. Nicole sighed deeply upon hearing this. He and Old Card had been friends, often drinking and chatting, but due to the rules of the underground market, he knew nothing of Old Card's private life. He didn't know he had a good-for-nothing son and a diligent female apprentice, nor did he know he was a wanted criminal by the city lord's mansion. Aurora suddenly looked at Nickel and asked, do you know my master? Nickel gave a wry smile. It seemed Old Card hadn't told his apprentice his name. Sigh, you may not have heard of my name, but you should have heard of my old partner. Aurora shook her head slightly, somewhat curious, and asked, I haven't heard of your name. Who is your old partner? Nickel smiled mysteriously. That was my old weapon, Old Card's masterpiece. I don't believe he hadn't mentioned it. Aurora's eyes widened, and she immediately sat up straight. You mean? Autumn Leaf Sword. Upon hearing this, Aurora immediately began to look Nickel up and down. Nickel chuckled softly, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Don't bother looking. It's destroyed. It shattered into many pieces during a great battle. Aurora took 2 steps back, a touch of disappointment on her face, and shook her head. So you're an old friend of my master's. He mentioned you, but didn't tell us your name. Since you're the original owner of the Autumn Leaf Sword, I won't charge you for these 2 swords. Nickel paused slightly, then pulled out 100 gold coins from his pocket, placed them in front of Aurora, and waved his hand. You exceeded expectations. This is your reward, you deserve it. Chapter 56. Without waiting for Aurora to speak again, Nickel strode away. Aurora stared blankly at the small bag of gold coins in front of her, only coming to her senses after a long while, muttering, he's the owner of this underground market, the genius adventurer? Nickel left the underground market, and went straight home. As soon as he entered, he shouted, Angela. Where's Angela? What are you yelling about? I'm in the kitchen. Angela's voice came from inside. Nickel chuckled and went into the kitchen. What are you making? Angela rolled her eyes at him. Can't you see for yourself? Nickel didn't seem to mind and said mysteriously, Hey, didn't you just break through? I brought you a gift today. Want to see it? Angela's interest was piqued at the mention of a gift, and even her way of addressing her changed. Really? Young master, let me see. Nickel waved his hand smugly. Oh, no rush, look, my stomach's still empty. Angela immediately said, Lunch will be ready soon, please wait a moment. She then launched into a flurry of cooking, the spatula flying. Soon, the 3 of them sat around the table. Angela looked at Nickel expectantly, Nickel stared at the food with drool, and Annie looked at the 2 of them with a puzzled expression. What are you 2 doing? Annie asked. Angela immediately said, Miss, young Master Nickel said he's going to give me a gift. Oh! Annie also became interested. What gift? Let me see. Nickel swallowed hard. He knew he couldn't keep them in suspense any longer, so he chuckled and took out the dagger from his pocket. Instantly, streaks of blue light flashed out, filling the entire room. Annie and Angela stared, mouths agape, completely stunned by what they saw. It's a short sword, Annie exclaimed. Nicole nodded and handed the short sword to Angela. Angela, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the 2nd tier. Angela covered her mouth with both hands, her heart pounding with excitement. Although she was already a 1st-tier mage, she had never possessed a magical weapon of her own. This short sword was her first weapon, and more importantly, it was exquisitely crafted. Angela carefully took the short sword, drew the blade, and stared blankly at the shimmering magical threads on it. Give it a name. Nicole smiled. Angela snapped out of her reverie, looked at the deer head on the hilt, and smiled. White deer, let's call it White Deer. Nicole clapped his hands. Great name. Let's call it White Deer. Angela hugged the White Deer short sword, delighted with it. At this moment, Annie said, Uncle, you forged weapons for all of us, but what about yourself? Angela also came to her senses and looked at Nicole. Yes, you're the strongest among us. You can't just give us weapons and not have one for yourself. Nicole was moved and reached for the long sword again, saying, how could that be? Look, this is my new partner, Bluebird. As soon as the sword was drawn, a gust of wind surged, accompanied by the cries of eagles. The blade, once unsheathed, was invincible, leaving Annie and Angela in awe. What a sharp sword! Annie felt her cheek sting from the wind whistling through it. Nicole immediately sheathed the Bluebird sword and laughed. All right. Let's eat quickly, I'm starving. The next day, just like the first time, the three entered the Misty Forest again through the northern entrance of Misty City. This time, they had a companion, Little Snow. This little creature was born in the Misty Forest, and after so many days cooped up in Annie's cottage, she was practically going stir-crazy. Finally back in the Misty Forest, she was like a wild horse. Oh no, a wild cat, running wild with abandon. Little Snow slowed down. Annie called from behind. Uncle, hurry up and keep an eye on her. Nickel, however, was nonchalant. They were still on the outskirts of the Misty Forest, and with Little Snow's strength, she wouldn't encounter any danger, so he wasn't worried. It's all right. Let her loosen up. Ha ha ha. Led by Nickel, the three of them and the beast made their way smoothly, encountering no danger. On the contrary, they hunted quite a few low-level magical beasts, having magical beast meat for every meal, almost like they were on a picnic. The only regret was that Annie still hadn't broken through to the second tier, which greatly frustrated the young girl. She felt the urge to break through long ago, so why hadn't she succeeded? Nicole comforted her. It's all right. Even if you don't break through to the second tier, we shouldn't be in too much trouble this time. At worst, the mission will fail, but we can still escape. Seeing Annie's still troubled expression, Nicole continued to encourage her. Breakthroughs are something you can't force. Maybe you break through soon? Just as they were talking, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the side. Nicole was the first to notice the movement, immediately grabbing his sword and nervously looking in the direction of the sound. A moment later, a small group of people came scrambling over. Nicole, realizing they weren't magical beasts, breathed a sigh of relief. Annie and the other woman, recognizing the group, were both startled and exclaimed in unison, "It's them?" Nicole turned around curiously. "You know these people?" Annie pointed to a red-haired man and said, "Have you forgotten? Angela clashed with him at the Adventurers Guild before, and you even helped chase him away." Nicole remembered now. This red-haired man had tried to steal their sawtooth boar quest. The red-haired man also saw Annie and the others, paused slightly, but then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. A burst of flame erupted from his feet, and he charged towards Nicole, who was leading the group. Nicole was startled and immediately unleashed his wind blade. A layer of azure light covered the azure bird's sword, filling the entire blade with a sharp, menacing aura. With a clang, the two exchanged blows. The red-haired man was forced back 3 steps, while Nicole remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain. A single move had decided the outcome. "What are you doing?" Nicole roared. At this moment, the opposing team had all arrived, a total of 5 people. One of the original members, a bald man, was not present. The other 4 stood on either side of the red-haired man. One of them, a woman in a mage's robe, asked, "Fail, what are you doing?" The red-haired man was named Fail, a 3rd-tier fire mage, but it was clear he was no match for Nicole. Johnny might be dead by now. "We injure these people and keep them here, buying them some time. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape." The tall, thin woman said, "Fail is right. We need to escape quickly, otherwise that monster will chase us again." As she spoke, she assumed a fighting stance, preparing to unleash a magical attack on Annie and the others. Nicole basically understood the situation. These guys must have trespassed into the territory of some powerful magical beast. One of their companions was already covering their retreat, but it was estimated they couldn't hold off the beast for long. Now these people wanted to injure him, rendering the 3 of them unable to escape, thus drawing the beast's attack. Their intentions were malicious. "Don't waste your energy, you're no match for us," Nicole said, brandishing her sword. "With this energy, you should escape quickly." Fail sneered, his sinister eyes sweeping over Annie and Angela. "I can't beat you, but you alone can't withstand the 5 of us. As long as we can injure those 2 little girls, our objective will be achieved." Despicable. Nicole's eyes widened. The fact that they were targeting Annie and the others ignited a murderous intent in Nicole. At that moment, Fail shouted, "Attack!" The woman in the mage robe immediately cast a wind spell on Fail, instantly increasing his speed. Simultaneously, the tall, thin woman chanted softly, and jets of water surged from the ground, trapping the group in place. The other two men also charged towards Annie and Angela, swords drawn. Nicole, enraged, slashed through the water prison in front of him, clashing with Fail again. He then unleashed two more slashes, forcing the other two men back. Angela, wielding her white deer dagger, broke through the water prison's defenses, shouting, "Young master, focus on the battle. I protect Miss." As she spoke, she stood in front of Annie, preparing to cast a wind shield for defense. Meanwhile, Nickel was locked in a fierce battle. With the robed woman's blessing and the tall, thin woman's ranged support, Fail's attack power was greatly enhanced, putting immense pressure on Nickel. Even without Angela's reminders, he no longer had the energy to attend to them. "Ha ha, seventh brother, eighth brother, hurry up and chop off those two little girls' legs. Once we're done, we retreat." Fail laughed, fiercely slashing at Nickel with his sword. The two men called seventh and eighth brother were both third-tier strength, a significant advantage over Angela. Angela's wind shield didn't last long before being shattered. Nicel's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Annie." Actually, even without Nickel's shout, Annie had already begun her attack. Although she was only first-tier strength, the aid of the spirit-splitting technique made the magical power she unleashed far greater than the others. At this moment, Annie's long hair danced in the wind, her mink hat long since fallen to the ground. She parted her lips slightly, chanting a complex incantation. With a whoosh, a jet-black magic circle appeared before her. Annie's eyes snapped open, her aura surging, transforming her into a godlike figure. Endless black death energy erupted from her small body, coalescing into a gigantic evil spirit. This evil spirit had two horns on its head, a ferocious face, and enormous black eyes that seemed capable of devouring souls. Everyone was stunned by this sight. The seventh and eighth brothers stared blankly at the gigantic evil spirit, momentarily forgetting to flee. Fail yelled, "She's a necromancer. Run!" However, it was too late. The enormous evil spirit suddenly opened its maw and roared, a woo. The powerful sound waves made everyone's eardrums ache. Everyone covered their ears, and the seventh and eighth brothers, who were directly facing the evil spirit, suffered from bleeding from their ears and noses. They were instantly swayed by the roar, their eyes rolling back, standing there motionless in a daze. "Ah!" Fail and the other two women also covered their ears, crouching on the ground and groaning in pain. After a while, the enormous evil spirit finally dissipated. Annie collapsed to the ground, soaked in sweat, panting heavily. Nicole and Angela quickly ran to Annie's side and helped her up. Is this the evil spirit's roar? Although Nicole wasn't directly hit by the sound waves, he still felt a buzzing in his ears. Angela stared at the two brothers, seventh and eighth, who stood frozen like wooden stakes. Blood streamed from their ears and noses, their eyes rolled back, and they were unconscious. It was impossible to tell if they were dead or alive. "Are those two all right?" "How could they be all right?" Nicole exclaimed. "They don't look like they're going to survive." I deduce that the evil spirit roar was a soul attack spell. The sound waves appeared to attack the body, but actually, they directly affected the soul. Look, those two are now suffering soul damage, while their bodies haven't suffered fatal injuries. At this moment, Fail and the other two struggled to their feet, clutching their heads in pain, looking at Annie with fear, and spitting out a sentence through gritted teeth, "You're a necromancer." "Humph. So what if they're necromancers? Aren't your deeds even more evil than necromancers?" Angela retorted. But Fail and his companions were already incapable of fighting. Caught completely off guard, they were struck in the aftershocks of the evil spirit's roar, their souls damaged. Their magical energy was sluggish, rendering them unable to use magic, let alone fight. Just then, a massive magical beast suddenly burst forth from the nearby woods. It roared madly, a sound that shook the heavens and earth, making the surrounding trees tremble. And in its mouth, it was carrying a person. To be precise, half a person. This person was clearly dead, half of his body protruded from the beast's mouth, his empty eyes staring at Fail and his companions. It was the bald man from the Red Demon Adventurers team. The tall, thin woman screamed in terror, "Ah! Johnny's dead! Johnny's dead!" She tried to run, but her legs were weak, and she lost her footing, collapsing to the ground. Her scream successfully attracted the attention of the enormous monster. It tossed Johnny's corpse aside and opened its blood-red maw, lunging at the tall, thin woman. The woman was terrified. She screamed and tried to get up, but it was too late. The monster bit her lower body, and with a thud, its sharp teeth pierced her abdomen, blood splattering everywhere. Her eyes bulged outwards, one hand reaching towards Fail, who was nearby, emitting dying clucking sounds, as if pleading for help. Fail, however, was paralyzed with fear. Already traumatized by the evil spirit's roar, witnessing his teammate's gruesome death caused him to break down completely. He knelt on the ground, burying his face in his hands, and weeping uncontrollably. With a final, powerful bite, the monster severed the woman at the waist. Her upper body fell in front of Fail, still staring wide-eyed at him. Chapter 57. Seeing his companion die before his eyes, Fail was terrified. He hurriedly threw his long sword at the demonic beast and turned to run. But the demonic beast merely swung its claw, knocking the long sword away. The sword spun a few times in the air before piercing the black-robed woman's body with a soft thud. The woman, still reeling from the mental shock of the evil spirit's roar, was struck directly in the heart and collapsed to the ground, dead. Fail had only run a few steps when his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming repeatedly, "Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" But the demonic beast ignored him, opening its massive jaws to bite down. In his dying moments, he glared venomously at Nickel and the other two, but before he could utter a single word, he was torn to pieces by the demonic beast. "Damn it! It's a 7th-tier cave dragon beast!" Nick shouted. "Run! We're no match for it." However, the cave dragon beast, for some unknown reason, turned its fierce gaze towards Nick and the others after killing Fail. Nickel cursed inwardly, channeling all his magic power to unleash 2 slashes aimed at the cave dragon beast's face, while simultaneously pulling Annie and the other away as fast as he could. "Uncle, what is that?" Annie asked as they ran. "It's a cave dragon beast. Although it's called a dragon beast, it's not actually a dragon. It only contains 1/10 or even 1/100 of dragon blood," Nickel explained. Cave dragon beasts are generally very docile. Although they are omnivorous magical beasts, they mostly eat vegetables and focus on underground activities. "I don't know what that red-haired guy did to provoke this thing." Immediately, Nicole's eyes darted around, and he quickly changed direction, pulling Annie and the other person along. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Annie was a little confused by the sudden change of direction. "I remember," Nicole said, "this cave dragon is afraid of water. As long as we hide in the water, it won't dare to continue chasing us, and the nearest water source isn't far ahead." Although the cave dragon was enormous, it was incredibly fast. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it moved its short but very strong limbs, running wildly, determined to tear the 3 tiny humans in front of it to shreds. Suddenly, a fallen tree blocked the path of Nicole and the others. This tree was incredibly thick, 2 or 3 meters in diameter, like a wall. "Oh no!" Nicole immediately stopped. But this delay allowed the cave dragon to catch up and pounce on the 3 of them. "Get down!" Nicole pressed Annie and down, the massive body of the cave dragon sweeping over their heads. They could even clearly see its sharp teeth and smell the stench of its mouth. With a loud crash, the cave dragon slammed into the fallen tree trunk, shattering it to pieces. "Run!" Nicole shouted, pulling Annie and away in another direction. "Uncle, is there water here?" Annie asked. Nicole frowned. He never expected such a large tree to block their escape route, completely ruining his plans. "There is, but—" Nicole didn't finish his sentence, because he didn't need to say more. The scene ahead spoke volumes. The rushing water could be heard ahead, but the path was blocked, ending in a sheer cliff with a raging river below. A jump from that height would be fatal or severely injured. Nicole and his companions were already at the edge of the cliff, with nowhere to retreat, while the cave dragon beast continued its relentless charge towards them like a small tank. "Uncle, what do we do now?" Annie asked anxiously. Nicole gritted his teeth, shoved Annie and Angela towards the cliff edge, and simultaneously flicked his fingers, 2 beams of azure light instantly enveloping them. "You go first. If you don't find me, wait for me at the Arctic Tiger King's place," Nicole shouted with his last ounce of strength. "Uncle! Young master!" Annie and Angela cried out simultaneously. They felt themselves enveloped by a powerful magical force, plummeting rapidly towards the bottom of the cliff. Watching Nicole disappear into the distance, their hearts were filled with despair and helplessness. Through their prolonged interaction, they had roughly gauged Nicole's strength, estimating him to be around the 3rd tier, definitely no match for the cave dragon beast. Thinking of the gruesome deaths of Fail and the others, they felt anxious, fearful, and helpless. They could only blame their own weakness. They were utterly powerless to help Nicole. At that moment, the intense fear of losing loved ones triggered Annie's potential once more. Her magic, depleted from unleashing the evil spirit roar, was once again mobilized. Seeing the dark light emanating from Annie, Nickel's heart tightened. Because Fail had been present, Annie had kept the Dragon Slayer wand hidden behind her back, not using it. Now, Annie's magic was exhausted. Casting more magic would cause a magic drain, a very dangerous situation. He shouted, "No! Annie! Stop!" Annie ignored him, gathering her magic to form a long bone spear. At the same time, the cave dragon charged behind Nickel, its jaws agape, ready to bite him. In that critical moment, Annie's bone spear, imbued with the chilling, profound power of death, shot like an arrow towards the cave dragon's head. The cave dragon had no time to dodge, taking the full force of Annie's attack with its head. With a deafening boom, the moment Annie's bone spear touched the cave dragon's forehead, a violent explosion erupted, scattering countless black sparks, and shattering the spear into countless pieces. The cave dragon was also knocked back by the powerful blow, roaring to the sky, its scales on its forehead cracking open, flesh flying everywhere. Seeing Nickel temporarily out of danger, Annie immediately felt relieved, but a wave of weakness washed over her, a sign of her magic being depleted. "Annie! No!" Nickel shouted at the top of his lungs. He knew that after unleashing this attack, Anne's magic was completely depleted, and she would slowly lose consciousness. Falling into the water in this state would be extremely dangerous, and she could very well die. Annie, however, smiled slightly. In the instant she lost consciousness, she tilted her head back and plummeted straight towards the bottom of the cliff. "Miss." Seeing an unconscious, Angela disregarded her own safety, stretched her hands downwards, and channeled all her magic power. Instantly, a gust of wind surged from Angela's body, rushing towards the water at the bottom of the cliff. That's right. She was going to use the simplest form of magic projection to help and slow her descent by impacting the wind elemental currents rebounding from the bottom of the cliff. However, this approach had little effect. With two splashes, Annie and Angela fell into the water almost simultaneously. The powerful impact instantly knocked Angela unconscious. Seeing the two motionless after falling into the water, Nicole was extremely anxious, but behind him, a colossal beast was roaring angrily. He believed that Annie and Angela were not in mortal danger because he had quickly cast a slowing spell on them as they fell. This slowing spell would greatly reduce their falling speed, thus lessening the impact and saving their lives. He slowly turned around, staring at the still roaring cave dragon, his mind racing, considering a countermeasure. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's right. When the cave dragon killed Fail and the others, it only killed them, not ate them. This means it's not hungry now. Its purpose is only to kill. Fail, and the others must have done something to anger it. With this thought, he quickly ran back. Seeing Nickel escape, the cave dragon ignored its forehead injury, roared, and gave chase. However, Nickel's magic power was now mostly depleted, and it could no longer maintain its high speed. Just as Nickel was about to be caught, several ice spikes suddenly flew out, striking the cave dragon. Nicole was startled and looked to the side. It turned out that Little Snow, who had disappeared, had finally returned. Upon returning, it saw a scene of carnage and, sensing something was wrong, quickly gave chase, finding Nickel being pursued by the cave dragon. Nickel was overjoyed. With Shishua's help, he would have more time and energy to resolve this crisis. Soon, Nickel and Xiaoxua returned to their original spot, where the scattered remains of Fail and the others lay strewn about. Without hesitation, Nickel went straight to Fail's corpse and searched it thoroughly, but found nothing. Then, he looked at the corpse of the tall, thin woman, but before he could get close, the cave dragon had already caught up. With a roar, the cave dragon opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Nickel again. Knowing he was outmatched, Nickel leaped away in a flash, a circle of emerald light emanating from his feet. He landed right next to the tall, thin woman's corpse. After landing, he quickly searched the body, but found nothing. Where is she? Two fruitless searches made Nickel extremely anxious. He shouted, "Xiaoxua, help me hold that big guy back." Xiaoxua obeyed, her feet flashing with blue light, and she instantly appeared beside the dragon beast, biting its leg. However, the dragon beast's hide was thick and tough. Xiaoxua's teeth couldn't penetrate its skin, instead causing her teeth a sharp pain. The cave dragon beast, already enraged by the severe wound on its forehead, was further enraged by Xiaoxua's bite. Its blood-red eyes glared at Xiaoxua, and with a powerful swipe of its leg, it flung her far away. Xiaoxua crashed heavily into a tree, groaning, and was seriously injured, unable to get up. The cave dragon opened its massive maw and spewed a fireball at Nickel. Nickel was startled and quickly dodged. Damn it! I pushed this guy too far, he's using magic. While dodging, he rolled to the side of the black-robed woman's corpse and searched again, but still found nothing. Could I have guessed wrong? Nickel began to doubt himself. However, the cave dragon wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. Whoosh! 3 more fireballs flew towards him. Damn it! Nickel leaped to avoid 2 fireballs, but as soon as he stopped, the 3rd fireball locked onto him. He had nowhere to dodge, so he could only silently chant a spell, raising a wind shield in front of him. With a deafening boom, the fireball struck the wind shield squarely, shattering it instantly upon contact. Nickel was thrown back by the massive shockwave and crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing its fireball hit its target, the cave dragon roared excitedly and charged towards Nickel, opening its massive jaws to reveal a set of sharp teeth. Nickel struggled to his feet, a bitter smile creeping across his face as he looked at the cave dragon charging towards him. I never thought I'd die like this. However, as he looked at the cave dragon, his gaze inadvertently fell upon 2 figures standing there like wooden stakes. Unwilling to die like this, a thought flashed through his mind. He channeled his last wisp of magic, instantly accelerating and shifting sideways a short distance, barely dodging the cave dragon's attack. At the same time, he pushed off with both feet, charging towards the 2 figures. Those 2 figures were none other than the 2 companions of Fael whose consciousness had been shattered by Annie's evil roar. Nickel rushed to the 2 men, his hands searching their bodies. Suddenly, he found a huge package on one of them, seemingly containing a spherical object. That's it! Nickel shouted excitedly, immediately opening the package and taking out its contents. At that moment, the enraged cave dragon charged at him again, its short, powerful limbs rhythmically pounding the ground, causing the surrounding earth to tremble and the trees to sway. It roared as it ran, its jaws wide open, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged at Nickel. However, just as it was about to bite Nickel and tear him to pieces, it suddenly stopped. Nickel was facing the cave dragon, his eyes closed, holding a huge white egg high in his hand. The cave dragon's hot, pungent stench was already on his face, its incredibly sharp teeth almost touching his forehead. But he didn't move, silently maintaining this posture. After a while, Nickel noticed the cave dragon beast wasn't making any further moves, so he opened his eyes. The cave dragon beast also took a step back, carefully examining the enormous egg in Nickel's hand. It sniffed it, then let out 2 low growls. Understanding this, Nickel carefully placed the giant egg on the ground, raised his hands, and took 2 steps back. The cave dragon beast gently picked up the egg with its mouth, put it in its mouth, gave Nickel a complex look, and then slowly turned and left. Seeing the cave dragon beast leave, Nickel let out a deep breath and slumped to the ground. Currently, his strength was limited, only able to unleash around the 3rd tier of power. After a long period of running and hiding, his magic power was almost completely depleted, and Xiaoxue was injured and unable to fight. If he couldn't find the giant egg in the end, Nickel would definitely be finished. Clearly, Fael and his group must have stolen the cave dragon beast's egg, thus enraging it. Johnny, the bald man, initially tried to hold off the cave dragon beast. However, Johnny was only a 4th tier mage, and no match for the cave dragon beast, quickly being killed. Sigh. I shouldn't have gone so far. Nicole sighed. Annie and Angela are probably doomed now. But those 2 have been lucky, and I even cast a slowing spell on them, so they should be alright. I just don't know where the river will take them. If I keep searching along that river, I might not find them. Maybe I should go straight to the Polar Tiger King's lair. After they're rescued, they should gather there. With that thought, Nicole adjusted his equipment, tended to Shishua's injuries, and continued towards the Polar Tiger King's lair. Chapter 58. Deep within the dark, misty forest, a river flowed swiftly, the surroundings utterly silent. The cold weather prevented even the sounds of birds and beasts from being heard. Lying on the bank of this rushing river was a little human girl. She had blonde hair, a pale face, and was soaking wet, carrying a long, rectangular bundle on her back. This was Annie. For some reason, she had been swept downstream and washed ashore here. Her eyes were closed, but her breathing was even, indicating she was not in mortal danger. However, she was covered in scrapes and abrasions, likely from being bumped and knocked against the rocks at the bottom of the river during her drift. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, illuminating her face. Stimulated by the light, she slowly opened her eyes, looking around blankly. She tried to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through her body, almost causing her to faint again. Where am I? She tried to figure out her location, but she failed. In the misty forest, most areas are very similar, making it extremely easy to get lost. Even a seasoned adventurer like Nicole relies on a previously drawn map to orient herself. Annie was helpless. At this moment, all she could do was circulate her spirit-splitting technique to heal her injuries through cultivation. However, it was midday, the time for absorbing fire element. Being near water, fire element was relatively scarce in the surrounding environment, making Annie's recovery extremely slow. After most of the day, Annie finally recovered some of her injuries and managed to sit up. She sighed, "I wonder how Uncle and Angela are. Angela and I fell into the water together, but she should be alright. But Uncle faced the cave dragon beast alone. I wonder if he's safe now." Of course, she had no way of knowing that right now, her immediate priority was finding Angela as quickly as possible. She stood up, intending to gather some dry leaves and branches to make a fire and dry her clothes. Wearing wet clothes in such cold weather was incredibly uncomfortable. Unfortunately, she was near a stream, and the surrounding area was damp, like a swamp, and walked for a long time before finally emerging from the wet swamp and reaching a drier area. She gathered some dry branches and leaves and piled them together, preparing to start a fire, but she realized she had absolutely no idea how to start one. During their previous adventures, Nicole had always been in charge of starting the fire, leaving Annie with no need to help. And further back, it was even less of a concern. Annie had grown up under Drew's protection, with hundreds of maids and servants taking care of her every need. She had never even encountered the task of starting a fire. As she struggled to survive alone, she discovered she knew nothing, understood nothing, and could do nothing. Annie slammed the firewood she was holding to the ground, tears welling in her eyes, but she forced them back. Just then, a sharp screech rang out. Startled, Annie looked towards the source of the sound and saw a huge red lizard, its body covered in hard spines, like a suit of sturdy armor. Its mouth was flat, and its sharp teeth were neatly arranged. The large red lizard stood upright, its forked tongue flicking, staring menacingly at Annie. She felt a chill run down her spine. Undoubtedly, this was some kind of magical beast, but Annie knew nothing about them, and had no idea what kind it was. Fortunately, the Dragon Slayer's staff was still on her. When she fell off the cliff, Annie had been carrying it on her back and hadn't activated it. Now, with no one else around, Annie had no more worries. She drew the staff from behind her back, and a powerful aura of death erupted, seemingly capable of freezing souls. The lizard sensed the power of death, visibly startled, then showing a hint of fear, but immediately became even more ferocious. It opened its massive jaws, and a fireball flew towards Annie. Annie instinctively dodged, but without Nicole's blessing, her movement was slow. Although she avoided the direct hit of the fireball, it exploded upon impact with the ground. The powerful shockwave caused Annie to lose her footing and fall to the ground. Ouch! Annie cried out in pain, but immediately got up, pointed the staff at the giant lizard, and silently chanted a spell. A bone spear appeared in the air. Sensing danger, the giant lizard roared at Annie and immediately darted to the side, moving incredibly fast close to the ground, making it impossible for Annie to aim. But the lizard's fireballs didn't stop. It continuously spewed fireball after fireball from its mouth. Although its aim was slightly off, the impact of the explosions was still taking a toll on Annie. Being constantly on the defensive was making Annie almost cry. Her little brain was racing, trying to think of a way to deal with it. What should I do? What should I do? What would Uncle Nicole do? Annie muttered to herself. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into her mind. That's it. If it's Uncle Nicole, he definitely used the most underhanded methods, like setting a trap. If Nicole knew what Annie was thinking, he'd probably vomit blood. His imposing, powerful elder persona had been reduced to a rogue in Annie's eyes. And immediately looked around, her heart sinking. Besides the towering trees, there was practically nothing else around. How could she set a trap? But before Annie could think further, the giant lizard pounced. Annie immediately raised her staff to block, but the lizard opened its massive jaws and bit down on the staff, then tossed Annie and the staff flying, sending them crashing to the ground, and felt as if her internal organs were about to be thrown out. She struggled to her feet. No! I can't give up. Even if Uncle Nicole isn't here, even if Angela isn't here, I have to live. The pain from the lizard's repeated attacks didn't instill fear in her. Instead, it fueled her fighting spirit. The fear in her eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by an unwavering determination. She raised her staff again, conjuring a bone spear, and aimed it directly at the lizard. The giant lizard continued with its previous strategy, moving swiftly and occasionally spitting fireballs at Annie. Annie's eyes flashed. She aimed at the lizard's body, disregarding accuracy, and shouted, "Go!" The bone spear responded instantly, emitting a sonic boom as it shot towards the lizard. But the lizard was prepared. It moved swiftly, easily dodging Annie's attack. With a loud thud, the bone spear slammed into the ground. Although its destructive power was considerable, it caused no damage to the lizard whatsoever. The giant lizard stopped, glanced at the ground pierced by the bone spear, then looked at Annie, flicking its tongue as if in provocation, before continuing its rapid movement. And was unfazed, as if missing was exactly what she expected. She calmly conjured another bone spear. This time, however, Annie didn't rush to fire, but instead aimed intently at the giant lizard. The giant lizard sensed being locked on, and felt threatened. It moved rapidly, hoping its opponent would attack as quickly as before, but the opponent remained inactive, which surprised it. However, this rapid movement came at a cost. Its stamina was rapidly depleting. The giant lizard couldn't hold on any longer. It abruptly stopped and deliberately opened its mouth, spitting 2 fireballs at Annie. Without a word, Annie fired another bone spear, but the giant lizard, anticipating this, swiftly dodged to the side, simultaneously using its limbs to launch an attack while Annie was casting a spell. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Annie's lips as she quickly moved backward, seemingly dodging the giant lizard's attack. But how could her retreating speed match the lizard's running speed? 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The giant lizard was getting closer and closer, and Annie had almost no way to avoid it. The lizard even felt victory was assured. Its eyes revealed a ferocious glint. In its eyes, this human child must be incredibly delicious. However, just then, a sharp bone spear suddenly and unexpectedly emerged from under Annie's armpit as she retreated. But the lizard was simply too close. It had no room to dodge. Although it desperately tried to tilt its head back to stop, it was too late. With a thud, the bone spear pierced its jaw and plunged diagonally into its throat. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the giant lizard roared in pain, managing to stop in its tracks and immediately retreating. The bone spear was pulled from its throat, drawing blood. Annie inwardly cried out in alarm. The giant lizard had actually stopped at the crucial moment. Although the bone spear had damaged it, it hadn't pierced its head directly and wasn't fatal. It turned out that when Annie was aiming at the giant lizard, she hadn't just stood still, she had been constantly dodging the fireballs the lizard spat out, and the direction she moved was precisely where the first bone spear she had fired had landed. That bone spear was deliberately fired by Annie, and she had even slightly manipulated it, switching the spearhead so that the tail was facing forward. Thus, the bone spear remained planted diagonally in the ground, its tip still pointing outwards. As she used her body to block the bone spear, she fired a second one, hoping to lure the giant lizard into a trap by making it think she was exhausted and rushing to attack. She then used this blind spot to draw the lizard into her trap, crashing headfirst into the spearhead. Unfortunately, the bone spear failed to inflict fatal damage on the lizard, and Annie hadn't actually recovered to her full strength, especially since her magic power was only less than a third of its original level. She had already used up all her magic power again, leaving her with no more. The giant lizard howled in pain, blood gushing from its chin. It was furious. It had thought this human child would be a treat, but instead, she was a steel nail that had pierced its mouth. It lunged at Annie, baring its fangs and claws, ignoring the wound on its throat, blood splattering everywhere, a truly terrifying sight. Watching the giant lizard draw ever closer, Annie sensed her depleted magical power, and felt a pang of despair. This time, escape was truly impossible. However, just then, perhaps due to repeatedly exhausting her magical power, some kind of constraint within her loosened. She clearly heard a snapping sound, followed by a continuous flow of magical power surging from her body, flowing into her limbs and bones. A powerful surge of energy erupted, sweeping away her pain and discomfort. She felt an unprecedented surge of power, making her want to cry out in pleasure. Breakthrough. I broke through. Annie was overjoyed. She hadn't expected to break through at such a crucial moment. This breakthrough was extremely important for her. Now, due to the breakthrough during battle, her injuries had recovered by 70 to 80%, and her magical power had instantly recovered by 20 to 30%, enough to cast a spell. But by this moment, the giant lizard was already inches away. It was too late for her to unleash her bone spear or her demonic roar. Before she could even finish her lengthy incantation, the lizard's teeth would have snapped her neck. At this point, she had only one choice: necromancy. This brings us to the topic of magical adaptability. Although both are basic spells, each school of magic has a signature spell that grows stronger as the mage's power increases. The necromancer's signature spell is necromancy, a spell that requires almost no incantation and can be cast effortlessly. For wind mages, this translates to a wind shield. While both Nickel and Angela can use wind shields, Nickel's is clearly more powerful. This is not only because Nickel is stronger, but also because the wind shield's rank increases with Nickel's strength. Neither Nickel nor Angela needs to chant incantations to cast their wind shields. It's instantaneous. Without time to think, Annie stretched out a hand, channeling all her magic into a magical diagram, forming a summoning circle in front of her. A powerful tearing force was forcefully breaking open the passage to the underworld. The giant lizard was startled by this and stopped abruptly, staring blankly at the summoning circle. But the next moment, with a pop, it failed. The passage didn't open. The giant lizard's eyes flashed with ferocity, and it roared, about to charge again. Undeterred by her first failure, and didn't dismiss the magical symbol. Instead, she unleashed her power a second time, channeling all her magic into it. Her golden hair flew wildly, and veins even bulged on her pale forehead. In her heart, she cried out, yearned, and prayed for Born's arrival. With a deafening roar, the void was finally torn open, and a skeleton soldier clad in snakeskin armor and wearing a dragon bone helmet abruptly emerged from the black hole. Chapter 59. Needless to say, this skeleton soldier was none other than the long-absent Born. Born was completely bewildered. He had helped Ellen lead the Northern Army to successfully defeat the combined attack of the Earth Bear and the Windfire Wolves, quickly consolidating his territory and forming a three-way standoff with Jessica and the Shadow Serpent Legion in the north. After completing this series of tasks, he hid in a cave behind the 17th Vanguard to cultivate, hoping to break through to the third tier in one fell swoop. While focused on his cultivation, he was suddenly awakened by a spatial distortion, but nothing happened after that distortion, which puzzled him greatly. Was it just his imagination? However, the next moment, space distorted again, this time with even greater force. He seemed to hear calls from within, and then a massive black hole appeared before him. Before he could react, a tremendous suction force pulled him into the black hole. When he emerged, he was facing a large, bright red lizard. The lizard was fiery red, its huge eyes staring straight at him, and there was a large hole in its chin from which blood gushed. They were so close their noses were almost touching. Hello there, lizard. Born awkwardly reached out and touched the lizard's mouth. Brother Born, watch out, Annie shouted. And before she could finish speaking, the lizard opened its massive jaws and swallowed Born whole. Ah! Annie gasped, covering her mouth in shock. She hadn't expected that Born, whom she had summoned just seconds before, would be eaten. Brother Born, Annie cried out, swinging her staff again, ready to unleash the bone spear to kill the giant lizard and rescue Born. However, the next moment, the giant lizard's already bulging eyes suddenly popped out, and with a few crisp plop 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 sounds, 7 or 8 sharp bone spikes pierced through its body, turning it into a giant hedgehog. The giant lizard howled in pain, struggled for only a few steps, then collapsed to the ground, dead. Annie's mouth gaped open. She was speechless with astonishment. Suddenly, the dead lizard's mouth moved, startling the stunned Annie again. She thought the lizard had come back to life. Immediately afterward, a skeleton soldier crawled out of the giant lizard's mouth. It was Born. He immediately complained, "Oh my God, that's disgusting. I crawled out of a lizard's belly. God knows what that thing ate, ugh." Seeing Born's disheveled appearance, Annie smiled and giggled. Only then did Born notice Annie, and immediately understood that he had been summoned to the prime material plane again, and this time, Annie had summoned him using her own power. Born excitedly jumped up and ran towards Annie. "Ah! Annie! I missed you so much." Annie was startled and quickly ran away. You don't come any closer. You're covered in the giant lizard's stomach acid. Can you wash yourself off first?" Born stopped and chuckled. "Oh, I go wash myself first." He then looked around. Annie smiled and pointed behind her. "There's a river over there. You can wash yourself there. I go with you." After washing himself clean in the river, Born returned to the bank and said to Annie with a smile, "Annie, it's been so long. I thought I'd never see you again." Annie rushed over and hugged Born tightly, tears streaming down her face. She had been terrified. This was her first time fighting alone. Although she had previously killed a 5th-tier magical beast, a snow leopard, she had been lucky then. The snow leopard had underestimated her strength and hadn't had time to dodge. But this time was different. The large red lizard was incredibly clever, making it impossible for her powerful bone spear to harm it in the slightest. She had almost despaired. Without Nicole and Angela's protection, she felt helpless, utterly helpless. However, just then, Born appeared, lighting a beacon in the darkness for her. With Born there, Annie immediately relaxed. A wave of sadness washed over her, and she hugged Born and began to sob. Born was somewhat bewildered by this. He gently patted Annie's back, comforting her. "Annie, don't be afraid, I protect you." After crying for a while, Annie finally released her pent-up emotions. She wiped away her tears and looked up at Brother Born. Born was taken aback, then smiled. "What's wrong?" Annie sniffed. "You still smell bad." "Ah?" Born was mortified and immediately went back into the river to wash himself. After a frantic washing and scrubbing, Born felt he was almost done. The smell of the lizard's belly should be gone. He returned to the bank. Annie checked Born over repeatedly with her nose, nodding. "Much better." Seeing Annie's adorable appearance, Born laughed heartily, picked her up, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and returned to the giant lizard's carcass. "Annie, how did you end up fighting with the giant lizard here? Shouldn't you be in Misty City?" Born asked. Annie covered her mouth and giggled. "Hee. I was originally in Misty City, but now I'm an adventurer too. This is the Misty Forest. We came here to hunt magical beasts." Born was taken aback. You have companions?" Speaking of companions, Annie's face fell. "I got separated from them. I was swept here by the river. I wonder how Uncle, Angela, and Xiaoxue are doing." Born realized there were quite a few companions. He recognized one of them, Angela, Annie's maid. Born had seen Angela on the way from Gore City to Misty City, riding in the same carriage, so he remembered her well. But he hadn't met the other two. Annie had mentioned them before. Her grandfather was a viscount. So, Annie's uncle should also be a nobleman. Why would he bring Annie to such an adventurous place? And who was this Xiaoxue? So what are you going to do now? Are you going to go find them?" Annie shook her head. She remembered what Nickel had said when he pushed her and Angela off the cliff. "Uncle told us to go directly to the Polar Tiger King, but I need to make a fire first. I'm all wet and—" Before she could finish, her stomach rumbled. Born paused, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, looks like you're really hungry. Here's what we do. You go find some firewood, I process this giant lizard, and we roast it later." Annie's expression changed. "Huh? Lizards are edible?" Born stroked his chin. He really didn't know. Looking at the lizard's bright red color, could it be poisonous? He pursed his lips. "Forget it. Let's not risk it. I go catch something edible for you." But Annie clung to Born, refusing to let go. "No, don't leave me." Born gave a wry smile. "Then how about this? I help you start a fire, okay?" Annie nodded, and the two gathered a small pile of branches. Born usually knew how to start a fire in the wild, but during the fight, the giant lizard had breathed out several fireballs, igniting some leaves, leaving a few embers. So they didn't bother trying to start a fire themselves, and simply used the embers. Soon, a fire was lit. Annie placed her hands near the fire, enjoying the warmth, and hummed contentedly. "Hee hee, you warm yourself here by the fire, I go deal with the lizard." With that, Born drew his soul-severing blade and walked towards the lizard. Annie watched curiously as he slashed open the lizard's head, rummaged inside for a while, and pulled out a red crystal. "Look, this should be a third-tier fire-type magic core." Only then did Annie realize that the giant lizard she had been fighting was actually a third-tier magical beast. She had actually survived a third-tier magical beast. It was unbelievable. Born, on the other hand, looked relaxed. His strength was already far superior to that of undead of the same level, and coupled with the undead's unique combat advantages, he could even hold his own against a fourth-tier magical beast. Before long, Born had dismembered the giant lizard into 8 pieces. He peeled off the lizard's skin and cut off a piece of thigh meat, examining it carefully. It feels similar to frog meat. Want to try some?" Annie quickly shook her head, her face full of refusal. Born gave a wry smile. Only the magic core of this kind of magical beast was valuable. The rest was practically worthless. So, he cleaned the magic core, tossed it to Annie, and sat down beside her. Annie looked at the magic core in her hand, then at Born and asked, "Brother Born, you improved so quickly. You must have been through a lot, right?" Born sighed. "After I returned to the netherworld that day, I joined a legion called Claudes and helped them resolve a crisis. Look, this armor was a reward the legion gave me." He then showed off his snakeskin armor and dragon bone helmet, although his helmet was made from the skull of a black fire dragon. Black fire dragons are unique to the netherworld, possessing dragon blood, but like the cave dragons, their bloodline has been diluted many times over. Though called a dragon, it's not a true dragon. "And you? I see you're already a tier 2 now. Why didn't you summon me before?" Born asked. Annie pouted. "It's all because of you. Your strength increased faster than mine, and your rank was higher, so I couldn't summon you. I only managed to summon you after just advancing to tier 2. Oh, Bourne understood. Previously, Annie had been able to summon him only with the help of the Drew family's archmages, but now, without their magical support, her own power was insufficient to open the portal to the underworld, which was why she hadn't been able to summon him. Suddenly, Bourne felt a tightening in his body. He experienced this feeling before. It was a sign he was about to return to the underworld. It seemed Annie's strength could only sustain him in the prime material plane for about half an hour, and also clearly sensed the change in Bourne's magical power. She took his hand and said, "Brother Bourne, are you going back?" Bourne smiled at her and patted her hair. "Yes, but whenever you miss me, just summon me again. I be there whenever you call," and nodded. Although she was still reluctant, since she could summon him the first time, there would be a second, a third. She could see Bourne more often, and even introduce him to Nicole and Shioshua. A moment later, Bourne felt a powerful suction force pull him in, and the scenery instantly changed. He was back in the cave where he had previously trained in the netherworld. He sighed, pushed aside the bone shield blocking the cave entrance. He hadn't been involved in the Legion's affairs for a long time, and besides, his position was already quite awkward. Previously, he had stayed by Ellen's side, but Ellen hadn't assigned him any position. Now, the new Northern General had probably already taken office, and he didn't know how he should meet him, or should he simply not meet him at all? Bourne nodded heavily, as if he had made a decision, and strode towards the 17th Vanguard. The reason was simple. The captain of the 17th Vanguard was none other than his mentor, Robert. After walking for a long time, Bourne finally saw the advance team's camp. It was bustling with people, indicating troop movements were underway. He wondered if some battle was brewing. As he approached, a skeleton soldier blocked his path. "Hey! What are you doing here?" Bourne was speechless. Only half a month had passed, and the advance team didn't recognize him. But he looked at the skeleton soldier closely. He didn't seem to be part of the advance team before. Could he be a new recruit from elsewhere? "Oh, brother, hello. I'm also from the 17th advance team. I'm here to see Captain Robert." "What?" the skeleton soldier shouted. "You're actually Robert's remnant?" "Remnant? What kind of talk was that?" Before Bourne could even understand the situation, the skeleton soldier yelled, "There's a remnant of Robert here. Help!" Bourne was utterly bewildered. What had happened in the past 2 weeks? How had Robert, a staunch loyalist to Claude's Legion, become so disliked in his own advance team? "You fought?" A moment later, he was surrounded by a group of undead. From among them emerged a zombie warrior, wielding a large sword, who coldly asked, "What's your relationship with that traitor Robert?" Bourne didn't want to clash here, so his tone remained polite. "Brother, I was sent on a mission by Lord Poker a while ago, and only returned today. There are many things I don't know. May I ask what happened to the 17th Vanguard?" The zombie's eyes darted around, looking at Bourne with suspicion. "Humph, that Robert guy conspired with Jessica's Legion to assassinate General Jose. His plot was exposed, and he escaped with his men." Bourne's brow furrowed deeply. He absolutely refused to believe Robert would do such a thing. There must be some unknown reason. But now wasn't the time to consider that. The other side had completely identified him as Robert's remnant. Escaping wouldn't be easy. Chapter 60. After Bond left, Annie felt a pang of disappointment. She tried to cast her summoning spell again, but couldn't even create a magic circle. It seemed summoning had its limitations. She wondered how long it would take before she could cast it again. Annie dried her clothes and body, feeling much warmer. After resting for a while, her magic power had recovered, but her stomach was still empty. All her provisions were with Nicole, so she had to find a way to hunt some edible wild animals. Without hesitation, Annie straightened her clothes, extinguished the fire, and continued northward. According to what Nicole had told them, the Polar Tiger King was a very proud creature, residing year-round on the summit of a snow-capped mountain. That mountain could be seen from this spot. Simply heading towards it would lead to the Polar Tiger King's trail. But she had only taken a few steps when Annie heard a call behind her. "Miss?" Annie turned around abruptly and saw Angela standing not far away. "Sister Angela." Confirming it was indeed Angela, she ran over and threw herself into her arms. "Sister Angela, where have you been? I thought I'd never see you again." "What?" Angela hugged Annie tightly, tears welling in her eyes. "I saw smoke rising over here and thought it might be you, so I came to check. I didn't expect it to be you." "You're all right, that's so good." Seeing Annie unharmed, Angela's heart finally settled. She carefully checked Annie and, finding no injuries, asked, "Miss, what are you doing here?" and wiped away her tears and said, "When I woke up, I was lying by the river." When I got here, I encountered that giant lizard. She pointed to the lizard's carcass. Only then did Angela notice the lizard's corpse beside her. The flesh had been stripped away and piled up. Angela asked in surprise, You killed this yourself? And nodded, then shook her head, confusing Angela. What did it mean to nod and shake her head at the same time, and said, I did kill it, but not by myself. It was Bourne whom I summoned. Bourne? Angela was stunned, then remembered the name. Wasn't that unsummoned undead, the skeleton soldier who had ridden in the carriage with her? Miss, you broke through? Angela's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise. Annie nodded. Yes, if I hadn't broken through, I might not have seen you again. She then pointed to the lizard's corpse. That giant lizard was a Tier 3 magical beast. It was incredibly powerful, I couldn't defeat it. In the end, it was Bourne who killed it for me. A Tier 3 magical beast? This news startled Angela again. So Bourne's strength must have reached Tier 3 as well? Annie scratched her head. I don't know, but if he's also reached Tier 3, I wouldn't be able to summon him anymore. Angela gasped. She had personally witnessed Bourne wearing the armor of a Gore city-state soldier, wielding a white long sword, relentlessly slaughtering bandits. Now, this Bourne, with Tier 2 strength, had actually killed a Tier 3 magical beast. The undead were truly formidable. Where's Bourne? Angela looked around. He went back. My strength is too weak. It's not enough to keep him in the prime material plane for long. Angela nodded. Indeed, Annie had only recently advanced in cultivation, and her strength wasn't stable enough. Besides, it was only with the help of the mage core that Bourne managed to stay in the prime material plane for 24 hours. With Annie's strength, getting Bourne out for even half an hour was already quite good. Just then, a gurgling sound came from behind. Angela was startled and immediately looked at Annie. Annie's face was flushed, and she said shyly, Sister Angela, do you have anything to eat? Angela laughed out loud. Ha ha, don't worry, miss, with me here, you won't go hungry anymore. As she spoke, she took out food from her pack and handed it to Annie. Upon seeing the food, Annie's eyes lit up. She grabbed it and stuffed it into her mouth, completely abandoning her aristocratic demeanor. Miss, slow down, Angela said, opening the water jug and handing it to her. Annie took a sip of water and asked, somewhat indistinctly, Sister Angela, where did you get all this food? Angela sighed and began to recount her recent ordeal. It turned out that, after regaining consciousness, Angela found herself in a wooden hut. Her injuries weren't serious, so she easily got up. When she went outside, she found an old man chopping wood. Seeing her come out, the old man smiled kindly and said, Little girl, you're awake. Would you like something to eat? Angela bowed deeply. Hello, sir. Where is this? Have you seen my young lady? The old man smiled and walked up to her. This is my home. I found you while fishing by the river and rescued you. I didn't see your young lady. Angela's heart sank. Then I must hurry and find my young lady. Thank you for saving me, sir, she cried. She turned to leave. But the old man smiled and stopped her. Don't rush. You wouldn't know where to begin looking now. Tell me what happened, and I might be able to help you. Angela thought about it and agreed. Besides, he had saved her. It wouldn't be right to leave like this. She should at least give him something. But everything she owned was with Nicole. Angela had nothing of value except her dagger. She glanced at the half-chopped firewood the old man had planted, then walked over, picked up the axe, and started swinging it. Old man, I have nothing to repay you with, so I chopped this pile of firewood for you. The old man was taken aback. He hadn't expected this young girl to repay him in such a way. It had to be said, a gentle girl chopping firewood was quite a sight. Ha ha, no need, put it down. The old man laughed, waving his hand hastily. But Angela didn't stop. She chopped away the entire pile of firewood, then wiped the sweat from her brow and said, All done, old man. Let me carry the firewood back for you. Watching Angela bustling about, the old man shook his head with a wry smile. With a casual wave of his hand, the remaining firewood outside vanished the instant Angela carried the pile of firewood into the house. When Angela came out again, she looked blankly at the open space, scratching her head. Where's the firewood? The old man chuckled. Didn't you just carry it inside? I carried it inside. I only carried it once. No, you carried it several times. Perhaps you haven't fully recovered and are still a little dazed. Come, sit down and rest for a while, the old man invited. Angela felt a gentle force pushing her into the house, and she unconsciously sat down in a chair. Here, have some tea. I grew it myself. The old man placed a cup of tea in front of Angela. "Thank you." Angela picked up her teacup, took a sip, and was greeted by a fragrant aroma. She explained repeatedly, "This is truly excellent tea. Haha, if you like it, drink as much as you like, there's plenty." Angela looked around and asked, "Old man, how come you live in the misty forest? I heard it's teeming with magical beasts, and very dangerous." The old man smiled and said, "My ancestors have lived here for generations, relying on the mountains and rivers for sustenance, nothing special." "Oh, then would you like to live in Misty City? I can take you back. You saved me, and Miss, and the others will surely agree." The old man waved his hand. "No need, I'm used to a free and easy life. Going to the city would make me feel uncomfortable." "Oh, all right then." Angela didn't press the matter, and then she briefly recounted her and Annie's experiences to the old man. "Old man, can you help me find Miss?" Angela asked hopefully. The old man stroked his long beard, gazing out the window into the distance, and sighed softly, "With your strength, you really shouldn't be here. Escaping from the clutches of the underground dragon beast is already a stroke of luck. I advise you not to look for your young lady anymore, go home quickly." Angela jumped to her feet, crying, "No! I must find Miss. If something happens to Miss, I won't live either." She was about to cry. The old man quickly helped her sit down. "Oh dear, don't be so agitated. I was just saying. From what you said, your Miss is a lucky person. She'd definitely be alright. Sigh. Here's what we do." With that, the old man took out a pendant and handed it to Angela. Angela looked puzzled and didn't reach out to take it. "This pendant is an heirloom from my family. It can save your life in a critical moment. You must remember it. Never use it unless absolutely necessary," the old man said solemnly. "Such a precious thing, I can't accept it." Angela quickly waved her hand. "Take it." The old man placed the pendant in Angela's hand. Angela felt a gentle force acting on her hand, making her unable to resist, yet this force was not aggressive at all. Instead, it made her feel no urge to resist. "We known each other for a while. I couldn't just stand by and watch you go into danger. This is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it." "Then, thank you so much. You saved me, and gave me such a valuable gift. I truly have no way to repay you." The old man smiled and waved his hand. "You don't need to repay me. Just remember, when you encounter someone like you in distress, you must lend a helping hand, and do your best to rescue them. That way, my saving you won't have been in vain." Angela was completely confused by the old man's words. What did he mean by someone like you in distress? Did he mean that people should help each other? Then wasn't it considered standing by and watching fail, and the others being killed by the cave dragon beasts? The old man seemed to sense Angela's confusion. "Don't think about it now. You understand later," he said, offering her some food and water. He pointed north. "That's the lower reaches of the river. There's a bend there. Many things in the water are washed ashore there. You can go look for your young lady there." Angela was overjoyed and quickly stood up, bowing deeply to the old man. However, when she looked up, she found the scenery had changed. The wooden house was gone, the old man was gone, nothing had left. She was standing in an empty forest, with no one there, only the sound of flowing water. Angela froze, completely stunned. What had just happened? Was it a dream? But she looked at the food, the water, and the pendant that shimmered with an eerie light in her hands, lost in thought. If it was a dream, where did these things in her hands come from? If it wasn't a dream, where did the cabin and the old man go? Angela felt her mind was overwhelmed. She looked around at her surroundings, and suddenly saw a wisp of smoke ahead. Overjoyed, she quickly walked towards it. Needless to say, when she arrived, she met Annie, who had just extinguished the fire. And, after hearing Angela's description, was also astonished. If it was truly as Angela said, then this old man was incredibly powerful. In just a moment, he could teleport and disappear with a cabin. His strength must have reached a terrifying level. "Look, the food you're eating is from him." Angela pointed to a piece of bread in Annie's hand. Annie chuckled, stuffed the last bit of bread into her mouth, clapped her hands, and said, "Never mind him, we need to hurry to the snow mountain. Uncle Nicole might already be there." Angela nodded. She understood why Annie had been pushed off the cliff with her, while Nicole had stayed behind to face the cave dragon alone. Nicole had cast 2 slowing spells on her and Annie, but he didn't have enough magic to cast a slowing spell on himself. If he jumped off the cliff too, he might die, but staying up there wouldn't be enough to defeat the cave dragon, so Angela was very worried. What if Nicole couldn't escape? Annie saw her worry and grabbed her hand, saying, "It's okay. Uncle Nicole is very experienced in dealing with magical beasts. He must be confident. Remember what he said? He told us to go to the Polar Tiger King and meet him. That means he's confident he can get rid of the cave dragon. They escaped? Besides, there's Little Snow. Angela paused, startled by the mention of Little Snow. How could she have forgotten about the little one? Yes, Little Snow is here too, but... Annie smiled. Little Snow has probably run off somewhere to play, but she'd definitely come back for us. When she returns, she'd meet Uncle Nickel, and with them working together, they definitely have a chance to escape. Hearing Annie's words, Angela felt relieved. They couldn't go back to find Nickel and Little Snow now, since they didn't know the way. The only way was to head towards the Snow Mountain. Chapter 61. Annie and Angela walked towards the snow-capped mountain, but what seemed close was actually quite far. They walked for a day and a night before finally reaching its foot. Looking at the towering snow-capped mountain, Annie exhaled, "This is so high." Does that Arctic Tiger King really live here? Angela was also very doubtful. Annie looked around but didn't see anyone else, so she said, "Let's go up and take a look." Angela hesitated. There are 9-tier magical beasts up there. It's too dangerous for just the two of us. Maybe we should wait. Young Master Nickel might be here soon. Okay then. With that, the two turned to head back to find a suitable place to camp and rest. However, just then, they heard voices. They exchanged a glance. It wasn't Nickel. "Miss, quick," Angela whispered, pulling Annie into the bushes. Immediately afterward, they saw a small group of about 10 people appear at the foot of the mountain ahead. Each person was dressed in white robes and cloaks, with a 6-pointed star vying for attention, with the sun embroidered on their chest. Angela explained, "It's the papacy," and was also startled. Having grown up in a castle, she had never seen anyone from the papacy before. But Angela was different. She had traveled extensively with Eva and seen many people and things, so she naturally recognized the papacy's attire and symbols. "Why are they here?" Anne asked. "I don't know either. Could there be something here that could attract the papacy's experts?" The conversation within the papacy's group immediately provided the answer. A person, who appeared to be of higher status, said, "This mission is extremely important. The bishop attaches great importance to it. If you successfully collect the Arctic flower, each of you will receive a reward." The others looked excited and eagerly anticipating the reward. "They're here for the Arctic flower too." Angela frowned deeply. She knew the papacy's strength very well. Compared to this group, the two of them were like ants, with no chance of snatching the Arctic flower. "Then what do we do?" Annie asked. "Let's wait. We think of something when young Master Nickel arrives." The papacy's group stopped to talk for a while, then headed directly up the mountain. After the papacy members had gone far away, Annie was about to come out when Angela grabbed her arm. And looked at Angela with some confusion, about to ask why, but Angela gestured for her to shush and pointed forward. Just then, a new group of people appeared where the papacy's troops had stood. These men were all clad in armor, long swords at their waists, and their helmets adorned with a yellow sunflower-shaped gem. Even Annie could immediately recognize their attire, royal knights. One of the knights said, "Captain, it seems the papacy has also set its sights on this Arctic demon flower." The captain, standing at the forefront, looked in the direction the papacy's men had disappeared. "This time, we must have it. These people shouldn't be core members of the papacy. Offending them is fine. So what should we do? Steal it after they succeed?" The captain scoffed, "Are you stupid? We can't really break ties with the papacy. We can seize the Arctic demon flower while they're entangled with the Arctic Tiger King, avoiding a direct confrontation with the papacy." "Captain is brilliant." The knight flattered enthusiastically. Then, the royal knights followed the papacy's group towards the snow-capped mountains. Annie was speechless. The papacy was already troublesome enough. Now the royal knights had arrived. How were they supposed to complete this mission? Angela was also extremely worried. Judging by this situation, they had no chance of taking the Arctic demon flower from the papacy and the royal knights. These royal knights, as the name suggests, were members of the Norma Empire's direct knightly order. The Norma Empire's royal knights had extremely strict entry requirements, so these royal knights were undoubtedly very powerful, far beyond what Annie and Angela could handle. That makes things complicated. Angela shook her head with a wry smile. Looks like this mission has failed. Let's go! Let's find a place to rest, and wait for young Master Nicole to arrive. With that, she pulled Annie away, and found a flat spot nearby to start a fire. On the way here, they had gathered some wild fruits, and hunted rabbits, and other small animals, so they no longer had to worry about food. As wisps of smoke rose, Annie picked up a roasted rabbit leg and began to tear into it with large bites. Having lived with Nicole for so long, she had gradually become more carefree. She had basically forgotten everything her etiquette teacher had taught her at the Marquis's castle. Seeing Annie eating so heartily, Angela's mouth watered, and she reached for another rabbit leg. Just then, they heard voices again, and this time, the voices were very close. "Adair, look! There's someone making a fire." It was a clear, crisp female voice, and she didn't seem very old. "Oh! Yes, let's go see." It was a young man's voice. Annie and Angela immediately tensed up, but before they could act, a group of people emerged from the nearby woods. They wore mage robes, carried staffs, and had sunflower symbols embroidered on their chests, with a staff shape in the center of the sunflower. This clothing was all too familiar to Annie, as it was the uniform of the Norma Empire Magic Academy. Her 2 older brothers and 1 older sister all wore it, except for her 4th sister, Margot, who had awakened the light element from the beginning and went to study at the church. Everyone else was a student at the Imperial Magic Academy. "Humph. Just 2 stinky adventurers," a fat man said disdainfully. "Oh dear, don't say that. Look, these are 2 delicate young ladies," another alluring woman said, her tone laced with ill intent. Angela sized up the group, noticing 10 of them, all quite young, only slightly older than herself. They seemed to be students from the Magic Academy, without any teachers present. A handsome blonde man stepped forward and asked Angela, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Angela shielded Annie behind her and said calmly, "The Misty Forest is a neutral area. We don't want any conflict with you, and there's no need for us to say anything more. Please leave, and don't disturb us." Angela's words weren't inherently problematic, but they enraged the group of noblemen. These men, all from prominent families, were unaccustomed to being spoken to like that by commoners. The fat man immediately snarled, "Who do you think you are? Answer my questions." The others also glared at her. The blonde man, also growing increasingly angry, asked, "Do you even know who we are, daring to speak to us like that?" Angela's eyes darted around. She wasn't sure of their strength, but since they dared to venture deep into the Misty Forest, they must have something to rely on. Therefore, she didn't want to escalate the conflict. "I apologize for my rudeness earlier, but we are indeed just ordinary adventurers, here to hunt magical beasts." Seeing Angela soften her stance, their expressions improved slightly. They glanced at the roasted meat and food on the ground and nodded. They were indeed adventurers. At this moment, they finally saw Angela and her companions' faces clearly, and were momentarily stunned. Although young, Annie inherited her mother's strong genes. Her snow-white skin and blonde hair made her delicate face flawless, and her slightly pouting lips added to her playful cuteness. Angela was also a great beauty. Growing up around Eva, she naturally possessed an aristocratic air, which, combined with her somewhat stubborn and unyielding personality, gave her a free and easy beauty. "What a lovely little girl!" a clear female voice exclaimed. It was a woman wearing lilies in her hair. She stepped forward, looked at Annie in a friendly manner, and said, "Hello, I'm from the Rambeau family, my name is Katniss, and I'm a student at the Norma Empire Magic Academy." Angela was slightly startled. She had heard of the Rambeau family. The current patriarch was also a marquis, possessing a large territory in the south and wielding considerable power, no less than that of Marquis Drew. And smiled and replied, "Hello, I am an adventurer from the city-state of Go. My name is Annie." "Hey, you're so young and already out adventuring? You're probably not a mage yet." The alluring woman also stepped forward, speaking mockingly, and was quite unconvinced, but she merely glared at the other woman without saying anything. "Oh, still glaring at me? What, you want to spar with me? Ha ha ha." The glamorous woman laughed loudly. At this moment, the blonde man also approached. "Grievous, stop bullying children." The glamorous woman snorted and said nothing more. "Hello, my name is Adair, this guy is Grievous, and I won't introduce the others. We're all students from the Magic Academy, and we're out here on a mission. So, to avoid any accidental harm, we hope you stay away from here." Annie and Grievous exchanged a glance. Were these people also after the Arctic Fairy Flower? Seeing that Annie and Grievous didn't speak, Adair thought he hadn't explained clearly enough, so he continued, "You might not know, but there are very powerful magical beasts around here, some as strong as 9th tier. You'd be easily killed here. We're just trying to be helpful." Angela was about to refuse when Annie interjected, 9th tier magical beasts. "That's so powerful. Can you even defeat them?" Grievous scoffed, "Humph. You're just ignorant. We're all at least 6th tier, and Adair and Katniss are even 7th tier. Even if that magical beast is 9th tier, All 10 of us together wouldn't be a match for it. Wow, you guys are really powerful. Can we come with you? I want to see what a 9th-tier magical beast looks like, Annie said. This startled Angela, and everyone present was also taken aback. Adair was the first to recover. Well, although we can defeat a 9th-tier magical beast, the battle will be extremely dangerous. You might get caught in the crossfire. It's better if you don't come. The fat man impatiently said, What are you thinking? We came here because you're in our way, and you actually want to come along. Get lost. Cadence frowned but didn't speak, instead looking at Annie with a questioning gaze. And far from being angry, stepped out from behind Angela, shaking her head and saying, Oh dear, you are all from noble families, with illustrious backgrounds. And this time, your combined efforts to annihilate a 9th-tier magical beast were so awe-inspiring, so worthy of our respect. I will personally spread the word, letting everyone in the Norma Empire know of your great achievements. Your names will resound even brighter, and the entire empire will take you as role models. Her words stunned everyone, and several people even nodded in agreement. Are you really coming? Katniss asked doubtfully. Yes, we're coming. And nodded emphatically. Humph. Come if you want, but don't blame us if we get eaten. The fat man shouted. Angela was also puzzled. Why was Miss and so eager to join them? She couldn't figure it out, but she unconditionally obeyed any decision and made, so she didn't ask further. Adair sighed and said with a wry smile, We originally wanted to get rid of you, but we couldn't shake you off. Since you insist, we won't force you. Follow us if you want, but we won't protect you. Okay. Adair, let's set off now, the fat man suggested. Adair nodded, glanced at Annie and the others, and waved his hand. Let's go! We're moving. With that, he led the way up the snow-capped mountain. And the other woman exchanged a glance and followed about 4 or 5 meters behind. Miss, what are you planning? Angela asked in a low voice. And smiled slyly. I originally thought we might not have a chance to get the Arctic Demon Flower, but now, I have a plan. Angela's interest was piqued by Annie. She knew Annie had been clever since childhood and quick-witted, so in this situation, she trusted Annie completely, and would do whatever Annie said. And continued, If I'm not mistaken, the strength of these 3 forces is roughly equal. The Vatican doesn't know about the Royal Knights and the Magic Academy. The Royal Knights only know about the Vatican, but not the Magic Academy, and the people at the Magic Academy know nothing about the Vatican or the Royal Knights. But their target is the Polar Demon Flower. That's the opportunity. A golden opportunity. However, after Anne's explanation, Angela was even more confused. Chapter 62. This snow-capped mountain towered into the clouds and covered a vast area. Even with their considerable strength, the group was panting heavily as they made their way to the summit. They walked until nightfall without encountering any magical beasts or demonic flowers. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. When will we get there? The fat man complained. The Polar Tiger King has very high requirements for its living environment. There can't be any other creatures around, so it usually lives on the summit of snow-capped mountains, Katniss explained. There aren't any creatures around. What does it eat? The Polar Tiger King is extremely powerful. It usually brings back several months' worth of food each time it descends the mountain, and the temperature at the summit is very low, so the food doesn't spoil easily. Ugh, it doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't eat the demonic flowers. The fat man muttered. No way. The Polar Demon Flower is the Polar Tiger King's symbiotic plant. They complement each other. The Polar Tiger King gives the leftover magical beast cores to the Polar Demon Flower, and the Polar Demon Flower gathers the surrounding elemental power to help the Polar Tiger King increase its strength. Therefore, the Polar Tiger King would never eat the Polar Demon Flower. Katniss was very knowledgeable about the Polar Tiger King and the Polar Demon Flower. Through her explanation, Annie and the other girl also gained some understanding of the Polar Tiger King, unlike before when they knew nothing. Stop. Let's camp here and rest. Adair suddenly stopped and said, Tonight, it's the same as before, taking turns on guard duty, I start. The fat man looked at Annie and the other girl. What about these two? Don't worry about them. Do you really trust them to stand guard for you? Grievous said disdainfully. The fat man quickly shook his head. Let's forget it. They huddled together and started a fire, taking out the food they had brought and eating. And her companion didn't sit with them. They started a fire separately, took out the rabbit they had hunted earlier, and continued roasting it. The fresh rabbit sizzled and dripped with oil from the flames, its aroma wafting on the mountain breeze to the Magic Academy's group. Everyone sniffed, and their dry bread suddenly lost its appeal. The fat man swallowed hard, looked at his bread, then at the roasting meat, his eyes darting around, before putting down his bread and walking towards Anne and her companion. Everyone watched them with interest. Katniss gave Adair a wink, but Adair ignored it, not intending to interfere. "Hey! You two?" Annie looked up at the fat man and asked, "What's wrong?" The fat man chuckled and pointed at the roast meat, saying, "You two roasted this meat quite well. I take these 2 rabbit pieces." He reached out to grab them. "Wait a minute," Annie suddenly said. "What? You don't want to?" The fat man glared at her and said fiercely, "How could I? You're a nobleman. How can a nobleman eat such coarse food? You get your hands and mouth all greasy, it ruin your image." The fat man paused, then thought about it, and realized he had a point. How could a nobleman eat like a commoner? So he asked, "Then what do you suggest?" Hee. A glint flashed in Annie's eyes. This fat man had repeatedly been rude and provoked her, which infuriated Annie. This time, she was going to teach him a lesson. Since it's a noble way of eating, how would we commoners know? But what? The fat man asked impatiently. "But I heard that nobles always have utensils when they eat, like knives and forks, but there aren't any here." "Nonsense. Why would there be knives and forks here? Are you just trying to avoid giving me any?" "Oh, I meant well. Here, take them all." With that, Annie handed the fat man the only 2 pieces of roasted rabbit meat. The fat man's face lit up with a smile, and he happily accepted the rabbit meat. Actually, while Annie was negotiating with the fat man, she secretly winked at Angela. Taking advantage of the fat man's attention being on Annie, Angela secretly added some seasoning to the rabbit meat. The fat man, holding the fragrant rabbit meat, was secretly pleased, thinking that Annie and Angela were only being so proactive because they were afraid of him. "Humph. You two know what's good for you. Remember to give me the good stuff first next time, understand?" "Okay. Go eat yours, you fat pig." Angela squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "What did you say?" Because Angela's voice was very soft and the wind on the mountain was strong, the fat man didn't hear her clearly. Angela quickly put on a smiling face. "Haha, nothing, whatever you say." The fat man nodded in satisfaction, took the meat, and returned to his side. "Hee, how about that? With me on the job, these 2 little girls have no choice but to submit." He glanced at Katniss beside him and handed her a piece of meat. "Here, have a taste." Katniss shook her head and said, "No need. I don't eat stolen food." This infuriated the fat man, but Katniss was stronger and held a higher family status than him, so he could only reluctantly take back the meat. At this moment, Grievous, sitting on the other side, snatched a piece of meat. "It's okay, I don't mind, this piece is mine." The fat man was about to refuse, but Grievous had already stuffed the meat into her mouth, the aroma filling the air, her mouth greasy. "Wow, these 2 little girls are pretty good cooks." Hearing Grievous say this, the fat man couldn't resist either, quickly taking a bite. It was indeed delicious. He didn't care about his image anymore, and began to devour it. In no time, the fat man and Grievous had finished off the meat they had snatched, patting their bellies contentedly and letting out a few satisfied burps. On the other side, Annie, munching on wild berries, asked in a low voice, "How much spice did you add to their food?" Angela covered her mouth and chuckled mischievously, enough to keep them up all night. Immediately afterward, the fat man, who had just finished eating and drinking, yelled, "Ouch! Ouch!" This startled everyone. Adair quickly asked, "What's wrong?" The fat man's face was flushed red, and large beads of sweat rolled down his face. I have a stomachache. I need to relieve myself." As he spoke, he stood up, clutching his stomach, looked around, and saw a large rock not far away that could provide shelter. He then hopped and skipped over it. The others watched the fat man's retreating figure with some confusion, but then another scream rang out. This time it was Grievous. Having learned from the fat man's experience, Grievous didn't say a word. She ran quickly away and darted into a clump of grass. Almost simultaneously, a series of plop 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 sounds rang out, accompanied by low, agonizing screams, causing everyone to exchange bewildered glances. "This?" Adair looked at Katniss with a questioning gaze. Katniss shrugged, indicating she didn't know either, but a moment later, she realized something and turned her gaze to Anne and the other girl. Could it be them? However, under their gaze, Anne and the other girl remained remarkably calm, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. At this moment, the fat man emerged, clutching his stomach, his face contorted in rage, roaring viciously at Anne and the other girl, "You 2 bastards, I'm going to kill you." But as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach protested again. His expression changed, and he immediately turned and went back behind the rock, the plop 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 sounds continuing. Although Annie and her companion remained outwardly composed, they were inwardly overjoyed. Actually, Angela had only added a common plant root powder to the meat. This powder is usually used as a seasoning to enhance flavor, but the amount used must be carefully controlled. Too much can cause diarrhea. It's no wonder the fat man and the others didn't know this, as only adventurers like Nickel knew this method, and Angela had learned it from him. You two have gone too far, Adair said. Annie shrugged. This has nothing to do with us. How can it not have anything to do with you? They became like this because they ate your roasted meat. The meat is for us to eat. Do you think I would put any poison in it to harm myself? Annie's words silenced Adair. Yes, they had grilled the meat themselves for their own consumption. They hadn't anticipated the fat man would steal it. Why would he give himself laxatives? Seeing Adair remain silent, Angela chuckled. Perhaps their noble stomachs can't handle our commoner food. Adair was dissatisfied but couldn't refute her. That night, as Angela predicted, the fat man and Grievous were exhausted. The next day, the group set off again. The fat man and Grievous looked completely drained, their steps unsteady. Cadence asked worriedly, Are you two all right? The fat man gritted his teeth and said, Do I look all right? Once I recover, I make those two little girls pay. Annie and Grievous were still following at a distance, but now they were about 20 or 30 meters behind the Magic Academy's group. It wasn't that Annie and the others were afraid of the fat man's retaliation, but rather that, based on her guess, they were getting closer to the summit, increasing the probability of encountering the Polar Tiger King. However, they soon discovered some clues ahead. Adair, look, aren't these the Polar Tiger King's footprints? Katniss suddenly crouched down and said. Adair also crouched down, carefully examining the footprints on the ground. Yes, these footprints could only have been left by the Polar Tiger King. Then he stood up and said, Everyone be careful, we're about to enter combat, so stay alert. With that, he led the way, continuing the search along the direction of the footprints. Annie and Angela noticed the situation as well. Angela was about to follow when Annie stopped her. Miss, what's wrong? Angela asked, puzzled. No need to follow. We go up another way. Annie pointed in another direction. The path there was steeper and much more difficult, but it led to the same destination. Why do we go that way? Annie explained with a smile. They outnumber us and are too conspicuous. They'd be easily spotted. Whether they're discovered by the papacy, the Royal Knights, or even the Arctic Tiger King, they help us draw their attention, making our operation much easier. Angela suddenly understood. Oh, so Miss wants them as bait. Hee, more or less, but this path is even more difficult. We need to hurry. Annie and Angela separated from the group and traveled for about an hour before hearing a deafening roar of tigers and screams of humans. Annie's heart skipped a beat. A fight has broken out. We have to hurry. The two immediately quickened their pace, and soon reached the location of the battle. A gigantic white tiger king appeared, one member of the Holy See biting in its jaws, another trampling under its right paw. Both were screaming and crying for help, but the Tiger King instantly killed them, and was stunned. Wasn't the Polar Tiger King supposed to be a 9th-tier magical beast? How could it be so powerful? These members of the Holy See were at least 7th-tier experts, yet they were so easily defeated by the Polar Tiger King? Several other members of the Holy See were frantically fleeing when they encountered a group from the Magic Academy ascending the mountain. The leading Vatican member was startled, then roared, "What are you doing here? Run!" Adair was puzzled as to why he had encountered Vatican members here, but he had no time to think, as the Arctic Tiger King was already in pursuit. "Fellow priests, we come to your aid!" Adair shouted, longsword in hand, ready to charge. Seeing that Adair and the others wouldn't listen to their advice, the papal figure shouted anxiously, "Don't go and fight it head-on. We must fight and retreat, or we all die here." Adair was somewhat confused. It was just a 9th-tier magical beast, wasn't it? These priests all seemed to be at the 7th tier in strength. Couldn't more than 10 people restrain a 9th-tier magical beast? However, once he engaged in combat, he realized something was wrong. The Polar Tiger King slapped down with one paw. 10 priests and 10 Magic Academy students tried their best to block, but they were all simultaneously sent flying. A tremendous force struck, numbing Adair's arm, and he was sent flying 5 or 6 meters before regaining his footing. He exclaimed in horror, 10th tier grand perfection? Katniss was equally terrified. This Polar Tiger King has actually broken through. We can't defeat it. We have to get out of here quickly. The fat man's face had turned pale with fright. In the eyes of a 10th tier grand perfection magical beast, A 6th-tier mage like him was utterly insignificant. A single slap would turn him into a meat patty. Annie and Angela watched this scene in astonishment. They had quietly hidden in the shadows, unnoticed by the Tiger King and the others. However, just then, they saw another group of people secretly running towards the Tiger King's lair. Annie's eyes narrowed. The Royal Knights. They're going to collect the Polar Demon Flower. Angela cried out anxiously, "Miss, what do we do?" Annie frowned, glanced at the Polar Tiger King, and said, "Sister Angela, it might be a bit risky for you." Chapter 63. At this moment, the students of the Magic Academy were all pale with fright. If it weren't for the people from the Holy See, they would probably already be the Arctic Tiger King's meal. The fat man looked around and said resentfully, "Those two little girls ran fast. They're nowhere to be seen." Adair sneered, "It's normal that they ran away. They can't help with their strength." "Not only can they not help, they're a hindrance." The Tiger King roared again, its body shrouded in icy aura, and instantly several ice spikes flew towards them. The students quickly dodged, but some were still grazed by the ice spikes and suffered minor injuries. This Arctic Tiger King had only recently broken through to the 10th level of the Origin Realm, and its strength was not yet stable. If it were a true 10th level magical beast, even a few more 7th level mages wouldn't be able to withstand a casual attack from it. "We need to attack together. That's the only way we can escape," a priest shouted. Adair gritted his teeth. Now that the Polar Tiger King had broken through to the 10th rank, they had no chance left. It seemed they had no choice but to give up on collecting the Polar Demon Flower. At that moment, the Polar Tiger King launched a full-scale attack. It pounced, continuously releasing ice balls from its mouth. A Magic Academy student, caught off guard, was hit in the leg by an ice ball and instantly frozen in place, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the Polar Tiger King drew closer. "No!" Katniss cried out, releasing a water prison to try and trap the Polar Tiger King. But the water prison was as fragile as paper against the Polar Tiger King, and it was torn apart after only a short time. In that brief moment, Adair released 2 fireballs, helping his companion escape. But the Arctic Tiger King opened its maw again, shooting out 2 ice spikes that pierced the man's heart with 2 sharp thuds. Then, it leaped to the other side and slapped another man. This man, already terrified and far from the main group, was left to fend for himself before the others could even intervene. However, how could a 6th-tier mage withstand the Tiger King's slap? He was instantly sent flying, spinning in the air before spitting out blood. His bones shattered, and he crashed to the ground like a lump of mud, clearly beyond saving. The instant loss of 2 men reignited fear within the group. The fat man shouted, "No way. We can't win. Run!" He turned to run, but Adair stopped him. "Do you think 2 legs can outrun 4? Then what do you suggest? We can't just sit here and wait to die." Adair said seriously, "Of course we have to run, but not all at once. If we run together, we all die. If someone stays behind to hold them off, the others will have a chance to escape." The fat man swallowed hard, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the Vatican members. The Vatican members' faces turned cold. They said in a low voice, "We told you to run, but you still insisted on going. Now you want to use us as a rear guard? That's going too far." Adair waved his hand and said, "That's not what we meant. You see, most of our people are only at the 6th rank. They're practically useless. Let them go first, and we 7th rank ones can stay behind to hold them off, then we can retreat. That way, the casualties will be much smaller." The Vatican officials still looked displeased, but since the other party had chosen to stay, they couldn't say anything. They simply shouted, "Get out of here. Don't waste time." The fat man and his companions, relieved, immediately turned and ran. However, they hadn't run far before their pace slowed. What's going on?" The fat man cried out in alarm, looking down at his feet. It turned out that while they were discussing, the Polar Tiger King hadn't been idle. It had unleashed a mid-level spell, Ice and Snow Domain. Within this domain, all enemies would be slowed, their movement speed reduced, and even their reaction speed restricted. "Not good," Adair cried out, getting into position to meet the Polar Tiger King's attack. However, the Polar Tiger King didn't attack them. Instead, it leaped up, soaring over their heads, and appeared in front of the fat man and his companions, blocking their escape route. The fat man and his companions were horrified. They never expected the Polar Tiger King to be so clever, knowing to target the weak and leave the 7th-tier mages aside, while dealing with the 6th-tier ones first. The Tiger King roared and unleashed several ice spikes, then pounced. The fat man and his group were terrified and couldn't mount any decent resistance. Instantly, one was riddled with ice spikes, another had his head bitten off by the Tiger King, and his body torn to shreds by its claws. My God! The fat man scrambled back to Adair and the others, trembling and hiding behind Adair, too ashamed to show his face. Adair's face was ashen. He was the one who suggested going out to search for the polar demon flower, and now 4 of them were dead. How was he going to explain this to the Academy? Even if the Academy doesn't pursue the matter, the various families behind these people won't let him off the hook, and will definitely cause trouble for his family. The people from the Holy See then produced a magic stone, seemingly engraved with instant healing magic, restoring the injured to their full strength. Such magic stones are very common in the Holy See, but their effectiveness depends on their rank. The higher the rank, the better the effect. The Polar Tiger King, having killed 2 people, became ferocious and walked step by step towards the others, its eyes filled with mockery, as if laughing at these overconfident humans. Adair's heart sank to the bottom. The Polar Tiger King's strength had exceeded his expectations. At this moment, he could only take out a magic stone he had treasured for a long time. Katniss, upon seeing the magic stone, paused slightly. That's right, this is the magic stone my family gave me, engraved with intermediate level magic. Can it defeat this Arctic Tiger King? Adair shook his head. If I hit it head on, I might be able to damage it, but if it's prepared, I'm powerless. These magic stones, crafted using magical beast cores and special magical materials, vary greatly in the amount of magic they can hold due to the influence of the raw materials. However, a magic stone like Adair's, capable of holding intermediate level magic, must require a magical beast core of at least Yuan level to craft. This is extremely precious, even to the nobles of the Norma Empire. The people from the Holy See glanced at Adair and nodded. Since you have a magic stone with intermediate level magic, let's cooperate again. We help you hold off this tiger, you release your magic when you're ready, making sure it hits its mark. Katniss chimed in, yes, we help too. With that, they didn't hesitate and immediately sprang into action. The Vatican's forces attacked from the left, while the Magic Academy's students attacked from the right, launching a combined assault on the Polar Tiger King. The Polar Tiger King was somewhat bewildered by this turn of events, momentarily frozen in place, unsure which side to attack. Meanwhile, the Vatican had already unleashed a volley of light arrows, but the Polar Tiger King roared, dispersing the arrows with a single sonic boom. The Magic Academy students, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a torrent of magic upon the Polar Tiger King. But the Polar Tiger King possessed immense power. With a powerful stomp of its front paw, a thick wall of ice rose before it, blocking all the attacks. Adair's pupils contracted. Now was the time. He immediately crushed the magic stone in his hand, unleashing a tremendous surge of magical power. Strands of purple lightning swirled around Adair, coalescing into a lightning spear, which he aimed precisely at the Arctic Tiger King's brow and launched. A series of crackling explosions followed, accompanied by rolling thunder, creating a powerful and awe-inspiring spectacle. The Arctic Tiger King sensed the danger, but having just cast an ice wall spell, its magical energy was insufficient. It roared, straightened its back, and used its 2 front paws to block the lightning spear's attack. A deafening boom followed, lightning flashed, rocks flew everywhere, and those nearby even felt a tingling sensation as electricity coursed through their bodies. It's done! The fat man shouted excitedly. Everyone stared wide-eyed, watching to see if Adair's attack could inflict any real damage on the Arctic Tiger King. If it could, they would all escape alive, if not. However, when the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned. The area where the Arctic Tiger King had been was charred black by the electricity, and the Tiger King shuddered, shaking off a layer of black ash, but it was completely unharmed. There were 2 clumps of ice that had been pierced from its claws, but they had already fallen to the ground. This is impossible, Adair shouted. The Polar Tiger King shook its head. Clearly, the attack hadn't been entirely without damage. The Tiger King was now somewhat disoriented. Damn it, this guy's regaining his senses. Run! Someone from the Vatican shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone turned and ran, Adair included. He leaped down the steep slope beside him. The Polar Tiger King quickly regained its senses. It roared and was about to chase after these damned humans. However, just then, a rock suddenly smashed into the Polar Tiger King's massive head, followed by a woman's voice shouting, "Big Tiger, you big oaf, come at me if you dare." Everyone froze, looking in surprise towards the source of the voice. That's not. The fat man pointed tremblingly, but couldn't finish his sentence, because he had no idea what the other person's name was. "It's Annie's companion," Katniss said. "Yes, It was Angela. She held a pebble and hurled it hard at the Polar Tiger King's head. While the attack wasn't very damaging, it was extremely humiliating. The Polar Tiger King shook its head, its fierce eyes fixed on Angela. Angela was startled and immediately dropped the pebble, running away. The Polar Tiger King hesitated. Angela was running in the opposite direction from where the people from the Holy See and the Magic Academy were located. Right there was its lair. It roared and, without further ado, chased after Angela. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What was going on? The Vatican members asked suspiciously. Who was that person? Adair shook his head. I don't know. We encountered one of two adventurers at the foot of the mountain. Their strength was very weak. What? The Vatican members were clearly incredulous. This is the depths of the misty forest. How could someone so weak be here? Adair shrugged. Indeed. I think they're at most second-tier strength, no higher. The fat man shouted from the side. What are we standing here for? Run! That little girl won't last long. Everyone reacted immediately. Adair said, could it be? Could it be they're trying to save us? Katniss added, probably, otherwise they would have just run away. Without further hesitation, everyone frantically ran down the mountain. Meanwhile, Annie had already followed the Royal Knights into the Arctic Tiger King's lair. The lair was a huge cave, filled with the carcasses and remains of various animals, the Arctic Tiger King's leftovers. The Royal Knights, under intense pressure and excited about soon collecting the Arctic flower, failed to notice they were being followed by a little girl. After discovering the Arctic flower, it indeed attacked them, but the attack was ordinary and posed no threat to the Royal Knights. At this moment, Annie cast her necromancy spell again, summoning Born. Brother Born, can you do me a favor? Born nodded and smiled wryly, saying, You actually done me a favor this time. What is it? Annie quickly explained the situation to Born. Born patted his chest and said, Leave it to me. You wait outside, we leave once we have it. Annie nodded, turned, and ran out of the lair. Born was very experienced in stealing things like this. He had previously stolen the Black Fire Dragon's soul fire and magic core from a sea of enemies, completely outmaneuvering Samir and Ong. Soon, the Royal Knights broke through the Arctic Demon Flower's attack and were preparing to harvest the flower when suddenly, a series of tiger roars came from behind them. Damn it, that guy's back. A Royal Knight shouted. Everyone turned around, long swords pointing forward, nervously staring at the lair entrance. Unbeknownst to everyone, in a corner, a skeleton soldier slowly concealed himself, stealthily approaching the Arctic flower. A moment later, a little girl burst in. It was Angela. She ran incredibly fast, the pendant around her neck emitting a faint blue-green light that converged along her veins at her feet, making her a blur as she ran. Immediately afterward, the Arctic Tiger King roared and charged in. Upon entering its lair, the Arctic Tiger King's eyes narrowed, its fur standing on end, and an unprecedented killing intent filled the air. Angela seized the opportunity to slip aside. The Tiger King, however, paid no heed to Angela. Its gaze was fixed only on the vanished Arctic flower and the despicable human knights. A Royal Knight's expression changed, and he shouted, Quick! Pick the Arctic flower. We have to go. As he spoke, he looked back, but the Arctic flower was nowhere to be seen. He stared at the empty ground, lost in thought. Chapter 64. Damn it, what's going on? The Royal Knight had practically sworn out every curse he could think of. Everyone was stunned. The Arctic Demon Flower, which had been there just moments before, had vanished in the blink of an eye. What was happening? But there was no time for them to think. Before them stood a raging, 10th-tier, grand perfection Arctic Tiger King. One wrong move, and the entire army would be wiped out. We can't delay any longer, Captain. Let's run! A Royal Knight shouted. The captain gritted his teeth. Just one step away from obtaining the Arctic Demon Flower. Giving up now was incredibly difficult, but he had no choice but to lead the retreat. Go! The captain roared. Everyone obeyed, rushing towards the cave entrance. The Arctic Tiger King wouldn't let them escape so easily. It roared and charged forward, determined to tear these damned humans to shreds. Taking advantage of a lull in the fighting, Angela quietly slipped out from a crevice in the rocks and ran swiftly towards the cave entrance. A faint green light shimmered beneath her feet, increasing her speed several times over. Soon, she reached the cave entrance and heard a call. Sister Angela. Over here. Over here. Angela turned and saw Annie hiding in the grass beside the cave entrance. Angela immediately ran over. Miss Annie, how are you? Did it go well? Annie smiled and said, I don't know if it went well or not. Just wait, Born should be out in a little while. Sure enough, a figure appeared out of thin air at the cave entrance shortly after. It was Bourne. Seeing Bourne appear out of nowhere, Annie and her companion's eyes widened in surprise. Annie quickly called out, "Brother Bourne! Brother Bourne! Come here quickly!" Bourne ran over, handing Annie the Arctic fairy flower he was carrying, and said, "Hurry, they be out soon." The they Bourne referred to were, of course, the Royal Knights. These knights were arguably even stronger than those of the Holy See, with their captain already at the 8th rank, which allowed them to quickly break through the Arctic Tiger King's blockade. Without a word, Annie and her companion immediately followed Bourne down the mountain. Because Annie was small and young, she couldn't run very fast, so Bourne picked her up and carried her on his shoulder, making their descent much faster. Oh! Oh! Bourne! Bro! It's so bumpy. I'm all bones, of course it's bumpy, just bear with it, Bourne said with a wry smile. The group ran for a while, finally escaping the Arctic Tiger King's territory. Bourne was alright. As an undead, he didn't feel fatigue, but Angela was already panting heavily. Let's rest, I'm exhausted. Angela plopped down on a large rock. Okay, we should be safe now, Bourne said, putting Annie down from his shoulder, and was dizzy from the jolting. She finally regained her balance, clutching her stomach, and said, "I never want you to carry me again, it's so bumpy and uncomfortable." "Haha, this is a special case." Angela then greeted Bourne. "Bourne, hello. I'm Angela, do you remember me?" Bourne nodded and smiled. "Of course I do. We even rode in the same carriage." "Humph. You lied to me back then, saying you were mute and couldn't speak, but now you're speaking perfectly well." This startled Annie. She could communicate with Bourne's spirit before, and seeing him speak didn't seem unusual. But after Angela's comment, she remembered that when Bourne was first summoned, he couldn't make a sound and could only communicate with her. How could he speak now? Bourne scratched his head. "I really couldn't speak back then because I hadn't learned how. Later, someone taught me." And asked in surprise, "You need someone to teach you how to speak?" Bourne was speechless. He really didn't know anything at first. His mind was even blanker than Annie's face. "Hey! By the way, how did you suddenly appear out of thin air?" Angela asked. Bourne puffed out his chest and said proudly, "This is a powerful spell. It can conceal my form. However, my current strength isn't enough. I can only maintain invisibility for about 5 minutes." "That's amazing." Angela covered her mouth. She had never heard of such a spell before. "What's the name of this spell? What's its grade?" This question stumped Bourne. After Dao Quang cast the spell, he went into a deep sleep without telling him these details. He smiled awkwardly, held up one index finger, and said mysteriously, "It's a secret." "TCH, fine, don't tell me then, why the secrecy?" Angela scoffed. After resting for a while, Angela's strength had recovered considerably. The three of them stood up again. They needed to leave quickly. The snow-capped mountain only had low bushes, grass, and bare rocks, making it very difficult to conceal themselves. Only at the foot of the mountain would they be truly safe. However, Bourne's time was almost up. He could only say goodbye to Annie and disappear into the void with a pop. That Bourne is really strange. What do you think he's been doing all day in the netherworld? Angela asked as they walked. I heard he joined a legion. He doesn't seem to be doing anything now. Annie was somewhat uncertain. After all, the last time she summoned Bourne, it was a rush, and he returned after only a few words. Judging by his appearance, he must be a lowly soldier in the Legion. I remember the Master saying that the Legion of the Undead is incredibly powerful. Any one of them could raise a city to the ground. The Master Angela referred to as Marquis Drew. In his youth, he traveled to various countries and encountered a powerful necromancer who could summon an undead legion to flatten an enemy city. And nodded. I hope he's safe and sound in the undead. However, Bourne's situation was the exact opposite of Annie's expectations. He was anything but safe. After returning to the 17th Vanguard, he discovered the anomaly. Robert had been branded a traitor and led his men in escape, and upon his return, he was considered a remnant of Robert's cause. No matter how hard he tried to explain, they wouldn't listen. Left with no other option, he broke through the encirclement. With his peak second-tier strength, capable of challenging fourth-tier opponents, breaking through the Vanguard was effortless. The Vanguard's new captain was defeated after only 2 moves. Fortunately, Bourne didn't intend to kill him, sparing his life, but decapitating him. Afterward, he fled south, his target being the citadel of Vice Admiral Poker. If Robert had shown him kindness, then Poker was the key figure who truly brought him into the inner circle of the Northern Army's high command. Poker showed no disrespect, directly introducing him to General Allen, allowing Bourne's talents to shine before Allen. Therefore, Bourne went to find Poker, believing Poker would help him. However, upon arriving at the original location of Poker's citadel, he discovered it wasn't the citadel at all. Although rows of thick bone shields still stood at the city gate, the mark of Poker's citadel, the words Harry's citadel were now inscribed on the gate itself. As soon as he reached the city gate, he was spotted by the city guards, who surrounded him again with their weapons. My God! How could I, a hero of the Northern Army, be treated like this? It's outrageous, Bourne thought angrily. At that moment, a man stepped out from the enemy ranks. He wore black armor, carried a knight's lance, and looked very imposing. He must be the lord of this fortified city. Who are you? The man asked, glancing sideways at Bourne. Bourne gave a slight bow. I am Bourne. I come to see Lord Poker. The man narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Poker has been dismissed from his post due to mismanagement and the betrayal of his subordinates. I am now the lord of the city. Then you must be? Bourne glanced up at the city gate, Lord Harry. Harry frowned even deeper, scoffing, humph. Who are you? What are you doing here? Bourne chuckled, my lord, please calm down. I was originally a soldier of the 17th Pock City. I got lost some time ago, and just returned, so I don't know the situation. Harry looked at him suspiciously, not believing his words. Humph. Then you're a suspect too. Men, arrest him and take him back for interrogation. Bourne had a slight feeling of unease. The situation with the Northern Army might not be good. He couldn't afford to be arrested, otherwise, he wouldn't even have a place to seek justice. However, at that moment, a force came from the void. Bourne was overjoyed. He knew this feeling all too well. It was in summoning him. Without hesitation, he opened his mind and body and entered the black hole. When he returned, the surrounding soldiers had already returned to the city. He secretly rejoiced, thankful that Annie had summoned him away earlier, otherwise, he feared he would have been at a disadvantage. He immediately turned and ran eastward, towards the former site of Akeem's fortress. Akeem was one of the 4 former vice-generals of the Northern Army. His jurisdiction did not include the 17th Vanguard, so Bourne guessed he wasn't implicated in the incident. However, he remained very uneasy. How could the Northern Army possibly fight against the Shadow Serpent and Jessica's Legion under such circumstances? In the prime material plane, Annie and her companion were much better off. The rest of the journey was not difficult for them, as they had already traversed it once before. Now it was simply a matter of returning the same way. They walked until nightfall before stopping, finding a relatively secluded spot. Not daring to light a fire, they ate some wild fruit and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, they continued their journey. Fortunately, the descent was faster, and they reached the foot of the mountain by noon. Miss, that's wonderful. We're finally down, Angela exclaimed happily, and was also overjoyed. This task, which had seemed like a pipe dream to them, had actually been accomplished. It was unbelievable. Just as they were celebrating, a group of people suddenly emerged from the nearby woods. This startled Annie and Anne. When they recognized who it was, their hearts sank. You're from the Holy See. Angela immediately shielded Annie behind her. Heh, just as I thought. I knew you little brat had lured the Arctic Tiger King away with ulterior motives. One of the Holy See members said. Tell me, did you obtain the Arctic Demon Flower? Angela didn't answer the question, but instead looked around. The man continued, no need to look anymore, they already gone back. They were so naive to think you were saving them. How laughable. The they he referred to were the students from the Norma Empire's Magic Academy. We just happened to escape the Polar Tiger King's pursuit and didn't get any Polar Demon Flowers, Angela said. Oh, since you didn't get any, let us check. Angela's expression changed. You're a member of the church. How can you do something like this so casually? Hee, don't worry, I won't touch you. I have female priests here. He waved his hand, and a female priest emerged from behind. Angela was anxious. If she let them check, they would definitely be discovered, since Annie didn't have any spatial artifacts, and the Polar Demon Flowers were currently in Annie's bag. The female priest drew closer and closer. Angela swallowed hard. There were 10 7th-level experts on the other side. She definitely couldn't win in a fight, and reasoning with them was pointless. What to do? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Heh, so this is all the Vatican is capable of? Bullying little kids. This voice startled the Vatican members. The leader shouted, who goes there? Sneaking around like that, come out right now. He. A young man, dressed in black, handsome and elegant, appeared, It was Nicole. Anne and Angela were overjoyed to see him and exclaimed in unison, "Uncle." Nicole smiled and nodded to the two, continuing to speak to the Vatican members. "Doesn't the Vatican always claim to save all living beings? How come you started doing petty theft?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the Vatican changed their expressions. The female priest, who was closest, shouted, "Who are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of us?" Arrogantly? Nicole feigned an exaggerated expression of surprise. "Look at yourself, isn't this petty theft? 10 people, all at the 7th level of strength, specifically blocked this path down the mountain just to rob these 2 little girls. Isn't that petty theft? You?" The female priest was so angry she blushed, but couldn't utter a single word. Another member of the Vatican said, "Who exactly are you? Why are you interfering in our Vatican's affairs?" Nicole shrugged. "TCH, I don't want to get involved in your affairs, but you're bullying my people right now, so I have no choice." Chapter 65. Anne and Angela exchanged a glance. They knew that Nicole's strength was at most around the 3rd rank, definitely no match for this group. So how did he plan to get rid of the Vatican's entanglement? "Humph." The priestess sneered. "Who do you think you are, daring to point fingers at our Vatican? Captain Clement, no need to waste words with him, just grab them and search them." The man named Clement was the captain of this squad, also a priest. Their purpose in heading to the misty forest was the Arctic demon flower. Recently, a major event occurred at the Vatican headquarters. A divine child was born. At only 8 years old, he already possessed the strength of the 6th rank of the Origin realm. In a while, it would be the divine child's 9th birthday, and bishops from all over would be going to headquarters for the celebrations. Since it was a celebration of the divine child's birthday, they certainly couldn't go empty-handed. There are 6 bishops in the Norma Empire, and Clement and his companions belong to one of them. They hoped to obtain the Arctic fairy flower from the misty forest and present it as a gift to the divine child to gain favor with the Holy See headquarters. However, not only did they fail to collect the Arctic fairy flower, but 2 of them were also killed by the Arctic Tiger King, leaving them deeply resentful. Therefore, when they saw Angela luring the Arctic Tiger King away, their first reaction wasn't that Angela was saving them, but rather that she had ulterior motives. So, after escaping to the foot of the mountain, they separated from the students of the Magic Academy. After some discussion, they decided to stay and see if the little girl could make it down the mountain alive. Sure enough, they got what they were waiting for. Clement wouldn't let any opportunity slip by. This was a golden chance for him to make a name for himself. If he could offer the Arctic demon flower to the divine child, it would definitely help his bishop stand out among the many bishops. He stepped forward, standing in front of Nicole. "No matter who you are, you can't stop us." Nicole wasn't afraid at all. "If you insist, then we have no choice but to fight." Clement was taken aback. Where did this man get his confidence? There were only 3 of them. The 2 girls were at most around the 2nd tier in strength, and while this man was somewhat unfathomable, he shouldn't be able to take on 10 at once. Could it be that the other party had reinforcements? Thinking of this, Clement hesitated again. "How about this? You name your price, and we buy it at that price. What do you say?" The female priest immediately objected. "Captain!" Clement waved his hand and said, "We're not unreasonable people either. As long as your offer is reasonable, everything is negotiable." Nicole's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that Annie and her companion had successfully obtained the Arctic flower, but right now, he was just bluffing. If he agreed to their suggestion, it would be tantamount to admitting that the flower was in his hands, and if they went back on their word, things would get really complicated. But if he didn't agree, he might force them to take action. What should he do? At this moment, Annie spoke up. "The flower isn't in our hands." "I already said that, but you didn't believe me." Clement looked at Annie and asked, "Then how did you escape?" Annie thought for a moment, and was about to speak when there was another commotion from the snow-capped mountains. Everyone looked over and saw 2 or 3 knights rushing over, looking exhausted. They were startled to see the large group. Clement frowned even deeper. What was going on? Why were the royal knights here? Why hadn't they been seen on the mountain before? A series of questions made Clement's mind race. Nicole's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Captain Clement, look, they came down last. Maybe the Arctic flower is on them." Clement had this suspicion as well. After all, compared to the 2 second-tier girls, these 3 royal knights were stronger, and had a greater chance of obtaining the flower. At this moment, the 3 royal knights were circling around them, preparing to leave in another direction, which further confirmed Clement's guess. In truth, the royal knights were already in despair. They had secretly followed the papacy's group up the mountain, intending to reap the benefits, But unexpectedly, the Arctic Tiger King returned at the last moment, trapping them in the cave and slaughtering them. That's right. It was a one-sided massacre. Of the dozen or so people who went in, only 3 escaped. Most importantly, they didn't even get their hands on the Arctic flower. Captain Stike was driven mad with frustration. He watched helplessly as the Arctic flower vanished before his eyes, completely clueless. They finally made it down the mountain, only to encounter a group from the Holy See. He didn't know how to explain himself later, so he simply avoided them, preferring to avoid contact and thus avoid explanations. Seeing them about to leave, Clement abandoned Annie and the others and immediately gave chase. "Knights, please wait!" Although Stike heard the words, he didn't turn around, instead quickening his pace. Seeing this, Clement shouted, "Stop them!" All the members of the papacy moved at the command, rushing forward to surround the 3 royal knights. "What are you doing?" Stike said, his face grim as he looked at Clement. "Humph. Why are you royal knights here?" Clement asked coldly. "I have no obligation to tell you." "Oh. Then let me tell you. You secretly followed us, and while we were fighting the Polar Tiger King, you sneaked into its lair and stole the Polar Demon flower, didn't you?" Clement grew increasingly angry as he spoke, almost roaring out loud. Stike's expression changed several times. The other party had guessed half right, but the final result was wrong. Even so, Stike dared not admit it, for admitting to following members of the papacy would escalate their personal actions into a matter of the relationship between the royal family and the papacy, leading to far greater political repercussions, a responsibility a mere knight could not afford. Seeing Stike remain silent, Clement became even more certain of his suspicions. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph. So this is how the Norma Empire's royal family operates. Don't talk nonsense." Stike, angered by Clement's aggressive stance, retorted, "We haven't obtained the Arctic flower at all. In fact, many of our people have died. If you continue to insult our royal family like this, don't blame us for being impolite. You haven't obtained the Arctic flower? Nobody believes that. Dare we inspect it? What? You want to inspect us? You're insulting our chivalry. Oh, you have no chivalry. You only do petty theft, and you dare call yourselves knights?" The 2 sides immediately started arguing, and the argument escalated until both sides drew their weapons, pushing the situation to a boiling point. Suddenly, someone unleashed a wind blade, slashing towards the papacist's side. Although the wind blade wasn't very powerful, and was easily neutralized by the papacy members, its appearance acted as a fuse, causing the already tense situation to erupt into direct conflict. "Kill them!" someone shouted, stirring up everyone's emotions. The 2 sides clashed, and various colored spells flew everywhere, accompanied by deafening explosions. Although Stike was an 8th-tier expert, the Royal Knights only had 3 members, while the papacy had 10, giving them a clear numerical advantage. But cornered beasts fight to the death. Driven to the brink, the Royal Knights unleashed extraordinary fighting power, achieving a victory ahead of schedule, and directly killing a member of the papacy. Now both sides were bloodthirsty. "Royal lackeys, I'd fight you to the death," Clement roared, his longsword flashing with dazzling light as he slashed at Stike. The papacy members practiced light magic, whose greatest advantage was its balance, excellent in both attack and defense, speed and recovery. Stike was stronger. He practiced fire magic, his entire body seemingly engulfed in flames, bursting forth with violent and intense fire elemental magic. "You hypocritical believers. I will not allow you to insult the spirit of chivalry. Die!" The 2 clashed, and Clement was forced back 5 or 6 steps, while Stike remained unmoved, clearly demonstrating the difference in their strength. However, Clement's side had a numerical advantage. 2 more cultists attacked Stike from behind. Sensing the danger, Stike turned and swung his sword horizontally, forcing his attackers back with 2 clangs, but his back was exposed again. Clement seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword towards Stike's back. However, Stike seemed to have anticipated this. He swung his broadsword horizontally, blocking the attack with a clang, and simultaneously turned and slashed diagonally towards Clement's right shoulder. Clement was terrified and tried to retreat, but it was too late. He roared, and a magic stone on his robe shattered, sending a beam of white light flying out that struck Stike's blade with a clang. The powerful force sent Stike flying 2 meters away, his broadsword flying from his hand. "Damn it!" Stike cried out, dodging 2 more attacks with a swift movement. A burst of flame erupted beneath his feet as he charged towards Clement. Clement, still shaken from his near-death experience, panicked at Stike's renewed charge. Unsure of his intentions, he became flustered. However, Just as Clement expected an attack, Stike suddenly swerved, bypassing Clement and grabbing his great sword. With a single stroke, he felled a cultist who was attacking another royal knight. Ah! Damn it! Clement roared in fury, but he was no match for Stike. He then turned his attention to the other two royal knights. The two royal knights were already at their last gasp, severely wounded after the battle. Your men are finished. I advise you to surrender. Stike, observing the battlefield, said hatefully, You really want to go to war with the royal family? Humph. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can represent the royal family? Let me tell you, even if I kill you here, the royal family can't say a word. Then why don't you try? You can't beat me, so you just try to outnumber me. Clement gritted his teeth. If he were strong enough, he wouldn't waste words with him. He would tear his rotten mouth apart with his own hands. However, before long, the two weaker royal knights couldn't withstand the onslaught and were killed one after another. Stike's eyes were bloodshot, yet he was helpless. His hateful gaze swept over everyone present. I, Stike, will remember you. I swear I will never forgive your church, not even to the death. Humph. You won't have that chance. Clement said, waving his hand and ordering the remaining cultists to surround Stike again. I advise you to hand over the Arctic flower now, and we might still have room for negotiation. We told you, we didn't get the Arctic flower. If you didn't get it, then did those two little girls take it? Clement said, pointing to where Annie and the other girl had been. But Annie and the other girl were nowhere to be seen. Clement looked at the others in confusion, and they shook their heads. It seemed that the two little girls had already left while they were fighting. What little girl? Stike asked, somewhat puzzled. You don't know? Clement was also taken aback. Stike's eyes suddenly widened as he recalled what had happened in the Polar Tiger King's lair. They had almost collected the Polar Demon flower, but the Polar Tiger King had suddenly returned, drawn back by a girl. Where is that little girl? Stike asked, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at Clement. Clement pointed to the spot where they had just been. She was there a moment ago, but she's gone now. She must have left. It's her, it must be her. Stike murmured. What do you mean her? Clement was confused by this. It's her. She's the one who took the Polar Demon flower. Stike roared furiously. What? Clement was shocked. He never expected Stike to say that, but he still couldn't believe it. You're not saying this on purpose to prevent us from searching you, are you? Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Stike suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. I never expected this. I really never expected this. Clement frowned, looking at the crazed Stike, and asked, Stop playing tricks. What happened? Humph. You bunch of idiots. You've been tricked without even realizing it. That girl was also in the Arctic Tiger King's lair. When she disappeared, the Arctic Demon flower was gone too. Tell me, did she take it? How is that possible? I think the other party's strength is at most second tier. How could she take the Arctic Demon flower right under the noses of you royal knights? Stike shook his head. I don't know what method she used, but I'm certain she took the Arctic Demon flower. The people from the Holy See looked at each other, unsure what to do. Just then, Stike's eyes turned cold, and he slashed at the nearest cultist, who was caught off guard and cleaved in two. What are you doing? Clement roared in shock. We're locked in a fight to the death. Even if the demonic flower isn't on me, you won't let me leave. So let me take two more down with me. Ha ha ha. With that, Stike channeled his last bit of magic, his body glowing red. Damn it! He's going to self-destruct. Run! However, before Clement could get far, a deafening explosion erupted, centered on Stike. The surrounding cultists were blasted to pieces, and those further away were severely injured. Chapter 66. Annie and the others are already on their way back to the misty forest. They're not going to be foolish enough to wait for those guys to finish their fight. Besides, the battle between the papacy and the royal knights is actually related to them. Uncle, you're so mean. What's wrong with that? They were just arguing amongst themselves. I just gave them a little push. That wind blade was one thing, but you even ran in and yelled. Nickel chuckled. That's right, he was the one who started the fire. He saw the two sides arguing fiercely, so he told Annie and the others to leave quickly, while he went over and unleashed a wind blade in the chaos, then shouted, Kill them! These two actions escalated the verbal battle into a melee, allowing him to slip away. I wonder if they decided who's stronger yet. Angela covered her mouth and laughed. Never mind them. Let's get going before they catch up. Nicole glanced back, tapped his fingers, and cast two speed-boosting spells on Annie and Angela. Instantly, their speed increased several levels. However, To Nicole's surprise, Angela was noticeably faster. She was enveloped in a pale green light, radiating a mysterious power. "Angela, what's that on you?" Nicole asked. Angela paused, then realized what he meant, and pulled a pendant from her neck. "An old man I met in the forest gave it to me. I don't know what it's for, but it gives me an amplification when I use magic." "Oh!" Nicole was quite surprised. "Can I take a look?" Angela nodded, took off the pendant, and handed it to Nicole. The pendant felt warm to the touch, its surface smooth and translucent, but it seemed to be just an ordinary ornament. Even when Nicole used his magic to probe it, it didn't react at all. Nicole shook his head and returned the pendant to Angela. "I can't tell what it is either, but it seems to only work on you. Keep it safe." Angela put the pendant back around her neck and nodded. I just don't know who that old man was, living in the misty forest." Nicole didn't have any clue either, so he changed the subject. "By the way, Annie, do you have the Arctic flower?" Annie nodded and took the Arctic flower out of her bosom. The demonic flower was entirely ice blue, its blossoms fully open, petals swaying gracefully, emitting a faint fragrance. Its roots were intricately intertwined, and its spirit seemed somewhat weakened due to the royal knight's earlier breach of its defenses. The three people and the bees surrounded the flower, feeling the surrounding elements slowly converging towards it, and exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing." Nicole nodded. "Indeed, this is the first time I've seen this polar demonic flower. I wonder what its specific uses are." Annie gently stroked a petal, causing it to tremble slightly, rippling with elemental energy. "Why do the Holy See, the Royal Knights, and the Magic Academy all want this demonic flower? Is it that valuable? I think they all come from the 6th or 7th rank." Nicole stroked his chin, pondering. So, the organization that issued this mission might also be a powerful force. Who could it be? It's definitely not the Holy See, the Royal Knights, or the Magic Academy. After all, they already sent their own people, they wouldn't issue another mission. Annie said. Angela laughed. "Who cares? But I wonder if the issuer will increase the bounty this time. After all, we barely survived this mission. 1,000 gold coins seems too little, at least. 2,000 gold coins." Nicole scoffed, thinking, "You little brat, you're really bold. I only got 2,600 gold coins after robbing a bank. You want that much for one mission? Dream on." Annie handed the Arctic Demon Flower to Nicole. "Uncle, you should keep this Arctic Demon Flower safe." Nicole nodded, since he had a spatial artifact, making it easier to store. In this battle, Xiaoxue was the only one who didn't participate. Initially, she was playing and strayed too far from Annie and the others, failing to notice the approaching cave dragon. When she returned, she only saw Nicole being chased by the cave dragon. Ultimately, Nicole managed to get the cave dragon to leave on its own. Afterwards, she followed Nicole all the way to the foot of the snow mountain, but the battle on the mountain was already over, which made Xiaoxue feel very guilty. Therefore, on the way back, she didn't run off again, but stayed close to Annie, refusing to leave her side for a moment. Seeing Xiaoxue so close to her, Annie was very happy. "Uncle, why did you and Xiaoxue arrive at the snow mountain later than us?" Nicole gave a wry smile. "We ran into a little trouble on the way here." "Oh, what happened?" Nicole glanced at Little Snow and said, "Sigh, I finally understand why you were chased by the thunder rats that day. It seems Little Snow was the culprit." "Ah?" Annie exclaimed in surprise. "Little Snow? How could something so small get into a pack of thunder rats?" Nicole shook his head. "I don't know either. Anyway, we encountered another pack of thunder rats on the way, but this time, they didn't attack me, they went straight for Little Snow." Annie quickly picked up Little Snow and examined it closely, making Little Snow yelp in pain. "Haha, no need to look anymore, it's not hurt." Nicole laughed. "Why? Aren't thunder rats all 2nd or 3rd tier magical beasts? And there are so many of them, how could Little Snow possibly be a match for them?" Annie asked, puzzled. Nicole shrugged, looking at Xiaoxue with a meaningful gaze. "This guy has a powerful force within him that can suppress the thunder rats." Later, the rat horde realized they couldn't harm Xiaoxue anymore, so they gradually retreated. Annie was quite surprised. Xiaoxue was clearly less than 2 months old, yet he had already reached the 3rd tier of strength. What powerful force did he possess now? What was going on? Was this still an ordinary snow leopard cub? In fact, Nicole shared the same thought as Annie. He had never seen such a magical beast before. He had already confirmed that Xiaoxue was not a snow leopard, but a magical beast he had never seen before. What exactly it was, he had no idea. We were delayed a bit by the thunder rat swarm, and since you were traveling by water, it should have been faster, which is why we arrived so late." Angela smiled, unconcerned. "But your timing was perfect. You helped us resolve the papacy's troubles." Mentioning the papacy, Nicole frowned again. "The papacy's troubles aren't over yet. These people have already seen us. I wonder if they cause us trouble when we get back." The rest of the journey was exceptionally smooth. They didn't encounter anyone else, especially the students from the Magic Academy, who were probably already back in Misty City. After traveling for about 5 more days, Annie and her companions returned to Misty City. They went straight to the Adventurers Guild to submit their quest item, the Polar Fairy Flower. It was quite a coincidence that today, at the quest counter, stood an old acquaintance, the vest-wearing uncle who had first helped Annie dissect the sawtooth boar. "Yo, Ed, it's you today." Nicole greeted them. Ed laughed heartily. "Nicole, you're much more energetic this time. Last time you were like a lump of mud, lying limply on the ground. Ha ha ha." Seeing Ed's merciless mockery, Nicole awkwardly rubbed his nose. "We're here to complete a mission today." Ed waved his hand. "Everyone comes here to complete a mission, so hand over the stuff." Hearing this, Nicole took out the Arctic Demon Flower and the red mission sheet and handed them over. Ed's expression froze upon seeing these 2 items, and he exclaimed in surprise, You really did it?" Annie puffed out her chest proudly and said, "Of course. We're going to become the strongest adventure team in Misty City." Ed took a deep breath, took the Arctic Fairy Flower, examined it carefully, and nodded. "It is indeed an Arctic Fairy Flower, good quality." Then, he looked at Nicole. "This mission has a larger reward. Please wait a moment while I send someone to collect it. Also, you will have one more chance to enter the source of magic. Farid will be responsible for taking you there." With that, he stamped completed on the red mission sheet. Nicole nodded. "Okay, let's go find Farid first, then come back for the gold coins. By the way, how many points will we get this time?" Ed calculated for a moment and said, 2,000 points, including the bonus portion. Nicole counted on her fingers, looking at Annie and Ed, and said, "Looks like you two can directly advance to Bronze Tier 3 Adventurers. My god, Tier 2 Strength and you're already Bronze Tier 3 Adventurers. You're going to break the Adventurers Guild's record, ha ha ha." Ed shook his head. "No, this level isn't enough to break our record. It's only enough to break the Misty City branch's record, but it's still very impressive." While the two were talking, Ed had already ordered someone to notify Farid, who walked over from the inside. "Fellow adventurers of Annie's team, we meet again." Farid still had a professional smile on his face. Nicole waved the red mission slip in his hand. "This time it's a bonus opportunity after completing the mission." Farid chuckled. "I know, they already told me. Come with me." The group re-entered Farid's office. Farid prepared tea for them, and then began registering the tasks, asking, "Who's entering the magic source this time?" Nicole looked at Annie. "Annie, give this opportunity to Angela." Annie nodded. "Yes, Sister Angela only has one spell, and it's a defensive spell. This opportunity is more important to her." Angela looked at the two gratefully. To be honest, she was just a maid. Even if she didn't get this opportunity, she wouldn't complain. But Annie and Nicole treated her like family, giving her such a precious opportunity without hesitation. This strengthened her resolve to always follow them. "Thank you, miss, thank you, young master." Nicole waved her hand. "Don't call me young master anymore, just call me Nicole." Farid finished registering and looked at Angela, saying, "Now that it's confirmed, let's begin. This time we need." Before Farid could finish, Nicole interrupted. "Just register normally this time, thank you." Farid paused, then gave Annie a meaningful look and nodded, saying, "All right, Miss Angela, please come with me." Angela nodded and followed Farid out the door. As before, Farid led Angela to the basement. When Angela saw the source of magic, she also exclaimed in surprise. It was her first time seeing the source of magic, and she was immediately captivated by its radiant appearance. Farid explained the precautions in detail, then let Angela enter the magical source on her own. As soon as Angela stepped into the magical source, she saw an ocean of wind elements, a gentle breeze rippling, soft yet powerful. Angela opened her mind, releasing a wisp of magic, connecting with the magic within the source. Simultaneously, the pendant around her neck emitted a faint blue light, reflecting off the magical source. Instantly, Angela felt the scenery before her change rapidly. A blue dot of light appeared before her, and she unconsciously reached out and grasped it. The light dissipated, revealing a magic scroll. Angela was incredibly excited. She immediately took the scroll and left the magical source. Farid, who had been waiting outside, immediately greeted Angela with a smile and asked, Did you get it? Angela nodded and handed over the scroll. Farid took the scroll with both hands, glanced at it briefly, but the smile on his face immediately froze, gradually turning into surprise, and then into shock. Yes. Shock. His hands trembled slightly, as he stared blankly at the scroll in his hands, stammering, This is intermediate magic. Angela was also taken aback. Was she really that lucky? To obtain intermediate magic on her first visit to the magic source? Farid handed the scroll back to Angela, while he himself quickly manipulated the magic crystal, recording the spell. A line of text slowly appeared in the crystal. Intermediate wind magic, wings of wind. Angela was curious about what kind of magic wings of wind was. Hello, can I open it here? Farid swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse, and said, yes. With Farid's permission, Angela immediately opened the scroll. Instantly, a surge of magic flowed into her body through the scroll, gathering in her mind. At the same time, the scroll vanished with a bang. Chapter 67. Anne and Nicole were leisurely drinking tea in Farid's office, while Xiaoxua peeked out from under Annie's arms, munching on a biscuit. Uncle, what kind of magic do you think Angela will get? Annie asked. Nicole took a sip of tea and thought for a moment. Her magic is gentle, with a strong after effect, but not very powerful. I think it'd be hard for her to get an offensive spell. It'd probably be a support or defensive one. Then Angela will be disappointed. She really wants an offensive spell. She always feels like she's holding everyone back. Nicole sighed. You can't think like that. Look at her wind shield. It played a very important role at crucial moments. Magic is just a means. The important thing is how you use it. Just then, the office door opened, and Angela followed Farid in. Aw, back. Nicole started to say, then swallowed the rest of his words, because he noticed that both of their expressions were not quite right. Farid walked ahead, somewhat dazed, but clearly very excited. Angela followed behind, looking rather dejected, seemingly dissatisfied with the result, and quickly pulled Xiaoxua's head back into her arms, then looked at Angela and cautiously asked, Angela, how did it go? Angela lowered her head, giving Annie and Nicole a wrong look. I'm sorry, I disappointed you. Hearing this, Nicole looked at Farid questioningly. Farid paused, then smiled wryly. If this still doesn't satisfy you, then there's really nothing I can do. This is intermediate level magic. I only see intermediate level magic a few times a year. Annie exclaimed excitedly, Oh my god, Angela, you're amazing. You actually got an intermediate level spell. Nicole was equally surprised. Annie getting an intermediate level spell was one thing. Her talent was undeniable. But Angela's talent wasn't bad, just average. Getting a low-level spell at the basic level was already incredibly lucky. How could she possibly get an intermediate level one? Nicole was very confident in his own talent, yet he had only mastered one intermediate level spell. It seemed these two girls were far more capable than him. Nicole shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't expected to be left behind at only 20 years old. Angela sighed deeply, pouting, although it's an intermediate level spell, but it's a support spell. Nicole's eyes lit up. Oh! What kind of spell is it? Show me. Since it was a support spell, it wouldn't cause any harm, so casting it indoors wouldn't be a problem. But Angela looked up at the ceiling and said, This isn't suitable. How about we go to the outskirts tonight? Farid laughed, Haha, this isn't suitable either, but you don't need to wait until tonight to go to the outskirts. There's an open space in our guild's backyard, and it's not crowded. You can try it there. Hearing this, Nicole became even more curious. What kind of magic was this? It couldn't be cast indoors, it had to be outdoors. The group quickly walked to the Adventurers Guild's backyard, a place usually used to store larger items, but now it was empty. Angela stood in the middle of the courtyard, clutching the hem of her dress. She glanced nervously at Annie and Nicole, exhaled softly, and slowly opened her arms. Magic flowed gently within her, gradually gathering at her shoulder blades. With a whoosh, a pair of wings suddenly unfurled from Angela's back. The wings emitted a pale blue light, were semi-transparent, and their feathers were clearly defined. With a slight flap, Angela's feet left the ground, and she soared into the sky to everyone's astonishment. This is flight magic, Nicole exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief, and clapped her hands and jumped up. Wow, Sister Angela is flying. She's flying. Angela moved gracefully through the air like a fairy, sometimes hovering motionless, sometimes leaping several meters in an instant. After flying for a while, she floated gracefully before everyone, withdrew her magic, and the light wings vanished instantly. Her body landed steadily on the ground. Annie ran up excitedly, grabbing Angela's hand and jumping up and down, saying, "Sister Angela, you're amazing. You can actually fly, just like a fairy." Seeing Annie's happy expression, Angela's face brightened slightly, but she still said dejectedly, "Sigh, what's the use of being able to fly? I still can't help you." Nickel also recovered from his shock. Hearing Angela's words, he gave a wry smile. "You really struck gold. This kind of magic is legendary throughout the entire empire, and you got it so easily." Angela was a little puzzled. Although it was a mid-level spell, there were countless people in the empire who knew mid-level magic. How did it become a legendary spell? Seeing Angela's puzzled expression, Nickel continued to explain, "We usually refer to 4 super rare and powerful support spells as the 4 great support spells, and this flight spell is one of them." Farid also said with a wry smile, "Yes, this is a spell that everyone dreams of, and you're not happy about getting it." Angela was taken aback. She wasn't really happy, because in her view, offensive spells were what played a crucial role in battle, such as Annie's Bone Spear, Ghost Roar, and Nickel's Wind Blade. Being able to use magic to fight monsters head-on was Angela's wish. But now it seemed she had obtained an incredible spell, although it wasn't quite what she had hoped for. Nicole continued, "You might think that being able to fly isn't anything special, but you should know that most people can't fly. And when you're flying, your speed is significantly increased." Angela nodded. She had carefully experienced the feeling while flying. At first, she wasn't quite used to it. Her body was a little stiff and difficult to control. But after getting used to it, she could fly freely, faster and more swiftly than on land. But what use is this magic in battle?" Angela asked. "It's incredibly useful," Nicole explained. "Once you're in the air, those without ranged attack abilities are helpless against you. And even if your opponent has ranged attacks, your speed allows you to easily dodge them, making you virtually invincible." "Yes," Farid added, "if you control the air in battle, you can dominate the enemy and fight however you want. Just thinking about it is exhilarating." As he spoke, Farid abandoned his usual calm and dignified demeanor, becoming animated and gesticulating wildly. After hearing their explanation, Angela finally understood the value of the wind wings, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. However, she still asked curiously then, "What are the other 3 of the 4 auxiliary spells?" Nicole paused, then counted on his fingers, saying, "Besides flight magic, there's teleportation, precognition, and... oh, right! Invisibility." Invisibility? Annie and Angela were both startled upon hearing this word. Wasn't that the magic Born had used at the Arctic Tiger King's lair? Annie wasn't present when Born used invisibility, but when he escaped the cave and deactivated his invisibility, Annie and Angela witnessed it. Nicole noticed something was off about the two and asked, "You know invisibility magic?" Annie didn't speak, but glanced at Farid. Nicole understood and said, "All right, the bounty should be ready by now. Let's go get it." With that, the group said goodbye to Farid and headed to the Adventurers Guild's hall. Once they were gone, the smile on Farid's face faded. He quickly went back to his office, took out a crystal ball, and rapidly tapped it with his finger. Ripples of magic spread out, and the previously chaotic mist inside the crystal ball gradually dissipated, revealing a human face formed by the magic within. "My lord, I have important news to report," Farid said respectfully to the man. "What is it?" The man opened his eyes and asked calmly. "Today, someone entered the magic source and produced a mid-level wind magic scroll." "What's so strange about that? Mid-level scrolls aren't rare. But this scroll is actually a flight spell." "What?" The man's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. "Are you sure it's a flight spell?" Farid nodded solemnly. "Absolutely. She's already learned it, and she even demonstrated it in front of me. The spell is called Wind Wings." "Wind Wings." The man murmured the spell's name, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "What's her name?" "Angela. A girl of 15 or 16, her strength is at the 2nd level of the origin realm." The man nodded. "A genius. You should pay close attention to this person, and be sure to get along with her. Good relationship. We recruit her into the association when we get the chance." "But," Farid said hesitantly, "but there's someone with her. I think it looks like Nickel." "What?" The man was startled again. How could Nickel be here? Wasn't he dead? No, Nickel was severely injured and devastated. He drank all his life and became a cripple. But now I see him restored to 3rd tier strength, and he's no longer drunk. Maybe he wants to return. Impossible. Nickel is crippled. Even if he's restored to 3rd tier strength, it's useless. The toxins in his body can't be removed. He can't cause much trouble anymore. But you said he's with the user of flight magic. That's interesting. What's their relationship? They're an adventure team. The leader is named Annie, also a girl, even younger, only about 7 or 8 years old, and quite mysterious. How so? The man interrupted Farid. This left Farid somewhat bewildered. He dared not admit that he had taken the money and hadn't registered the magic they obtained from the magic source. He thought for a moment and said, "You see, how could such a young girl recruit Nicole as a team member? That alone is quite mysterious." The man nodded. "Go on." Farid breathed a sigh of relief. Their adventure team only has 3 people. Today they completed a special mission, which earned them this opportunity to enter the magic source, and this mission was issued by you. What? One bombshell after another left the man somewhat numb. You mean that? The mission to steal the Arctic Demon Flower? Exactly. They just finished their mission today and returned from the misty forest. The man fell into deep thought. This made him ponder, how could such a strange team manage to snatch the Arctic Demon Flower from a 9th-tier Arctic Tiger King? What kind of fantasy was this? After a long while, the man finally exhaled and slowly said, "All right, I understand everything you said. Is there anything else?" Farid shook his head. "No. In that case, keep a close eye on them and report back to me if anything happens." With that, the face formed by magic in the crystal ball dissipated, and the mist once again filled the entire crystal ball. Farid breathed a sigh of relief, sat back down, took a sip of tea, and murmured, "Nicole, oh Nicole, you're truly a remarkable person. Even as a cripple, you can still bring surprises." After leaving Farid's office, Annie and the others went straight to Ed. Ed had already prepared the bounty, a total of 1,500 gold coins, filling a small bag. Looking at the money, Angela's eyes lit up, her face beaming with joy. You see, the city lord's mansion only gave them 30 silver coins a month, equivalent to about 3 gold coins. Now, receiving 1,500 gold coins at once, how could she not be excited? "We can eat meat every day from now on." Annie cheered. "Ha ha ha, all you ever think about is meat." Nicole laughed loudly. In this joyful atmosphere, the 3 of them went to the market to buy some ingredients, preparing to celebrate properly that evening. After all, for the past few days in the misty forest, they had only been eating dry rations, wild fruits, and roasted meat, and they were getting tired of it. They needed a change. Afterwards, they went to the equipment shop and bought several new pieces of armor, since their clothes and armor were already tattered. With an experienced adventurer like Nicole by their side, they were naturally able to pick out some good quality items at reasonable prices. Several pieces of armor together cost only 100 gold coins, which was indeed a great deal. After their shopping spree, the 3 happily returned to the residential area. However, when they arrived at their doorstep, Nicole was taken aback. "Wait a minute." Nicole stopped Angela, who was about to open the door. Angela looked at Nicole with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Nicole's brows furrowed tightly. It was evening, yet the streets were nearly deserted, and apart from the winter birdsong, it felt eerily quiet. "Get your weapons. Hear my instructions," Nicole said sternly. Chapter 68. In a luxurious mansion in a residential area, a middle-aged man dressed in lavish attire reclines leisurely in a chair. 2 scantily clad women beside him, smiling sweetly, are feeding him sliced, fresh fruit. A weasel-faced man stands respectfully to one side. This is Blitz, the lone shark. He doesn't dare breathe, nervously watching the middle-aged man's expression. The middle-aged man sits up, waves his hand, and the 2 women serving him obediently leave. "Are you sure Plampe said that?" the middle-aged man asks. Blitz immediately replies, "Absolutely. Plampe said that to me after seeing Nicole, then turned and left, refusing to concern himself with our affairs anymore." "Nicole," the middle-aged man murmurs, frowning, "could it be that Nicole?" "Ah?" Blitz didn't quite hear him, and leans closer. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, shoving Blitz away slightly, and asked, "Tell me about this Nicole's background." Blitz awkwardly took a step back and immediately said, "This Nicole is a drunkard. He borrowed some money from me last year, paid back part of it, and a few days ago, I went to him to collect the debt. He said he'd pay me back the next day, but that very night my treasury was emptied. And the next day, he actually came to give me money again. Maybe it really was him." "A drunkard? What kind of drunkard? When did he come to Misty City?" Blitz was taken aback. He's someone who does nothing all day, unkempt, and drinks heavily. He borrowed money to buy alcohol. Everyone in the Adventurer's Zone knows him, but when he came to Misty City is unknown. I only met him a couple of years ago." I heard he used to run a magic course shop, but it's long since abandoned. A magic course shop? The middle-aged man stood up, walked to the window, and looked out towards the adventure zone. Maybe it really is that person. Blitz quickly followed. Who are you talking about? The middle-aged man turned to Blitz and said, about 5 years ago, a genius appeared out of nowhere. His arrival in Misty City caused a sensation. At only 15 years old, he reached the first level of the Origin Realm, a truly unparalleled talent. What? Blitz was startled. First level of the Origin Realm? What kind of monster is that? But I never heard of him before. It's normal that you haven't heard of him. The City Lord's mansion has sealed off this matter. This genius appeared like a comet and disappeared like a comet. For years ago, this genius had an accident, and many people said he was dead. Some say he's seriously injured and will forever be just an ordinary person. But why is the City Lord's mansion blocking this news? Isn't it a good thing that a genius has appeared in Misty City? The middle-aged man snorted. This genius is a thorn in the side of the City Lord's mansion. He not only opposes the City Lord's mansion at every turn, but he also integrated Misty City's vast black market and established an underground market network. The City Lord's mansion has always wanted to get rid of him. What? Blitz exclaimed in surprise. So the underground market was established by this person. The middle-aged man sighed. Who would have thought that this was done by a 15 or 16-year-old boy? But he offended too many people. After he fell on hard times, he left the underground market. I heard he has a very powerful older sister who ultimately protected him. Otherwise, the City Lord's mansion would definitely have killed him. Blitz seemed to realize something and looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. You're not talking about, you mean Nickel? The middle-aged man nodded. That boy was also named Nickel. Is that a coincidence? These words struck Blitz like a bolt from the blue. In that case, the people who robbed my vault at night were from the underground market? If I'm not mistaken, that's it. The middle-aged man sat down again and took a sip of tea. Then aren't we going to have to fight those desperados? Blitz quickly poured him more tea. No need. The middle-aged man shook his head. Nysel can no longer use his full magic power. Since he attacked my property, I won't let him get away with it. The City Lord's mansion is afraid of his sister, so they won't dare to act, but we can act secretly and quietly take him down. As he spoke, the middle-aged man made a throat-slitting gesture. Blitz swallowed hard. So what should we do? The middle-aged man lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled rings of smoke. Go find some men, and keep a close watch on the underground market. Don't get into any conflicts with them. Just try to mislead them into thinking we only suspect them. I spend some time finding out Nickel's recent whereabouts, and arrange for skilled men to ambush him. We kill him in one fell swoop. As he said this, a murderous glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and the half-smoked cigarette in his hand instantly turned to dust. Nickel and his two companions stood motionless at their front door. Angela slowly gripped the dagger in her hand, nervously asking, Young Master Nickel, what's wrong? Why are there so few people on the street? Why is it so quiet? We're being watched, Nickel said solemnly. There are people inside the house, and there are people lying in ambush around. It's all planned, just waiting for us to take the bait. Angela was startled and asked, What do we do? Nicole quickly scanned the surroundings. We slowly retreat, leave this place, go underground, to the adventure zone. Actually, Nickel already had a rough idea. That day at Blitz's money exchange, he saw Blitz talking to someone from afar, but he couldn't see who it was. When he got closer, he realized it was Plampes. Nicole wanted to leave, but it was too late. Plampes had also spotted him. If he left now, it would only prove that he had something to hide. Therefore, Nickel gritted his teeth, walked over, returned the 100 gold coins to Blitz, and left. However, he still harbored a sliver of hope, hoping that Plampes, for Eva's sake, wouldn't tell Blitz about his affair. While Plampes did not tell Blitz, Blitz did report Plampes' unusual behavior to his boss, thus deducing that Nicole might be the thief. Nicole never imagined the investigation would proceed so quickly, already reaching the residential area. And those capable of such a large-scale operation in a residential area were extremely rare. His only escape route was the underground market, only there could he find protection. Thinking this, Nicole shouted, Go! Hearing this, the three of them simultaneously dashed away. The ambushing men, seeing this, were startled and immediately pounced, charging towards the three. Nicole, longsword in hand, swiftly knocked aside two enemies blocking their path, and led Annie and the other woman quickly towards the adventure zone. Stop them! Someone shouted. Instantly, more than 10 people appeared from both sides of the street, blocking Annie and the others' path. Among them were 4th and 5th tier experts. Even Nicole couldn't quickly break through their defenses. Being delayed like this, the others caught up and surrounded the three. "Heh, why don't you run?" A sharp voice rang out. A lean man emerged from the group. His face was masked, only his eyes were visible. Nicole stared at the man, trying to discern his identity, but he failed. He didn't recognize the person. "Who are you? How dare you make a move in a residential area? Aren't you afraid the city lord's mansion will come after you?" "Ha ha ha." The man laughed loudly. "You dare mention the city lord's mansion? They're probably watching the show, hoping you die soon." Hearing this, Nicole was startled. This man clearly knew about the feud between him and the city lord's mansion to say such a thing. "Who exactly are you? What do you want from us?" The man sneered. "Humph. Still playing dumb. Speak. Did you have someone rob Blitz's bank?" Hearing this, Annie and Angela were both stunned. "What? Nicole robbed Blitz's bank? What was going on?" Nicole sneered. "Are you kidding me? I'm just a nobody at the 3rd tier. How could I possibly rob a bank? Don't play dumb with me. You're the one who built the massive black market syndicate 5 years ago. The underground market, the once-in-a-century genius Nicole. Our boss already knows, and you still won't admit it." "What?" This statement completely shocked Annie and the other woman. They looked at Nicole in astonishment, trying to find an answer in his eyes. Nicole remained expressionless, silent for a long time, then sighed and said, "So what if you know? I'm just a cripple now. I have no ability to rob you." "No. You have the ability," the man said coldly. "You still control the underground market. With just one order, the experts of the underground market will obey your commands. Robbing a bank is nothing. Even robbing the city lord's mansion wouldn't be a problem." Nicole shook his head. "What do I have to say for you to believe me? I really didn't rob your bank." "Oh, the genius Nicole. But you want to prove your innocence?" The man mocked, his tone laced with contempt and disdain. "You have no right to bargain with me. Now, kneel down and beg me, and hand over all the stolen gold coins, and I spare your lives otherwise. Dream on." Before he could finish, Angela shouted, "You're clearly no good person, and you're even wearing a mask. Are you that insecure? Don't you dare show your true face?" The man flew into a rage, saying viciously, "You little brat, you got a sharp tongue. Once you're in my hands, I make you wish you were dead." Nicole immediately shielded Annie and the other woman behind him. "The person you're looking for is me. Don't touch them, let them go." The man sneered. "Let them go? Are you joking? They're with you, so they're accomplices. Accomplices are punished the same." Nicole's eyes narrowed. "Don't push your luck. Don't think you can hold me back with just a few people." "Oh." The man raised an eyebrow, beckoning with a provocative gesture. "So confident? Come and try." Nicole glared ahead, then whispered to Annie, "I'm sorry, I dragged you into this." Annie shook her head. "It's all right, uncle. I'm really happy with you. We get through this together." But Nicole was filled with guilt. Because of his mistake, Annie and the others were now in danger with him. But this time, it might be difficult to overcome. Annie took out her dragon-slaying staff. She was prepared to support Nicole with her actions. Nicole was moved, and a surge of pride welled up within him. At the tender age of 15, he had already fought against the City Lord's mansion of Misty City without being at a disadvantage, always causing the City Lord's mansion endless trouble. Even when faced with perilous situations, he had always managed to escape unscathed. Perhaps this time, he could do it too. He pressed down on Annie's hand, which was about to cast a spell, and shook his head, saying, "There's no need for you to act. If you do, it will expose that you're a necromancer. Even if you're Drew's daughter, you won't escape death." But Annie tried to say something, but Nicole waved her hand to interrupt. "This time, we only need to escape to the underground market, which is where my friend is, and we be safe. Once things calm down, you can return to your life. But if you expose your identity as a necromancer, the City Lord's mansion will issue a warrant for your arrest, and you never be able to live in Misty City again." Angela grabbed Annie's hand. "Miss, just listen to Master Nicole, we escape." Annie sighed, putting down her dragon-slaying staff. "Well, alright then, if things get too bad, I still use magic. At worst, we leave Misty City." Nicole nodded, then his eyes narrowed, and he swung his long sword fiercely, unleashing a slash towards the lean man. The lean man was startled and hurriedly tried to block, but this attack was a low-level wind blade spell, powerful enough to catch even a 5th-tier cultivator off guard. Nicole shouted, "Go!" The three immediately rushed forward. Nickel and Angela cast wind shields to protect Annie, blocking the various magical attacks from those around them. The scene instantly descended into chaos. With the pendant's enhancement, Angela's wind shield defense was much stronger, basically able to withstand attacks from 3rd and 4th tier mages. Meanwhile, her short sword was exceptionally sharp, already inflicting damage on her opponents multiple times. The lean man was furious. He never expected his opponent to be so strong, actually allowing them to fight their way through. Quick after them. Don't let them escape. Nickel ran while carefully checking the direction. Their target was the underground market. Perhaps Old Cough and his men had already received the news and were on high alert. Young Master Nickel, is the underground market really safe? Angela asked. Nicole nodded. Back then, my companions and I established the underground market and set up numerous defensive formations and traps at its entrance. Let alone these small fry. Even if the entire City Lord's army attacked, they couldn't break through our defenses. Chapter 69. However, when they arrived at the entrance to the underground market in the adventure zone, Nickel was stunned. Suddenly, another group of people surged out from near the entrance, blocking Nickel and his companion's path. It turned out that a large number of people were also lying in ambush here, making it impossible to break through the encirclement and enter the underground market. Young Master Nickel, what should we do now? Angela asked anxiously. Nicole gritted his teeth. He was at a loss. He had originally thought that as long as he escaped to the underground market, he could use its defense system to evade pursuit. But he hadn't expected that the enemy had anticipated this and laid an ambush beforehand. Haha, Nickel, you can't escape. At this moment, the lean man had caught up with him. Nicole turned around, glaring angrily at the lean man. Are you really going to wipe us all out? Even if we do wipe you out, it's your own fault. Who told you to mess with our boss? Nicole frowned and asked, who exactly is your boss? The lean man sneered, what use is it for them to know this when they're all about to die? Immediately afterward, he waved his hand and shouted, attack. Capture them alive. Nicole watched the man approach step by step, filled with regret. Why hadn't he properly investigated Blitz's background before robbing him? But now that things had come to this, regret was useless. Just as Nicole was preparing to fight to the death, 5 figures rushed out from the entrance of the underground market. Behind them were about 100 masked men, all appearing to be quite powerful. They immediately engaged in battle, with those besieging Nickel upon their arrival. The 5 leaders, in particular, were incredibly powerful, killing 5 or 6 4th-tier experts in a single exchange. Nysel was overjoyed. It seemed Old Craft and his men had come to his aid. One of them fought his way through the crowd to Nickel's side. Young Master Nickel, you can't stay in Misty City any longer. We cover your escape. Recognizing the voice, Nickel immediately said, coming out like this is far too risky. Ignoring Nickel's complaints, Jackson pushed him towards the gate. Don't waste time. You should go quickly. Old Craft and I have a plan. Nysel had no choice but to lead Annie and the others towards the city gate. With Jackson's help, the 3 of them encountered virtually no further resistance and successfully reached the east gate. Whether intentionally or not, the City Lord's mansion seemed to have redeployed all the guards from the east gate, leaving the gate wide open. This allowed Nickel and his companions to easily pass through and reach the eastern outskirts of the city. However, just then, a loud shout rang out, "None of you can escape!" 7 or 8 people rushed towards them at lightning speed. 2 of them were familiar faces, the brothers Gary and Gab. Although Old Cough and his group tried to block them, these newcomers seemed to be at least at the 8th rank, roughly equal in strength to Old Cough and his companions, and quickly held them back. The others seized the opportunity to bypass Old Cough and his 8th rank experts and charged towards Nickel. Nickel was incredibly anxious. He wasn't worried about himself, as he had already escaped to the eastern outskirts of the city, a little further, and he would be out of the city's boundaries. His worry was for Old Cough and his group. Now that the underground market was no longer a cover, they were likely to be ambushed and captured by the City Lord's mansion. If that happened, they would surely die. Either they would be executed by the City Lord's mansion, or they would suffer a painful death in the dungeon. Nicole said to Annie, "Annie, now that we escaped Misty City, you no longer need to hide your identity. Can you do me a favor?" Annie nodded heavily. "Yes, what do you need me to do?" Nicole whispered a few words in Annie's ear. Seeing her nod in understanding, he shouted back, "Old Cough, you should retreat quickly. Don't worry about us. We meet again." At the same time, Annie began to unleash her magic. An aura of death instantly filled the entire battlefield. Everyone felt this fear from the depths of their souls, and unconsciously stopped fighting. Someone shouted, "Look over there. Is that a necromancer?" Everyone's eyes turned to Annie. At that moment, Old Cough noticed the anomaly and immediately released a retreat signal into the sky. Seeing this signal, everyone in the underground market retreated without hesitation towards the city. Gabe, seeing Old Cough and his group retreat, immediately roared, "Big brother, look! They're leaving!" Gary immediately turned to chase after Old Cough. However, Annie's spell was already complete. A gigantic phantom floated before her, its eyes wide with rage, its mouth gaping open, unleashing a terrifying howl that shook the heavens and earth. "Oh!" With a deafening roar, Gary felt his head about to explode. The sound pierced his very soul, utterly unprepared. Those struck head-on by the evil spirit's roar were all driven mad, their eyes rolling back, standing frozen in place. Those with lower strength bled from their ears and noses, clearly their souls severely damaged and beyond saving. Old Cough and his group had acted earlier and were farther from Annie, but many were a step too slow and were affected by the roar, cowering on the ground, covering their ears, and howling incessantly. The roar lasted only about 5 seconds before abruptly ceasing. The evil spirit's phantom, deprived of its magical support, vanished instantly into the void, and was pale. The evil spirit's roar was incredibly draining of her magical energy. Even with the Dragon Slayer staff's blessing, she could only unleash it once. Seeing Annie swaying precariously, Nicole scooped her up and shouted, "Run!" Angela reacted instantly and followed Nicole, running south. Why south? Nicole had his reasons. South was the direction of Gore City, where Nicole's sister, Annie's mother Eva, was. If they could reach Gore City, perhaps they could obtain Eva's help and protection. "Ah!" Gabe roared in pain. He had never seen such a bizarre attack before, and it was the first time he had felt his soul being wounded. "What the hell is this?" Gary roared as well. With Annie's interference, they were even less able to catch up with Old Kraft and his group. If Old Kraft and his men escaped, and they couldn't catch Nicole and his group, then this entire plan would be a complete failure. Gary couldn't allow himself to fail again, and neither could his boss. He glanced at the direction Old Kraft had fled, then at the direction Nicole had fled, and finally gritted his teeth, waving his hand and saying, "Go after Nicole." 8th-tier experts possessed extraordinary strength. Although affected by the evil spirit's roar, they suffered no substantial damage and quickly recovered. Hearing Gary's command, they exchanged a glance and immediately gave chase in the direction Nicole had fled. Nicole glanced back during his escape and saw 7 8th-tier experts pursuing him. He angrily cursed, "Are you a bunch of flies? Why do you keep chasing us?" Gabu roared as he chased, "You can't escape. I catch you and tear you to pieces." Fortunately, they had already created some distance between them. Nicole and Angela were both wind attribute mages, and their escape speed was extremely fast, making them difficult to catch in a short time. Therefore, Nicole wasn't too worried. Night had fallen, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft glow that illuminated their escape route. Nicole still harbored a question. He hadn't seen a single person from the City Lord's mansion along the way. Logically, such a major incident and commotion in the residential areas of Misty City should have been known to the City Lord's mansion. If their initial silence in the residential areas meant they were allowing the attack, then why, when they escaped from the Adventure Zone to the East Gate, did they encounter no resistance from the City Lord's mansion, and didn't even see a single guard at the East Gate itself? What on earth was going on? Was this still the City Lord's mansion with whom he had a grudge? Something about this was definitely strange. However, the next moment, his doubts were resolved. Because he saw a large group of people waiting for them ahead, led by none other than Prompus, the sheriff of Misty City. At that moment, Nickel's heart sank to the bottom. He finally understood why he hadn't seen anyone from the City Lord's mansion in the city. Because the City Lord's men were waiting for them on the outskirts. The City Lord's mansion had a plan. If these assassins alone could kill Nickel and his group, then the City Lord's mansion wouldn't need to act personally. They could simply ignore everything and eliminate Nickel, this major threat. However, to their surprise, Nickel managed to escape the encirclement and rush towards the East Gate. But they dared not block Nickel at the East Gate, nor dared they attack him from within the city, because Misty City was teeming with people, especially near the East Gate, close to the Adventure Zone. If someone witnessed this and reported it to Marquis Drew, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, they devised a plan: leave the East Gate wide open, letting Nickel and his companions escape, while simultaneously setting up an ambush to the south, waiting for them to walk right into their trap. Having figured this out, Nickel immediately grabbed Angela and changed their escape direction, fleeing eastward. Prampus, as the sheriff of Misty City was a meticulous man. His ambush here was also carefully considered. He had thoroughly analyzed the surrounding geography. To the east lay a massive chasm, hundreds of feet deep. Someone as intelligent as Nickel would never flee eastward. The south was directly opposite the direction of Goel City. If Nickel wanted to seek refuge, he had to go to Goel City. Seeing Nickel fleeing eastward, Plampy sneered, waved his hand, and shouted, "Chase!" Hundreds of men moved at the command. These guards of the city lord's mansion were different from the assassins pursuing Nickel and his companions. They were all on horseback and moved at great speed, putting considerable pressure on Nickel and his men. "Plampies, I haven't offended you before," Nickel roared. "Haven't offended me? You disrupted the order of Misty City. That's offending me," Plampy said coldly. Nickel was furious. "Many people are disrupting the order of Mist City. Those who are chasing me are also disrupting the order of Mist City. Why don't you deal with them?" Plampy sneered, "Don't waste your breath. You will die today." Nickel glanced at Anne and shouted, "I take responsibility for my actions. Can you spare Anne? She's the Marquis's daughter. Don't kill her." "No." Plampes didn't hesitate. Nickel's mood was extremely bad. Now he had some suspicions. This assassination might not actually be targeting him. However, the horses gradually outpaced Nickel and his companions. The guards of the city lord's mansion quickly caught up with Nickel, drawing their bows and preparing to fire. Nickel also sensed the danger. He whispered to Anne, "Has your magic recovered a little?" and nodded. "As long as it's not the roar of evil, I can cast any spell." Nickel thought for a moment. In this situation, summoning Born wouldn't be of much use. It would be better to simply unleash a bone spear to create some chaos for the pursuers. "Annie! Give them a big bone club." Annie chuckled, perched on Nickel's shoulder, and brandished her dragon-slaying staff, drawing magical patterns. Instantly, death magic condensed into a bone spear, shrouded in black mist, its tip gleaming coldly, appearing even more sinister and terrifying under the moonlight. Annie roared, "Go!" The bone spear, carrying the power of death, whipped up a gust of wind and shot towards the guards behind her. The leader, Plampes, was terrified. He hadn't been present when Annie unleashed her evil roar, so he didn't know she was a necromancer. Seeing the extraordinary power of the bone spear, he immediately knew something was wrong, but it was too late. Annie's bone spear, even at level 1, could kill a level 5 snow leopard beast in one hit. Now, Annie was a level 2 mage, and the damage the bone spear could inflict was even greater. With a deafening boom, men and horses were thrown about. The guard directly struck by the bone spear was instantly blasted into a bloody mist, and the guards beside him were also sent flying by the powerful impact. Plampes' horse was also startled, throwing him off its back and turning tail and fleeing. "Well done," Nickel praised. At this moment, Gary and the others also caught up and arrived at Plampes' side. "Lord Plampes, are you all right?" Gary asked. Plampes shook his head. "I'm fine. You all hurry and chase after that guy." Gary sighed. "Alas, it seems the plan has failed. We probably won't be able to catch them." But Plampes said, "No, we still have a chance. There's a chasm ahead, a huge one, hundreds of feet deep. They can't escape." Gary's eyes lit up. "Good. Everyone, continue the pursuit. We absolutely cannot let them escape." Chapter 70. Hearing that someone was still chasing him, Nickel cursed inwardly, "What a bunch of sycophants. We're already out of Misty City's territory, and they're still following us so closely." He was extremely anxious. Having lived in Misty City for many years, he knew the surrounding geography very well, and he knew all too well that there was a huge rift valley to the east. If they continued to chase, they would have nowhere to escape. At this moment, Gary's voice came from behind again, "Stop running. The Great Rift Valley is just ahead. You can't escape." Nickel was furious and swung his hand, throwing another wind blade behind him. Unfortunately, he couldn't unleash his full power. The wind blade was easily shattered by Gary's sword before it even reached him. "Ha ha, is that all you got? Genius, Nickel." Gary laughed loudly. He recognized Nickel. Back in the day, Nickel had dominated Misty City. Those with low strength might not recognize him, but those with strength above the 8th rank definitely knew him, and almost everyone had fought him. Although Gary had only recently broken through to the 8th rank, he had witnessed Nickel's prowess before. Even his former boss dared not offend Nickel. Now, their roles were reversed, and he had the chance to trample this feared and revered genius, Nickel, underfoot. How could he not be excited? He couldn't wait to catch up with Nickel. Initially, based on the boss's prediction that the underground market would definitely help Nickel, the boss arranged for him to lead all the 7th and 8th rank experts to block the entrance of the underground market, preventing Old Kraft and his group from leaving, let alone rescuing Nickel. Just moments ago, Old Kraft and his men had pulled off a diversionary tactic, leaving them stranded at another exit for half a day. Unexpectedly, Old Kraft and his group emerged from another exit, rescuing Nickel and his companions as they ran towards the east gate. This enraged Gary. If this mission failed again, his boss would severely punish him. Gary decided to vent his anger, the humiliation and failure these people had brought him, on Nickel. Soon, they arrived at the misty great rift in the east. Nickel and his companions had no choice but to stop at the edge of the rift. Annie had never been here before, and the sight before her astonished her. The ravine was enormous, over 100 meters wide, impossible for them to cross. She looked down into the valley floor. It was even deeper than the cliffs they encountered in the misty forest. The valley floor was shrouded in mist, with visible drop-offs of about 100 meters, and no one knew how much deeper lay beneath. At this moment, Gary and the others caught up. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Why aren't you running anymore? Weren't you supposed to be fast runners? Gabe said viciously, Big brother, we can't kill them so easily. We have to torture them properly. Especially the necromancer. Hand her over to the church. We can get a bounty. Nicole turned around, coldly staring at the group. Only a dozen or so 7th and 8th tier experts had caught up, including the Gary brothers and Plampies. All of you. Every single one of you. I will return one day for revenge. Revenge? Gabe said sarcastically, you won't have that chance. Gary sneered, you still think you're that genius? Now in our eyes, you're just an ant. I could crush you with 1 foot. Nickel pointed his sword forward, his chin slightly raised, a sharp killing intent emanating from him. He said calmly, I am who I am. I could dominate Misty City back then, and I can kill you now. Believe it or not. Sensing the aura emanating from their opponent, Gary and the others were startled. Gabe swallowed hard, saying somewhat timidly, don't be afraid, he can only unleash about the 3rd tier of strength right now. He's nothing to fear. That's right. Plampies chimed in, Nicole, stop resisting. The poison you were given back then has completely destroyed your body. It's a miracle you recovered to the 3rd tier. If you force yourself to use your strength, you explode and die. Nicole scoffed, her aura only intensifying. So what if I explode? Even if I die, I take you all down with me. Gary and the others exchanged glances, a sense of apprehension creeping in. If Nicole really went all out, they were no match and might even lose their lives. That wouldn't be worth it. They were only doing a job. There was no need to risk their lives. Capturing Nicole and the others alive would be ideal, but if not, they have no choice but to kill them to avoid losses on their side. At this moment, Nicole's magic power was less than half, Annie's was completely depleted, while Angela still had plenty, though she was only good at defense and not offense. The only solution now is for Nickel to use his past influence to intimidate the other side, but this is not a long-term solution, and the other side will eventually take action. Time ticked by, the two sides remaining locked in a stalemate, neither daring to make the first move. But just then, Gary and the others heard the sound of hooves behind them, and turned to look. They saw 2 middle-aged men, each riding a horse, approaching side by side, followed by a group of men divided into 2 groups. One group wore armor, and were clearly the guards of Misty City, while the other group consisted of ordinary mages. Nicole's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 middle-aged men at the head of the group. Upon seeing the other party approach, Gary quickly bowed, "Boss." Plampies then bowed to the other man, saying, "Lord of the city." That's right. One of these 2 was none other than a powerful expert at the Transcendent Realm, the City Lord of Misty City, Pansy. Pansy casually waved his hand, his eyes darkly fixed on Nickel. "Nickel, we meet again." Nickel didn't answer him, but instead looked at another middle-aged man, gritting his teeth as he said, "So it's you. Markham." The middle-aged man, mounted on his horse, looked down at Nickel. "What's wrong?" "Genius, Nickel, you didn't expect we meet again like this, did you? I should have killed you back then. If it weren't for Katrina, you would be dead already." "Ha ha ha." Markham laughed loudly. "Yes, if it weren't for Katrina, I would have died at your hands long ago. But there are no ifs. I'm alive and well now, and I can even kill you." Angela asked softly, "Young master, who is this Markham? Do you know him?" Nickel's eyes practically spit fire. "This Markham is a businessman. I heard he has a powerful backer in the capital, and was specially sent to Misty City. But this guy has been doing illegal business since the beginning, relying on his connections to run rampant in Misty City. A few years ago, I could have killed him, but... Mark picked up the conversation, but you missed your chance. I tried to find you a few years ago, but you become an alcoholic, living a life of decadence, so I didn't pay any attention. Who knew you'd be back today? Don't blame me. Alright, Mark. Pentesi said coldly, it's time to end this chat. With that, he drew his long sword and effortlessly unleashed a slash at Nicole. Nicole was shocked. With his current strength, he had no chance against a strike from a transcendent realm expert. But if he dodged, Annie and Angela behind him would be exposed. He gritted his teeth, roared, and mobilized all his magic power, breaking through the poison seal, but also unleashing its toxicity. In an instant, Nicole's strength surged to the 9th level of the Origin realm, and blood spilled from his mouth and nose. He roared, desperately swinging his sword to defend himself. With a crisp clang, the newly forged Azure Bird sword was cleaved in two. Nicole spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back 2 or 3 steps, narrowly avoiding falling off the cliff. After blocking this attack, Nicole's momentum plummeted. The poison within his body rapidly destroyed him, causing him to cough up another mouthful of blood. Uncle! Annie grabbed the swaying Nicole, while Angela stepped in front of him, shielding the two behind her. The power Nicole had just unleashed had truly startled Gary and the others. They were now extremely grateful they hadn't attacked. If they had, with Nicole's 9th level strength, killing 1 or 2 of them would have been no problem at all. Pansy sneered, humph. A stubborn resistance? With that, he swung his long sword again, unleashing an even more powerful slash. Nicole shouted anxiously, Angela. Get out of the way. Angela shook her head firmly, no. This time it's my turn to protect you. As she spoke, she stretched out her hands, her entire body's magic power coalescing into a wind shield. However, everyone knew that with Angela's second-tier strength, let alone Pance's attack, even a single blow from Gary and the others wouldn't be enough to withstand it. This wind shield would inevitably shatter, and Angela would likely be cut in two. Angela? No! Nicole's eyes widened in horror. His entire strength was restricted, he couldn't even move a finger. Even if he wanted to save Angela, he couldn't. Planpace had already turned his head away. In his view, of the 3, only Angela was innocent. She was the last person who shouldn't die. Therefore, he didn't want to see what was about to happen. However, the next moment, instead of hearing the sound of a slash piercing flesh, there was a loud clang, followed by complete silence. Planpace turned back, and the scene before him shocked him. Not only him, but everyone was stunned. Pansy's powerful slash had struck Angela's wind shield head-on. The wind shield immediately developed numerous cracks, but then, the pendant around her neck emitted a dazzling light. That light instantly flowed into the wind shield Angela had conjured, miraculously maintaining the wind shield that was about to shatter. This? How could this be? Markham's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. But Pentesi was, after all, a powerful expert at the Transcendent Realm. Even though his strike was blocked, the powerful impact still sent Angela, along with Annie and Nicole behind her, flying. Angela coughed up blood in midair, her face deathly pale, but even so, she gritted her teeth, spread her arms, and desperately protected Annie and Nicole. But it was all in vain, for below them lay a sheer cliff. Like birds with broken wings, the 3 plunged headlong into the valley below, disappearing into the mist. Pentesi and the others immediately rushed to the edge of the cliff to check, but due to the dense fog at the bottom, they couldn't see anything below. They should be dead, right? Gabe asked uncertainly. Gary shook his head. I don't know, I can't see clearly. Planpace frowned. This ravine is extremely deep. They're all seriously injured. If they fall like this, they definitely die. Pansy dismounted, looked at the valley floor for a moment, and said, Planpace, tomorrow you take a team to the bottom of the valley to check. Make sure you find them alive or dead. Planpace was taken aback, then loudly replied, yes. Then, they didn't linger and all left, returning to Misty City. Tonight's event shook the entire Misty City. First, a fierce battle broke out in the residential area, then spread to the adventurers area, and finally, a chaotic battle between experts at the East Gate. Especially that terrifying roar that pierced the soul. Everyone who heard it still remembers it vividly, even waking up in their dreams at night from the sound. Of course, the battle that took place in the eastern suburbs afterward was forgotten. Now, the entire city of Misty City is abuzz with talk of last night's events. In a tavern, a group of people sat together. A burly man exclaimed, Do you know who these two are? They're incredibly powerful. A bald man lowered his voice and said, Hey, don't tell anyone I told you. I heard one of them is Mark. Mark? That wealthy merchant from the capital? Yeah, I don't know which unlucky guy messed with him, but he sent several 8th-tier experts to intercept him. That's terrifying. Did he escape in the end? How could he escape? Unless he's a god. A god is impossible. I think a demon is more like it. Did you all hear that roar? I didn't hear it, but my friend lives in the east of the city and heard it. He's still trembling when he talks about it. Conversations like this were commonplace in Misty City. At this moment, at a nearby table, an old man sat, his hair and beard completely white, leisurely drinking alone. Suddenly, a person sat down opposite him. This person wore a cloak, obscuring their face. The old man glanced at the other man's side, and said, Pentasai, why are you doing this? Indeed, this man was none other than Pentasai, the city lord of Misty City. He was disguised so well that no one recognized him. Pentasai took a wine glass and poured himself a drink. Old Cough, I don't want to be your enemy either, but Nickel and that necromancer must die. That's an order from above. Old Cough's eyes narrowed. He pondered for a moment, then finally nodded and asked, Then what brings you here? Pentasai raised his glass and lightly clinked it against Old Cough's. I want to cooperate with you. Chapter 71. Huh? Old Cough was taken aback. Are you making fun of an old man like me? However, Pentasi's expression was very serious. I'm not joking. Actually, I supported Nicole in creating the underground market, so even though he opposed me at every turn back then, I never truly stopped him. Old Cough narrowed his eyes, trying to discern the other's true thoughts. Pansy chuckled, You don't need to look at me like that. Actually, I know that even without your underground market, there would be other black markets. It's impossible for Misty City to be without underground transactions, so I want to cooperate with you. Old Cough sneered, Humph. You killed my friend, and you want to cooperate with us? Cooperation is about mutual trust, and where is there any trust between us? Pansy laughed loudly, Ha ha ha, trust? Only children talk about trust. We're old enough to be talking about interests. If you're willing, we can end our years of antagonism and achieve mutual benefit. Old Cough frowned, remaining silent. He understood that the other party was right. Rather than eliminating the underground market and scattering it into individual black markets, the city lord's mansion should cooperate with it, using it to further control Misty City's trading market. The underground market could then openly incorporate those shady trades and expand its market profits. After a long silence, Old Cat finally spoke, Since we're talking about benefits, what can you offer us? Seeing that Old Calf was showing signs of relenting, Pansy immediately said, The city lord's mansion will no longer restrict the development of the underground market. You can do whatever business you want. And if anyone tries to harm you, the city lord's mansion will even step in to help. At this point, Pansy paused, then changed the subject, however. The underground market must cooperate with the city lord's operations, and must not harbor wanted criminals or harm the interests of Misty City. How about that? Just like that? Old Cough raised an eyebrow. I don't care about money. Misty City's tax revenue is enough to keep the city lord's mansion running. What I want is a city absolutely under my rule. Old Cough's eyes burned as he stared intently at the man before him. Finally, he sighed, picked up his wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. In that case, let's cooperate happily. Pansy smiled slightly, and also drank his wine in one gulp. At the bottom of the misty Great Rift Valley, a place shrouded in thick fog year-round, where sunlight never shines, even at midday, the valley remained dimly lit. Due to the lack of sunlight, the plants here were very short, lacking the towering trees of the misty forest, instead consisting of dense clumps of shrubs. The bushes were about a person's height, with damp soil beneath them. A small river flowed through the valley, providing water for the plants and animals that lived there. In one thicket, the leaves rustled, and a small white leopard let out a mournful whimper, rubbing its face against the little girl lying on the ground in front of it. This little girl was Annie. Annie's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Little Snow cheered, its whimpering growing louder, and it pushed Annie's body forcefully with its little paws, and let out a soft groan, and slowly opened her eyes. Before her was a misty sky, and she was lying in a thicket of bushes, her body covered in wounds, every slight movement causing excruciating pain. Hiss. Annie forced herself to sit up, enduring the pain. She looked at Xiaoxue beside her, then at her surroundings, somewhat bewildered. But then, she remembered what had happened last night. When they were falling, Nickel was already severely injured and unable to move, while Angela had also been critically injured by Pance's attack, coughing up blood. Annie desperately wanted to help, but she was powerless. All her magic was offensive, completely useless in this situation, and her magic power was exhausted. However, just as they were falling into the mist, Angela suddenly burst forth with a blue light, and a pair of wind elemental wings unfurled from her back. Gritting her teeth, ignoring her own injuries, she forcefully activated a mid-level spell. Wind wings. She quickly turned around, flew to Annie and Nickel, and grabbed them both. But her strength was far too low to support their weight. Although the effects of wind wings continued, they continued to fall. Angela! Let me go! Take Annie and go! Nicole said weakly. Angela roared, No, I must take you with me, I must survive. Let me go, I'm already a dying man, I don't deserve your help. Before Nicole could finish, Angela interrupted him, Don't talk nonsense, you won't die. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, dripping onto Nicole's cheeks. Angela. Nicole felt the warm tears on his face, a smile playing on his lips, You're such a good girl. Upon hearing this, Angela cried even harder. Nicole gently wiped away Angela's tears. I forcibly activated my magic just now, causing the poison to attack my heart. Even if I land safely, I won't live much longer. Don't be sad for me. From now on, you have to take care of Annie. Stop talking. Angela screamed. You're Annie's uncle. Lady Eva entrusted her to you. You have to take responsibility. You can't die like this. Nicole shook his head. I'm going to fail my sister's trust. Remember. From now on, you must live under assumed names, and never use your real names again. The City Lord's Mansion's involvement in this matter today isn't entirely against me, but against Annie. What? Hearing this, Angela's eyes widened. She had always thought these people were here to deal with Nicole, but Nicole's words reminded her that if they were targeting Nicole, they could have done it already. Why wait until now? So, killing Nicole was just a side effect, the real target was Annie. At this moment, they were very close to the valley floor, but their descent speed hadn't decreased. With his last ounce of strength, Nicole shouted, Let me go, or we both die. But Angela bit her lip. She couldn't do it, she couldn't abandon Nicole. On their very first day in Misty City, they met Nicole. Back then, he was unshaven, his clothes tattered, and he always carried a bottle of liquor, seemingly never sober, earning him the nickname Old Drunkard from the adventurers. But this very drunkard became their pillar of support in their most helpless moment. He not only taught Annie magic, but also helped her break through to the second tier. The three became adventurers, experiencing life and death together, completing seemingly impossible tasks. And after meeting them, Nicole was a completely different person. He slowly gave up his drinking habit. Although he was rarely seen, Angela knew he was definitely trying to find ways to help them grow. The 2 necromancy scrolls and the dragon-slaying staff were the best proof. Angela felt deeply her own weakness at that moment. She cried out in her heart, yearning for power, but it was all in vain. Just then, something moved in Annie's arms, poking out its head. Little Snow? Annie was startled. She didn't even remember Little Snow being in her arms, but then she said sadly, I'm sorry, Little Snow, we're going to drag you down. Little Snow whimpered twice, and crawled out of Annie's arms. Annie was startled. She didn't understand what Little Snow was going to do. Little Snow climbed onto Annie's shoulder, facing the valley floor, and slowly closed its eyes. A huge power was mobilized within it, and crackling arcs of electricity appeared on Little Snow's body. Nicole was taken aback. This must be the lightning power he had sensed on Xiaoxue earlier. It seemed to be true. Xiaoxue did indeed possess adaptability to 2 elements. But what was it trying to do now? Once the lightning power on Xiaoxue's body had accumulated to a certain level, it suddenly opened its eyes. Countless arcs of electricity spread from its body, forming a giant net of lightning that instantly enveloped the 3 of them. Nicel stared wide-eyed at the giant net of lightning. Could a defensive magic of this scale really be cast by a 3rd-tier magical beast? But their descent was too rapid. Even with Angela's desperate pull and Xiaoxue's lightning-protected shield, they crashed heavily to the ground. The impact carved a long furrow in the earth. Annie groaned and passed out. Now, Annie had woken up. She hugged Xiaoxue tightly and struggled to her feet. Sister Angela. Uncle Nicole. Where are you? She called out, but received no response. Instantly, a sense of loneliness overwhelmed her. She hugged Xiaoxue tightly, her eyes welling up with tears. After crying for a while, she wiped away her tears, sobbing as she picked up the Dragon Slayer staff from the ground. She staggered forward, using the staff to clear away the bushes, searching inch by inch for traces of Angela and Nicole. Suddenly, she saw a pair of feet. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed towards them. Sister Angela, Uncle Nicole, is that you? she cried, pushing aside the weeds and branches covering the other person. But when she saw what was under the weeds, her eyes widened and she screamed. Ah! It was a corpse, mangled beyond recognition. Broken bones were clearly visible protruding from the body, internal organs spilled out, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Ugh! Annie took 2 steps back in horror, muttering, "No, they can't be dead, they can't be dead." But she quickly recovered, suppressing her fear, and went forward to check the other person's clothing again, then breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that this person's clothing was very different from Angela and Nicole's, and it was a woman, or more accurately, a little girl, about the same age as Angela, and plopped down on the ground. She had genuinely thought the person was Angela or Nicole, but the face was completely mangled, making it impossible to discern features. Fortunately, the clothing was still recognizable. How could there be other people who have fallen to their deaths here? Annie wondered, still shaken. Suddenly, a scream rang out in the distance, and jumped to her feet. Sister Angela. She immediately ran towards the direction of the scream, calling out, "Sister Angela! Sister Angela!" Angela seemed to hear her cries and called out, "Miss Annie." Pushing aside layers of bushes, the two finally reunited, embracing and weeping. Angela looked at Annie, whose body was covered in wounds, and her heart bled. She took out a healing potion from her pocket, and gently applied it to Annie's wounds. "Miss, please bear with it." A sharp pain made Annie's brows furrow, but she didn't cry out. She saw that Angela was actually more seriously injured. One of her arms was broken, only her right hand could still move, and blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she had suffered severe internal injuries. "Sister Angela, how are you?" Angela sighed and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine." Annie suddenly remembered the scream she had heard earlier and asked, "What did you find just now?" Angela looked in the direction Annie had come from with a complicated expression. "There was a girl's body over there. At first I thought it was you, but then I realized the clothes weren't the same. I have one too." Annie interjected before Angela could finish. "What?" Angela exclaimed in surprise. "Is it another person who fell to their death here?" Annie nodded. "Let's hurry and find Uncle Nicole, he should be nearby." The two then began searching the vicinity. Logically, Nicole should be nearby as well. Sure enough, Angela soon made a discovery. "Miss Annie, come quickly." Annie immediately ran over. Nicole lay quietly on the ground, his eyes closed and his body covered in wounds. Angela knelt beside him, tears welling in her eyes, her hands trembling. She glanced at Annie, then placed her hand under Nicole's nose. He was still breathing. Angela breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "Young master is alive. Uncle." Annie went to Nicole's side and gently called his name twice, but Nicole didn't respond, remaining motionless on the ground. "Sigh, he's seriously injured. We need to get him out of here quickly and find him a doctor," Angela said, standing up and looking around. Just then, Annie suddenly called out to her, "Sister Angela, can you help me?" Angela asked, somewhat puzzled, "What's wrong?" Annie reached into Nicole's pocket and pulled out a breastplate, looking up and saying, "This is Uncle's spatial artifact. I just checked it, and there are new clothes inside. Let's take off our clothes and change into the new ones." Angela was still confused. Shouldn't changing clothes be the most important thing right now? Chapter 72. Annie pointed to the spot where the bodies had been found and said, "Put our clothes on those two corpses, and take their clothes away, and throw them away." Angela's eyes lit up. Yes, if the other side came down into the valley to search, they would definitely find these two corpses. Their faces were already smashed, and they were two girls who could impersonate her and Annie. But then she asked, "What about young Master Nickel?" Annie shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. We create some traces of a magical beast's appearance. Xiuxiu is good at that. They definitely think I was eaten by a magical beast." Angela nodded, glancing at Xiuxiu, who waved its paw, indicating that it would take care of it. Then Annie took out Nickel's adventurer's identification card and casually tossed it aside. This was the first time the two of them had seen Nickel's identification card in person. It clearly indicated a gold-level adventurer. Immediately, the two of them and the beast sprang into action. Annie and Angela, enduring fear and nausea, put their clothes on the two corpses and left their identification cards behind. Xiuxiu used lightning magic to create traces of a monster attack. Afterwards, Angela searched for long enough branches and wove them into a straw mat. The bushes and vegetation in the misty canyon were extremely tough, perfect for making a mat. She and Annie together placed Nickel on the mat, while Xiuxiu used water magic to place a thin layer of ice underneath to reduce friction, making it easier for the two of them and the beast to drag Nickel. The canyon ran north-south, with cliffs on both sides covered in slippery moss, making it impossible to climb. To the north lay the misty forest, where there were more monsters, and it was far more dangerous. Therefore, they had no choice but to head south. The journey was extremely arduous. The valley floor was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring sunlight, and making it impossible for them to even know the exact time of their journey. Furthermore, the valley floor was sparsely populated with creatures, mostly amphibians and reptiles such as lizards, frogs, and snakes. Unsure of their venomous nature, Annie and Angela dared not eat them. Fortunately, they encountered no high-level magical beasts along the way, otherwise, in their current state, they would have been utterly defenseless. Over the past few days, they had walked and stopped intermittently, sitting down when tired, munching on wild grass roots, and drinking river water, absorbing the elements of heaven and earth to heal their injuries. Annie was relatively alright, suffering only superficial wounds, but Angela was in a different situation. She had withstood a blow from the Transcendent Realm expert, Pansy. With her second-tier strength, it was a miracle she hadn't been instantly killed. And during her recovery, the pendant around Angela's neck continuously emitted a bluish-green light, wisps of wind elemental power flowing into her internal organs, repairing her body. They walked for about 5 or 6 days, finally emerging from the valley. The thick fog overhead gradually dissipated, and sunlight shone on their faces. And looked up, basking in the warmth of the sun. These past few days, she had to endure the dampness and cold of the valley floor, making her desperately miss the sunshine. "We're finally out?" Angela's face also broke into a smile. After these days of rest, her injuries had healed by about half, but she was still very weak. And took a deep breath of the fresh, warm air, her gaze fixed intently on the distance. "Sister Angela, what will we do now?" Angela sighed, turning to look at Nickel, who lay unconscious on the straw mat. "Young Master Nickel said, we must live in anonymity from now on, and wherever we go, we must survive." Just then, a small group of people appeared ahead. Xiaoxue spotted them first and darted into Annie's arms to hide. The group quickly noticed Annie, and Xiaoxue as well. A man at the head of the group was startled when he saw Annie and Xiaoxue. "What are you doing here?" At this moment, Annie also recognized them, and her heart sank. "They're from the Magic Academy." Angela sighed inwardly. It was exactly what she feared. They had just escaped the perilous Misty Canyon, and now they had encountered the Magic Academy. That's right, these were the same Magic Academy group they had encountered in the snowy mountains of the Misty Forest. They had lost 4 members while fighting the Polar Tiger King in the mountains, leaving only 6 in the group, including Adair. However, the group in front of them was clearly more than 6 people, for others were older and unfamiliar faces. Cadence quickly stepped forward, sized up Annie and Katniss, and asked, "How did you escape?" Annie was startled, then realized that they must have lured the Arctic Tiger King away. These people probably thought they were its meal. Annie's eyes darted around, and she quickly made up a lie. "We escaped down the cliff, fell off, and the tiger didn't chase us." Katniss was speechless with surprise. The others also came forward. Adair glanced at Nicole behind them and asked, "Who is he?" Annie replied, "He's our teammate. We encountered a monster in the Misty Forest, and he was severely injured. We made our way here along the canyon." Just then, a bearded man approached. Katniss immediately introduced him. "Teacher Doran, this is our savior. We encountered a level 10 Great Perfection Polar Tiger King on the snowy mountains of the Misty Forest, and they risked their own lives to lure the Tiger King away, giving us a chance to escape. Otherwise, we would all have died there." "Oh!" Doran immediately bowed deeply to Annie. "Thank you for saving my student." Annie was startled and hurriedly said, "You don't need to be so polite. We're all friends, and Katniss helped us too." Hearing Annie say this, Katniss was even more moved. "Where are you going? If you don't mind, come with us." Annie lowered her head and sighed, "Alas. We're homeless now, and they're both severely injured. We. Her voice choked with emotion. Katniss hurriedly said to Doran beside her, "Teacher, these two are our saviors, and they're both incredibly talented. Why don't we let them study at the Magic Academy?" Doran frowned. Accepting students wasn't his responsibility, but he could recommend them. Besides, it seemed these 2 girls were both around the 2nd tier in strength, and the fact that they managed to escape alive from the Polar Tiger King showed they were indeed quite capable. So he said, "All right, you come back to the Magic Academy with me, but whether you can enroll depends on the entrance exam results." Annie's face lit up with joy, and she quickly said, "Thank you, Teacher Doran." Doran smiled and waved, pointing to Nicole behind them and asking, May I see him? Annie was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Angela. Doran thought Annie had misunderstood and quickly explained, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to see how badly he was injured. Maybe there's still a way to save him. Annie thought for a moment and nodded, saying, okay. Thank you then. Doran walked to Nicole's side, extended a hand, placed it on Nicole's chest, and released a wisp of magic to examine Nicole's body. However, his expression gradually became serious, and then turned into surprise. He exhaled deeply, withdrew his magic, and slowly stood up, frowning as he asked, what kind of magical beast did you encounter? Annie shook her head. We didn't see its face clearly. My friend fought it alone, letting us escape first. Afterwards, we found him severely injured. This was, of course, a fabrication by Annie, but no one present doubted it, given that Annie and Angela were only at the second tier of strength. Doran sighed and shook his head. His body is already in ruins, and a strange toxin continues to damage it. I tried to eliminate the toxin, but it had no effect. I'm afraid he won't make it. Hearing this, Annie and Angela's hearts tightened, their noses stung, and they were about to cry. Annie crouched beside Nicole, holding his hand, her heart filled with unbearable sorrow. She understood perfectly well that Nicole had died protecting her. Nicole had done so much for her, yet she couldn't do anything for him. Seeing their sorrowful expressions, Katniss couldn't bear it and immediately said, Professor Doran, I remember there's a professor at the academy who studies poisons. Maybe he can save him? Doran's eyes lit up, but he immediately shook his head, saying, You must be talking about that mad woman, Kanya. She does study poisons, but she studies how to kill, not how to save. Adair then stepped forward and said, Let's take him there. Maybe Professor Kanya will be interested in him and save him? Although he was proud, he had strong likes and dislikes. If Angela hadn't thrown the stone to distract the Arctic Tiger King, they would have suffered even greater losses, so he still felt grateful to Angela and Adair. Seeing Adair agree, Doran sighed, All right then, we happen to have a carriage too. Help me carry him onto it, and we head back to the capital together. Annie looked at Adair and Katniss gratefully, Thank you. Afterwards, Annie and the others learned from Adair and Katniss what had happened after they left the Snow Mountain. It turned out that after Adair and his group descended the Snow Mountain, they separated from the Holy See and headed south directly back to Misty City. They used a messenger from Misty City to inform their teacher, Doran, at the academy about their ordeal, and Doran came to meet them with 3 others. The capital was located southeast of the Gorse city-state. To get there from Misty City, one had to bypass the Misty Great Rift Valley and pass through its southern side, which explained why they encountered Annie and the others here. The day after they departed from Misty City, the battle that shook the city occurred. A coincidence, perhaps? When Doran asked for their names, Annie gave Angela a knowing look. Angela understood and apologized, saying, I'm sorry, everyone. We use false names in the Misty Forest. My name is Angelia, and hers is Anna. This was quite normal, and Katniss and the others understood. It was common for adventurers to use false names. After all, not everyone was trustworthy, so they didn't suspect anything. And looked out the carriage window at the increasingly distant Misty Canyon, feeling a deep sense of loss. She felt completely abandoned by her family. Even her name was being discarded. In a secret room in the Misty City Lord's mansion, 3 people sat around a long table. 2 of them were Lord Pantisai and Sheriff Plampes, while the person in the center sat in the shadows, their face completely obscured. The mysterious figure in the middle spoke, his voice hoarse and clearly altered, not his original one. Are you sure they're all dead? Pansy glanced at Plampes. Tell me the situation. Plampes shuddered and immediately stood up, saying, Yes, sir. I sent men to check the valley floor. They found 2 bodies, both with adventurer identification tags. It's confirmed they are Miss and the maid Angela. Only 2 bodies? The mysterious figure asked. Plampes nodded hurriedly. Yes, we also found Nicole's adventurer identification tag nearby. There was a large pool of blood and drag marks there, and the surrounding vegetation looked like it had been electrocuted. A lightning-type magical beast must have passed by and eaten him. The mysterious man tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, making a soft thumping sound. Pantisai continued, Sir, even if Nicole hadn't died from the fall, he wouldn't have survived. The poison in his body has erupted, rendering him completely immobile. Even if he wasn't eaten by the monster, he only lasts a month at most before dying. I don't care about that Nicole, as long as Annie is dead. The mysterious man said calmly. Handle the rest of the matter, keep the good news under wraps, and don't publicize this widely. Pantisai quickly stood up and respectfully replied, Yes. Also, The mysterious man added, "If Eva and the others ask, you know what to say, right?" "Yes." Nickel and Miss Annie encountered a group of robbers, and they all met with misfortune. The mysterious man nodded in satisfaction. "All right, handle the rest well, and I promise you won't be shortchanged." With that, he stood up and left the secret room. After the mysterious man left, Pintasai and Plampies sat down and exchanged a glance. "You did a great job, Plampies." "I knew I hadn't misjudged you," said Pintesi. Plampies gave a wry smile. "My lord," he said, "I still think it's too risky. Miss and died in our misty city. Won't Marquis Drew really come after us?" Pintesi smiled mysteriously. "No. He might have some grievances, but he definitely won't cause us any trouble. He might even thank us." Chapter 73. In the vast, desolate realm of the dead, a small skeleton ran alone, sand and gravel whipped by the wind stinging his face, yet he remained unmoved. This was Bourne, who had escaped from Pox Citadel, now renamed Hurry's Citadel, and was running frantically in the general direction of what he remembered as Akeem Citadel. After running for about 2 days, he finally saw a citadel. This citadel was covered in bone spikes, resembling a giant hedgehog, eerily terrifying. Bourne's spirits lifted, and he quickly reached the city gate. The gate was tightly shut, which struck Bourne as unusual. Usually, citadels would have their gates open. In times of war, one should see large troop movements. But now, Akeem Citadel was completely deserted. What was going on? Bourne stood before the gate and shouted, "Is anyone there?" "It's Bourne." Someone on the city wall seemed to hear his voice, poking their head out to look. After confirming Bourne's identity, they descended and opened the gate, letting him in. It really is Lord Bourne. This was a zombie warrior, who must have participated in the previous battle and recognized Bourne. Bourne quickly waved his hand. "What lord? I have no rank whatsoever. Don't call me lord. Take me to see Akeem." The zombie warrior quickly agreed and led Bourne into the city. The citadel was almost deserted at this time. Even near the city walls there were few guards, which puzzled Bourne. Seemingly noticing Bourne's confusion, the zombie warrior said, "Almost all of our city's personnel have been transferred to the Northern General's command, fighting against Jessica's Legion to the north." Bourne was startled and immediately asked, "We're already at war with Jessica's Legion?" "Yes." The zombie warrior said, "The newly arrived Northern General is very dissatisfied with our strategy of maintaining the status quo. He believes now is the perfect time to attack. Moreover, while inspecting the 17th Vanguard, he was ambushed and assassinated by Jessica's Legion, which infuriated him. He decided to strike at Jessica's Legion first." Soon, they arrived at Akeem's tent. There were slightly more people there, seemingly Akeem's last remaining troops. Without a word, Bourne rushed into the tent. "Akeem! Where are you?" Akeem was discussing the war with his soldiers, when he suddenly heard someone call him that. He was startled, then furious, thinking, "Who is this, so disrespectful?" But when he saw who it was, he was instantly overjoyed, jumping for joy. "My God, Bourne! You're finally back." He rushed forward, wanting to hug Bourne, but Bourne pushed him away. "Calm down. Akeem, you're a lieutenant, mind your image," Bourne said with a wry smile. "Ha ha ha." Akeem didn't care at all, he was overjoyed. He had been worrying about what to do next, but now that he saw Bourne, nothing else mattered. "Bourne, do you know? If you hadn't come back, you would never have seen me again." Bourne pulled Akeem to sit on the ground and asked seriously, "Akeem, tell me, what exactly happened?" "As soon as I woke up, I went to the 17th Vanguard. They said Robert had betrayed us and escaped, and they wanted to arrest me too. Then I ran to Poker Citadel, but it had become something like Harry's Citadel, and they said Poker was also imprisoned and they wanted to arrest me too. I'm so confused." Akeem sighed deeply, glanced at Bourne, and said, "I don't see you broken through to the 3rd tier either. How did you escape from that Harry guy?" "Never mind that, just tell me what happened." Bourne couldn't very well say. He was summoned to the Prime Plane, and that's how he escaped, so he remained silent. Akeem gave Bourne a deep look and slowly said, "Not long after you left, the Northern Army welcomed a new leader. General Jose, whose strength reached the 5th tier, even stronger than Lord Ellen. He immediately implemented a policy of all-out attack, ordered all the garrison forces to rush to the front lines and launch a full-scale attack on the Earth Bear and Jessica's Legion, and he personally went to the 17th Vanguard to oversee the battle. However, when he arrived at the 17th Vanguard, he was ambushed. Although he wasn't injured, it enraged him. He ordered the prisoners involved in the ambush to be severely tortured, and one of them actually confessed to Robert." "This is clearly a frame-up," Bourne shouted. Akeem sighed, "Alas, Anyone with eyes can see it's a frame-up, but Jose doesn't think so. He feels Robert and the others are simply disloyal to him, so he ordered Robert's arrest. Robert, enraged, fled the 17th Vanguard with his men. This made Jose even angrier, and he vented his anger on Robert's superior, Poker, believing Poker hadn't managed his subordinates properly. So he removed Poker from his position as deputy general and imprisoned him. This is utter nonsense. Bourne slammed his hand on the ground in anger. We pleaded for Poker and Robert, but it was useless. It only further enraged Jose. He took about 70% of my, Abel's, and Yas's troops, placing them under his direct command to fight Jessica head-on in the north. He's practically sidelined us. Bourne pondered for a moment, then asked, "What's Harry's background?" Harry came from the Central Army with Jose. He just broke through to the 4th rank. He's a rather simple person, only obeying Jose. But he's not the most troublesome. The real problem is someone else, someone you know. This person wasn't originally from the Northern Army, but now he's highly valued by Jose. It was he who suggested Jose dismiss Poker. Bourne raised an eyebrow. Oh! Who is this person? When did we get such a figure in the Northern Army? Akeem's eyes gleamed, and he uttered 3 words. Samir. What? Bourne jumped to his feet. None of Akeem's previous words had surprised him as much as this name. Akeem seemed to have anticipated his reaction, pulling him back down to sit. You're so. Surprise is normal. I had the same reaction when I heard Samir had joined the Northern Army. I tried my best to persuade General Jose, explaining Samir's actions on the battlefield, but it was no use. General Jose simply wouldn't listen to me. Bourne was still somewhat incredulous. Is it really Samir, the mage who was with Ong? Absolutely, Akeem said. I even saw him. He's still the same, wearing a tattered black cloak and leaning on a bone staff. This is unbelievable. Bourne covered his head with his hands. If Jose wanted to implement a full-scale offensive, that would be understandable, but his target is Jessica's Legion. Samir is a member of Jessica's Legion. Doesn't he know that? What is he thinking, keeping such a suspicious person by his side? Akeem shrugged. I don't know either. Look, I was just discussing how to fight the Earth-Bearer Legion. Jose originally wanted to fight on both sides, but now he's mobilized all his forces to the north. Our east is vulnerable, and the Earth-Bearer Legion might take advantage of the situation. I'm so worried. Bourne nodded. It seems he didn't heed our suggestion to unite with the Earth-Bearer and Shadow Serpent against Jessica. Not only did he not heed it, Akeem exclaimed. He's completely against it. He said an alliance is impossible. He crushed them all. Has the Earth-Bearer made any moves? Speaking of the Earth-Bearer, Akeem immediately pointed to a map drawn on the ground. Yes. Most of their forces are concentrated in the west now. Perhaps they don't trust Jose, fearing he might use a feint. But recently, our 4th and 5th advance teams reported that they're gathering troops in the south, and I think it's very likely they're preparing a counterattack. So how many troops do we have now? Akeem gave a bitter smile. After the last great battle, my garrison was completely wiped out. We haven't replenished them much since, and then another batch was withdrawn. Now we only have about 3,000 men left. 3,000? Bourne was stunned. You don't intend to fight tens of thousands with 3,000 men, do you? Sigh, I'm helpless too. At most, including the advanced teams, we only have a little over 4,000 men, no more than that. My lord Akeem, the strongest deputy general of the Northern Army, is now in such a sorry state. Akeem, with a pained expression, waved his hand. Don't make fun of me. I'm all alone now. If this continues, the Northern Army might not even have Akeem anymore. Bourne smiled and said, Don't be so pessimistic. The key to this is General Jose. He seems to only trust Samir now, not us. What we need to do now is regain General Jose's trust. Akeem's eyes lit up. I knew you had a plan. Tell me quickly how? I fully cooperate. What's Jose's attitude towards Harry? Bourne suddenly asked. Akeem, puzzled by the question, replied, Jose trusts Harry implicitly, but Harry is only good at fighting, nothing else, and he's extremely harsh on his men. Bourne clapped his hands and laughed. I like roughnecks like that. I think we can get to him through Harry. Doesn't he love fighting? Let's give him a victory. How about that? Huh? Akeem scratched his head, confused. How do we do that? Bourne pointed to the map. The Earth-Bearer Legion has tens of thousands of troops pressing in. With our current strength, we're no match for them. So we need to borrow their strength and ask Harry for help. What if Harry doesn't want to come? He can't refuse. Since he's loyal to Jose, he has an obligation to help Jose defend his territory. If we lower our stance, he'd definitely come. Akeem nodded, then said, but he only has about 10,000 troops at most right now, which isn't a match for the Earth Bear either. Bourne chuckled. In war, it's not just about numbers, strategy is key. The terrain in our eastern defense zone is complex, perfect for small-scale guerrilla warfare. Just watch me. Akeem nodded, indeed. So how do we gain Harry's trust? Bourne slowly explained his plan. Initially, we listen to him completely, doing whatever he says. We inevitably be crushed by the Earth Bear, but that's alright. We maintain sufficient forces on the battlefield. When defeated, we break away from the main force. You and I will each lead 1,000 elite soldiers, fighting separately. With our combined strength. Dealing with ordinary undead soldiers is a piece of cake. Kill them and run, don't linger. Kill them a few more times, and their morale will naturally crumble. Once they retreat, our objective will be achieved. Then you can just watch my performance. Akeem's worried expression vanished, and he laughed heartily, ha ha ha, as expected of you. Nothing can stump you. He then stood up, and said to the soldiers beside him, immediately send a message to the 5th Vanguard team, ordering them to intensify their reconnaissance efforts and accurately ascertain the enemy's troop deployment. Report back immediately. The soldier responded with a yes, sir, and ran out of the tent. Then, Akeem said to Bourne, now that we made our decision, let's get started. We set off today for Hari's Citadel. Bourne stood up with a wry smile. I just came from Hari's Citadel, and now I have to go back. At this moment, at the location of the 20th Advanced Team of the Northern Army of the Clawed Legion, more than 100,000 troops were gathered. A zombie wearing black fire dragon leather armor, and wielding a silver crescent blade stared intently at the battlefield ahead. Beside him stood a black-robed skeleton mage. These two were none other than the newly appointed Northern Army General Jose and his strategist Samir. Jose said in a deep voice, Samir, our army has been fighting Jessica's Legion for several days, and so far we have achieved nothing, but have suffered considerable losses. This doesn't match what you said before. Samir chuckled. Please don't be impatient, sir. Look, these past few days, the enemy has been retreating steadily, and the battle line has advanced nearly 30 kilometers. This proves that our plan is correct. Jessica's Legion might already be thinking about how to withdraw from this territory. Humph. That's for the best. If you can help me take down these 3 legions in the north, I will reward you handsomely. Samir's eyes flashed with a glint of light. Lord Jose is wise and powerful. Even without my help, taking down these 3 legions wouldn't be difficult. Jose laughed heartily, his gloom vanishing. Good. Since Jessica's Legion dared to ambush me, they will pay the price. Give me some more of the potions you made. I want to go down and slaughter them 100 times. Samir immediately pulled a bone bottle from his black robe and handed it to Jose with both hands. Jose nodded slightly, took the bottle, and uncorked it. Inside was a blue potion, radiating a powerful spiritual energy that invigorated anyone who inhaled it. Without hesitation, Jose poured the potion directly into his mouth. Wisps of power flowed through his body. Jose tossed the empty bottle aside, roared, and charged into the battlefield, sword in hand. Chapter 74. Bourne and Akeem, having made up their minds, set off immediately to seek help from Hari's Citadel. Both traveled swiftly, arriving at the city gates 2 days later. The guards of Hari's Citadel had already spotted them. Recognizing Akeem as one of them, they were polite, and immediately opened the gates to greet him. Lord Akeem. The gatekeeper bowed to Akeem, glancing at Bourne beside him. Akeem waved his hand. Take me to Lord Hari quickly, I have important matters to discuss with him. The guard acknowledged and led the way. Soon, they arrived outside Hari's tent. Hari hadn't dismantled Pak's tent and rebuilt it, but continued to use it. However, when they tried to enter the tent, they were stopped by the guards outside. What are you doing? Akeem glared angrily. The guard wasn't afraid, but calmly said, Lord Hari is discussing important matters inside. You can wait outside. Akeem was furious and roared, I do have important matters to discuss. Get out of my way. But the guard didn't budge, as if he hadn't heard him at all. Akeem was enraged. He had never been treated like this in the Northern Army. Just as he was about to argue further, Bourne stopped him with a smile. Hee, Akeem, don't be angry. Do you remember what I said before? Akeem was taken aback. He remembered Bourne saying that he should be humble this time. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, calmed himself, and took a step back, saying, all right. I wait for him here until he comes out. Seeing that Akeem no longer forced his way in, the guard seemed a little surprised, but said nothing and stepped aside, quietly watching the two. Akeem stood outside the tent, motionless and silent, staring intently at the tent entrance. About 2 hours later, a group of people finally emerged from the tent entrance. They glanced at Akeem with surprise before hurrying away. Akeem walked over and asked, "Can we go in now?" The guard said, "Wait a moment, I go and inform them." Akeem suppressed his anger with great effort, and after a long pause, finally managed to utter a single yes. Shortly after the guard entered the tent, a loud laugh came from inside. "Ha ha ha, what wind blew Lord Akeem here?" Akeem remained unmoved, shoved the guard aside, and strode into the tent. Bond quickly followed. "It's so hard to see you. You seem to have a lot on your plate since you took office," Akeem said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Harry remained seated in his tent. Seeing Akeem enter, he didn't rise, but smiled and said, "Of course I'm busy. Lord Jose has entrusted me with overseeing various affairs in the rear. I certainly cannot let him down." Then, his gaze fell on Bourne, his eyes narrowing slightly, and he said in surprise, "It's you?" Bourne had visited Harry's citadel once before, and had met Harry then, so Harry recognized him. Bourne stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I have long admired Lord Harry's reputation. I did not know Lord Harry before, and therefore have been quite rude. Please forgive me." That day, after meeting Bourne at the city gate, Harry paid close attention to him, inquiring about his background and learning about his origins. He was deeply shocked. Seeing Bourne again now, his feelings were complex. On one hand, Bourne was a former subordinate of Alan, and had a close relationship with the criminals Pork and Robert, and should logically be imprisoned. On the other hand, Harry greatly admired Bourne's performance in the previous battle, and even doubted whether Bourne would really do such a thing. Harry waved his hand. Since Bourne had now found Akeem, he couldn't harm him. Since it's a misunderstanding, let it go. "Lord Akeem, what brings you here today?" Akeem stepped forward and slowly said, "I come to ask for help." "Ask for help?" Harry frowned. "Ask for what help? Has someone attacked the Eastern Defense Zone?" "Yes, our advance team reported that the Earth Bearer Legion has amassed a large force on our border, preparing to attack us. But you know best the troops in my garrison, they only have a few thousand left. No match for the Earth Bearer Legion." Harry nodded, but remained non-committal. "But that's your defense zone's business. I have many things to do here. I don't have the energy to support you." Bourne seemed to have anticipated Harry's words. He stepped forward and said, "Lord Harry, please forgive my bluntness, but Lord Jose has entrusted you with all military and logistical authority, demonstrating his absolute trust in you. However, if Lord Jose painstakingly conquers territory in the north, but enemy activity occurs on the eastern front, and large swathes of land are occupied, how do you think Lord Jose will feel?" Harry frowned upon hearing this. Bourne continued, "Will Lord Jose blame Lord Akeem?" "No, because Lord Akeem only has a few thousand men. If he blames Lord Akeem, he's blaming himself, since he's the one who withdrew Lord Akeem's troops. So if he can't blame Lord Akeem, and he doesn't blame himself, then who will he blame?" At this point, Bourne fell silent, letting Harry process the situation. Harry's eyes were fixed on Bourne. He was indeed swayed by Bourne's words, but he wasn't really willing to help Akeem. Akeem was the strongest lieutenant in the Northern Army, having previously distinguished himself in battle and received many rewards, which Harry greatly envied. Although Harry had only recently broken through to the 4th rank, he was arrogant and disdainful of everyone. He actually hoped Akeem would suffer a setback, so he could become the 3rd in command of the entire legion. Bourne saw through his thoughts and, before he could speak, offered his bait, "Lord Harry, this time we're sending you to fight the Earth Bearer Legion, ostensibly to ask for reinforcements, but actually to help you." "Huh?" This completely baffled Harry. "What do you mean? Why do you say you're helping me?" Bourne smiled and slowly said, "This operation isn't led by us, but by you. We fully cooperate. To put it bluntly, Lord Akeem will lead all his troops under your command, obeying your orders to decisively defeat the Earth Bearer's attack. And all the credit will be yours." "What?" Harry jumped to his feet, staring wide-eyed at Akeem. Akeem smiled and nodded at him. Having received Akeem's affirmative reply, Harry slumped back into his seat, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, excellent. Well done, Bourne. Truly living up to your reputation." Bourne quickly bowed and said, "Not at all. You flatter me, sir. I only dared to offer my advice because I saw your extraordinary prowess, and was certain the Earth Bearer Legion was no match for you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have bothered coming." Harry was very pleased with Bourne's flattery. "Ha ha ha, good. Since that's the case, it's settled then. When will the Earth Bearer Legion attack?" Akeem said, According to intelligence, it should be in the next few days. My men haven't moved a single soldier yet. They're all at your command. Harry stood up upon hearing this, waved his hand, and shouted, "Men! Summon all the centurions." The guards at the door responded, and soon the group of men who had just left the tent returned in a large swarm. Bourne and Akeem exchanged a glance, a smile playing on their lips. The plan was already halfway to success. At the start of the war council, Harry briefly introduced Akeem and Bourne before getting straight to the point. "This time, we're going to launch a full-scale attack on the eastern defense zone to defend against the Earth-Bearer Legion's offensive, and at the same time, teach them a lesson they never forget." All the centurions looked at each other, confused as to why their commander suddenly wanted to defend the eastern defense zone. However, since it was Harry's decision, they could only obey. Next, Harry briefly explained his plan, which was rather simple. First, his 10,000 men, along with Akeem's 4,000, would defend the area using the advanced team's fortifications, while inflicting damage on the enemy through ranged attacks. Once the fortifications are breached, engage the enemy in hand-to-hand combat, quickly eliminate their general, gain the upper hand, and ultimately repel them. This tactic is conventional. Harry glanced at Bourne and asked, "What do you think?" Bourne nodded, giving a thumbs up. "Sir, you are indeed a brilliant general. In this northern army, I doubt anyone can surpass you." Harry laughed and waved his hand. "Ha ha, not at all. Lord Jose is far superior to me. Ha ha ha." Bourne was somewhat speechless. He then asked, "Sir, when do we depart?" Harry waved his hand. "Now. You all prepare quickly, and immediately mobilize all forces to the 5th Vanguard." All the centurions stood up and answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Akeem did not hesitate, and immediately sent men back to his citadel, to order all soldiers to march to the 5th Vanguard. After Akeem and all the Kiliarchs had left, Bourne remained alone, smiling at Harry. Harry paused, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Is there anything else?" Bourne bowed respectfully and said, "I greatly admire your might, sir. I'm certain you will decisively defeat the enemy and achieve great merit in this battle. Therefore, I wish to be by your side during the battle, to witness your valor up close." Harry was a little confused by these words. He smiled and said, "If you're willing, you can stay by my side, but don't expect me to protect you. The battlefield is for killing the enemy. If you don't want to kill, don't go to the battlefield." Bourne laughed heartily. "You're too kind, sir. But please rest assured, my strength is about to break through to the 3rd tier. Fighting on the battlefield is my forte." Harry's eyes flickered, and he tentatively asked, "I heard you can cast magic with only 2nd tier strength? Is that true?" A sly glint flashed in Bourne's eyes. "The rumors are true. I can indeed cast magic, but the power. Not strong at all, far inferior to you, sir." "Oh!" Harry's interest was piqued. He rolled up his sleeves, stood up, and said, "Come on. Let's go outside and exchange a few blows." Bourne quickly said, "That's not right. How can I be qualified to fight you, sir? This won't do. This won't do." Harry frowned. "Why not? I say it's okay, so it's okay." Bourne could only say with difficulty, "All right then, please show mercy, sir." "Ha ha ha, stop talking nonsense, come on." With that, the two had already arrived at the open space outside the tent. The surrounding guards looked at them strangely, wondering what they were going to do. After the two took their positions, Harry said, "Let's not fight hand to hand. We can only use magic, exchanging 2 blows to decide the winner. How about it?" Bourne nodded and said, "I do whatever you say, sir." Harry laughed. "Then you go first. Let me see your strength." Upon hearing this, Bourne activated his soulfire power, condensing bone spikes in the void. Upon seeing the bone spikes, Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness, they really can cast magic. I thought it was just a rumor." The surrounding guards were also stunned. Judging from Bourne's aura, he was only at the 2nd tier level, yet he could cast magic. Anyone who saw this talent would exclaim that it was heaven-defying. But as Bourne continued to pour his soul fire power into the spikes, more and more bone spikes condensed. 1, 2, 3. Harry's eyes widened further and further, until his mouth was agape enough to fit a fist. 6 spikes in total. What does 6 bone spikes mean? Even Akeem, famous for cultivating bone spikes, could only condense 6 at a time. Didn't this mean that Bourne's strength was about the same as Akeem's? Before Harry could react, Bourne waved his hands, and all 6 bone spikes shot out simultaneously, hurtling towards Harry. Harry's eyes narrowed, and he stretched out one hand, conjuring a bone spear. It turned out Harry was also using offensive magic. He wielded the spear with impenetrable skill, instantly shattering 4 of the bone spikes released by Bourne, though 2 still pierced through Harry's defenses. Harry reacted quickly, dodging backward by a hair's breadth, but was still grazed on his right shoulder by a single spike, fortunately without sustaining any real damage. Bourne exclaimed loudly, "Lord Harry, you're truly skilled." Harry steadied himself, pointed the spear at Bourne, and laughed loudly. "You, Bourne, let me show you my power." With that, he dragged the spear backward, his inner soul fire power surging wildly, and hurled the spear. Bourne took a deep breath, stretched out both hands, and conjured a massive bone shield. The bone shield was thicker than before, thanks to Bourne's recent secluded training. Although he hadn't broken through to the 3rd tier, his overall strength, including his use of magic, had improved significantly. With a clang, the spear slammed into the bone shield. Its powerful penetrating force shattered the surface, but that was all. The spear couldn't advance an inch further. Bourne was the first to feel the spear's power. Knowing it couldn't break through his defenses, he withdrew some of his magic, weakening his defenses, allowing the spear's force to penetrate, piercing the bone shield and embedding itself in his arm. Bourne cried out and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 75. This scene was witnessed by Akeem, who had just arrived. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "This kid's a real actor." He knew Bourne's strength very well. Long before Bourne went into seclusion, he knew that Bourne's bone shield defense was extremely strong. Even a full-force attack from a 4th-tier undead might not be able to break through his defense. Now, looking at Bourne's exaggerated demeanor, Akeem knew he was definitely acting. Harry, unaware of Bourne's strength, rushed over upon seeing him injured, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how are you?" Bourne raised his severed arm, his face contorted in pain, and said, "My lord, you are too powerful. You shattered my arm." That shot was comparable to that of an ancient demon god. Akeem covered his ears and turned away. He simply couldn't bear to listen any longer. However, he was deeply moved, knowing that Bourne's subservience was for his and the entire Northern Army's sake. Otherwise, he could have simply left without enduring this humiliation. Harry was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. "It's just a pierced arm, that's fine, as long as it didn't damage the soulfire. Ha ha ha." Bourne scratched his head, got up from the ground, and sighed, "My lord is incredibly brave and invincible. I'm no match for you." Harry smiled and beckoned, "Come, let me help you heal. This little injury is nothing. I take care of it in a flash." He reached out to grab Bourne's hand, and Bourne, without hesitation, extended his hand. However, at that moment, Bourne felt as if an electric current had passed through his body, straight into his soul. He trembled, and a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from Bourne, spreading outwards. Harry, who was about to grab Bourne's hand, was suddenly jolted back 3 steps by the force, staring at Bourne in astonishment. The guards watching the spectacle were also thrown about. Bourne smiled wryly to himself. This was too much of a coincidence. Why did it have to be at this moment? Akeem also turned around in surprise, his face lighting up with delight upon seeing Bourne's condition. "Ha, this kid has finally broken through." Bourne felt the power within his soul fire gradually gathering, growing stronger and stronger. Every inch of his bones was filled with explosive magic, causing his body to radiate an unparalleled pressure. As his magic power reached its peak, Bourne suddenly let out a triumphant roar. His body trembled violently, and his magic power surged like a tidal wave. In that instant, he broke through his limits and became a 3rd-tier undead. Bourne was both amused and worried. He was happy that he had broken through to the 3rd tier before the battle, making him stronger and more confident in the fight. He was worried because his strength had surpassed Annie's again, meaning Annie couldn't summon him anymore. If Annie were in danger, he wouldn't be able to rescue her in time. Harry clapped his hands and laughed as he walked over. "Ha ha ha, truly amazing. Congratulations on your breakthrough." Bourne bowed slightly. "This is all thanks to you, sir." "Oh." Harry smiled. "What does your breakthrough have to do with me?" "Of course, it has to do with me. It was your shot just now that cleared the blockage in my magic power, allowing me to break through smoothly. Without you, I might have had to endure more hardship." Harry laughed heartily, patting Bourne on the shoulder. "You're a smooth talker, but you're certainly got real skills. Just my type, ha ha ha." Soon after, the men under each centurion had assembled outside the city. The centurions returned to their tents and reported the assembly to Harry. Harry nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "Let's go! We set off now." Harry's citadel actually had the largest army of all the citadels. He originally had over 20,000 men, but Jose had taken more than 10,000, leaving him only 10,000 to guard the rear. If it were merely about defending their home base, then 10,000 men would indeed be sufficient. However, the rear area here encompasses far more than just the small town of Hari's citadel. It includes everything except the front lines where Jose is stationed. The Earth Bear Legion likely dared to act this time, because they were certain that all of the Northern Army's forces were concentrated near the 20th Vanguard. Commanding the Earth Bear's operation this time is Popov, the commander of the 5th Army. Since the annihilation of the 4th Army, the 5th Army, being the closest to them, has shouldered the heavy responsibility of reclaiming lost territory. However, under the Northern Army's powerful offensive, Popov has gained no advantage, instead suffering heavy losses. Popov's strength is not as great as Aang's. Originally, he was only fighting the Wind and Fire Wolves Legion to the west of the Earth Bear. Later, the Wind and Fire Wolves Legion was completely wiped out by Jessica's Legion, which greatly increased the pressure on Popov. Coupled with the need to defend against Claude's Legion to the south, Popov felt he was already overwhelmed. But at this moment, a large-scale battle broke out between Claude's army and Jessica's army, which gave Popov a chance to catch his breath. At the same time, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to launch a counterattack against Claude's army and thus regain some territory. This time, he mobilized a total of 50,000 troops, intending to attack the enemy's 5th Vanguard from the front, breaking through their defenses and striking at their heart. In his view, 50,000 men should be enough. Claude's army had no more than 10,000 men remaining in the rear. With 5 times the enemy's strength, if he still couldn't win, he would truly be ashamed. His army had been marching for some time, and soon he spotted the enemy's 5th Vanguard's fortifications. There were only a few men there. It seemed the enemy's main force hadn't arrived yet. This was a good opportunity to concentrate his forces and break through the enemy's defenses, making the subsequent battle much easier. However, the terrain was extremely complex, with many hills, making the marching route winding and circuitous. Even though the enemy vanguard was very close, it still took a long time to reach them. Looking at the enemy vanguard's fortifications, Popov didn't want to waste any more words. The purpose of this trip was to catch the enemy off guard. Engaging in verbal sparring on the battlefield would only waste his own time. So he waved his hand, and the entire army charged. A mighty army of 50,000 undead surged forward, charging towards the 5th Vanguard. In reality, the 5th Vanguard was positioned in a valley, a place easily defensible. However, if they could breach its defenses, a plain lay ahead, offering easy access to any direction. This was why Popov chose to attack here. Once the 5th Vanguard's position was breached, the 1st to 4th Vanguards would find it difficult to even retreat. With a deafening roar, the Vanguard slammed into the fortifications. Wave after wave of arrows rained down from within the Vanguard, but Popov was prepared, ordering the erection of massive bone shields to block the arrows, rendering them largely ineffective. Damn it! When will our reinforcements arrive? The captain of the 5th Advance Team, Emil's former superior, a burly zombie named Leighton, anxiously commanded his force of 400 men against an attack by 50,000 enemy soldiers. Captain, we have no reinforcements. Lord Akeem's forces have all been drawn away. He only has a few thousand men left, which are practically useless. A lieutenant said. Shut up. Lord Akeem told me I must hold this place. He will come to our aid. He will come. Leighton roared, convinced Akeem wouldn't abandon him. Just then, 4 groups of men appeared from the southeast, bursting through the Earth Bear's ranks. These 4 groups were like 4 sharp knives, cutting off the enemy's offensive rhythm. These are the 4 advanced teams from the east. A lieutenant shouted. Leighton's face lit up with joy, and he immediately ordered, quickly go and meet them. The archers of the 5th Advance Team immediately pushed forward, while a group of warriors poured out of the defensive zone to help the other advanced teams open a breach and enter the stronghold. Leighton, we've been ordered to come and assist you, said Joko, the captain of the 1st Advance Team and the strongest of all the advanced team captains, having reached the peak of the 3rd tier, just 1 step away from the 4th. Leighton was naturally delighted that Joko and his men had come, but he also understood that the stronghold currently only had about 2,000 men, and the advanced team alone was far from enough. Joko, have you received any news from Lord Akeem? When exactly are they arriving? Leighton asked. I don't know, Joko replied. Lord Akeem only sent a message, ordering us to come here to help you with the defenses, but he didn't say when he would arrive. But I'm sure he's already on his way. Leighton nodded. I already sent someone to deliver a message to Lord Akeem. Hopefully, he can come up with a solution, otherwise, if this pass falls, all the groundwork we laid will be for nothing. However, the initial attack hadn't had much of an impact on the Earth Bear Legion. Soon, they launched a second wave of attack, this time even more ferocious than the first, What do we do? Our fortifications can't hold. A vice captain shouted. Leighton frowned, and said in a deep voice, once the fortifications break, we charge in. The enemy will have to step over our corpses to get through this pass. Just then, a rumbling sound came from behind. Leighton jolted, immediately turned around, and shouted with delight, reinforcements are here. Lord Akeem is here. Brothers, give it your all. Instantly, the previously low morale soared, and everyone mustered all their strength to resist the Earth Bear's attack. Harry's army surged forward like a flood, pushing through the enemy lines at the last moment before the vanguard's fortifications collapsed, engaging the Earth Bear in close combat. A fierce battle erupted at the front. Harry and his men charged ahead, leading the charge into the enemy ranks. As fourth-tier undead, they moved like they were nothing, slaughtering their way through the Earth Bear's vanguard. But soon, Popov and his men discovered Harry's presence and immediately attacked. Humph! A mere fourth-tier cultivator dares to be so arrogant? Prepare to die? Popov roared, slamming his hammer down. Harry laughed twice, showing no fear, and swung his spear to meet the attack. But Harry had overestimated himself. The Earth Bears were renowned for their bravery. Their innate magical power of immense strength struck fear into the hearts of many, and even without magic, their strength was formidable. Therefore, Harry's spear snapped in two with a crack. Forced to retreat, he glared fiercely at his opponent. Who are you? Harry asked. Popov, pleased with his successful strike, brandished his giant hammer and declared, I am Popov, leader of the 5th Army of the Earth Bearer Legion. I advise you to surrender now, or I spare your life. A flame ignited in Harry's eyes. Arrogant by nature, he couldn't tolerate such humiliation. He snorted coldly, conjuring another bone spear and pointing it at Popov, saying, I am Harry, Deputy General of the Northern Army of the Clawed Legion. Let's see what you got to say. With that, he thrust his spear forward, and the two clashed instantly. Popov, strong and quick to gain the upper hand, was exceptionally talented. Although he had only recently broken through to the 4th tier, his strength was not far behind. For a time, the two were evenly matched. Bourne remained nearby. Having already broken through to the 3rd tier, ordinary undead posed no threat to him. He wasn't in a hurry, engaging a 3rd tier undead in front of him while observing the battlefield. Judging from the number of skilled fighters, Popov's side still holds the advantage. Besides Popov, there are 2 4th tier undead, one is fighting Akeem, and the other is surrounded by several advanced team captains and unable to break free. The enemy's total strength should be around 50,000. Currently, the defenses of their 5th advanced team have been completely breached, turning this place into a giant meat grinder where both sides' forces will be rapidly depleted until one side is exhausted. Bourne didn't want Harry's forces to suffer too many losses, so he immediately charged to Akeem's side. Akeem, we can move now. Akeem chuckled upon hearing this, firing a bone spike that repelled his opponents, and immediately retreated to the rear with Bourne. At the rear, Akeem's city guard had also arrived, totaling about 3,000 men. Akeem divided these 3,000 men into 2 groups, leading one himself and Bourne commanding the other, and they began ascending the mountain from different directions. In this massive battle involving thousands, the disappearance of Akeem and Bourne with several thousand men had little impact. Harry himself was still locked in fierce combat, and due to the poor visibility in the valley, from his position, the battle appeared evenly matched, with neither side gaining a significant advantage. However, unbeknownst to them, 2 small teams were quietly flanking the battlefield from the left and right, preparing a devastating attack. Chapter 76. Bourne led a small squad of about 1,000 men, swiftly traversing the mountainous terrain. The steep slopes made marching extremely difficult, but this also provided excellent concealment. Upon reaching the flank, he ordered everyone to hide behind the mountainsides. He divided the 1,000-odd men into 10 teams, each with a captain, forming a line that covered the entire canyon battlefield. After observing the battlefield situation, he instructed each team to attack and retreat in unison, fighting and retreating without lingering. As soon as the enemy ceased pursuit, they would launch another attack, repeating this cycle. Because the enemy's forces were overwhelmingly superior, their command and deployment were far less flexible than his own small squad. Therefore, this tactic was ideal for fighting a numerically superior enemy. Bourne himself, however, had no intention of engaging in guerrilla warfare. He had more important matters to attend to. After making the arrangements, Bond followed the first team, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. At this moment, the battle between Harry and Popov finally ceased. 2 of Harry's spears had broken. After such a long fight, he realized that his opponent was indeed stronger, and his side was outnumbered. The battle was turning against him. Since the advanced team's stronghold had already fallen when he led his troops here, the lack of fortifications amplified their numerical disadvantage. Harry gritted his teeth, looked around, and couldn't see Bourne anywhere. He was instantly furious. Where did that guy go? Wasn't he supposed to be by my side? He hadn't really cared whether Bourne was with him or not before, but now that the battle was going against him, he suddenly thought of Bourne. But Popov gave him no chance to catch his breath, launching another attack alongside another 4-tier undead. Harry roared, unleashing a bone spear at his opponent, while simultaneously conjuring another bone spear in his hand, thrusting it towards Popov. A cold glint flashed in Popov's eyes, and he roared, 8,000 pounds of power. Instantly, his body swelled several sizes, brimming with terrifying explosive force, his massive hammer emitting a sonic boom. The 4th-tier undead beside him simply swung their hammers, easily deflecting Harry's bone spear, while Popov charged forward, slamming his hammer into the tip of Harry's spear. With a deafening boom, Harry felt an immense force, his spear shattering into fragments, and he himself was thrown more than 10 meters. Before he could regain his footing, Popov swung his hammer down again. Harry was terrified. His opponent hadn't used magic during the fight, so this sudden burst of power caught him completely off guard. He was unarmed, and didn't have time to conjure a new bone spear. Even if he did, it wouldn't be effective against the attack. He was filled with regret, regretting listening to Bourne and Akim's lies and getting involved. He hadn't gained any military merit, and was now risking his life. However, just as Popov's giant hammer was about to shatter Harry's skull, a massive bone shield appeared between the two. With a deafening roar, Popov's hammer slammed into the bone shield, sending a shockwave rippled outwards, sending the nearby fighting undead flying. However, the bone shield remained completely undamaged. Popov, caught off guard, had expected a fatal blow, but instead, his hammer struck a bone shield, sending him reeling back. He stared at the shield in astonishment. Harry was equally bewildered. He had thought he was doomed, but a bone shield had saved him. After all, his opponent had unleashed the low-level spell 1,000-pound force, and the force of that hammer blow was considerable. Then, a name flashed through his mind. Bourne! Yes! Bourne. Who else in the group knew the bone shield spell besides him? But his bone shield wasn't very strong. His own bone spear had easily pierced it. How could it withstand such a powerful blow from Popov? However, before he could think further, Bourne was already beside him. Lord Harry, are you all right? Harry looked at Bourne with a complicated expression. Did you release that bone shield? Bourne nodded. Yes, please forgive me for being separated from you by the crowd earlier. So that's how it is. Bourne didn't run away on his own, he was separated from you by the fighting crowd. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, but he also realized that Bourne's strength was definitely more than what he had shown during their previous sparring session. The strength of this bone shield alone was far superior to the previous one. Of course, this was a misunderstanding on Harry's part. In the chaos, he had no recollection that Bourne had broken through from the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier. Popov's gaze was filled with suspicion. Where did this guy come from? He could withstand his immense force with just a bone shield. Even Pop wouldn't have that ability. Who are you? Bourne chuckled. I'm just a lowly soldier under Lord Harry. Look, you can't even beat a lowly soldier. What's the point of fighting? Hurry up and retreat. Popov glared. Arrogant! He winked at the two on either side, and immediately 2 other 4-tier experts gathered around. Bourne remained calm and said leisurely, You are indeed strong, but you may not be able to defeat me in a short time. However, your troops may suffer some losses. Popov was taken aback. What did this mean? But the next moment, he understood what Bourne meant. Suddenly, a battle cry rang out from the left, and a group of men charged down the mountain, catching the Earth Bearer's men completely off guard, causing chaos and defeat. Popov was startled, but quickly sneered, Humph! You think you can turn the tide of battle with this small force? You're dreaming! Bourne didn't refute, but sighed and shook his head, saying, Alas! I'm doing this for your own good. If you suffer heavy losses, how will you explain yourself when you return? Ha ha ha! Popov laughed loudly, Take your heads back, and you be done. With that, he prepared to charge forward, swinging his giant hammer. However, after their initial rampage, the group that charged down the mountain, seeing that the Earth Bearer had organized a defense and was preparing a counterattack, retreated like a receding tide, leaving the undead soldiers bewildered. Meanwhile, while everyone's attention was focused on the left, another group charged down from the right, throwing the Earth Bearer's right flank into chaos. Seeing Popov's surprised expression, Bourne laughed, How about it, General Popov? Shall we head back and fight again next time? Popov gritted his teeth. Child's play. Immediately afterward, the right flank followed suit, retreating as soon as they gained an advantage, giving the Earth Bear no chance to retaliate. Due to the valley's long and narrow terrain, Bourne had his forces spread out as much as possible to maximize contact area. This meant that the number of people actually engaged in combat was small, rendering the Earth Bear's numerical advantage ineffective. Instead, they were constantly being worn down. More importantly, the right flank included Akeem, the strongest lieutenant in the Northern Army, with exceptional attack power. His attacks dealt 10 times more damage than others. Popov trembled with rage. He glared fiercely at Bourne and said, word by word, I want you to die. With that, he swung his giant hammer at Bourne, and 2 of his 4th-tier warriors charged forward as well. Harry's gaze sharpened, and he stepped in front of Bourne. Popov, your opponent is me, he shouted, raising his spear to meet Popov's attack. Bourne seized the opportunity, throwing a magic stone. That's right, this magic stone was crafted from the magic core he had obtained after slaying the Death Serpent. Ellen had someone in the Central Army inscribe a restrictive spell on it. Bone Prison. The magic stone shattered with a deafening roar, and countless withered bones erupted from the ground, trapping the other 2 4th-tier powerhouses inside. Simultaneously, Bourne extended one hand, releasing 3 bone spikes that shot towards Popov. He then drew his soul-severing blade and slashed at Popov. Popov cried out in alarm. He wasn't known for his agility, and seeing the 3 bone spikes flying towards him, he could only parry with his giant hammer. 3 loud clangs shook Popov back 3 steps, and he looked at Bourne in horror. At this moment, Harry's spear had already thrust out, a cold glint magnifying in Popov's eyes. He roared, unleashing his immense power once more, forcefully swinging his giant hammer again and smashing it against the spear tip. With a deafening boom, Harry's longsword shattered again, sending him flying back more than 10 meters. Popov, exhausted, slammed his giant hammer heavily to the ground. He looked up and was instantly terrified. Bourne's longsword was already slashing horizontally. In desperation, he could only dodge to the side, trying to avoid a fatal blow. One of his 4th-tier undead subordinates, with tremendous effort, finally broke free of Bourne's bone prison, freeing himself and rushing forward to erect a bone shield, attempting to block Bourne's attack. Popov felt relieved. Although Bourne had displayed formidable defensive power, he believed that the opponent's offensive capabilities were a weakness, insufficient to break through his subordinate's bone shield. However, he was about to be disappointed again. The moment the soul-severing blade touched the bone shield, it was momentarily halted. Bourne roared, his entire body's magic surging, and he added even more force to his strike, quickly piercing the bone shield's defense. To Popov's utter horror, the blade flashed, slashing at Popov's shoulder, and an arm shot into the air. Ah! Popov cried out in shock and fury, leaping backward to create distance between himself and Bourne. He was truly terrified. If the defensive power of Bourne's bone shield had surprised him before, the opponent's attack power now filled him with even greater dread. It was too terrifying. My lord. How are you? 2 4th-tier undead rushed to Popov's side. I'm fine, just lost an arm. Popov gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Bourne, not daring to look away for a moment. Bourne let out a breath. His guess was right. During his arduous training in the cave, Bourne had deeply comprehended the mysteries of the soul fusion technique. He discovered that it wasn't as simple as the Mad Blade had initially described. The soul fusion technique not only helped him absorb and refine the power of death, but also tempered his soul, making his soul fire more resilient and powerful, a feeling he hadn't experienced when absorbing the soul fire of other undead. This meant that his soul fire power had already differentiated from that of other undead, and this difference was undoubtedly for the better. Therefore, he guessed that his strength should be greater than his level indicated. The previous attack had confirmed his guess. His opponent was at the 4th tier, while he had only just broken through to the 3rd tier. To break through the opponent's bone shield defense meant his strength was already superior. A smirk appeared on Bourne's lips. Popov saw that? This time, I can cut off one of your arms. Next time, I can take your head. Do you still want to fight? Popov was so angry he almost choked, but his opponent certainly had the right to be arrogant. He and Harry had fought for dozens of rounds without a clear winner, and this little skeleton had cut off his arm in one fell swoop. However, Popov still didn't intend to retreat. After all, his side had more troops, and they had already breached the enemy's defenses. If they couldn't take this valley now, they would have even less of a chance later. Just as Popov was deep in thought, A soldier came running up shouting, "Sir! Sir! Something bad has happened." Popov frowned and shouted sharply, "What are you shouting for?" The soldier pointed to the right and said, "General, we suffered heavy losses on both flanks, losing thousands of men. But we haven't even touched a hair on their heads." "What?" Popov exclaimed in surprise. "How could this be? They only have about 1,000 men. Can't our tens of thousands defeat them?" The soldier said with a bitter face, "It's not that we can't defeat them, it's that we can't reach them. They have the high ground, they can attack and retreat in one strike, and the terrain is so complex. If we send troops to pursue them, too few and they be wiped out, too many and they be attacked from the other side. We're caught in a dilemma." Bourne stood there, no longer in a hurry to attack. He knew he couldn't push Popov too far. Although his strength was above Popov's 2 fourth-tier undead, he was still no match for Popov. If Popov really fought to the death, he would be in deep trouble. He secretly gave Harry a wink, and Harry, sensing an opportunity, added fuel to the fire. "Popov, continuing this stalemate is disadvantageous for both sides. Don't underestimate us just because we're outnumbered. We control the advantageous terrain of the valley. Even if you win, you pay a heavy price. Why don't you retreat now?" "I won't pursue." Popov's face showed a struggle. He truly didn't want to give up. He looked around at the ravaged battlefield and slowly sighed. Chapter 77. Knowing this battle was pointless, Popov ordered a full retreat. The advance party cheered upon seeing the Earth-Bearer Legion retreat, shouting Harry and Akim's names, their cries echoing through the sky. Akim regrouped the guerrilla forces and returned to the ruins of the advance party's stronghold. After such a battle, the 5th advance party's stronghold was completely destroyed, unrecognizable from its original state. But Leighton was still very excited, because without Akim's rescue, his 5th advance party would have been wiped out. Not only the 5th advance party, but the other advance parties, blocked by the mountains, would have faced the Earth Bearers' attack directly, and would have been gradually devoured. Several advance party leaders quickly came forward to thank Akim and Harry. Harry was still reeling from the shock. Just moments ago, his side was clearly at a disadvantage. How could the situation have suddenly turned around? He knew in his heart that it was all the work of Akim and Bourne, but he didn't know exactly how they had done it. Therefore, he ignored the advance team leaders, who came to express their gratitude, and instead looked at Akim and Bourne with a complicated expression. But what Akim said next astonished him. "You should thank General Harry properly. This entire battle plan was devised by General Harry himself." "What?" Harry was stunned, deeply puzzled. This was clearly not part of his plan. How could it be that he devised it? Bourne also stepped forward and said, "Yes, General Harry is brilliant and valiant. Under his leadership, we defeated the Earth Bearers' 50,000-strong army with only 10,000 men. This achievement is unprecedented and will be recorded in the history of our Clawed Legion." These words completely stunned Harry. Just as he was about to say something, someone below shouted, "Long live Lord Harry." Immediately following was a deafening roar. "Long live Lord Harry." Harry's mouth gaped open as he looked at the scene before him. A feeling of being the center of attention, deeply revered, and standing at the pinnacle welled up within him. His eyes gradually lit up, and a surge of pride welled up within him. He raised his arm and shouted, "Long live the Legion of Claude." The soldiers below echoed, "Long live the Legion of Claude. Long live Lord Harry." Next, Harry left a portion of his men with the 5th Vanguard to prevent the Earth-Bearer Legion from launching a counterattack. He himself, along with Akim and Bond, went to the front lines of the 20th Vanguard to report the battle situation to General Jose. Along the way, Harry's attitude towards Akim and Bourne underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Initially, Harry was somewhat wary of them, but in this battle, Bourne essentially saved Harry's life, while Akim turned the tide of the battle and prevented defeat. More importantly, neither of them took credit. Instead, they gave him the credit, behaving with the same respect and humility as before. This further increased Harry's goodwill towards them, bringing them closer together. Harry patted Bourne on the shoulder heavily and said with a smile, "You've done a great service this time. I have to introduce you to Lord Jose." Bourne respectfully replied, "Thank you for your kindness, sir. I only did my duty. I have no merit whatsoever." Harry quickly waved his hand and said, "Hey, what do you mean no merit? General Jose is always fair in rewards and punishments. You surely be richly rewarded." Bourne's eyes darted around, sensing the opportune moment, and he respectfully said, "Haha, since you're so kind, sir, I dare to ask for your help." "Oh." Harry raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "What is it?" "As long as it's within my power, I certainly help you." Bourne immediately bowed and solemnly said, "Thank you, sir." I wish to ask you to spare Lord Poker. What? Harry frowned and fell silent. Bourne continued, Lord Poker is honest and kind, without any ulterior motives. He is also very capable, and well liked in the Northern Army. I believe he would never do something like assassinating General Jose, so please spare him. Harry sighed, this is not my wish. I talked a lot with Poker recently, and admire his character greatly. However, this is General Jose's order, and I cannot disobey it. Bourne was slightly surprised to hear this. He had assumed Harry also misunderstood Poker, but he hadn't expected him to think this way. Harry continued, I myself oppose Poker's actions. The Northern Army has already suffered a major battle, and is short-handed. Poker is a valuable asset, but General Jose listened to Samir's advice, and insisted on dismissing Poker, so I didn't say anything more. Samir again? What is this guy trying to do? Lord Harry, I have a question, and I hope you can answer it for me. Oh! What's the problem? A cold glint flashed in Bond's eyes. How did Samir get into the Northern Army? Harry shook his head. Although I've been by General Jose's side since the Central Army, I really don't know how Samir met General Jose. When was the first time you met Samir? Harry thought for a moment and said, it was on the 4th day after I arrived at the Northern Army. At that time, General Jose criticized the Northern Army's complacent strategy, but Akeem and Poker, among others, raised objections, which greatly displeased General Jose. So he planned to go to the 17th Advance Team the next day to inspect the situation. However, on the way the next day, I met Samir. At the time, I didn't know who he was, but General Jose trusted him very much and kept speaking to him in hushed tones the whole way. They're talking. Bourne frowned. This was highly unusual. Logically, General Jose should have been behind enemy lines initially, at least 1,000 kilometers from the front. How did Samir manage to get here through so many checkpoints? And how did he manage to contact General Jose alone? Akeem then said, we warned General Jose that Samir was previously with the Earth Bearer Legion and had invaded our Northern Army territory with Ong, but General Jose didn't seem to care. Bourne fell into deep thought. What methods had Samir used to gain General Jose's complete trust? And based on their previous suspicions, Samir should be with Jessica's Legion, but Samir's current advice to General Jose was to attack Jessica's Legion. Why was that? Samir will definitely be there when he meets Jose, so he needs to figure out what Samir's trump cards are. Just as Bourne was pondering this, Harry suddenly said, speaking of which, with Samir by his side, General Jose seems to be in better spirits, and even more courageous in battle. Bourne's eyes lit up. He immediately remembered that during the battle against the Earth Bears, Samir used the enhancement magic from the Philosopher's Stone, boosting the entire Earth Bear army's combat power. Could he have used the same magic on Jose? But if he could freely cast this magic, he wouldn't need the Philosopher's Stone. So why? The clues he had were too few to be sure. Bourne decided to wait until he met General Jose before trying to figure out a solution. 2 days later, they arrived at the 20th Advance Team's base. The Northern Army, numbering 100,000, was crammed into the already cramped Advance Forces stronghold, making it completely impenetrable. The undead sat in small groups, a dense mass of voices and shouts filling the air. Clearly, there was no fighting going on, and the undead soldiers had nothing to do but chat and boast. General Jose just unleashed his power. Didn't you all see it? Yes. That was incredible. I even felt like he was glowing, though I don't know if it was just my imagination. He single-handedly took on 3 fifth-tier experts and held his own. Even General Allen wouldn't be a match for him. Hearing the undead soldiers' conversation, Bourne was also greatly surprised. One person fighting 3 fifth-tier experts? What kind of strength was that? He was becoming increasingly interested in General Jose. The soldiers here all seemed to recognize Akeem and Harry, and quickly led them to General Jose's tent. The tents here were no different from those in the various cities of David. They were very simple, seemingly all of the same design. The guards briefly went in to announce their arrival before letting them into the tent. Upon entering the tent, Bourne saw 2 men inside. One was Samir, and the other, clad in black armor, was burly with a ferocious face, seated in the main seat, presumably the newly appointed Northern Army leader, General Jose. After the 3 entered, they bowed. Harry spoke first, reporting to the general 2 days ago, the Earth Bearer Legion dispatched 50,000 troops to attack our 5th Vanguard, but they were defeated by General Akeem and me, resulting in the deaths of 10,000 enemy soldiers and the capture of 3,000. Jose frowned slightly upon hearing this and coldly snorted, "Humph. Earth Bearer Legion. Those bears actually dared to launch a sneak attack. It seems we need to teach them a lesson." You did a good job this time. Akeem stepped forward and said, this time, it's all thanks to Lord Harry. He went to the rescue in time and devised a detailed plan. With only 10,000 men, he defeated the enemy's 50,000. You can say he's a genius strategist. Oh! Jose raised an eyebrow, looking at Harry with interest. You've been with me for so many years, and I never realized you had such abilities. Harry was somewhat embarrassed. After all, he knew in his heart that this credit wasn't his. But Bourne stepped forward and said, one should look at someone with new eyes after 3 days' absence. Lord Harry is indeed exceptionally wise. It was thanks to his command that we achieved this victory. Actually, Jose had noticed Bourne as soon as they entered, but he didn't recognize the little skeleton and was curious why Harry and Akeem had brought him into his tent. Bourne's words surprised Jose greatly. A true reflection of someone's abilities after 3 days' absence. Who are you, little skeleton? Bourne gave a slight bow and introduced himself. I am Bourne, a soldier in the Northern Army. A soldier? Jose was slightly taken aback, but then realized someone had mentioned him before, but he couldn't quite place them. Harry spoke up at the opportune moment. General, Bourne was the key figure who helped the Northern Army decisively defeat the Earth Bear and Fire Wolf's army. He not only played a crucial role in this battle but also saved my life. Jose's eyes flashed, and he clapped his hands, laughing, ha ha. I remember now, there seems to be such a person. So, Samir. You must be an old friend of his. Samir, who had been standing silently to the side, slightly bowed, his gloomy eyes sweeping over Bourne, and he let out a couple of cackling laughs. Yes. An old friend. Bourne narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Samir, trying to glean some clues, but to no avail. Jose then spoke up. You did a very good job this time. What reward do you want? Just say the word. Harry and Akeem both bowed and said loudly, thank you, General Jose. This is what we should do. We don't need any reward. Jose turned his gaze to Bourne and asked, is there anything you want? Bourne nodded. I dare to ask the general for a favor. Hearing this, Harry and Akeem's expressions changed. Bourne had previously mentioned poker to Harry. Was he now going to plead with Lord Jose to spare poker? Akeem, Abel, and Yossi had all previously pleaded with Jose to spare poker. But this not only failed to save poker, but also enraged Jose, resulting in the stripping of their military power. If Bourne brought up poker's matter now, Jose might consider him an accomplice of poker, and it wouldn't be surprising if he were killed on the spot. Jose frowned. He only spoken casually, but this little skeleton had been so bold as to ask for a favor on their first meeting. However, it was a promise he made, and he couldn't go back on his word in public. So he said calmly, tell me what you want to say. Akeem swallowed hard, nervously glancing at Bourne and frantically trying to signal him. But Bourne ignored him, saying to Jose, I request. All eyes were on Bourne, eager to see what he would say. I request to remain by Lord Jose's side, to assist him in expanding his territory and achieving unparalleled glory. These words left everyone speechless. Even Samir was slightly taken aback, looking at Bourne with some surprise. He had considered many possibilities, but he never expected Bourne to make such a request. After a moment of silence, Jose suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You're quite something, lad. However, I already have a strategist by my side, and there are no other positions available for you. Bourne smiled slightly. I don't need any position. Why not let me assist Lord Samir? We're old friends after all. Chapter 78. What? Samir nearly jumped up, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light as he stared intently at Bourne, seemingly trying to read his mind. Bourne's face remained expressionless, as calm as ever. He looked at Samir and asked, Does Lord Samir refuse? Samir was about to speak when he suddenly realized something and swallowed his words back. He turned to Jose and said, It's entirely up to Lord Jose. Bourne inwardly regretted his near falling into the trap. But it didn't matter. There would be many more opportunities to clash in the future. Samir also felt a surge of relief. He had almost fallen into the trap. In truth, whether he agreed or not, he had already fallen into Bourne's trap, because whether Bourne stayed or worked for him was not something he could decide. Once he spoke up, it would be overstepping his bounds and inevitably incur Jose's displeasure. If his opinion aligned with Jose's, that would be fine, but if it differed or wasn't entirely the same, then things would be terrible. Jose glanced at Samir indifferently and said, Samir doesn't need an assistant. Why don't you just be my assistant? An assistant? Bourne hadn't expected Jose to pull such a stunt, but it saved him a lot of trouble, so he readily replied, Yes. I will serve you faithfully. After the matter was settled, Harry and Akeem left the front lines, each bringing back some men to replenish their ranks, to prevent the Earth Bear from causing trouble again. On the way, Harry was completely bewildered. He still didn't understand why Bourne had stayed by Lord Jose's side. Brother Akeem, what's that Bourne kid thinking? These past few days, Harry and Akeem's relationship had improved. Just now, in front of Jose, Akeem and Bourne took all the credit for the battle, and Bourne even spoke up for him, which deeply moved Harry, hence his warmer address. Akeem shook his head. I don't know either. This guy's always like this, never playing by the rules. But I believe him, he must have his own plans. Harry, though not particularly shrewd, wasn't stupid. He vaguely sensed something. Brother Akeem, are you planning something? Have you discovered something wrong? Akeem glanced at Harry. Do you think that Samir is normal? Harry immediately shook his head. I don't think he's normal, but General Jose trusts him a lot, and I listen to General Jose. Akeem gave a wry smile. General Jose certainly has his own ideas, but his current actions are largely influenced by Samir. The influence of Mir, these things have put the Northern Army in a dangerous situation. Harry frowned. I don't see any danger. The Earth Bear is currently demoralized, and the Shadow Serpent Legion is also preoccupied with other matters. Isn't it reasonable for us to focus all our efforts on dealing with Jessica's Legion now? Akeem sighed. That seems reasonable, but General Jose weakened our forces and imprisoned Poker. These things will destabilize the Northern Army and create significant internal problems. At the same time, the battle at the front is progressing slowly. By abandoning the fight against the Earth Bear and turning to attack the stronger Jessica's Legion, we have undoubtedly given the Earth Bear Legion more breathing room. Harry was completely bewildered. He wasn't good at this kind of thing to begin with, and Akeem's explanation only made things more confusing. Seeing Harry still somewhat clueless, Akeem smiled and said, You just need to understand that everything General Jose is doing now is very unusual, and Bourne is here to find out why. In the 20th Advanced Team's frontline camp, Bourne and Samir stood respectfully on either side of Jose. Before Jose lay a general map of the Northern Army's front lines. He tapped his fingers twice on the map, glanced at Bourne, and said, Harry says you're quite capable. I like to see if that's an exaggeration. Bourne immediately smiled and replied, Even if my abilities are great, they can only serve Lord Jose. Jose nodded and turned to Samir. Samir, these past few days, according to your plan, although we achieved some results, we also lost quite a few men. Now that Bourne is here, I'd like to hear his opinion. A cold glint flashed in Samir's eyes. He was inwardly furious, but showed no outward sign. He bowed and said, Jessica's Legion is powerful. It's already quite remarkable that you were able to repel them dozens of kilometers in just a few days. Bourne then gave an inopportune sneer, a laugh that immediately drew the attention of both Jose and Samir. Samir's face was ashen as he coldly questioned, What are you laughing at? Bourne didn't even look at him directly. Nothing, just laughing at some people who blame their incompetence on the enemy's strength. What did you say? Samir roared in anger, about to say something, but was stopped by Jose's wave. Jose chuckled softly and asked casually, Oh? Why do you say that? Bourne walked unhurriedly to the map, pointing to a river and saying, Lord Jose, please look. This river has a very unusual course. It flows westward from the territory of the Earth Bear Legion, then turns north here, separating the 20th and 19th Advanced Teams on opposite banks. Jose nodded. Is there a problem with that? Bourne continued, I see that the current fighting is mostly taking place on the west bank of the river, while there's no fighting on the east bank. Since we can't fight from the front. After defeating Jessica's army, we cross the river from the east bank, reach the enemy's rear, and catch them off guard. Upon hearing this, Samir burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought you had some brilliant plan. You probably don't know, but rivers are extremely rare in the underworld, and wherever there are rivers, there are powerful aquatic monsters, some even reaching the 8th rank. Even you. Our commander Claude would have to give way. Jose frowned, disappointed that Bourne had come up with such a ridiculous plan. But the next moment, Bourne also laughed, ha ha ha. So someone's incompetent. Can't even think of a solution to this simple problem? What kind of strategist are you? You? Samir was furious. Jose coughed twice. Ahem, Bourne, you're just an assistant. Be mindful of your manners. Bourne nodded. Yes, Lord Jose, I apologize for my rudeness. Jose waved his hand. It's all right, just tell me, what's your plan? Bourne's lips curled into a smile, as he looked directly at Samir and said, Words are no proof. Let's go to the river and try it now. If I can cross the river without using the natural stone bridge, that will prove everything. Jose nodded, acknowledging Bourne's suggestion. But then Bourne said, if my method is correct, shouldn't someone's strategist's position be changed? Samir's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He understood now. Bourne was targeting him. He glared at Bourne, gritting his teeth, and said, fine. Little brother Bourne, if you can successfully cross the river, then I will step down and relinquish this strategist's position, but... He paused, a murderous intent spreading through him. If you fail, you will have deceived Lord Jose, a capital offense. I will kill you myself as a warning to others. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Jose laughed. If Bourne fails, you won't have a chance to kill him either. He have already been devoured by the powerful monster in the river. Samir thought about it, and realized it made sense. This kid got off easy. Soon, the three of them arrived at the riverbank. The river was about 200 meters wide, and the water was very calm, showing no signs of danger. However, in reality, any one of the magical beasts that appeared below could wipe out an entire army. Looking at the calm water, Samir sneered inwardly. He absolutely did not believe that this Bourne had the ability to cross the river. In all his years of cultivation, he had never seen anyone directly cross a river in the netherworld. Jose looked at Bourne and said, how's it going? Ready? Bourne nodded, ready to start anytime. Then, he looked at Samir, strategist. You better wash your ass clean. I kick you out of your position when I get back. Samir, After saying that, Bourne ignored Samir, walked to the riverbank alone, took a deep breath, and, to their astonishment, jumped straight into the water. What's going on? That's it? Samir was a little confused. He originally thought that Bourne would at least have a boat or a raft or something, or at the very least, release a bone shield so he could float across. Fine. Why did you just jump into the water like that? Jose was also puzzled. Was this kid just putting on a show, actually courting death? Jumping straight into the water and making such a commotion would definitely attract the attention of the underwater monsters, and then escape wouldn't be guaranteed. While the two on the shore were racking their brains trying to figure out why Bourne would do this, Bourne was already swimming vigorously. After all, the undead didn't need to breathe and could move freely in the water. He knew that his commotion would inevitably attract the underwater monsters, but he wasn't worried. In the relatively calm water, he could reach the other side in less than 5 minutes. Time passed slowly. It was pitch black underwater, and nothing could be seen, but Bourne clearly sensed a powerful aura approaching. A thought struck him, and he immediately used an invisibility spell. Instantly, he disappeared into the water, perfectly concealing his presence. However, because he was underwater, the two on the shore didn't notice anything unusual and waited quietly. Humph. Has that kid already been eaten by the monster? There's not a sound, Samir said. Jose frowned and said, let's wait 3 more minutes. If he doesn't reach the other side by then, we're going back. However, just then, a huge fin suddenly appeared on the calm water, emanating a terrifying aura. Even from this distance, Jose felt a threat of death and immediately retreated dozens of meters, increasing the distance between himself and the riverbank. Samir also retreated, looking at the monster in the river with apprehension, muttering, this is terrifying. This aura must belong to at least a 10th tier, fully developed monster. That kid's doomed. Jose didn't speak, but continued to stare at the opposite bank. Although he no longer held any hope, he couldn't break his promise to wait 3 more minutes. 3 minutes quickly passed, and the two still hadn't seen Bon. The powerful underwater monster slowly sank into the water and disappeared. Samir was secretly smug, thinking, serves you right for being so cocky. Now you've been eaten alive by the monsters. Not even a bone fragment is left, ha ha. But outwardly, he feigned regret, alas. What a talented person, just eaten like that, what a pity. Jose glanced at Samir indifferently, about to say, let's go back. When he caught a glimpse of a figure on the opposite bank out of the corner of his eye, he was immediately startled, his eyes widening as he looked across the bank. Holy crap! There really was a figure. The person shouted, strategist Samir, have you washed your ass yet? This man was none other than Bourne. Samir's face was now as green as a zombie's spit. He couldn't understand how Bourne had managed to cross the river safely right under the nose of a 10th tier, fully fledged magical beast. It was unbelievable. Not only Samir, but Jose was also completely dumbfounded. He had already given up, thinking Bourne was already eaten, but now Bourne was standing perfectly fine on the other side of the river, hopping and skipping around without a scratch. This was illogical. Then, under their wide-eyed stares, Bourne leaped into the river again, splashing into the water. Again? Jose and Samir were speechless with astonishment. This time, Bourne was more experienced and completed the crossing in less time, about 3 minutes. He emerged unscathed from the water right before their eyes. This world is crazy. Bourne walked up to them with a smile, shaking off the water as he went. Lord Jose, I have fulfilled my mission. I have successfully crossed the river. Jose rushed over, grabbed Bourne, and examined him thoroughly. Indeed, he was completely unharmed. He was still the same Bourne. How did you do that? Bourne chuckled. The art of war lies in surprise attacks. It's not that I don't trust you, sir, but this skill of mine will be very useful in the future. He glanced at Samir as he spoke. Jose was taken aback. Bourne's reluctance to reveal the secret slightly displeased him, but now he desperately needed a major victory to boost morale and prove his aggressive strategy was correct, so he said nothing. Ha ha ha, good. Bourne! You certainly haven't disappointed me. Bourne smiled and gave Jose a slight bow. It is my honor to share your burdens, sir. Then he turned to the gloomy-faced Samir and said with a smile, Lord Samir, oh. No. You're no longer Lord. In what capacity are you prepared to remain in my northern army? Chapter 79. Samir sat alone on the newly built city wall of the 20th Vanguard, slamming his fist into the ground, as if the floor were Bond's obnoxious face. That Bond has ruined my plans time and time again. He's infuriating. Last time, it was because of him that my mission with the Earth-Bearer Legion failed, and now he's here to cause trouble again. No way. I must get rid of this menace. Let him gloat for a day or two, humph. In reality, although Samir knew Bond, he had never taken him seriously. After all, Bond had played very little role in the battle. It was mostly Ellen, Akeem, and others who fought to the death. Bond, as a second-tier undead, was simply beneath Samir's notice. Yesterday, when he first saw Bond, he was secretly delighted, thinking about how to kill the guy, but unexpectedly, he was the one who was killed first. After Bourne successfully crossed the river, Jose asked Samir to fulfill their agreement and resign from his position as strategist. However, he didn't dismiss Samir but allowed him to stay and continue assisting him in military affairs, though without the strategist title. Afterwards, Jose discussed the upcoming battle plan with Bourne. Although Samir was entitled to continue participating in the discussion, he had just lost to Bourne and naturally felt ashamed to remain there, so he made up an excuse and left. This made things easier for Bourne. After Samir left, he asked Jose, Lord Jose, may I ask you a question? Jose chuckled. You want to know why I given Samir such an important position, don't you? Bourne was taken aback. He hadn't expected Jose to be so direct. Jose waved his hand. Hee, you don't need to be so surprised. I've known Samir for a long time. He initially helped the Earth-Bearer Legion unite with the Windfire Wolves and Shadow Serpent Legion to invade our northern army, then mysteriously disappeared after their defeat. Ellen told me about it too. Bourne frowned. Since you know all this, why do you trust him so much? And why did you listen to him and imprison Lord Poker? Jose sighed. Alas, I won't tell you that now. Once you successfully helped me repel Jessica's legion, I tell you the real reason. Bourne's eyes flashed. It seemed there was a deeper reason behind this. He didn't ask any more questions. Since Jose had said so, there was no way he could get anything out of him. Jose's expression turned serious, and he solemnly said, Now, as you wish, Samir is no longer the strategist. This battle is now in your hands. So tell me, how should we fight? Upon hearing this, Bourne walked to the edge of the map and pointed to the border between the two armies, saying, My strategy is simple. Surprise! We are currently fighting on the west bank of the river, which is all plains. My suggestion is to feign weakness first, then encircle the enemy from 3 directions. Oh! Jose became interested. How do you feign weakness, and how do you encircle them? Bourne smiled. In our undead war, the first thing to consider is the leader, the second is the strategy, and the third is the strength of the troops. If the leader is strong, then the battle is already half won. Jose nodded. Indeed, if there is a 7th or 8th tier expert in command, even if the enemy has many men, we won't be afraid. Therefore, I want you to fight the enemy general one-on-one again, and deliberately return wounded. Jose frowned. We're not humans from the prime material plane. If we're injured, it's our souls that are damaged, and recovery will be very difficult. Bourne nodded and smiled, saying, That's true, but we don't need to actually get injured. You just give the enemy an arm, then escape, and don't leave the house again. Send out a message saying that you overused your magic during your escape, damaging your soul fire. It might seem like a rumor, but as long as you don't leave the house, and don't personally clarify, the rumor will naturally spread and become more and more outrageous. Jose was somewhat skeptical. Can it really be done like that? Bourne looked confident. This is psychological warfare, If what you send out is only half true, the enemy will be skeptical. Besides, our operation has already dragged on for a long time, and they are eager to defeat us. If you are injured, it will be a golden opportunity for them. How could they let it slip by? Jose swallowed hard. Go on. Our operation will likely take about 20 days. First, you will personally lead the campaign, suffer a crushing defeat, and then retreat to recover from your injuries. Second, you will need to detach 30,000 troops and deploy them near the 21st Vanguard to prepare for a flanking maneuver from the west. Finally, you will assign me 10,000 troops, and I will transport them all to the enemy's rear within 10 days. Jose frowned. If that's the case, the enemy can still concentrate their superior forces and break through their rear to escape. Bourne waved his hand. It's useless. They'd be better off breaking through from the east than from my side. East? Jose was taken aback, then his eyes widened suddenly. You mean? That's right. Bourne pointed to the river. Once the fighting starts, killing the enemy is secondary, forcing them to retreat is paramount. Initially, we need to lure them into a trap. When the time is right, I suggest General Harry and General Abel lead 30,000 troops from the west to advance first. Then you return to the battlefield at full strength, intimidating them, and they inevitably retreat in panic. At that point, I lead 10,000 men to block their retreat from the rear. In their disarray, they inevitably jump into the river, and the outcome is predictable. Jose nodded. Okay. You handle the river crossing. As for the matters on the front and the west, who should I entrust with the intelligence work? Samir? Bourne shook his head. Let Abel handle the western front, with Lord Harry assisting him. As for the main battles, let Akeem and... Bourne paused, glanced at Jose's expression, and gritted his teeth, saying, and Poker. Jose's expression changed, and he snorted coldly. Humph. Poker allowed his men to ambush me. How can I trust him? Bourne immediately said, There's definitely a misunderstanding. Please give Poker a chance, sir, to prove his loyalty. Seeing Jose's still unfriendly expression, he continued, After Poker came out, he didn't directly participate in military activities, but stayed with you. His mission is to prevent anyone, including Samir, from contacting you. Oh, why is that? Jose asked. Bourne said solemnly, Samir cannot participate in this operation. It's merely a test, allowing you to see Samir's true colors. Jose narrowed his eyes. You mean? I don't know what promises Samir made to you, but he's extremely ruthless and has ulterior motives. So please trust me this time, sir. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Seeing Bourne's sincerity, Jose sighed and nodded. All right, as you wish. After all, Harry recommended you. Immediately summon Harry and the other 4. Once they're ready, you can depart. Bourne was overjoyed and bowed. Yes. Thank you for your trust, sir. I will certainly not fail you. With that, he strode out of the tent, summoned a messenger, and sent messages to the 4 citadels. Within a few days, the 4 lieutenants and Poker arrived at the front lines. Poker, Abel, and Ashy were all very excited to see Bourne again. Since General Jose took office, their lives had become increasingly difficult. Abel had even considered contacting Ellen and defecting to the Central Army. Therefore, Bourne's arrival brought them all a glimmer of hope, especially for Poker, who nearly burst into tears when he learned that Bourne had rescued him. After being implicated by Robert and dismissed from his position as deputy general by Jose in a fit of anger, becoming a prisoner, he was despondent and resigned to his fate. But to his utter surprise, Harry suddenly approached him, saying that General Jose was willing to release him and request that he take command of Bourne in battle. This overjoyed him. Upon seeing Bourne, Poker immediately rushed over, hugged him tightly, and burst into tears. Brother Bourne, you've finally come to save me. Bourne was nearly knocked apart by the impact, and quickly said with a wry smile, Brother Poker, you suffered these past few days. But don't hug me so tightly, I feel like my ribs are about to break. Poker quickly released Bourne, tears and snot streaming down his face. If you hadn't come back, you would never have seen me again. Harry coughed twice. Ahem, I haven't been that bad to you. Bourne laughed. All right, time is of the essence now. Brother Poker, we can talk in detail later. Now I need to explain my plan to you all, and after that, I immediately set off for the 19th Advance Team. Getting down to business, everyone became serious. Bourne concisely explained the battle plan and hurriedly led his 10,000 men towards the 19th Advance Team. Between the 19th and 20th Advance detachments lies a natural stone bridge, with the rushing river flowing beneath and the bridge itself offering excellent security. Previously, this bridge was under the control of the Windfire Wolves Legion, who used it to repel several waves of attacks from the Clawed Legion and successfully counterattack. Furthermore, the existence of this bridge also meant that the Earth-Bearer Legion had little interest in the Windfire Wolves. However, after the last great battle, the Windfire Wolves Legion suffered devastating losses and lacked sufficient manpower for defense. The Northern Army seized the opportunity, captured the bridge, and established advanced detachment outposts on either side of it. The present-day 19th and 20th Advanced Detachments. Rivers are natural barriers for the undead legions. If the enemy wants to cross, there are only two possibilities. Either they are powerful individuals with strength exceeding the Yuan level, only core members of large legions like Jessica possess such individuals, or they use sheer numbers. Everyone rushes in, filling the mouths of the underwater monsters in front, allowing those behind to easily reach the shore. This method not only incurs heavy losses, but also creates a great disturbance. Those on the opposite bank simply need to guard the bank and kill those who come ashore one by one. Therefore, generally speaking, no one wants to cross rivers to fight. The 19th Vanguard had already received news of Bourne's approaching army, and quickly made preparations, luring Bourne and his party to the east bank of the river. Upon arriving at the 19th Vanguard, Bourne did not set off immediately. Instead, he divided his 10,000 men into 10 smaller teams, sending them to detour via different routes to avoid detection. According to the 19th Vanguard's intelligence, there is a Jessica Legion stronghold on the east bank, with approximately 300 men. Casimig, captain of the 19th Advanced Team, suggested to Bourne, "Why don't we just charge straight in and take out their stronghold?" Bourne shook his head. "No, firstly, not all their men might be in the stronghold. We can't wipe them out completely, and it would only attract their attention. Secondly, while I'm attacking, they can release signal flares to warn their main force on the other side, which would be very disadvantageous for us." Casimig frowned. "Then what should we do?" Bourne thought for a moment. Samir knew about his plan to cross the river, and might leak it to Jessica's Legion, using them to kill him. However, what if the enemy already knew he could cross, and had laid an ambush on the riverbank? Couldn't he turn the tables on them? Bourne slapped his thigh and immediately rattled off a long speech to Casimig. Casimig's eyes lit up, and he nodded emphatically, saying, "All right. I get on it right now." Soon, Bourne's 10 teams and the 19th Advanced Team set off simultaneously, heading in different directions. Marcellino was the leader of a squad in Jessica's Legion. His strength was at the 5th tier, but such strength was commonplace in Jessica's Legion. He could only bully these small legions in the south. At this moment, he sat with 2 other 5th tier undead, both recently promoted to the 5th tier and also Marcellino's subordinates. One was named Gonku, and the other was named Burford. They originally a squad leader in Jessica's 19th Army, he was later appreciated by his leader and given an important mission, to expand their territory to the south. Gonku poked the ground with his finger, bored. "Boss, the 18th Army's plan failed, and we took advantage of the situation to seize the Wind and Fire Wolves' territory. We thought we could relax, but unexpectedly, they set their sights on us and are fighting us to the death here." Burford nodded and said, "I don't know what's gotten into Jose. He's ignoring the Earth-Bearer Legion and coming to fight us, even accusing us of assassinating him. It's outrageous." Marcellino remained silent, instead staring calmly in the direction of the Northern Army in the distance. After a long silence, he sighed and asked, "What's the Legion's attitude towards the 18th Army now?" Gonku shrugged. "What else could it be? They're all watching us. If we're driven back by Clawed's Legion, the 18th Army can take over the southern front again. If we hold out, they have no choice but to admit defeat." Just then, a piece of bone suddenly flew over and landed on the ground with a thud. The 3 of them jumped up in surprise, drawing their swords and looking around. "Who's there?" Gonku roared. However, all was silent. There was no response. Chapter 80. Marcellino frowned, observing the surroundings. This was the core area of their main force. Besides their own troops, there was no one else around. Ganko's gaze fell on the bone fragment. He bent down and picked it up. "What's this?" "Let me see," Marcellino said, holding out his hand. Ganko handed the bone fragment to Marcellino. He took it, examined it, and found a line of small writing. He leaned closer and read, "They can cross the river." The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. What does this mean?" Ganko asked, puzzled. Marcellino frowned. "Someone might have come specifically to warn us." Burford nodded. "They should be referring to Claude's Legion, but crossing the river." All 3 simultaneously looked at the calmly flowing river beside them, silently swallowing. "Is this true?" Ganko asked. Burford shook his head. It shouldn't be possible, unless they're crazy. Even if they successfully cross the river, not many will reach the other side, and they won't pose much of a threat to us. Yeah. Gonka added, a concentrated crossing would be a huge commotion, and our stronghold on the east bank should give us a heads up. Marcelino frowned, examining the bone fragment in his hand again, stroking the inscription. These characters. Were they carved with a knife? Gonka leaned closer to look, pursing his lips, and shaking his head. They don't look like it, they look more like corrosion. Corrosion? Marcelino shook his head, confused. He tossed the bone fragment to Gonka and ordered, have men set up an ambush on the riverbank and observe the movements on the other side. Report back immediately if there's any movement. This riverbank is so long, where should we ambush them? Asked Burford. Send all 10,000 men to ambush them, leaving no gaps. On the east bank of the river, at Jessica's Legion stronghold, squad leader Dover stood on high ground, observing the movements of Claude's Legion. A group of men blocked the front of the stronghold. It was the 19th vanguard of Claude's Legion's northern army, with Captain Casimig standing at the front, ready for battle. Dover was puzzled. The main battle was on the west bank of the river. What was Casimig thinking? Why wasn't he attacking directly, but just standing there at the entrance to his own stronghold? Casimig, what are you doing? Dover shouted. But Casimig didn't move, completely ignoring him, remaining motionless in his original posture. What's going on? Dover felt his brain was failing him. Although he wasn't afraid of Casimig, being stared at like that made him uneasy. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he immediately ordered his men to guard the area while he hastily moved to the higher ground to the side. His eyes narrowed sharply. Just as I thought, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Turning to the skeleton soldier behind him, he said, immediately send a message to the main force on the west bank, saying that Claude's Legion is assembling troops 5 kilometers north of my stronghold. Go now. The skeleton soldier immediately obeyed, pulling a piece of leather from some unknown creature from his robes. He scratched a line of small characters on it with his fingernail, then took out a bow and arrow from his back, wrapped the leather around the arrow, drew the bow, and with a whoosh, shot the arrow across to the opposite bank. The river was about 200 meters wide on average, and the maximum firing range of a typical skeleton soldier was also around 200 meters. Therefore, the teams on both sides of the river used this method to communicate. Doford breathed a heavy sigh of relief upon seeing the message successfully transmitted. Although he didn't understand what the other side was up to, the sudden discovery that they had secretly gathered over 1,000 people behind his stronghold made him very uneasy. They must be planning something. Casimig is definitely a decoy, used to cover this team. Doford's lips curled into a smile. Humph. Good thing I discovered it. The skeleton soldiers behind him immediately flattered. Captain is brilliant. Their tricks couldn't escape your eyes. Doford chuckled. Whatever their scheme, Lord Marcelino has already received the news and will be prepared. We don't need to worry. We pretend we don't know anything now. Let's go! Back to the main gate. With that, Doford led a few skeleton soldiers back to Casimig's side. Casimig had been observing the enemy's movements the whole time. Seeing Ford suddenly disappear for a moment, he was overjoyed. It seemed the plan had succeeded. In the West Coast Jessica Legion's camp, a zombie warrior suddenly rushed towards Marcelino. Lord Marcelino. Something's wrong. Marcelino was discussing the battle with Ganko, when he suddenly heard the noise. He frowned slightly and shouted, "What's all the fuss about?" The zombie warrior steadied himself and immediately said, "That madman Jose is charging at us again." What? Marcelino jumped to his feet, sword in hand, and charged forward. This guy's never going to stop. How many times has this happened already? Ganko and Burford exchanged a glance, and quickly followed. Jose wielded his broadsword with a whooshing sound, moving through Jessica's army as if they were nothing, slaughtering his way through. Marcelino, enraged, roared and charged forward, shouting, "Jose! Are you out of your mind? Always coming here to fight. When will this end?" Jose laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Scared already? If you're scared, then call me Grandpa." Marcelino yelled angrily, but upon contact, he noticed that Jose seemed different today. Perhaps weaker? Marcelino was uncertain. After exchanging 3 more blows with Jose, a surge of joy filled him. He whispered to Gonka and Burford, who had just arrived, "Have you noticed? Jose doesn't seem as ferocious as before." Burford narrowed his eyes. It seemed so. Usually, he has a faint blue aura around him, but today he seems much more normal. Marcelino couldn't contain his excitement. This might be an opportunity. Let's see if we can take him down today. The three exchanged glances, nodded, and simultaneously attacked Jose. Undeterred, Jose swung his right hand, slashing out and knocking Genko away. With his left hand outstretched, a bone spear appeared and shot towards Burford. The spear's penetrating power was immense. Burford dared not take it head-on, and could only retreat to dodge. Meanwhile, Marcelino swung his blade directly at Jose's face. Jose feigned surprise, his body slightly shifting. With a snap, Jose's left hand was severed cleanly at the root. Marcelino was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected such an effect. In the previous battle, Jose had been incredibly brave, and with Samir's potion as a boost, even the three of them struggled against him alone. But now, after only a short time, he had already severed Jose's arm, something that had never happened before, something he hadn't even dared to imagine. A look of wild joy slowly spread across Marcelino's face. He was certain that Jose was at his weakest now, and he could definitely kill him. But Jose, wounded, didn't linger. He roared, "We fight again another day," and turned to run. That wouldn't do. They couldn't let their prize slip away. "Stop him!" Marcelino shouted urgently, and the three of them quickly gave chase. But Jose secretly pulled out a magic stone and crushed it, instantly increasing his speed significantly. Simultaneously, he released his soulfire power, enveloping his entire body and feigning a desperate escape, shouting as he ran, "Don't come any closer." If Bond saw this, he'd definitely award him a Best Actor award. Marcelino exclaimed in surprise, "My God! He's actually using his soulfire to increase his speed. Is he insane?" Genko added, "Even if he escapes by doing this, his soulfire will be damaged." Immediately afterward, several bone spikes flew towards them. Marcelino and the others immediately parried with their swords, and with several crisp clangs, the bone spike snapped. But at the same time, Jose successfully made it back to his base. Marcelino was furious. He had finally managed to wound Jose, and he still managed to escape. Who saved him? He looked up and saw a tall, thin skeleton standing proudly before him, his body riddled with bone spurs, a easily recognizable feature. It was Akeem. Since Jose had personally led the attack on Jessica's army from the start, Marcelino didn't recognize the other members of the Northern Army, and he hadn't even seen Akeem face to face. Now that he saw Akeem, he wondered, who is this guy? But despite his doubts, he wasn't willing to give up such a favorable situation. He immediately ordered, "Genko, immediately notify all units to assemble here at full speed. We must seize the opportunity while Jose is injured and take the Western Bank stronghold in one fell swoop. If all goes well, we can even capture the stone bridge." Genko was also very excited and shouted, "Yes, sir." However, at that moment, a zombie warrior suddenly ran over, reporting, "Sir, important news from the riverbank." Marcelino was taken aback. "News so soon? What news? Tell me quickly." The zombie warrior took out an arrow, with a piece of animal hide wrapped around its fletching. He frowned, removed the hide, unfolded it, and saw its contents. He sneered, "This Jose is truly insane. He actually wants to cross the river." The zombie warrior continued, "Sir, we did spot signs of an enemy army gathering about 5 kilometers behind our stronghold on the east bank, but there are only about 1,000 men there now." Marcelino glanced at Akeem on the city wall, gritted his teeth, and said, "The attack plan absolutely cannot be changed. Jose's injury is a godsend. We can't miss it." Gonka said with some worry, "We don't know what their purpose is in crossing the river. Should we ambush them there?" Marcelino nodded and instructed the zombie warrior, "Go and notify the rest of the men lying in ambush on the riverbank. Have them all gather at the location where the enemy has assembled and lie in ambush. If they really dare to cross the river, kill them one by one." The zombie warrior responded, "Yes," and hurriedly ran off. "Can 1,000 men cross the river?" Gonka asked somewhat doubtfully. Marcelino was somewhat non-committal. "I haven't tried it either, but the enemy should still be assembling. This number alone won't be of much use." Then, he turned towards the city wall and said coldly, "Once our forces are fully assembled, we launch a general attack. Strike while the iron is hot." At this moment, Akeem on the city wall remained calm. He knew that Abel and Harry had already led 30,000 troops around the 21st Advance Team, and would reach the enemy's right flank in 2 days. During this time, the enemy should have also completed their assembly. It would then be a war of attrition, holding out until Bond completed his smuggling mission. Akeem knew the weight of this responsibility. He was a 4th-tier undead, while the opponent had 3 5th-tier enemies. Jose had to feign injury, and couldn't appear. Poker had to secretly protect Jose, and couldn't appear either, and while Ash could, she would only appear as a surprise attack after the battle began. Samir was even more of a threat. The most important thing in this battle was to guard against him and prevent him from making any underhanded moves. Therefore, this battle depended entirely on Akeem, and the pressure on him was immense. Fortunately, after the previous battle with the Earth Bear, he had absorbed a considerable amount of soul fire, and his strength had reached the peak of the 4th tier. Just one step away from entering the 5th tier. He hoped to break through the 5th tier bottleneck in this battle, thus increasing his chances of victory. 2 days passed quickly, and the two sides remained locked in a stalemate. Marcelino, seeing that his troops were nearly assembled, gave the order to launch an attack on the 20th advance team. Akeem's eyes flashed coldly, and he waved his hand. Soldiers! Kill them! A deafening roar erupted as both undead armies unleashed their ferocity, their eyes bloodshot and their forms maniacal as they fought. Akeem spotted his target, leaped down, and with a series of swift movements, fired 3 bone spikes at the charging Genko. Gonka sneered, "Child's play." He shattered the bone spikes with his blade, then shouted, "Bone spear." A sharp spear materialized and shot towards Akeem. Akeem's heart sank. It seemed there was still a gap in strength. He dared not fight head-on, and could only dodge. But Gonka was relentless, pressing his advantage. Akeem was instantly at a disadvantage. He tried his best to defend against Gonka's attacks, while Gonka laughed heartily, his longsword flashing and slashing relentlessly, giving Akeem no time to breathe. Marcelino showed no intention of intervening. He was waiting for Jose to emerge. He was still somewhat uneasy, fearing that Jose wasn't truly injured, so he could retreat in time. But to his disappointment, the battle lasted a whole day. Akeem fled back to the city walls several times, rested for a while, and then fought Genko again. Jose did not appear during this time, which made Marcelino even more certain that Jose must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, given his warlike nature, how could he have refrained from attacking? Chapter 81. On the 4th day of the battle, Marcelino could no longer contain himself. He asked Burford, "Any movement from those guys on the east bank?" Burford replied, "They're making a racket, like they're building a ship." "Building a ship?" Marcelino was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, they're really crazy. Do they think building a ship will allow them to cross the river? What a joke. Ignore them. Let's all go for it today, and take down this stronghold." As he spoke, he glared menacingly at Akeem, who was locked in fierce combat. "Humph. This guy's been arrogant for days. Today is the day it ends." Akeem noticed the gaze and his heart tightened. It seemed the other side was getting serious. He abruptly pushed Gonka away and retreated. Gonka had been dominating Akeem's fight these past few days, yet he hadn't managed to inflict any real damage, which frustrated him greatly. Now, seeing Akeem trying to escape again, he was enraged and, without thinking, chased after him with his sword. Seeing Gonka catch up, Akeem's lips curled into a smile, and his magical power surged within him. Suddenly, Gonka felt his feet sink. Looking down, he saw that a black swamp had wrapped around his feet, and it was corroding them relentlessly. He was terrified and tried to break free, but it was too late. 3 bone spikes pierced his body, sending him flying and pitting him heavily to the ground. At the same time, Ashi appeared out of nowhere, slashing at the pinned Gonka with his sword. Gonka was terrified at the sight. He cried out in terror, "Boss! Save me!" But it was too late. He had chased after it far enough that by the time Marcelino realized he was in danger, he couldn't reach him in time, and could only watch helplessly as Ash beheaded Genko. "Ah!" Marcelino screamed. They had been fighting Jose for days, and although they had been at a disadvantage, they hadn't suffered too many losses. But today, they had suddenly lost a 5th-tier undead. Ash tossed Genko's head to Akeem, and the two quickly returned to the city walls. Akeem laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, Ash, well done." Ash was also very excited. This was his first time killing a 5th-tier undead. Before, he hadn't even dared to face one head-on, let alone kill one. "Brother Akeem, you should eat this soulfire. It should allow you to break through to the 5th tier directly." Akeem didn't stand on ceremony and nodded. If he could break through to the 5th tier now, it would play a crucial role in the entire battle. Gonku was still conscious, screaming in terror, "Don't kill me! Don't eat me!" Akeem sneered, piercing Gonku's skull with a bone spike and extracting his soul fire. This soul fire pulsed continuously, containing immense magical power. Akeem tilted his head back and swallowed the soul fire in one gulp. Instantly, a powerful force surged through his body, coursing through his limbs and bones, finally condensing in his soul fire. With a pop, it broke through the bottleneck he he had been struggling with for so long. A deafening boom echoed in his mind, and the soul fire became even brighter, brimming with power. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, big brother." "Yes," she said happily. Akeem sensed the changes in his soul fire and nodded. It was indeed much stronger. He felt that if he faced Gonku again now, he wouldn't be completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, outside the stronghold, Marcelino was acting like a madman. Completely enraged, he led his 100,000 troops in a reckless assault on the stronghold's defenses. Burford pleaded, "Boss, don't get so worked up. We need to be careful not to get surrounded." "What's there to be afraid of?" Marcelino roared. "All their forces are inside this stronghold. I killed them all. I wiped them out and avenged Ginkgo." Seeing that he couldn't dissuade him, Burford gave up. He thought it made sense. Even if the enemy had troops crossing the river to flank them, they couldn't possibly number many. Most of their forces would likely be devoured by the monsters in the river, causing little trouble. Besides, he had left about 3,000 men buried on the riverbank. Fuck them. Every single one of them will die. Thinking this, Burford no longer hesitated, letting out a long roar as he launched an attack on the enemy's fortifications. Meanwhile, on Bourne's side, he first arranged for a detachment to camp 5 kilometers north of the enemy's stronghold on the east bank and build boats. He then led another 1,000 men to a valley further north. This valley had many low hills, and the river's banks were steep, making crossing difficult. However, it was also the narrowest point of the river, only about 100 meters wide, greatly reducing the crossing time. At the same time, he had the other detachments take a longer route. This way, if any detachment was discovered, it would turn back and not advance further, preventing the entire army from revealing its location. Upon reaching the riverbank, Bourne had his men divide into groups of 4. The men were filled with both doubt and tension. They had never witnessed Bourne crossing a river before, and their hearts were naturally filled with trepidation. If they failed to cross, they would only become dessert for the monsters in the river. He approached the first group of 4. "After you follow me into the water, 2 of you will hold one of my hands, relax, and don't move at all. Each of you carry a soul fire and follow my instructions to replenish my magic power. Understand?" The 4 exchanged glances and nodded emphatically. When they set off, they had brought all the soul fires from the Northern Army's stockpile, 10,000 in total, 1 for each person, just for crossing the river now. Although they didn't know how the soul fire was intended for crossing the river, General Jose had personally given the order, so no one dared to ask. Only Bourne knew that he was taking 4 people across the river at once, which consumed a huge amount of magic power. He needed to replenish his magic power along the way, and consuming soul fire was the fastest way to do so. Therefore, he emptied the Northern Army's stockpile in one go. Jose's heart was bleeding, but he had no choice but to do it. He thought that after his victory and the capture of the enemy army, he could easily obtain 50,000 or even 60,000 soul fires, let alone 10,000. Bourne waved his hand, "Go." The 5 people jumped into the water almost simultaneously, while the others craned their necks to see what was happening. After entering the water, the 5 people huddled together and quickly swam towards the opposite bank. About halfway across, Bourne shouted, "Grab me." Immediately, the 4 grabbed Bourne, and at the same time, Bourne activated his magic power, casting an invisibility spell. Instantly, the 5 people vanished without a trace. The 4 undead dared not move, their eyes fixed ahead, with only Bourne pulling them forward. Suddenly, a gigantic figure appeared before them, nearly causing the 4 to scream in terror. This colossal creature was about 10 meters long, massive in size, with a thick body and tough, rough skin covered in deep grooves, as if marked by time. Its head was exceptionally wide, and its mouth was filled with long, sharp teeth capable of easily tearing apart prey. Bourne swallowed hard. If it weren't for his invisibility magic, he would never have gone into the water. Fortunately, Bourne's invisibility magic was incredibly powerful. It could conceal not only his form, but also his aura. The magical beast searched for a while, but found nothing, so it swam away. Soon, Bourne and his group of 5 successfully reached the other side. The people on the east bank, seeing that they had actually crossed the river, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. That was another crocodile in the water, wasn't it? That aura was at least a 9th-tier magical beast. A skeleton soldier said, still wary. "Yes, Lord Bourne. I don't know what method he used, but he managed to bring us safely to the other side. Haha, with Lord Bourne here, we definitely give Jessica and her gang a big surprise." Upon reaching the west bank, Bourne instructed his men to remain concealed and observe their surroundings, signaling immediately if anything happened. He then swallowed the soul fire in their hands, and returned to the water. This smuggling operation was incredibly tedious and monotonous. Bourne was like a relentless ferry, transporting undead soldiers back and forth. Their movements stirred up underwater currents, revealing at least 3 powerful magical beasts lurking beneath the surface. 2 of them even engaged in a fierce battle, creating quite a commotion and attracting even more underwater monsters. Watching the constantly churning water, everyone was speechless, their admiration for Bourne growing even stronger. Bourne, however, broke through to the 4th rank after transporting around 5,000 people. This was unexpected, but also understandable. During the transport, he constantly exhausted his magic power while replenishing it with approximately 5,000 soul flames, including many from 3rd rank undead. This rapidly increased his strength, finally allowing him to successfully break through after one transport mission. Afterwards, Bourne's transport speed increased. With the increasing number of aquatic monsters, and the more chaotic the underwater situation, even a small skeleton like him, traveling at full speed, couldn't create a commotion a tenth of that caused by the larger creatures. Around the 11th day, Bourne finally transported the last 4 people. He gestured to the opposite bank, where 2 skeleton soldiers remained. Upon receiving Bourne's signal, they immediately turned and left. Bourne swallowed 2 more soulfires to replenish his magic power, took a deep breath, and summoned the skeleton soldiers beside him. Go and gather 1,000 men, the strongest of them. They will follow me to wipe out the enemy's ambush. Initially, these undead soldiers were somewhat puzzled as to why Bourne was leading them. Many of them were 3rd-tier undead, their strength comparable to Bourne's before his breakthrough, and they harbored some resentment. However, after witnessing Bourne's abilities, and now that he had broken through to the 4th tier, they were completely convinced. Soon, 1,000 elite soldiers had assembled. Bourne looked at the group, nodded in satisfaction, and waved his hand. Move out. In a patch of grass on the west bank, over 3,000 undead soldiers of Jessica's Legion were idly observing the situation on the opposite bank. Sigh. We've been camping here for so many days, and they're still slowly building ships. The fighting has already broken out at the front, and they don't seem to be in a hurry at all. A skeleton soldier complained. Another skeleton soldier beside him laughed. What's the rush? We're happy to be here. No need to risk our lives on the front lines. Isn't that perfect? Maybe the other side thinks the same way. The skeleton soldier nodded, agreeing with the other's assessment. Hey, do you think they actually used that rickety boat to cross the river? However, after asking, he received no response for a long time. Curious, he turned to look beside him. Suddenly, a flash of cold light, and his head was cleaved in 2, leaving him speechless. What happened? One of the skeleton soldiers seemed to have noticed the commotion, and quickly got up to investigate, but what he saw stunned him. A dense swarm of undead had silently infiltrated their ranks, hundreds already dead beneath their blades. Enemy attack. Enemy. The skeleton soldier had barely uttered a sound when a 3rd-tier undead in front of him cleaved his head in one strike. The other members of Jessica's Legion, hearing the shouts, were startled. Where did the enemy come from? Weren't they still building ships on the other side of the river? Before they could react, broadswords were already at their necks, screams echoing everywhere. These men hadn't put up any effective resistance, and were completely annihilated in just a few minutes. Not a single one escaped. Bourne swallowed a 3rd-tier undead soulfire from his hand, strolled to the riverbank, and waved to the men on the opposite bank. The men on the other side understood, and immediately stopped their shipbuilding performance, charging towards Jessica's Legion stronghold on the east bank. Bourne smiled. This was how he relayed information to Akeem and his men. Once his side successfully crossed the river, he would signal the 1,000 or so actors on the other side to join forces, with the 19th Vanguard to raise Jessica's Legion stronghold on the east bank. Akeem and his men had already arranged for people to keep a close watch on that stronghold on the east bank every day, reporting any movement immediately. Marcellino was now incredibly excited. He had led his army to dismantle most of the fortifications, and saw the dawn of victory. He was about to kill Jose and that bone-spiky bastard. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner on the city wall, Samir coldly watched the battle below, scoffing. Humph. How foolish. What a waste of my wrist to deliver the message. A bunch of useless trash. His eyes flickered. Jose hasn't shown up for many days. I tried to see him, but Akeem stopped me outside. Could he really be injured? He gradually retreated, disappearing into the shadows, and quietly approached the general's tent. Akeem, Yossi, and the others had already gone to the front lines. Only 2 zombie guards remained at the tent entrance. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Jose, don't blame me for being disloyal. You asked for it. You listened to that Bourne. You brought this on yourself. He swiftly swung his bone staff twice, unleashing 2 beams of disintegration. The 2 guards at the tent entrance didn't even have time to utter a sound before being fatally struck, collapsing limply to the ground. Samir slowly walked to the tent entrance, sneered, and stepped inside. Chapter 82. Upon entering the tent, Samir narrowed his eyes. He heard the deafening shouts of battle outside the city walls. It seemed another battle had broken out outside. Perfect, he wouldn't be discovered doing anything here. The tent was quiet and dimly lit. Sitting upright at the front was a man, Jose. His eyes were closed. His arm, severed by Marcelino, had been reattached, but he was still meditating, as if his soul had suffered a severe blow. Samir's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed Jose had overexerted himself, actually damaging his soul fire. Wasn't that a boon for him? The soul fire of a 5th-tier undead, the thought alone excited him. He walked step by step towards Jose, his eyes filled with killing intent. He slowly raised his bone staff, the tip gradually gathering magical power, ready to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Suddenly, Jose opened his eyes. He looked at Samir calmly. "Samir, you really wanted to kill me." Samir, seeing this, showed no panic. He cackled, "Jose, if you had cooperated with me normally, you could have lived a little longer. It's all your fault for listening to that born, so now you're going to die." Jose sneered. "You? Humph. Do you think you can kill me?" He. You were too confident in your abilities, and had too strong a desire for control, which led you into my trap. Now, trying to escape won't be so easy." Jose's eyes narrowed. He recalled his previous actions, which were indeed influenced by Samir. It seemed Bourne was right. Samir had a secret from the beginning. Akeem and Yassi are both fighting on the front lines right now. They don't have time to save you. Just accept your fate and die. With that, a burst of dark light shot out from Samir's bone staff, aiming straight for Jose's face. Jose's eyes widened in fury. He roared, unleashing his full magical power, and swung his great sword, deflecting the dark light aside. The light struck the bone wall beside him, instantly corroding a large hole in it. Samir was stunned. You're not injured?" Jose sneered and stood up. "What's wrong? Surprised? Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, try." Samir was only shocked for a few seconds before quickly regaining his composure. "Humph. This must have been Bourne's idea. No wonder you pretended to be sick in the stronghold after attracting that idiot Marcelino. You were trying to lure me out." Jose swung his long sword, unleashing a slash. Samir was unfazed. His 4th-tier power surged even higher, breaking through his limit. He condensed his magic and released a disintegrating ray, completely corroding the slash. Jose frowned. You broken through to the 5th rank?" Samir sneered. "Heh, to gain your trust, I hid my strength. Actually, I broke through to the 5th rank a long time ago. How about that? Surprised? Unexpected?" Jose's expression darkened. His illustrious reputation had been deceived by this villain. He snorted, "Humph. So what if you reached the 5th rank? You're still no match for me. Prepare to die." With that, Jose was about to charge forward with his sword. But just then, Samir gently waved his bone staff and uttered 2 words. "Control." Jose's charge froze abruptly, a pale blue light emanating from his body, instantly binding his magic. Jose's expression changed drastically. Heh, are you surprised?" Samir chuckled. "The amplification potions I usually give you aren't just for show. They're a mid-level spell I acquired called Soul Extraction. I can extract a valuable substance from the soul fire of the undead and give it to other undead. The undead that consumes this substance will have their combat power temporarily enhanced, but afterwards, their soul fire will be under my control. I can make them stop, and they have to stop. I can make them move, and they can move. Isn't that amazing?" Heh. Jose was now completely stunned. He was bound, unable to move an inch, and cursed, "You bastard, let me go." Samir ignored him, continuing, "To control you, I begged and pleaded with the 18th Army to obtain the soul fire of a 5th-tier undead, extracting enough powerful energy for you to consume. How will you repay me, Lord Jose?" As he spoke, he gathered his power again, a massive dark light condensing on his pale bone staff. His eyes blazed with killing intent, and with a whoosh, the dark light shot towards Jose like an arrow. Samir was confident of victory, his eyes filled with the joy of triumph, as if he had already tasted the sweetness of his opponent's soul fire. Suddenly, a massive bone shield appeared before Jose, blocking the dark light's trajectory. At the same time, A muffled voice rang in Samir's ear. "I give you a big slap in return." Before Samir could turn his head, a huge slap came down and landed heavily on Samir's ugly face, making his face even more distorted. Simultaneously, he was sent flying like a cannonball by the slap, crashing into the tent wall with a loud thud, creating a large hole and sending bone fragments flying everywhere. Amidst the shattered bones, Samir struggled to his feet, his eyes blazing with rage as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Pooh!" He had assumed only Jose was inside the tent, unaware that Pac had been secretly lurking in the shadows. Pac had been silently observing the situation, not in a hurry to appear. Seeing Jose's humiliation, he seized the opportunity and charged forward, delivering a resounding slap that sent Samir flying. Pac was inherently very strong, but his superior defense had always led to his strength being underestimated. Now, half of Samir's face was smashed to pieces, making him look even more terrifying. Poker clapped his hands. "I've been wanting to get back at you for ages. Today I finally have the chance to vent my anger." Samir touched his face, grumbling, "Poker, I should have just told Jose to kill you." "Ha ha ha. You regret it. You can't kill me today anyway." Poker laughed. Samir was completely enraged. He swung his bone staff wildly, unleashing beams of disintegrating energy at Poker and Jose like they were free. Poker quickly erected a bone shield, the hissing and corrosive sounds filling the air, but no matter how hard Samir tried, he couldn't break through Poker's defenses. Samir was furious, completely losing his mind. "If I don't kill you today, I'm not Samir." "Ha ha, if you're not called Samir, then what are you? Daddy's going to give you a new name." "Ha ha ha." Pac kept stimulating Samir's already taut nerves. After attacking for over 10 minutes, Samir had tried everything, but he couldn't break through Pac's bone shield. He was almost out of magic, but Pac still looked completely relaxed. "You're just a big turtle. You stay in your shell forever." Samir roared in exasperation. Pac didn't care at all, retorting, "So what if I'm a turtle? You're just a peeing shrimp, constantly peeing black water, pew pew pew." Samir and Jose, seeing that they couldn't do anything to Pac, Samir calmed down and decided it was safer to leave than to drag this out any longer. Just as he was about to turn around, 3 bone spikes shot towards his back. In a panic, he channeled his magic, unleashing 2 disintegrating rays that dissolved 2 of the spikes. But the 3rd spike was already upon him. He cried out and raised his bone staff to block. With a snap, both the staff and the spike broke, and Samir was thrown back 3 steps. He looked up in horror at the undead covered in bone spikes before him and roared angrily, "Akeem!" Poker was overjoyed to see Akeem arrive. He had appeared calm and collected, but in reality, he had been constantly releasing magic to repair his bone shield, and was now completely exhausted. "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be on the battlefield? You should be fighting them!" Samir cried out in terror. "Them?" Akeem calmly raised the severed head in his hand. "Are you talking about him?" Samir's eyes narrowed sharply, and he cried out, "Marcelino!" At this moment, Marcelino looked ashen-faced, his eyes lifeless. Although his head had been severed, the fire of his soul had not yet been extinguished. He looked at Samir standing there, his eyes flickered, and then widened instantly. You're from the 18th Army." Marcelino didn't know Samir's name, but he had seen this man before and knew his identity. Upon seeing Samir, he immediately understood. So the person who had sent him the bone fragments to relay the message was him. But why was he in the enemy camp? How could this be? Samir cried out inwardly. He couldn't believe it. Even if Bourne led a flanking maneuver from the rear, they shouldn't have been able to take Marcelino's head so quickly. However, the next moment, his eyes narrowed again, for he saw someone, the very person who had ruined his plans with the Earth-Bearer Legion last time, the very person who had destroyed his plans this time. That person was Bourne. Bourne strolled leisurely to Akeem's side, looking at Samir with pity. "It seems we still have the upper hand, Samir." It turned out that, after Jessica's stronghold on the east bank was destroyed, Akeem immediately ordered his entire army to leave the defensive position and launch a preemptive strike. He and Ash had also paired up to confront Marcelino in Burford. At first, Marcelino was secretly pleased, thinking, these guys finally couldn't sit still anymore. Anyway, the fortifications have been almost completely dismantled, so there's no point in them staying inside any longer. However, the battle hadn't lasted long when a thunderous roar suddenly came from the west. Marcelino was shocked. An army from the west was advancing with unstoppable force, completely crushing his right flank. The two leaders were Abel and Harry. "What's going on? Weren't they supposed to cross the river from the rear and flank us?" How come they're coming from the western mountains? And so many of them? Marcelino shouted. Burford was also terrified. When Gonka was killed, he had a premonition that this battle wouldn't be so simple. Now, the main force of Claw's northern army had been deployed. A 5th-tier undead, 3 4th-tier undead, and Jose, whose condition was uncertain. This filled Burford with a deep sense of foreboding. Boss, should we retreat? This battle is unwinnable. Marcelino sensed the danger. Though unwilling, he stamped his foot and immediately ordered a retreat. All troops retreat. But just then, a rumbling sound erupted from behind, startling Marcelino, who was preparing to retreat. My God! What's going on? A skeleton soldier rushed forward in a panic, shouting, It's bad. Our retreat is blocked. The enemy has tens of thousands behind us. We have nowhere to escape. What? Marcelino was truly shocked. They really crossed the river? That doesn't make sense. They don't have that many troops to feed the monsters in the water. How could tens of thousands have crossed? But thinking about it now was useless. The facts were as they were, and he couldn't change anything. The battle had suddenly taken a complete turn. Jessica's army of 100,000 was attacked from 3 sides, unable to defend itself. Meanwhile, Bon and his group of experts weren't idle either. They found Marcelino and Burford amidst the horde of enemies, preparing to kill the 2 leaders in one fell swoop. Marcelino gritted his teeth, shoved Burford back, and shouted, Hugo, take a group of men and cross the river. Swim to the other side. What about you? Burford asked anxiously. I cover your retreat. You go quickly and report the situation here to Lord Carmen. No. I cover your retreat, Hugo. No, you're not strong enough. Only I can hold them off. Stop dawdling, go. He pushed Burford again forcefully. Burford gritted his teeth and led his group towards the eastern river. Bon wasn't in a hurry, calmly watching Burford and his men jump into the water. Most of them would likely be eaten by the monsters. Only a small portion would reach the other side, where over 1,000 soldiers guarded the shore. Even if they reached the other side, they wouldn't escape. Marcelino, is it? Why don't you surrender? Your brother's already jumped into the water. We can't possibly pursue him. Marcelino sneered. Heh. I didn't expect you could actually cross a river to fight. How did you do that? You want to know? Bourne raised an eyebrow. If you surrender, I might consider telling you. You're playing me. Marcelino's face turned cold. Surrender is impossible. You few might not even be able to take me down. Oh. So confident. Akeem tossed the bone spike in his hand. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly shot it out. Marcelino roared, shattering the bone spike with a single strike, and instantly the 6 of them clashed. However, Marcelino didn't know Bourne's strength was so formidable, able to unleash the power of a 5th tier being at only 4th tier. He was caught off guard, falling into Bourne's trap, and Akeem seized the opportunity to decapitate him with a single bone spike. Chapter 83. Marcelino, you piece of trash. Samir roared, looking like a madman, clutching half a bone staff, his eyes gleaming with madness. Marcelino, instead of being angry, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You must be one of those 18th Army soldiers sent to cause trouble. Now look what's happened. You failed, and we failed too. We all die together. Ha ha ha. Samir waved his hand, letting out a long howl. I clearly already passed you a message, and you still let them cross the river successfully. Aren't you trash? Pass me a message? Marcelino sneered. You just wanted to use me to weaken Claude's army, then come and clean up the mess when we're half dead from fighting. What a clever plan. Bourne interrupted their conversation, laughing. You two are both from Jessica's Legion. Why can't you get along? If you like arguing so much, I'd lock you up together later, and let you argue to your heart's content. Samir glared at Bourne with a sinister look. Trying to capture me? You're not capable. Bourne frowned. Oh. What other way do you have to turn the situation around? Samir slowly said, While I can't turn the situation around, you won't be able to capture me easily either. With that, he tossed aside his broken bone staff and pulled a bone vial from his robes. Jose's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, Stop him. Poker, who was closest, tried to intervene, but it was too late. Samir swallowed the blue liquid from the vial in one gulp, instantly gaining immense power, his body radiating a pale blue light. Bourne frowned. He didn't know what method Samir had used. Previously, he had only witnessed Samir's restrictive magic and disintegration ray. At this moment, Samir tossed the empty bone bottle aside and let out a long sigh of relief. It feels so good to be full of power. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Samir, Bourne didn't hesitate any longer and immediately shouted, Don't let him get away. The group rushed toward Samir, while Poker, who was closest, used his most proficient large hand to strike Samir's face again. Samir didn't move. He extended his left hand and tapped twice in quick succession. Poker felt his whole body freeze, his legs seemingly glued to the ground, unable to move at all. The next moment, a disintegration ray flew towards his face. Poker quickly cast a bone shield, but this disintegration ray was much more corrosive than before. The bone shield hissed and crackled, startling Poker into quickly throwing it aside. The others arrived just in time. Ash cast a death swamp at Samir's feet, hoping to restrict his movements. But Samir dodged it like a ghost, simultaneously casting a slowing spell on everyone with a series of taps. Born was astonished. He guessed the slowing spell was a low-level one, yet Samir had cast it so many times in just a few seconds, far exceeding the power of a 5th-tier cultivator. Even so, Samir didn't attack. He glared at Born with a sinister look. "Born, I remember you." Born tried to pursue, but his legs were too weak to move. He released 2 bone spikes, but they posed no threat to Samir. Samir effortlessly dispelled the bone spikes, lightly leaped over the stronghold's walls, and disappeared from everyone's sight. "Damn it!" Poker pounded his chest in frustration. That guy got away. Born was also shocked. He never expected Samir to escape in this way. What kind of potion did he drink? Jose sighed and walked over. It's a soul power potion, extracted from the soul fire of the undead. It can temporarily boost combat power. Born looked at Jose. "You know so much about it? Have you used it?" Jose nodded and said calmly, "I not only used it, I used it many times. A large part of the reason I cooperate with Samir is because of this potion." Poker was puzzled. No matter how effective the potion is, it shouldn't make you cooperate with someone of such dubious identity. "Go ahead and do it." Jose sighed, shaking his head. "I was truly confused. Commander Claude sent me to replace Alan, and I was 100% unwilling. I was doing just fine in the Central Army, but now I'm being sent to this remote place. I was already resentful, and then the assassination attempt on the 17th Vanguard made me suspicious of everyone here. And on the very night of the assassination, Samir mysteriously appeared in my tent, telling me he had defected from Jessica's Legion and was willing to join my ranks. He even provided me with that potion to enhance my strength. In my moment of folly, I believed his lies. After drinking the potion, I became completely addicted to the feeling. My whole body was filled with power. At first, I had some doubts about Samir, but later I followed his advice and launched an attack on Jessica's Legion, winning victory after victory. Having tasted success, I became unstoppable." Harry suddenly realized, "So that's how it is. No wonder I heard rumors that you were fighting like a madman on the enemy lines, single-handedly taking on 3 5th-tier undead without being at a disadvantage. I thought you had recently broken through again." Jose shook his head, his face full of guilt. "I'm sorry, Harry, you followed me from the Central Army here, and I left you behind." "Border?" Harry waved his hand. "I'm fine, but the Northern Army brothers are in a terrible state. Poker is in jail, and Akeem, Abel, and Yossi have been weakened, unable to even defend themselves. If it weren't for Born." Jose looked at Born. "Thank you, Born, thank you for saving me, and thank you for saving the Northern Army." Born waved casually. "You don't need to thank me. I only did it to save my friends, and now I have another friend who's missing." "You mean Robert?" Poker exclaimed. Born nodded. "Robert is on the run, and I don't know where he went." Poker sighed. "Alas. Robert had no choice. I remember he fled along the border between Jessica and the Earth Bear, where enemies were everywhere. I don't know if he's alive or dead now." "Alas. I'm sorry for him," Jose said. Born shook his head. "It's no use talking about this now. Lord Jose, you need to pull yourself together. We must seize the opportunity and take over all their territory." "Yes." Akeem chimed in. "Abel, you're in charge of interrogating this guy." He tossed Marcelino's head to Abel. "We can now march north along the west coast and reach the heart of the former Wind and Fire Wolf Legion. Once we control that area, we can completely drive Jessica's Legion out." Born nodded. "All right. No time to lose. Let's move out immediately." Then, he turned to Jose. "Lord Jose, give the order." Jose was taken aback. Did he still deserve to be a general in the Northern Army? Among the men here, not only had Akeem reached the 5th rank, but Born's actual combat strength was already comparable to his own. However, he saw encouragement in Born's eyes, and looked around at the others. Everyone nodded at him. Deeply moved, he straightened up, waved his hand, and shouted, "All troops, attack!" Then, the Northern Army of the Claude Legion swept through the area, annihilating the remaining forces of the Jessica Legion. Simultaneously, they established a new advance outpost at the border with the Shadow Serpent Legion and the Earth Bearer Legion. Jose immediately sent word back to the Central Army, which caused a strong reaction among the high command of the Claude Legion. "This Jose is quite capable," said a burly golden skeleton, Mordekaiser, one of the vice-commanders of the Claude Legion. "Heh, it's all thanks to Commander Claude's excellent personnel management." A pale-faced zombie leaned lazily against a chair. This was Victor, the strategist of the Claude Legion, known as the smartest man in the Legion. "Jessica's Legion suffered a loss this time. They definitely come back," a zombie said with a worried expression. This was Talisso, another vice-commander of Claude's Legion. "What's there to be afraid of? Commander Claude summoned us together this time to discuss how to deal with Jessica's Legion, didn't he? Perhaps one of us will be sent," Mordekaiser said. Victor glanced at Mordekaiser. "Do you want to go?" Mordekaiser laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. If I could, of course I want to go." "Then you be sent." A voice suddenly came from the doorway. Everyone looked towards the doorway, where a skeletal figure, imposing and exuding a kingly aura, strode in. "Lord Claude." The three immediately stood up and bowed. This man was none other than Claude, the de facto ruler of Claude's Legion, a rank 8 undead lord. Behind him were two people, one of whom was Ellen, who had just been transferred from the Northern Army to the Central Army. Claude sat down in the center, gesturing for the others to sit as well. He then turned to Alan beside him, and said, "Tell everyone about your investigation of Jessica's Legion." Alan nodded and stepped forward, saying, "Jessica's Legion is powerful, but so far, we only had contact with the 18th and 19th armies. Both armies are led by 8th-tier powerhouses, but they are tied down by the Western Legions. Their main focus is on the Western battlefield, not our side. According to information from the Northern Army, the 18th Army has assigned a man named Samir to oversee their annexation plan against us, while the 19th Army has assigned Marcelino, the guy who's been captured. Currently, we thwarted the attacks of both armies. They certainly won't give up, especially after Samir escapes back. He definitely requests reinforcements from the leader of the 18th Army, bringing even stronger troops to attack us. So we must prepare in advance." Claude nodded in satisfaction and asked Victor, "Victor, what do you think?" Victor smiled. "Didn't the commander just say to send Mordekaiser directly over there?" Mordekaiser stepped forward. "Commander, send me. I make sure Jessica's army can't advance an inch." Claude laughed. "You better think it through. The leader of the 18th Army is an 8th-tier powerhouse, while you're only 6th tier. Don't worry, Commander, I recently shown signs of a breakthrough. Maybe I break through to 7th tier by the time I reach the Northern Army." Mordekaiser was very confident. Claude nodded. "In that case, Mordekaiser, you take Ellen and 100,000 troops to support the Northern Army." Mordekaiser and Ellen replied simultaneously, "Yes." After Jose led his army to the core area of the former Fire Wolves Legion, he built a new citadel on the ruins of the Legion's main city, appointing Born as its lord. Although Born strongly declined, almost everyone agreed to the decision. Left with no other choice, Born had to accept. Because it was built on the ruins of the Fire Wolves Legion's main city, Born's citadel covered a very large area. With the help of Jose, Akeem, Poker, and others, the citadel was fortified like an iron fortress. What surprised Born even more was the existence of a death temple. According to Jose, any legion of any significant size would possess one. The Windfire Wolves Legion wasn't small either, so having a death temple wasn't unusual. However, he had long heard from Ellen and Poker about the wonders of death temples. Undead didn't need magic scrolls to learn basic magic, but learning higher-level magic required obtaining scrolls from the source of magic. In the undead realm, only death temples contained the source of magic, and another reason many legions expanded their territory was to gain control of more death temples. However, this world seemed to harbor immense malice towards the undead. On one hand, it prevented them from using magic before level 4, on the other hand, it allowed them to learn basic magic at will. It gave them easier access to the source of magic, yet limited them to obtaining only one scroll from it within the same elemental realm. In other words, if an undead cannot break through to the transcendent realm, they can only enter the magic source once. Only after breaking through to the transcendent realm can they enter the magic source again to obtain a magic scroll. Born had never entered the magic source before, so he had one more chance to obtain a magic scroll. Of course, neither had Akeem and the others. It seemed that only Jose and Harry, the two from the Central Army, had obtained magic scrolls. Bourne was very excited, but he suppressed his curiosity and let Akeem and the others enter the Temple of Death first. Akeem and the others had originally had opportunities to go to the Central Army's Temple of Death after the last battle, but they hadn't had the time because they immediately went to war with Jessica's Legion. Now that they saw an opportunity, they were eager to try, wondering what kind of magic they could obtain from here. Chapter 84. Akeem, Poker, Abel, and Ash entered the Temple of Death one after another, and emerged shortly after, all beaming with joy, seemingly having made good gains. Seeing everyone's success, Bourne felt relieved and, under their watchful eyes, strode into the Temple of Death. Although it was called the Temple of Death, the space inside was not large, and the lighting was rather dim. It was said that these temples were built by the disciples of the great god of death, and had stood resiliently in various corners of the netherworld despite the ravages of time. The Temple of Death was built from the blood-red rock unique to the netherworld, about 6 meters high, and roughly the size of a basketball court. It wasn't overly decorated, just rows of statues. Bourne roughly counted, there were 6 people in total. Could these be the legendary gods? Bourne was puzzled. This Temple of Death seemed to have no other function besides storing magical essence. Would anyone actually come to worship these statues? However, Bourne quickly stopped paying attention to the statues. He saw a huge sphere directly in front of him, its surface shimmering with light. Even without touching it, he could clearly feel the immense magical power it contained. This is a fragment of magical essence. Bourne stared blankly at the sphere, reaching out a hand to touch it. However, his hand passed through the light without any resistance and entered the sphere. Bourne swallowed hard, steeled his resolve, and plunged headfirst into the fragment of magical essence. Upon entering, he felt surrounded by the power of death. Countless vengeful spirits wailed and cried in his ears. The surrounding environment was dark, deep, and filled with despair and terror. He slowly released a wisp of magic power, connecting with the death power here, and the soul fusion technique seemed to be stimulated by this death power, and actually started to operate wildly. The already turbulent power of death became even more violent and surging. Gusts of cold wind whipped Bourne around, making him stagger. He gritted his teeth and activated the soul fusion technique with all his might. He had a feeling that this technique might help him obtain a higher level spell. Outside the Temple of Death, Jose and the others waited for a long time, but Bourne didn't emerge. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Is that kid inside kissing the statue? Why is it taking so long? Said Poker. Abel scratched his head. Could he be having some trouble? Should we go in and check? Don't you know that being disturbed is the most taboo thing in the source of magic? What if you go in and ruin his plans? Akeem objected. That's true. Then should we just wait here? Poker said. Jose pondered for a moment. How about this, you all go do what you need to do, I wait for him here. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Bourne walked out of the Temple of Death, and all eyes were on him. Hey Bourne, how's it going? Got anything good? Poker was the first to speak. Bourne scratched his head, his expression a little strange. Akeem also came over and patted Bourne on the shoulder. What's with that look? Don't worry, it's everyone's first time. It's normal to get a less than ideal spell. Harry added earnestly, yeah, Lord Claude told us to wait until we reach level 5 before trying again. The probability of getting a better spell is higher. Bourne shook his head. It's not exactly bad. Then what is it? Stop keeping me in suspense. Poker exclaimed. Bourne gave a wry smile. He hadn't meant to keep them in suspense, but the spell was simply too strange. According to his description, it should be an intermediate spell. What? Everyone jumped up. Jose, who hadn't been curious before, also leaned in. Are you sure it's an intermediate spell? Bourne nodded. It's called Resurrection. Huh? Everyone was stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, clearly having never heard of such a spell. What's the effect? Jose asked. It seems that if there's a dead person, I can survive for a while by using that person's corpse. What the hell? What kind of bullshit spell is that? Poker exclaimed, but then realized he misspoke and cautiously looked at Bourne. Bourne didn't seem to care, and chuckled wryly, Don't even mention you. I find it strange myself. I'm already dead, how can I be resurrected? Akeem pondered for a moment. After all, it's an intermediate level spell. It must have its own uses. This is probably the most ridiculous of all intermediate level spells. Bourne said self-deprecatingly. Then, Bourne asked curiously, Do you know the origin of this Temple of Death? Jose, from the Central Army, was quite knowledgeable, and he spoke first. As far as I know, the Temple of Death was built by the disciples of Hades, the great god of death, to worship the 8 gods of death. These temples possess the divine power of the gods of death, so they can gather fragments of magical origins. In the netherworld, most large undead legions are built around the Temple of Death, and a large legion like Jessica's might have many temples of death. Bourne nodded, but then, as if remembering something, continued, then why did I only see 6 statues inside? Jose stroked his chin. Rumor has it that 2 death gods were stripped of their divinity for some reason, and suddenly 2 statues disappeared from all the death temples in the netherworld. Ah? Bourne exclaimed in surprise, gone instantly at the same time? Jose nodded. I only heard about it, I never actually seen it myself. The others were also stunned, they hadn't heard of such a thing before. Bourne sighed, ah. If only I could get more magic from inside. Dream on. I heard that the magic source of the prime material plane allows you to obtain magic scrolls an unlimited number of times. Why don't you go? Harry said. Bourne's heart skipped a beat. Is that really true? Seeing his serious expression, Jose chuckled, it seems so. However, the magic source in the prime material plane is mostly low-level magic, and it's easy to obtain duplicate spells, so they're not very useful. Oh. Bourne was somewhat disappointed. If he could really obtain low-level or higher magic scrolls at will in the prime material plane, then next time Annie summoned him, he would directly raid the magic source plane. Where did you get all this information from? Bourne asked curiously. Harry looked at Jose, who gave a wry smile. Why are you looking at me like that? I overheard Lord Claude talking to someone else. Lord Claude used to serve in a relatively large legion, but later he became independent. His former legion commander was at the Transcendent Realm and could be summoned to fight in the prime material plane, so that's how he learned about these things. Bourne's eyes flickered. So Commander Claude must know quite a bit. He'd definitely want to get to know him and have a good chat sometime. Besides this magical source, does the Temple of Death have any other use? Of course, Jose said. The Temple of Death is protected by the power of the God of Death, continuously releasing the God of Death's power to help the surrounding undead increase their strength. Even without absorbing soul fire, their strength will still increase. Bourne was surprised. Then everyone wants to train near the Temple of Death? Akeem laughed. Of course. Otherwise, why would everyone be scrambling to go to the Central Army? Lord Jose wasn't happy about leaving the Central Army. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. After returning, everyone began to discuss the next steps. At this time, the main force of the Northern Army had essentially inserted its army directly between the Shadow Serpent Legion and the Earth Bearer Legion, appearing as a bulge on the map. However, after such a long battle, the Legion has suffered heavy losses, leaving the Northern Army's rear extremely vulnerable, with almost all its forces deployed to the front lines. Bourne frowned and said, this won't do. Fortunately, neither of these legions has the time to deal with us right now, otherwise we could easily lose our rear and become an isolated city. Jose nodded. Indeed, in the letter I sent back, I explained the current situation and hoped the Central Army could send some reinforcements. Bourne shook his head and said, reinforcements alone probably won't be enough. We really given Jessica's Legion a hard slap in the face this time. They won't let it go easily. Once they truly focus on this area, the pressure on us will be immense. The faces of the crowd were grim. They understood the strength of Jessica's Legion. Even a single 8th-tier expert from them would be a fatal blow. Lord Claude must have considered this as well, and might already be formulating a plan, Jose said. At that moment, a messenger ran in from outside, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Reporting, Sir, this is a reply from the Central Army, the messenger said. Oh! Everyone became interested and crowded around. Jose took the letter, opened it, and was overjoyed. Ha ha, I knew it. Commander Claude would definitely provide us with support. What? Let me see. Poker eagerly squeezed his head in. The letter read, Vice Commander Mordekaiser will lead an army of 100,000 undead to support the Northern Army, and will depart soon. Who is Mordekaiser? Bourne asked curiously. Everyone looked at him with expressions of utter disbelief. Bourne scratched his head awkwardly. I really don't know him. Come to think of it, I was just a lowly soldier a couple of days ago. Indeed, before the area was occupied, Jose hadn't given Bourne a formal rank. Calling him a soldier wouldn't be an exaggeration. Jose shook his head with a wry smile and explained, Lord Mordekaiser is one of our Legion's vice commanders, renowned for his exceptional martial prowess. His low-level magic-enhanced bone axe is incredibly powerful, its strength comparable to the Earth Bearer's mighty force, but its duration is much longer. He previously confronted the Earth Bearer Legion head-on in the Eastern Army, even forcing their commander to reveal himself. Oh! Born became interested. So they started fighting? No. Jose shook his head. The opposing commander only came to intimidate us. If they really fought, Commander Claude would intervene, and then they'd be in deep trouble. Born nodded. Since Lord Mordekaiser has come in person, things are much easier. Our task now is to hold this place, and wait for Lord Mordekaiser to arrive. In the 18th Route Army camp of Jessica's Legion, a dozen or so people sat around the group. In the center stood a black-robed skeleton. His eyes glowed eerily, half his face was torn, and his robes were almost completely shredded, fluttering in the wind. His symbolic bone staff was nowhere to be seen. This was Samir, who had just escaped from Claude's legion. A zombie sat in the center of the tent, his brow furrowed. Looking at Samir's miserable state, he sneered, "Humph! You actually have the nerve to come back." A zombie beside him immediately suggested, "Lord Hendrik, don't waste your breath on him. This guy took so many resources and returned in defeat. Just kill him." Hendrik remained silent, calmly observing Samir. Samir gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "These 2 defeats are my responsibility, but as you saw, even the 19th Army suffered a defeat. It can only be said that the enemy is indeed too strong." "Humph! Don't make excuses for your failures," a skeleton warrior roared. Hendrik waved his hand, signaling the others to be quiet. "Tell me, what was the reason for this defeat?" Samir's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "My lord, I discovered that there is someone in the enemy army who is extremely powerful." "Oh! Who is he? The leader of the Northern Army?" Samir shook his head. "No, it's a skeleton soldier." "How dare you? How dare you mock my lord? What's so great about a mere skeleton soldier?" A zombie nearby couldn't help but roar. "My lord, I really wasn't mocking you," Samir quickly explained. "This skeleton soldier is called Born. He's the one who first ruined my plans with the Earth-Bearer Legion. This time, he devised a double-edged sword, not only ruining my plans, but also annihilating the 19th Army's 100,000-strong force." "What?" Everyone started discussing animatedly. "Nonsense! How could a skeleton soldier have that kind of ability?" "Exactly. I think Samir is either insane or talking nonsense." "Quiet!" Hendrik slammed his hand on the armrest, and the tent fell silent. He looked at Samir and said calmly, "Continue." Samir was taken aback, then quickly said, "Oh, that? This Born broke through from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank in just half a month, and without anyone noticing, he smuggled tens of thousands of troops from the east bank of the river to the west bank. I still don't know what method he used." Hendrik's eyebrows furrowed deeply. Even he had never encountered anything like what Samir described. He knew very well the strength of the magical beasts in the river. They were mostly at least 8th rank, and with the power of the Nether River, they could unleash far greater power than ordinary undead. The fact that this little skeleton soldier Samir could lead tens of thousands of troops across the river successfully truly astonished him. "Humph! So what if he can cross the river? Their Claude Legion commander is only at the 8th rank, comparable to our leader. As long as Claude doesn't personally intervene, they're no match for us." A zombie scoffed. Hendrik raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're so confident? Then you take Samir and bring me back their 100,000 soulfires." Chapter 85. Sir?" The zombie was momentarily stunned. "What? You're unwilling?" Hendrik's face turned cold. No, I'm willing." The zombie quickly replied. Hendrik's expression remained unchanged, and he said coldly, "The Claude Legion wasn't our primary target to begin with. Right now, our battle with the Philip Legion is at a critical juncture, and we don't have the energy to deal with things in the south. Eric, since you're so confident, I give you a force. If you can't defeat them, don't come back." Eric's face stiffened. "Sir, I'm certainly willing, but..." "You mean the 19th Army? They'd basically given up. They lost 100,000 undead in one fell swoop. Even they can't afford to lose that many. Go ahead and do your job, 19th Army. You don't need to worry about the 9th Army." Eric chuckled. "With Lord Hendrik around, I'm relieved. Watch me march straight to Claude's lair. Ha ha ha." Samir's eyes flashed with vengeful light as he sneered inwardly. Lord Hendrik has finally unleashed his true power. "Bon Jose, you just wait, I will take my revenge." Meanwhile, on the Northern Army's side, Bon Citadel welcomed an important figure, Mordekaiser, the vice-commander of Claude's Legion. Accompanying Mordekaiser were Ellen, and an army of 100,000. This effectively doubled the Northern Army's size. At this moment, all the Northern Army's high command gathered at Bon Citadel, including Northern General Jose and his 6 vice commanders, Bon, Akeem, Poker, Abel, Yossi, and Harry. Previously, Jose had already reinstated Poker to his post and ordered the construction of a new Poker citadel at the original location of the 20th Vanguard, placing Poker in charge of guarding the crucial stone bridge. The Harry citadel, meanwhile, was moved forward to the position of the 17th Vanguard, facing the Earth-Bearer Legion to the northeast, serving as a significant deterrent. These men faced forward, awaiting the arrival of the Central Army reinforcements. Dust billowed ahead, and the undead soldiers gleamed with high morale. Clearly, these undead soldiers were stronger than the Northern Army. Leading the way were 2 men. One was the former Northern Army General, Allen, who had now broken through to the 5th rank and still possessed the same imposing presence as before. The other man was the Vice Commander, Mordekaiser. He wielded a giant axe, wore a helmet made of horned bone, and was tall, imposing, and commanding respect. Bourne couldn't help but exclaim, "What a formidable fellow." "Pock, you call him fellow? Are you out of your mind?" Ever since becoming acquainted with Bourne, Pock had become quite outspoken, saying whatever came to mind. Bourne was quite pleased with this. He liked Pock's personality much better than Akeem's lifeless demeanor. As the man approached, everyone stepped forward and bowed. "Lord Mordekaiser." "Ha ha ha." Mordekaiser laughed heartily. "Heroes of the Northern Army, I long wanted to see you." "Which one is Bourne?" Bourne paused slightly, glancing at Jose beside him. Jose turned his face away, pretending not to see. Actually, when Jose sent a message back, Bourne had specifically instructed him that he didn't want to become famous. It now seems that Jose ignored those words. Bourne, feeling helpless, stepped forward and said, "I am Bourne. Greetings to Lord Mordekaiser." Mordekaiser's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, good. Just as I thought, a skeleton soldier. Ellen, you didn't lie to me." Bourne looked at Ellen in confusion, who winked at him. Turns out I misunderstood Jose." He then looked back at Jose, who looked aggrieved. "Let's go!" Mordekaiser waved his hand. "Let's go inside and talk." With that, he led the way into the tent. Ellen and Akeem hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they were very happy to see each other again. Ellen was also surprised to find that Akeem had broken through to the 5th rank, and even more surprising was that Bourne had become a 4th rank undead. It hadn't been that long. When he left, Bourne was only a 2nd rank undead. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they also entered the tent. After everyone was seated, Jose began to explain the current situation. "Lord Mordekaiser, to our west lies the Shadow Serpent Legion, currently tied down by the Western Army and largely inactive. To the east is the Earth-Bearer Legion, which we thoroughly thrashed, and they're much more subdued now. To the north is the Jessica Legion. Their 18th and 19th armies are currently facing us, and the previous battles were with the 19th Army. According to our estimates, their 19th Army is unlikely to make any moves anytime soon, but their 18th Army might seize the opportunity to launch an attack." "Oh!" Mordekaiser raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" Jose glanced at Bourne, who sighed. He had already given Jose a detailed analysis, but it seemed he'd forgotten again. It would be Jose's turn to handle this. Bourne stood up. "Their 19th Army is the main force against the Philip Legion in the west. We annihilated 100,000 of their troops before, and they probably can't spare any more to cause us trouble now. They won't remember us until their war with the Philip Legion is over." Then, Bourne changed the subject. "The 18th Army is different. They've been sending only one person on missions, naively thinking one person could handle both us and the Earth-Bearer Legion. But it seems they were wrong. However, although their plan failed, they didn't suffer any real losses, so they definitely spare some troops to deal with us." Mordekaiser nodded approvingly. "Not bad. That's as clever as Victor's." Jose tentatively asked, "Lord Mordekaiser, did Commander Claude give any instructions when you came?" Mordekaiser waved his hand. "What instructions could he possibly give? He's focused entirely on cultivation, trying to break through to the 9th rank as soon as possible." Jose was taken aback. "Then what about our operation?" Mordekaiser thought for a moment, and said, "How about we concentrate all our troops in the north, and focus all our efforts on defending against Jessica's Legion?" "No," Bourne said. "Our rear is very vulnerable right now. Although Shadow Serpent and Earth Bear haven't made any moves yet, they might be gathering strength. We currently have 6 fortified cities, 4 of which are in our rear. These 4 fortified cities must maintain sufficient troops, otherwise we will face the danger of being attacked from both sides." Ellen also stood up. "I agree with Bourne. I was previously the leader of the Northern Army, and know the Earth-Bearer Legion very well. Those guys never learn, They're extremely ambitious. No matter how many times they fail, they still want to use force against us. We must be on guard. Seeing their strong opposition, Mordekaiser shrugged. Then what do you suggest? I finally made it to the Northern Army's front lines. How can I leave my men to defend the rear? Ellen glanced at Bourne, noticing a slight smile on his lips, and knew the young man already had a plan. She then said, in the previous battles, Vice General Bourne's strategies played a crucial role. What are your ideas this time? Bourne glared at Ellen, wanting to keep her in suspense, but had no choice but to reply, I do have a plan. Oh! Mordekaiser's eyes lit up. He heard Ellen constantly praising Bourne on the way here. He was tired of hearing it. Just want to see what he's capable of, said Jose, walking over to the map and pointing north to the Shadow Serpent Legion. Tell me quickly, he exclaimed. This is where Jessica's 19th Army is stationed. According to what we learned, the 18th and 19th Armies don't seem to be on good terms. They're secretly competing. This is evident from Samir's infiltration of our legion to help us fight Marcelino. Jose nodded. Indeed, the strategies Samir provided were extremely ruthless, showing no mercy whatsoever, causing Marcelino considerable trouble. He then scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. This incident would likely remain a dark chapter in his history. If that's the case, Jose continued, we can exploit their relationship to create a situation where two tigers fight. How do you manufacture it? Mordekaiser asked, leaning closer. Bourne chuckled. Although the 19th Army failed, they must be resentful, and don't want to see the 18th Army successfully repel us. Otherwise, it would mean the 19th Army is inferior to the 18th Army, which is something they absolutely don't want to see. Since that's the case, we could open a window for the 19th Army and invite them in. Invite them in? Poker exclaimed. Are we just going to wash our backsides clean for them to mess with? Alan glared at Poker, who swallowed hard and lowered his head in silence. Bourne was somewhat speechless, then continued, it's simple. We leave a small force to guard the 20th Vanguard, while sending men to defect to the 19th Army, luring their troops to the rear of the 20th Vanguard. Once the battle begins, their 18th Army will concentrate its attack on the 20th Vanguard. Our men will immediately withdraw upon contact, drawing them to the 19th Army's position. Then it'd be like dry tinder meeting a raging fire. Let them fight it out. Alan slammed his hand on the armrest. Great. Bourne, how come you always come up with such ingenious ideas? But Mordecai frowned and asked, what you said is worth a try, but how do we find people to defect to the 19th Army? They won't believe ordinary people. Bourne and Jose exchanged a knowing smile. Burford was Marcelino's good brother, a fifth-tier undead, who followed Marcelino to the southeast and conquered the Windfire Wolf Legion's stronghold. It was a great situation, but suddenly, Jose led the Northern Army of Claude Legion to press on the border. After several months of fighting, the enemy crossed the river and outflanked them, annihilating them in one fell swoop. He was filled with utter despair. In his final moments, Marcelino covered his retreat, and he leaped into the river, intending to swim to the other side and find a chance to break out. However, before he had even reached halfway, a colossal creature appeared before him, a gigantic shark with small, menacing eyes and a mouthful of sharp teeth that sent chills down his spine. It opened its massive jaws and instantly swallowed dozens of undead soldiers swimming in the water, terrifying Burford to the point of utter panic. Soon, all the undead soldiers in front of him had been devoured, and the megalodon was already swimming rapidly towards him. Despair, fear, and grief overwhelmed him. A series of negative emotions surged through his soul. At that moment, he felt he was about to die, utterly hopeless. But the next instant, his arm was grabbed and pulled back. The megalodon, as if it hadn't seen him, brushed past him, opened its massive jaws, and continued to devour the undead soldiers behind it. He froze, stunned. What was happening? He was too terrified to think straight until he was pulled by a force to the east bank of the river. After climbing ashore, he gasped for breath. Although the undead didn't need to breathe, his soul fire trembled under the absolute pressure. When he calmed down, he looked up and saw an ordinary-looking skeleton soldier standing there. Wasn't this one of the men who had surrounded him and Marcelino earlier? He was immediately startled and prepared to attack, but the other man grabbed his hands first. Burford, do you want to live? The other man said calmly. Burford then remembered, could this be the man who had rescued him from the water? He swallowed hard and nodded. Not only do I want to live, but I want Marcelino to live too. A smirk played on the other man's lips. Since that's the case, we have a possibility of cooperation. Just help me complete one task, and I let you and Marcelino go back. How about it? Burford's eyes lit up. Is that true? Of course it's true. The man laughed. Otherwise, why would I save you? Burford was somewhat suspicious, but he obediently went back with the man. They secretly returned to Claude's Legion. Later, he learned that the man's name was Bourne, a key figure in his and Marcelino's defeat. He also managed to see Marcelino. Although only his head remained, he was indeed alive. Later, they moved to the location of the Temple of Death. About half a month later, Bourne told him the details of the mission and released him, allowing him to complete it alone. Burford was extremely anxious. He wasn't sure if he could complete the mission, but if he succeeded, he and Marcelino would both survive. If they failed, they would both die. This was his only chance. After traveling for about 2 days, he arrived at the foot of a fortress. The guard seemed to recognize him, and immediately ushered him inside. Lord Burford? You're back? The guard exclaimed in surprise. Burford gave a bitter smile. You all thought I was dead. The guard quickly waved his hand. We heard that your entire army had been wiped out, but it's wonderful that you're back. The leader is eager to know what happened. Burford was taken aback. We really didn't have a single one escape. The guard nodded firmly. Completely wiped out. Not a single one returned. Chapter 86. Burford's face was filled with surprise. He hadn't quite believed it before. No matter how strong the enemy was, they couldn't possibly have wiped out their entire army. Now it seemed Bourne hadn't lied. None of his 100,000 troops had returned. Seeing Burford's stunned expression, the guard quickly said, Lord Burford, let's go quickly. Lord Carmen is waiting to see you. With that, he pulled Burford into the fortress. The fortress was sturdy, but not large. It housed about 50,000 undead soldiers, all elites. They stopped in front of a tent. The guard said, Wait here a moment, I go inform them. A short while later, the guard came out. Go in quickly. Lord Carmen is so excited to hear you're back. Burford squinted. Is it excitement from joy, or excitement from anger? The guard didn't answer, only urging him, Don't worry about that, just go in. Burford, thinking he was going to die anyway, wasn't afraid anymore and strode into the tent. There were 4 people in the tent, all of whom Burford recognized. One was Carmen, the deputy commander of the 19th Army, a 7th-tier undead, who had led the team that wiped out the high-ranking members of the Windfire Wolf Legion. The other 3 were his subordinates, one 6th-tier undead and 2 5th-tier undead, of similar status to Marcelino. Upon seeing Burford, a 5th-tier skeleton sarcastically remarked, Oh, Burford, you got some skills. You're the only one who's returned since the battle began. Burford ignored the man and bowed to Carmen. Lord Carmen, our entire army of 100,000 was annihilated. Burford recounted his group's ordeal in detail, at Bourne's behest, as telling the truth would prevent them from being exposed. The final part of the story, Marcelino stayed behind to fight the enemy, while covering my escape. I seized the opportunity to jump into the river and swim to the other side. On the way, I encountered a gigantic shark, incredibly powerful, which devoured thousands of our soldiers. I was lucky enough to successfully swim to the other side, but there were still enemies lying in ambush there. I fought desperately and finally fought my way out, heading north along the east bank of the river, eventually circling back through the territory of the 18th Army. The rest of the story, of course, is fabricated. The men in the tent exchanged bewildered glances. The first to speak, a 5th-tier skeleton, said, You must be kidding. How could anyone cross a river silently? And tens of thousands of undead soldiers at once? Burford sighed, Absolutely true. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been wiped out. At this moment, Carmen spoke up, Your news is extremely important to us. But your defeat has also had severe consequences. We were laughing at the 18th Army's failure before, but now we failed ourselves, and suffered a crushing defeat. The commander is very dissatisfied. Burford immediately said, But I believe we still have a chance. Carmen shook her head, No. Fine. We can't afford to waste any more energy on Claude's Legion. Your crimes are too grave. I hand you over to the commander for punishment. No. Burford's face paled. No, Lord Carmen, please. I brought back important news. Please don't kill me. Carmen frowned. What news? Burford immediately repeated what Bond had taught him. Lord Carmen, I know a very well-hidden route that leads directly from the west through a valley to Claude's Legion's rear. Claude's Legion is currently at the front lines, confronting the 18th Army, while we can seize the entire territory of their northern army without losing a single soldier. Carmen frowned even deeper. There's such a road? How come I didn't know about it? My lord, Marcelino, and I have been stationed there for months, and we know the terrain much better than you do. This time, We don't need many men, just 50,000 will suffice. The fifth-tier skeleton immediately objected. You still have the nerve to ask for men? Do you know what you're saying? Burford immediately knelt down. Please, my lord, personally lead the troops, and wipe out the northern army of the Clawed Legion in one fell swoop, just like you wiped out the Windfire Wolf Legion last time. You? The fifth-tier skeleton wanted to speak, but Carmen waved him off. Carmen looked at Burford with interest. You're a bit more eloquent than before. Burford was startled, cold sweat pouring down his back. He forced a calm expression. I've been on campaign with Marcelino for several months, and I learned a thing or two. Carmen laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Good. I trust you one more time. We finished this quickly. There can't be any more mistakes. Burford was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. After about 2 days of preparation, Carmen led the 50,000 elite troops stationed outside the fortress into battle. His personal involvement this time wasn't entirely due to trust in Burford, but rather confidence in his own strength. After all, his strength had reached the 7th rank, while according to their intelligence, the commander of Claude's northern army was only around the 5th rank. They were not even in the same league. Even without Burford leading the way, he was confident he could defeat Claude's northern army, but that would take much longer. He didn't have time. The battle with Philip's army was raging, and even a day's delay could allow someone to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, he chose to temporarily trust Burford and end the battle as quickly as possible. Sure enough, under Burford's leadership, they successfully entered Claude's army territory from the west without encountering any resistance or even a single person. The fifth-tier skeleton said sarcastically, Hey, Burford, you led us quite well, not bad at all. Burford replied irritably, Of course, it's better than some guys hiding in the fortress doing nothing. The fifth-tier skeleton's expression changed. What are you so arrogant about, you loser? Burford retorted, I'm a loser because I fought, unlike you, always hiding behind Lord Carmen, so naturally you wouldn't lose. The fifth-tier skeleton was furious, but couldn't think of a rebuttal. All right. Carmen frowned and shouted, You two shut up, you're so annoying. After marching for about 2 days, they stopped in a mountain hollow. Carmen sent men to scout south to see the enemy's current location. Soon, the scouts returned. According to their intelligence, they were currently positioned behind the main force of the Northern Army, and there appeared to be another force stationed to the south, numbering approximately 10,000. Carmen's heart skipped a beat. This was likely an army from the garrison, providing defensive support from the rear. If they could simply eliminate this force, the rest of the way would be smooth sailing. Carmen glanced at Burford. Burford, you done a great service this time. You'll be richly rewarded when we return. Burford quickly replied, Thank you, sir. Then, Carmen waved his hand, and the army set off. Because they were now in a mountain pass, if they wanted to reach the south undetected, they would have to continue along the pass, and then detour north for a while. Carmen wasn't in a hurry. With such a huge prize right in front of him, he'd be willing to detour 10 times over, let alone one. Carmen's army stealthily made its way north along the pass, but as they rounded a bend, a large group of people, numbering several thousand, suddenly rushed out from the road. Carmen was startled and immediately roared, All troops, prepare for battle. However, these thousands of people didn't attack. Instead, they ran right past them without looking back. This left Carmen completely bewildered. What's going on? But before he could react, a thunderous roar of battle cries erupted. Burford's expression changed, and he shouted, No. Could it be that they noticed and attacked? Carmen sneered, Humph. Even if they attack, so what? We hold this ravine. We make sure they never return. The fifth-tier skeleton was also eager to try. Burford had mocked him for not participating in the battle earlier, and this time he wanted to slaughter his way through and prove himself. Burford, you're getting more and more timid. Right now, all their forces are at the front lines. If we intercept them here, all of Claude's northern army's territory will be ours. Carmen didn't hesitate any longer and immediately organized her troops to completely block off the intersection, leaving no gaps. The enemy army also charged in from the side road, and they seemed quite numerous. However, Carmen's army had a geographical advantage, and coupled with their confidence in their own strength, they weren't panicked at all. With a deafening crash, the two armies clashed violently, and the battle officially began. Just as Carmen had predicted, his side held a decisive advantage, immediately halting the enemy at the crossroads and quickly slaughtering many of their undead soldiers. After all, Carmen had brought elite troops with him, averaging around Tier 3 strength. He was extremely confident that his forces could overwhelm Claude's legion. However, he had underestimated the situation. The enemy's experts quickly appeared, Several Tier 5 undead charged into Carmen's army, wreaking havoc. Carmen was enraged. These Tier 5 undead must be their leader. If he killed them, the enemy would be leaderless and disorganized. Thinking this, Carmen leaped forward, slashing at one of the Tier 5 undead with his sword. Caught off guard, the undead was instantly killed. The other Tier 5 undead, seeing this, were shocked and hastily retreated. Carmen sneered, trying to run? Not so easy. However, just as he was about to give chase, he suddenly froze, feeling his feet momentarily bound by something. But this binding force was nothing to him. With a slight flick of his magic, he easily dispelled it. His eyes turned menacingly to a black-robed skeleton. He clearly sensed that the binding force had been released by this very skeleton. Seeing Carmen looking at him, the black-robed skeleton was terrified and turned to run, shouting, "Lord Eric! Help me!" Eric? Carmen was taken aback. Isn't the leader of the Northern Army named Jose? Has he changed again? Despite her doubts, Carmen didn't stop, instantly appearing beside the black-robed skeleton. The skeleton, terrified, pulled out a small bottle and gulped down the potion inside. Carmen sneered, "The potion won't help." With that, she brought her longsword down on the skeleton's head. Suddenly, a bone spear shot out, accompanied by a gust of wind. Carmen's expression changed. She reversed her stance, slashing horizontally at the spearhead, forcibly changing its trajectory. With a deafening boom, the bone spear struck backward, piercing through a group of undead soldiers, reducing them to dust. The black-robed skeleton seized the opportunity to flee. Carmen's face was grim. She no longer cared about the fleeing skeleton, but instead stared intently at the direction from which the bone spear had come. "Humph! I didn't expect you to send a master." A zombie slowly emerged from the opposing camp, his face also filled with surprise. "Who are you?" Carmen sneered, "You're not worthy to know my name." The zombie's eyes were filled with doubt and uncertainty. He wanted to say something more, but Carmen had already launched an attack, his longsword slashing horizontally. The zombie hurriedly swung his bone spear to block. The two fought for 3 rounds. Carmen had gauged the opponent's strength. He was probably around the 7th rank, but no match for him. He felt confident. This guy was probably a high-ranking member of the Clawed Legion. If he could kill him in one fell swoop, it would be a major blow to the Clawed Legion. Thinking this, his attacks became even more ferocious. The zombie could only retreat repeatedly, gradually becoming overwhelmed. He was terrified and began to consider retreating. But Carmen wouldn't let him escape so easily. He released a low-level spell, Strengthening Bone Blade. A layer of black mist enveloped the long sword in his hand, exuding a chilling killing intent. With 2 sharp cracks, Carmen severed the bone spear in his opponent's hand, his longsword pointing directly at the zombie's brow. The zombie was terrified, losing all will to fight. He screamed and staggered backward. At the same time, a binding force coiled around Carmen's feet again, slowing him down. The zombie seized the opportunity to escape Carmen's attack range. Carmen was furious. It was that black-robed skeleton again. He ruined his plans time and time again. He gritted his teeth, but was powerless to stop it. The zombie roared, "Retreat! Retreat!" Upon hearing the command, everyone retreated like a receding tide. Carmen's army pursued relentlessly, slaughtering the fleeing soldiers. Although Carmen hadn't managed to kill the enemy leader, he had won a decisive victory. Overjoyed, he commanded his army to pursue and annihilate the enemy. Moreover, further north lay the location of the 18th Army. These men had nowhere to escape. Even if they reached the border, the 18th Army would block them back, and they would ultimately be killed. He fled, he pursued, he had no way to escape. However, after chasing for a while, Carmen realized something was wrong. They had now reached the border, and could even see the fortifications of Claude's Legion, yet the enemy showed no sign of stopping. Instead, they crossed the border and fled towards the 18th Army. Chapter 87. What's going on? Carmen wondered, turning to find Burford to ask for clarification, but he couldn't find Burford anywhere. Where did that guy go? He felt a slight sense of unease. The situation was too bizarre. They had already chased him out of Claude's territory, but the enemy showed no sign of stopping. Carmen's heart sank. A bold guess surfaced in his mind, instantly sending a chill down his spine. Just then, a battle cry erupted behind him. What's going on? Carmen whirled around, only to see smoke and dust billowing behind them, banners waving, and at least tens of thousands of undead charging towards them. This is Claw's Legion? A level 5 zombie exclaimed in shock. Then who are we fighting just now? Damn it! Carmen slapped his thigh. He finally realized that he had been fighting the 18th Army all along, and Claude's legion wasn't even on the front lines. Carmen trembled with rage. Where's Burford? Where's that Burford? The level 5 zombie was also completely bewildered, looking around blankly, but Burford was nowhere to be seen. Carmen understood. It seemed he had fallen into a trap. Burford had probably already defected to the enemy. He had been careless. Soon, Claude's army had arrived. Carmen's army had just fought a major battle with the 18th Army and suffered considerable losses. Now, caught off guard, they were immediately at a disadvantage. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Carmen didn't hesitate any longer. He stomped his foot and shouted, "Retreat!" He led a few skilled fighters directly past Claude's army's fortifications, reaching the 18th Army's territory, and charged westward at breakneck speed. Claude's army, seizing the opportunity, pursued them relentlessly for 50 kilometers. Ha ha ha! Mordekaiser laughed heartily. That was exhilarating. I never felt so good, ha ha ha. Born, standing beside him, watched the routed and fleeing 19th Army and smiled as well. These guys probably won't dare to bother us again for a while. In reality, Born's plan was very simple, exploiting the undead's tendency to fight based solely on aura, not person. In his eyes, it was better to use Burford than let him die, so when he saw Burford in distress, he rushed into the water without hesitation and rescued him. After some persuasion, Burford finally agreed to surrender. With Burford as a pawn, Born had more tactical options. He first attached a small contingent of about 10,000 men from the Central Army brought by Mordekaiser as the frontline garrison, instructing them to initially focus on holding off the 18th Army and await a signal. Furthermore, he dismantled all western outposts to prevent any accidental incidents from arousing suspicion. All other troops were concealed in the mountain valleys northwest of the Bond Citadel. Born, utilizing his invisibility, ambushed Carmen and his men on their likely route. Upon seeing Carmen and his party approach, he immediately sent a signal to the front lines, ordering a full withdrawal. The timing was impeccable. Just as his forces had withdrawn from the fork in the road, Carmen's army arrived at the fork, encountering the pursuing 18th Army. The rest is history. A fierce battle ensued, with both sides suffering heavy losses. The 18th Army fared worse, fleeing first. Carmen's army pursued them to the border before realizing the problem, but it was too late. Mordekaiser ultimately heeded Born's advice, ceasing the pursuit and retreating his entire army back within the border. Upon returning to the Bond Citadel, Mordekaiser immediately dispatched the battle report back to the Central Army. In the Central Army camp, Claude sat in the center, smiling as he looked at the battle report in his hand. Victor, this Bond is quite interesting, comparable to you. Victor raised an eyebrow. Oh! Commander, what does the report say? Claude handed the report to a nearby skeleton soldier, who then walked to Victor's side. Victor curiously took the battle report, quickly glanced at it, and his eyes immediately lit up. He's a talent. Claude laughed. This guy is not only exceptionally talented, able to cast spells at the 2nd rank and breaking through to the 4th rank in just a few months, but his military talent is also outstanding. He won 3 consecutive battles, completely wiping out the Windfire Wolf Legion. Victor nodded. He knows how to use leverage against others, and his tactical application is also very appropriate. Commander, why don't we recruit him into the Central Army? Claude stroked his chin, pondered for a moment. I think it would be better to directly allocate a military region to him. What? Talisso exclaimed. Isn't that inappropriate? He's still only a 4th rank undead. What's inappropriate about it? Claude laughed. Alan was only a 4th rank undead before, and she still became the Northern General. Talisso was momentarily speechless, but Victor said, it's not impossible, but we don't have enough troops right now. We can't just dismiss Jose and make him the Northern General. Claude shook his head. Jose can't be dismissed yet. I plan to establish a new military district called the Sharp Knife Army and make Bond its leader. Talisso and Victor exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Claude continued, 50,000 troops will be drawn from Mordekaiser's forces, and he can handle the rest himself. The territory will be the original Wind and Fire Wolf Legion's territory. Victor said with interest, since the commander has already made his decision, we can't say anything more. I'm also very curious to see just how much trouble Bond can cause. Soon, Bond's appointment was announced. This appointment caused a huge stir, leaving Jose and the others speechless with astonishment. Poker gave a thumbs up. Brother Born, you're awesome. Akeem sighed. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. I'm already at rank 5, and still haven't become a general. while you already done it at rank 4. Mordekaiser grimaced, you guys are happy, but I'm doomed. I have to give him 50,000 men. Born was also confused by this appointment. Even if he had made great contributions, he shouldn't have been promoted so quickly, directly receiving such a large territory. He was actually a very lazy person, not wanting to be bothered by these trivial matters, just wanting to cultivate quietly. Why was it so difficult? After a day of bickering, the crowd finally dispersed, and although Mordekaiser was reluctant, he ultimately gave Born 50,000 men. Instead of leaving all these men in the former Bond Citadel, now renamed Sharp Blade City, Born established 6 advanced teams at various border locations, each guarding one of 6 passes, including the one Carmen and her group had secretly entered through. Each advanced team consisted of about 1,000 men, with the remainder tasked with building 3 citadels. No city lords were appointed. Born personally commanded each city. Of course, during the city's construction, Akeem and others came to help. As Born had predicted, Jessica's 2 armies suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Claude's army, and were severely punished by Jessica's high command. Coupled with the strong offensive from Philip's army to the west, Jessica's army no longer had the energy to deal with Born and his forces. This gave Born ample breathing room. He undertook extensive construction, transforming the Sharp Blade military district into an impregnable fortress, ensuring a swift response to any foreign invasion. Having finished his tasks, Born finally had some free time. He let out a long sigh, returned to the Temple of Death, found a flat spot to sit down, and prepared to begin cultivating using the soul fusion technique. Suddenly, a voice rang in his mind. Little skeleton, well done. Born jolted, exclaiming in surprise, Teacher, you're awake? The awakening of the Blade Maniac was actually expected. After all, while crossing the river, Born had absorbed a large amount of soul fire in a short time, and after the battle, he had absorbed tens of thousands more. This had not only greatly increased his strength, but also nourished the Blade Maniac's soul. The Blade Maniac chuckled, I didn't expect you to awaken me so quickly. Not bad at all. As expected of someone the soul-severing blade has chosen. Born was overjoyed. He had so many questions for Dao Quang. Teacher, how are you now? You won't fall asleep again, will you? It's all right. As long as I don't use my soul power, I won't fall asleep. That's great. Born, thinking of the invisibility spell he had learned, quickly asked, Teacher, what's the name of the invisibility spell you had me learn before, and what rank is it? Dao Quang thought for a moment. The situation was urgent at the time, so I only woke up for a short while. I quickly searched the soul-severing blade for you. I didn't look at it closely then, but the invisibility spell is at least intermediate level. What? Dao Quang's words were a lot of information, and Born couldn't quite process it. Teacher, where did you take the scroll from? From the soul-severing blade. Dao Quang said then. He immediately realized, oh, I haven't told you about this yet. Born was speechless. His teacher hadn't spoken to him for more than half an hour, always in a rush. How much more was he missing? Dao Quang chuckled awkwardly. It's all right, I can tell you now. This soul-severing blade has the properties of a spatial artifact. It has infinite space inside, and can store any inanimate object, but not living ones. Born's eyes widened. Does that mean I can throw anything in and take it out anytime? Dao Quang laughed. That's right. Moreover, the original owner of the soul-severing blade stored some things inside. You can take them out and see. Born was overjoyed. The original owner of the soul-severing blade must have been a powerful figure. The things he left behind were definitely extraordinary. Thinking of this, Born immediately became eager to try. Teacher, quickly teach me how to open this space. Dao Quang saw through his little scheme, but didn't expose him, clearing his throat lightly. Ahem, the way to open it is quite complicated. Born immediately said, 10-second tier soul flames. Dao Quang, 20. Born deal. A short while later, Dao Quang let out a satisfied burp and slowly said, you and the soul-severing blade are already connected. Just release your intention to open it. Born cursed inwardly, you old man, you tricked me out of 20-second tier soul flames with something so simple. But thinking about it, he let it go. Anyway, the benefits he would gain after opening the soul-severing blade space would be much more than just 20 soul flames. Born released a wisp of his will, communicating with the soul-severing blade. Instantly, he felt his consciousness enter an infinite space. However, before he could even rejoice, he was dumbfounded. Empty. Nothing at all. Teacher, did I make a mistake? Dao Quang laughed loudly. Ha ha. Kid, you didn't think there were mountains of gold and silver inside, did you? Born smiled wryly. What else? After a long while, Dao Quang finally stopped laughing. Haha, don't be disappointed. The space inside this soul-severing blade is divided into 10 layers. Only those with sufficient strength can unlock the next layer. Each layer contains treasures, and the higher you go, the more treasures you find. This first layer contains the magic scroll I gave you last time, which you already used. Ah! 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 A bone crow flew right over Born's head. Born composed himself and then asked, Teacher, I have another question. I entered the Temple of Death a while ago and obtained a magic scroll, a mid-level spell called Borrowing Corpse to resurrect, but I don't know how to use it. What? Dao Quang exclaimed. Are you sure that spell is called Resurrection? Born was startled. Yes. Dao Quang pondered for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, this resurrection spell is specifically for use in the prime material plane. Huh? Born asked, how do you use it? If you can be summoned to the prime material plane and find a recently deceased corpse within the summoning time, you can directly enter that corpse and use it to move around normally in the prime material plane, no longer restricted by the summoning time. What? Now it was Born's turn to be surprised. Does that mean I might be stuck in the prime material plane forever? Dao Quang shook his head. There are 3 situations that will return you to the undead. There are 3 possibilities. First, the body is destroyed and can no longer bear your soulfire power. Second, it's purified by a light mage. Third, the body is corroded to a certain extent by your death power, which will also send you back to the netherworld. Ah? Born immediately made a bitter face. Then I have to keep finding new corpses. Dao Quang smiled wryly. Yes, it's not easy for the undead to stay in the prime material plane. But what are you thinking, kid? You haven't even reached the transcendent realm yet, and you're already thinking about such distant things. Born was stunned, then realized that he hadn't told Dao Quang about Annie. He thought for a moment and said, that, teacher. What? Dao Quang sensed something was wrong. Born swallowed. I already summoned the undead. Dao Quang, shock. Chapter 88. You're kidding me, aren't you? Dao Quang's tone was filled with displeasure. No. Born replied with only 2 short words. Then show me how to communicate with a summoner. Dao Quang persisted. Born was taken aback. Huh? What's communicating with a summoner? Dao Quang was also stunned. He remembered the first time he met Born. The kid had been just as clueless, knowing nothing about anything. Dao Quang sighed and explained impatiently, all summoned undead can communicate with a summoner through their souls, even if they haven't been summoned. Born was dumbfounded. It was one thing if he didn't know, but it seemed Annie didn't know either, because Annie had never tried to contact him through soul communication. Born nervously tried, Hello, Annie, it's me, Born, can you hear me? Soon, a familiar voice rang in his mind, Brother Born? You? How can you talk to me directly in my head? Wow! It really works. Born was overjoyed and quickly chatted with Annie. Annie, how are you doing? Why haven't you summoned me lately? Annie was also very excited. No one around her knew necromancy, so naturally no one could tell her that she could communicate with the undead in this way. Brother Born, I'm fine, it's just that it's inconvenient for me to summon you lately. Then, Annie told Born about her ordeal. Born listened with both worry and heartache. I'm sorry, my strength is too low, I couldn't help you. It's okay, Brother Born, I'm fine now, it's just that Uncle. Born, not wanting Annie to recall those unhappy memories, quickly changed the subject. By the way, Annie! I'm really powerful now. I'm a necromancer general. Really? Annie's voice was filled with excitement, but she quickly realized then. What's your strength now? Born was stunned. Right, his strength had recently increased dramatically, perhaps even surpassing Annie's. Now Annie couldn't summon him. Born was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, an aged voice spoke. This kid is now at the 4th rank, you can't summon him anymore. Both Born and Annie were startled. Born then remembered that Dao Quang was still here. Just now, Dao Quang had been watching Born's performance with a spectator's attitude, originally thinking that Born was just putting on an act and wouldn't get any response. Unexpectedly, a voice actually came from behind, and it was a little girl's voice, leaving Dao Quang in a state of shock for a long time. What's wrong with this world? The soul-severing blade found a little skeleton as its master, and the little skeleton found a little girl as its summoner. Judging from the soul fluctuations, this little girl's strength is at most 3rd tier. What's going on? Is this some kind of hellish apprenticeship game? Listening to the two getting more and more engrossed in their conversation, Blade Maniac finally couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted them. Born snapped out of his daze, and quickly introduced, Annie, let me introduce you. This is my teacher, Blade Maniac. Annie also took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and politely greeted, "Hello, Grandpa Blade Maniac." Oh. This grandpa went straight to Blade Maniac's heart. He hadn't initially felt any affection for this little girl. Instead, he was troubled by his, and the soul-severing Blade's predicament. But now, he felt somewhat ecstatic. No one had ever called him Grandpa before. Ha ha ha. Hello, granddaughter. Grandpa has a gift for you. Bourne laughed. Teacher, are you confused? I'm not even in the prime material plane. How could you give Annie a gift? Besides, she's not your granddaughter. Dao Quang said displeasedly. What? You dare question me? Bourne gave a wry smile. No, say whatever you want. Humph. Dao Quang snorted coldly, then his attitude completely changed, adopting a kind tone. Granddaughter. Grandpa is telling you, in the future, when you enter the source of magic again, you can materialize the magic you want. This will greatly increase the probability of obtaining that magic. Bourne was stunned. Oh, so that's what the gift was about. Then there's really no need to go all the way to the prime material plane to give a gift. Annie obediently replied, Okay, thank you, Grandpa. Bourne thought to himself, she even omitted the knife maniac part, and they already established a relationship so quickly. However, he was happy to see their relationship so good. After chatting for a while, Annie told him that it was nighttime in the prime material plane and she needed to sleep. Only then did Bourne reluctantly end the connection. Teacher, can I use that materialization method you mentioned earlier? Bourne asked. No. Knife Maniac's answer was straightforward. The undead can't use it, only mages from the prime material plane can. The soul fire power of the undead is too singular and powerful to successfully form a materialized intent, so it won't work. Bourne was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't have many opportunities to enter the source of magic, so he let it go. Afterwards, Bourne immersed himself in cultivation. After being rescued, Annie and Angela traveled a long way and arrived at Norma City, the capital of the Norma Empire. Norma City was vast, roughly twice the size of Gore City, and teeming with people, its streets bustling with activity. It was nearing the new year, and heavy snow was falling, each snowflake reflecting on the capital's streets with a unique beauty. Norma City's West Gate Street stretched straight out, paved with gray flagstones, leading directly to a magnificent building. On either side of this building, on two stone altars, stood flagpoles over 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, high, each topped with a deep green flag. The right flag was embroidered with a radiant, lifelike golden sunflower, within which lay a magic wand at an angle. The left flag bore the 8 large characters Norma Imperial Magic Academy, written in bold, powerful strokes. Before one's eyes came a massive, pale blue stone gate, inlaid with numerous magic stones of varying sizes, shimmering in the sunlight. Above the gate were the large characters Norma Imperial Magic Academy, and below, horizontally, the 3 smaller characters Wind Control Gate. 2 rows of guards stood at the entrance, 8 in each row, all clad in armor, their backs ramrod straight, exuding an air of authority. A convoy of carriages slowly approached from afar, bearing the same sunflower and wand symbols, clearly belonging to the Magic Academy. Passers-by turned to look. Leading the convoy was a middle-aged man with a large beard, riding a pure white horse, its body already covered in snowflakes, as if draped in a white coat. The guards bowed upon seeing the newcomer. Professor Doran, you're back. Doran nodded and led the convoy directly into the Magic Academy. In the carriage behind him, Annie curiously lifted the curtain, peering out. Caden smiled and said, We arrived at the Magic Academy. Don't worry, we do our best to help you. But it's not time for enrollment yet, it'd be another month, after the new year, before the actual enrollment begins. Anne looked worriedly at the unconscious Nicole and the meditating Angela, her mind elsewhere, showing little interest in the matter of enrollment. Caden seemed to sense her worry and gently took her hand, saying, Anna, don't worry. We go find Professor Kania soon. She definitely have a way to save your friend. Anne sighed, her hopes waning, but still smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Katniss. The carriage traveled west along the Academy Avenue, arriving at an old-fashioned teaching building at the foot of the back hill. Doran shouted, We're here. Boys, get down and help carry him upstairs. The fat boy jumped off the carriage with a bitter face, muttering, Why should I, a nobleman, have to carry a commoner? Adair slapped him hard. You saved us, so speak properly. The fat man winced in pain, glancing warily upstairs. Adair, wait. Wait, are we really going in? Adair hesitated, looking at Doran. Teacher Doran, we leave after we carry her up, we have other things to do. Doran's expression turned serious. He quickly said, "No. You have to come with me. Don't leave me there alone." Adair, and Katniss helped Angela down from the carriage. After some rest, Angela's complexion had improved considerably, but her injuries were too severe. She had only recovered about 20%. The group went up to the third floor and stopped at a room. Doran was slightly nervous. He took a deep breath and was about to knock when suddenly an explosion came from inside. Doran sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Get out of the way!" However, his words were barely out of his mouth when a deafening explosion rang out, and the entire door was blasted out the window. Luckily, everyone had dodged in time and escaped being hit. Puffs of white smoke billowed from the dark doorway, and everyone peered inside curiously. A moment later, a girl with an afro ran out, coughing as she ran, cough, cough, cough. "Oh no! We failed again." The girl was about 11 or 12 years old, short in stature, similar in size to Annie. Her full head of silver white hair stood on end, whether intentionally styled or a special effect from the explosion was unclear. She wore oversized black-rimmed glasses that took up most of her face, and wore a black mage's robe. She carried a triangular bottle containing some greenish, unidentified liquid. "My God!" Doran shouted angrily, "Kanya, are you going to blow this place up?" Kanya then noticed the group at the door. "Oh! Doran! Long time no see. What gift have you brought me today?" Doran retorted angrily, "You blew up 7 labs in the academy before. Even the dean couldn't stand it anymore. That's why he sent you to this dilapidated teaching building. Now you're causing trouble again. You regret it when there's nowhere for you to do your experiments." Kanya waved her hand dismissively, "It's all right. That old guy will take care of it. By the way, you must be thirsty. Here's some water." She handed him the bottle. Doran snorted and took the bottle. "Humph. At least you have some manners." "Teacher, don't." Adair was about to stop him when he saw Doran gulp down the unknown liquid in the bottle. Whoosh. Deep feelings bottoms up. Kanya cheered. But as soon as it entered his mouth, Doran realized something was wrong and spat it out, roaring, "Kanya! What did you give me to drink?" Kanya smirked, "I made it with a mixture of various herbs. It can quickly paralyze the user." Before she could finish, Doran foamed at the mouth and collapsed, his body stiffening. The fat man beside him, eyes closed in terror, muttered, "The first rule of survival at the Magic Academy. Don't touch anything Professor Kanya hands you." "Hey! You're lying down already? You haven't even told me what you wanted to see me about," Kanya shouted. However, Doran could only stare at her, foaming at the mouth, unable to utter a single word. "Professor Kanya," Katniss quickly said, "we come to ask for your help. My friend has been poisoned by a strange toxin and is seriously injured. You're an expert in this area. We hope you can save him." As she spoke, she stepped aside, revealing Nickel lying behind her. Kanya's expression turned serious. She strode to Nickel's side, placing a hand on his chest, and releasing her magic to carefully sense his condition. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, her face filled with astonishment. "How is he?" Annie asked anxiously. Kanya shook her head. "What did he encounter? This poison is too strange. It's a bit like the poison of a demon-poisoned dragon." "A demon-poisoned dragon?" Adair exclaimed. Everyone looked at Adair in confusion. Katniss asked, "Adair, do you know about demon-poisoned dragons?" Adair swallowed hard. "I heard my father mention it when I was little. It's an ancient dragon beast, practically extinct now. It's incredibly powerful, and most importantly, its breath contains a potent toxin that can block the flow of magic, ultimately leading to death." Kanya nodded approvingly. "That's right, his symptoms match perfectly. I'm afraid no one in the entire Empire can save him." Annie immediately welled up with tears, crying out, "Professor Kanya, you must save him. You must save him." Kanya glanced at Annie and sighed. "The dosage of the toxin he's ingested isn't large. There's a way. We suppress the poison temporarily, but he won't wake up during this time. We can only keep him alive. Once you find an antidote, you can save him." Annie's eyes lit up. "Where should we look for an antidote?" Kanya frowned. "Poisons are always interdependent. Where there's poison, there's an antidote. The demon-poisoned dragon's breath is highly toxic, but where it lives, there's usually a herb called 9 Lives grass. Legend says it can quickly convert the poison into pure magic, thus achieving an antidote." "Ah?" Katniss covered her mouth. This was far too difficult. It was an impossible task. Annie remained unfazed. She exchanged a glance with Angela, nodded, and said, "Then I trouble Professor Kanya to help stabilize the poison." We will definitely bring back the 9 lives grass. Kanya looked at Annie meaningfully, then nodded after a long pause. She beckoned to Adair and the others. All right. You guys help me carry him in. Adair and the others shuddered. They glanced at Doran lying on the ground, then reluctantly carried Nicole into Kanya's room. Chapter 89. After settling Nicole in, Kanya chuckled and said to Adair and the others, You all had a good time. You must be thirsty. Adair and the others shook their heads vigorously. No, no, no. Not at all. Are you hungry? No, no, no. Not hungry at all. Then why aren't you leaving? Shall I treat you to a meal here? Adair and the others were taken aback, then immediately turned and ran, taking Doran, who was lying on the ground, with them. Doran was moved to tears. These kids still knew how to be grateful. Only Katniss, Annie, and Angela remained in the room. Kanya smiled at Annie. You two look unfamiliar. You're not students at our academy, are you? Cadence introduced. Professor Kanya, let me introduce you. These two are our saviors. This is Anna, and this is Angelia. They're both adventurers from Misty City. I wanted them to stay at the academy to study. Kanya nodded, glancing sideways at Annie. You're a necromancer. Hearing this, Annie and Angela's expressions changed drastically. What was going on? Did the other party know Annie was a necromancer? She hadn't revealed a single trace of magic. What was happening? You're a fugitive. Annie, Angela, Well, at least she didn't say she was a necromancer. Then, Kanya turned and rummaged through a pile of strange things, pulling out a small box and handing it to Annie. Anna, I think you're quite pleasing to the eye. Here, consider this a small gift. Annie was taken aback and quickly said, No, that won't do. I can't just accept your gift. Annie wanted to say something more, but Kanya stopped her with a look. Kanya raised an eyebrow. Enough talk, open it and see. Annie thought for a moment, then opened the small box. Inside was a ring with a 7-colored magic stone shining brightly, radiating a captivating aura. Annie was stunned. Kanya smiled. This ring was made by my own hands. I haven't thought about a name yet, so let's just call it the 7-colored magic ring for now. Its function is to convert the wearer's magic power into other attributes. For example, wind magic can be transformed into water magic, fire magic into lightning magic, and necromancy magic into light magic. As she finished speaking, she glanced at Annie. Anne's hand holding the ring trembled slightly. She didn't dare look at Kanya. She was now certain that Kanya knew her identity. But what did she want? To kill her? Or to become a test subject like Doran? Angela broke free from Katniss's support and stepped forward to shield and behind her. You can't bully a child. Fortunately, the word miss almost slipped out. Katniss was somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Professor Kanya had only given a gift, so why had the atmosphere changed so suddenly? Kanya grinned. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, I really just wanted to give a gift. Then she looked at Angela. You're quite badly injured, little girl. She took Angela's hand, and a gentle magical energy flowed into Angela's body. Angela's eyes widened instantly. She felt a warm sensation all over her body, and her injuries were rapidly healing. This is healing magic. You? Kanya grinned again. That's right. I'm a light mage. No wonder she could sense Annie's unease. Light mages are extremely sensitive to the power of death. Even just standing together, a light mage can sense the death aura emanating from a necromancer. After the treatment, Angela felt her injuries had healed by about 50%, and she even felt a faint sense of breakthrough. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, Thank you, Professor Kanya. But then, a hint of worry crept in. She still shielded Annie behind her, watching Kanya warily. Kanya gave a wry smile, tilting her head to say to Annie, Remember, this ring can only change your aura, not the essence of magic, so the magic you cast won't be affected. She then waved her hand. All right. You can all leave now. Don't disturb my experiments. Or, she smiled wickedly, looking at the three, or do you want to stay and be my test subjects? The three shuddered, exchanged glances, and quickly slipped away. After the three left, Kanya turned her gaze to Nicole. She turned and rummaged through a cabinet, finding a jar of golden liquid that looked sticky. Kanya frowned, sighed, and dripped the golden liquid into Nicole's mouth. At the same time, she tapped her fingers, placing 7 golden stars on Nicole's chest, and shouted solid. Black spots slowly appeared under Nicole's skin, gradually converging into the circle formed by the 7 golden stars, eventually forming a large black patch. Kanya breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. Thankfully, the amount of poison wasn't too high. It should last me a year or two. Meanwhile, Katniss led Annie and Angela to the student dormitory. Anna, you two can stay in our dormitory. Grievous and I are going home. The dormitory is empty. You have new dorms after you officially enroll. Annie thanked her profusely. The dormitory wasn't large, but it was fully equipped, with 2 beds. Grievous was also there. She had returned earlier with Adair and the others. Katniss told Grievous her idea. Although somewhat reluctant, Grievous suppressed her dissatisfaction, thinking that after Annie and the others left, she would definitely change the bedding. She didn't want to share the same items as the commoners. As it was getting late, Katniss and Angelus left, leaving only Annie and Angela in the dormitory. Angela asked curiously, Miss, is the ring Professor Cania gave you really that magical? Annie shook her head. I don't know, let me try. As she spoke, she released a small amount of magic. The ring on her finger flashed, and instantly, Annie's death power transformed into the aura of water magic, though it was still essentially death power. Angela's eyes widened. It really works. Has it really turned into water magic? She exclaimed incredulously. Annie shook her head. No, I can still feel its death magic, only the outward aura has changed. This is amazing, Angela exclaimed. Yes. This Professor Cania looks younger than you. I don't know how she became a professor, and so skilled at it. Angela stroked her chin. Oh right. She's also a light mage. So could she be from the Holy See? No. Annie said, the Holy See doesn't allow its people to serve in other organizations, even magic academies. Angela paused. Oh. So she's definitely not from the Holy See. Then why is she helping you? Annie shrugged, indicating she didn't know either. For the next few days, Annie stayed in their dormitory cultivating, only going out for mealtimes. Katniss visited them every day and brought money, but Annie refused to accept it. She had enough savings for this period. Katniss didn't insist, saying they could let her know if they needed anything. Days passed, Angela's injuries gradually healed, and she successfully broke through to the 3rd tier. Annie broke through almost simultaneously, making Angela feel even more threatened. Miss, your cultivation speed is truly astonishing, Angela said, sounding aggrieved, and smiled. She understood that the spirit-splitting technique had enabled her to cultivate at an incredibly fast pace, and her magical energy accumulation was also abundant. Unfortunately, she couldn't use magic within the school, so she simply stored the Dragon Slayer's staff inside her heart mirror. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming! Angela quickly went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Katniss jumped in, pulling Annie along, saying, Tonight is New Year's Eve. Let's go shopping together. It's so lively tonight. New Year's Eve, Annie murmured. She had spent the last New Year with her parents. In just a few short months, she had been moved between 2 places, far from home, and a wave of sadness washed over her. Anna, what's wrong? Katniss asked worriedly, noticing her expression. Are you feeling unwell? Annie shook her head, forcing a smile. I'm fine, let's go together. Let's celebrate the new year together. Okay. Katniss nodded emphatically. Adair and the others will come too. As night fell, Katniss dressed up in her finest attire. She wore a cream-colored long dress, her long golden hair styled in a high bun adorned with a white lily. She looked like a princess, pure and ethereal, attracting the admiring gazes of the surrounding boys. Wow! Katniss, you look so beautiful, Annie exclaimed. Katniss chuckled and complained, You two are really something. You didn't even wear the clothes I prepared for you, coming out in adventurer's attire instead. Annie gave a dry laugh. Heh, we're not used to it. Ahead, a group of people approached. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes, clearly young masters and ladies from noble families. Leading them was Adair. After returning to school, he didn't dare go out for a while. Due to his mistake, several students were killed by the Polar Tiger King. The Academy punished him, and his family also provided some compensation to the families of the victims, thus suppressing the matter. Moreover, intimidated by the power of Adair's family, the families of the victims took the money and didn't pursue the matter further. Now that the storm had passed, Adair had regained his energy. Hey! Katniss! You guys are so slow, Adair said. Behind him followed the fat man named Werner, a scion of a small family. His father was a viscount, but without any fiefdom, only some properties in the capital, a title that didn't quite live up to its name. His small eyes darted over Katniss, drool practically dripping onto the floor. A laugh startled Werner, who looked angrily at Katniss's side. Angela covered her mouth, chuckling in front of everyone. What are you laughing at? You bumpkin! The fat man snapped. Annie tugged at Angela's sleeve. Hey! Didn't you hear a dog barking? You? The fat man roared, rolling up his sleeves to step forward, but Adair stopped him. New Year's Eve. What are you all arguing about? Let's go, the fireworks show's about to start. Without further delay, the group headed to a prime viewing spot. Annie was also very curious. After all, she was still a little girl, and innocence and optimism were in her nature. She loved beautiful things, like fireworks. She held onto the railing in front of her, leaning slightly forward. The evening breeze ruffled her long hair, and her little face was slightly flushed, whether from the cold weather or from her excitement and anticipation, she couldn't tell. Whoosh bang! The first firework of the night burst into bloom. Annie's mouth was slightly open, her eyes filled with light, reflecting the colorful fireworks. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of fireworks exploded in the sky, and the whole city erupted in celebration. As she watched, tears streamed down Annie's face, leaving 2 tear tracks on her fair cheeks. Once upon a time, she could watch fireworks with her family like this. Once upon a time, she was the center of attention, showered with love and care. But now, she only had Angela left to rely on, living as a dependent, homeless. Countless days and nights, she longed for the past, for her parents, for Gower Castle, for her own room, but everything was irreversible. Miss, Angela called softly, and snapped out of her reverie, wiped away her tears, and forced a smile. Angela felt a pang of sadness, but couldn't utter a single word of comfort, and took Angela's hand, pointing to the sky with her other hand. Look! How beautiful these fireworks are! Angela finally couldn't hold back her tears. Fortunately, everyone around was caught up in the joyful atmosphere, and their attention was focused on the fireworks display, so they didn't notice the unusual situation between Annie and Angela. After the fireworks display ended, everyone began to walk back. Katniss noticed Annie and Angela's red eyes, and asked curiously, "What happened to your eyes?" Annie stammered, "Allergies." Angela, Lying on her soft dormitory bed, Annie tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The entrance exam was in a few days. If she passed, they wouldn't need Katniss's help anymore, and could live independently. Katniss had already helped them a lot, and they didn't want to trouble her too much. Suddenly, a voice rang in her mind. "Hello, Annie, it's Bourne, can you hear me?" Annie jumped, overjoyed. Because she had been living in the Magic Academy recently, surrounded by people and eyes, she dared not cast necromancy, fearing that the aura of death would be detected, which would be terrible. So she hadn't summoned Bourne. Now, hearing Bourne's voice filled her with surprise and excitement. Chapter 90. In the most luxurious area of the Norma Empire's capital stood a grand mansion, its gate bearing the inscription Rambo Residence. Only 2 guards stood at the entrance, their faces filled with anticipation as they gazed up at the sky. The mansion was brightly lit, but nearly empty. It was the first night of the new year, and everyone in the Rambeau family had gone out to play, leaving only a few servants and guards. A window in a second-floor room was open. A blond boy leaned against the windowpane, the evening breeze whipping the curtains and stinging his face, but he paid no heed. He was thin as a rake, his deep-set eyes filled with anticipation. With a bang, fireworks exploded. Joy lit up the boy's eyes, but quickly, he coughed heavily twice, his eyes widening suddenly. A flash of black smoke appeared, and he covered his mouth with his hand. When he removed his hand, only crimson remained. His eyes held fear, resentment, and above all, longing and yearning. His consciousness began to fade. With his last ounce of strength, he reached forward, but grasped nothing, and his body slowly slumped backward. "Sister, sister!" A muffled thud startled the servants waiting at the door, who rushed into the room. "Master Keller! What's wrong? Someone come quick!" he shouted, but everyone in the manor had gone out to watch the fireworks display. There was no one else around. Keller listened to the commotion of the servants and attendants, and slowly closed his eyes. Why? After separating from Anne and the others, Katniss quickly returned to the manor, but what she saw before her completely shattered her. Her father, Jonathan, glanced at her and beckoned, "Come here, see your brother one last time." Katniss covered her mouth, the snacks and gifts in her hands clattering to the ground. She couldn't believe her brother Keller was gone. How could this be? Her mother, Sophie, came over and took her hand. "Don't be sad, his departure is a relief." Katniss pulled her hand away from Sophie, and turned to rush out the door. Sophie wanted to chase after her, but Jonathan stopped her. "Let her go, Dickel. You go find her later, and keep an eye on your sister." Dickel nodded. Katniss wandered aimlessly through the streets, tears streaming down her face. She had always doted on her brother Keller, who was also very cheerful and lively. But fate was cruel. Keller was sickly from birth, and had no magical talent whatsoever. Because of this, her parents didn't like him much, and even her brother Dickel ignored him. Only Katniss remained steadfastly by his side, spending time playing with him and trying to cheer him up. In Katniss's heart, Keller was one of her most important family members. However, starting last year, Keller's health deteriorated further. Jonathan consulted many renowned doctors, even bringing in a priest from the Holy See, but to no avail. The cause of his illness remained elusive. Finally, Jonathan had no choice but to give up, letting Keller slowly die. Katniss was initially against it, but she was powerless to change anything. Then one day, she heard of a peculiar plant in the misty forest to the north called the polar demon flower. This flower was incredibly powerful, capable of rapidly enhancing the strength of its user. Katniss wondered if giving the Arctic flower to her younger brother might improve his condition. However, obtaining the Arctic flower was no easy feat. It was guarded by the formidable Arctic Tiger King, a force she was no match for. She casually mentioned this to Adair, who had always harbored feelings for Katniss. Hearing her words, Adair immediately hatched a plan and gathered a group to head to the misty forest to retrieve the Arctic flower, leading to the events that followed. Today, she had intended to take her brother to see the fireworks, but Keller was too weak to walk. Finally, at Keller's urging, she had to go ahead alone, intending to bring him some gifts. However, it seemed these gifts would never be given. As she walked, she unexpectedly arrived at the Magic Academy. She looked up at the Academy's gates. This used to be Keller's favorite place. Keller had said that once he recovered, he wanted to study here too. If you were still here, you'd be old enough to start school by now, Katniss murmured. She sighed and stepped inside. Late at night, after Annie and Bourne ended their communication, they fell into a deep sleep. However, not long after, a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Annie was quickly startled awake. She was now a very light sleeper, a new skill she acquired during her adventure in the misty forest with Nicole. Who is it so late? Angela groggily got up, shuffling to the door with zombie-like steps, and opened it with a click. Cadence? It's you? Angela sobered up considerably upon seeing the person at the door, and also sat up. Sister Cadence, come inside quickly, it's so cold outside. Cadence slowly walked in, and sat down in the chair opposite Annie, and saw Cadence's red eyes and trembling hands, immediately stood up, grabbed her, and pulled her onto the bed, wrapping her in the blanket. Cadence was stunned. She hadn't expected Annie to do this. Feeling Annie's warmth and smelling her scent, she gradually calmed down. Are you warmer now? Annie asked. Cadence nodded. Then can you tell me what happened? Why did you come to school in the middle of the night? At this, Cadence's eyes reddened again, tears welling up. My brother died, sob. After saying this, it was as if all her strength had been drained away, and she burst into tears, and paused, then stepped forward and hugged her, gently patting her back. Angela sat down beside her, taking Katniss's hand and saying, Cry, it make you feel better. Katniss cried for a while, calming down somewhat, but still immersed in grief, and wiped away her tears. Don't go back tonight. We go with you tomorrow morning. Although we never met your brother, we received your help, and it's only right that we go to pay our respects. Katniss nodded, looking at Anne and saying, Thank you, Anna. By the way, what's your brother's name? Angela asked. His name is Keller, and he'd be 8 years old today. And was taken aback. That meant he was the same age as her. How could such a young child have an accident in the capital? But seeing Katniss's sorrowful expression, she couldn't bring herself to ask. She waited until tomorrow to go and see for herself. That night, Katniss stayed at Anne's place, sleeping in the same bed as her. Her brother, Dickel, after discovering Katniss had entered the Magic Academy, stopped tracking her and went straight home. The next day, Katniss and Anne returned home. The family was already preparing for a funeral. Servants and maids were busy with preparations. They quickly greeted Katniss and went about their work. Katniss went into the inner room, where her parents and relatives and friends who had come to hear the news filled the room. Seeing Katniss return, Jonathan sighed, You're back? Come and greet your uncles. Katniss greeted them one by one, then asked, Where's Keller? Jonathan pointed upstairs, in his room. Katniss nodded, These are my 2 friends. I take them up to see Keller. Jonathan glanced at Annie and Katniss, then casually waved his hand, Go ahead. The 3 went upstairs to Keller's room. As soon as they pushed open the door, Annie's expression changed. Angela noticed Annie's change and asked softly, "Miss, what's wrong?" Annie frowned and shook her head. In the room, a thin, bony little boy lay quietly on the bed, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This must be Katniss's younger brother, Keller. The three had barely entered the room when Sophie's voice came from downstairs. "Cadence, your Uncle Boyle is here. Come down quickly." Cadence responded and glanced apologetically at Annie. "I'll be right back, wait for me," and said, "It's all right, you go ahead." After Cadence left, Annie gently closed the door and looked seriously at Keller on the bed. "Miss, is there something wrong with Keller?" Angela asked, and shook her head. "I don't know. I feel a force within him calling me over." "What?" Angela exclaimed in surprise. But then she saw Annie actually slowly approach. "Miss?" Angela exclaimed in surprise, and turned around and shushed her. "It's all right. I'm just taking a look." When Annie reached the bedside, she found that Keller, apart from being malnourished, was quite cute and seemed normal. Just as Annie was wondering what was going on, a dark light flashed across Keller's body, and was startled and tried to defend herself, but it was too late. The dark light struck Anne's hands, binding her and Keller tightly together like a rope. What is this?" Angela cried out, rushing to pull it away, and waved her hand. "Don't come any closer." Streams of death energy flowed from Keller's body like water, surging into Anne's body along the black rope. Anne's body shone with intense black light. She gritted her teeth, refusing to scream. Soon, the influx of death elements exceeded her limits. A thunderous roar exploded in her mind, and her magical reserves increased even further. The power of death had directly surpassed her magic limit, propelling her strength to the 4th tier. Even so, the power of death continued to surge, and Annie felt as if her body was about to explode. She couldn't absorb any more of this power, or she would burst and die. However, she couldn't use spells like Bone Spear or Demon Roar here. Otherwise, not only would she damage the Katniss family's house, but her identity would also be exposed. Annie gritted her teeth, a thought flashing through her mind. A magic circle appeared before her, a flash of black light, and a black hole opened, revealing a skeleton soldier, Born. After casting this spell, Annie felt much better. Born, upon emerging and seeing this scene, was slightly taken aback, but when he saw the black rope, his eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed the rope, which miraculously detached from Annie's wrist and transferred to Born's hand. The remaining power of death was instantly absorbed by Born. Born sighed contentedly, such concentrated death energy. "Brother Born," Annie exclaimed happily. "Oh, not bad, little Annie. Reaching the 4th rank so quickly, your progress is astounding." Born patted Annie's head and greeted Angela beside him. Angela breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Annie was out of danger. "Miss, what was that just now?" Annie shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. At that moment, Dao Quang's voice rang in Born's mind. "That's a corpse-raising curse." Born was taken aback and asked, "Teacher, do you know about this?" Dao Quang arrogantly declared, "Don't worry, there's nothing your teacher doesn't know. This corpse-raising curse involves planting a seed of death power within an embryo. After birth, the embryo can absorb the purified death power to enhance its own strength. The greater the potential of the person whose seed is planted, the better the effect." In fact, even without Born repeating it, Dao Quang's words reached Annie's ears. Such an evil spell. Annie frowned, then pointed to Keller on the bed. "Can he come back to life?" Dao Quang sighed. "No, he's dead. He can't even become a ghost. All his death power has been absorbed by you and Born." Annie was stunned. She hadn't expected to encounter something like this on her trip. Who could have done this? And the Rambeau family was powerful. They would surely have sent someone to help Keller's treatment. How could they not have discovered this spell? Seemingly sensing Annie's confusion, Dao Quang continued to explain, "This spell is very special. Because the spell was planted from the embryonic stage, the death power has become one with him. Ordinary people can't detect it, not even ordinary light mages. Only when someone with the same death power approaches will the spell be activated again, causing all the death power within the host to surge out, just like before." Annie suddenly understood. So that's how it is. However, just then, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Annie gasped. "Katniss is back. Brother Born, hurry back to the land of the dead." Born nodded, straining, but nothing happened. The Madan's voice rang out again. "Are you an idiot? You can't go back before the appointed time. Don't you know that?" "Oh right. What can I do? It's broad daylight. I can't escape." Born gave a wry smile. However, at that moment, the doorknob turned, and Annie stared wide-eyed at the door. Chapter 91. Downstairs, Katniss was frantically dealing with various relatives and friends, her heart filled with anxiety. Anne and Angela were still upstairs with her brother's body. It wasn't right to leave her friends there like that. After finishing everything, she rushed upstairs, only to find the door closed. She was puzzled. She hadn't closed the door when she left. What were they doing in there? Thinking this, she reached for the doorknob and slowly pushed the door open. Inside, Anne and Angela stood by the bed, their large eyes staring at her, startling her. "You? What are you doing?" She looked around and realized that besides Anne and Angela, only her brother Keller was alive in the room. And gave a dry laugh. No, nothing. Angela quickly explained, "We just came to see Keller. We heard some noise downstairs, so we closed the door to avoid disturbing him." Katniss looked at Angela gratefully. Even though Keller was dead, Angela's thoughtfulness touched her deeply. She slowly walked to the bedside, looking at Keller's haggard appearance, overwhelmed with sorrow, and stood nervously to the side, watching the scene with a grimace. "Miss, watch your expression," Angela whispered a reminder. "No," and gasped, "I'm a little nervous." "Angela, Katniss gently stroked Keller's face, tears falling again, pattering onto Keller's face. Just then, another set of footsteps approached, and Jonathan entered the room with a group of people. "Katniss? You're still here." Katniss wiped away her tears. "Father!" "All right." Jonathan gently hugged Katniss. "You can go now. We need to take Keller out for his funeral." Katniss buried her face in Jonathan's shoulder and sobbed. Meanwhile, Annie stared anxiously at Keller on the bed. Keller lay motionless, as if nothing in the world mattered to him. "Did he succeed?" Angela asked. Annie shook her head. "I don't know, but I know he didn't return to the land of the dead." Several burly men approached, lifted Keller's body, and placed it in a coffin, accidentally bumping it as they did so. Keller's lips twitched, startling the burly man carrying him. He quickly rubbed his eyes. "Holy crap, am I seeing things?" A burly man beside him asked, "What's wrong?" The burly man shook his head, in nothing. Keller was then carried downstairs, and people came forward to pay their respects, first his parents, then his brother and sister, and finally the other relatives and friends. One chubby man cried the hardest. This was Keller's uncle, Boyle. Like Katniss, Boyle adored his youngest nephew, but as a businessman, he was constantly traveling, so they didn't see each other often. Every time he returned to the capital, he would visit Keller and bring him gifts. He knelt beside the coffin, sobbing uncontrollably. "Wha? Keller, I haven't even shown you the teddy bear I just bought. And you're gone. Wha?" His snot gradually increased, soon dripping down to within a hair's breadth of Keller's mouth. Suddenly, Keller's mouth moved. Boyle paused. "Huh?" But in that pause, his snot dripped onto Keller's mouth. "Ugh." Keller sat up abruptly, gagging. "Hey bro. If you're going to cry, just cry. Don't drip your snot in my mouth." Silence. To be precise, deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Had he come back to life? "Ah!" Boyle screamed first, hands on his cheeks. "What are you yelling about, you sissy?" Keller said irritably. He glanced at the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, grinned, revealing a set of gleaming teeth, and said, "Hee, sorry, I'm alive again." Whoosh. The crowd erupted in chaos. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I never seen anything so outrageous in my life." One person peered out the door at the sky. "It's broad daylight. I'm not dreaming. Come on, let me punch you, see if it hurts." Bang! Ouch! That hurts. Katniss was speechless with astonishment. Her eyes widened as she stared at the little boy sitting in the coffin, afraid to blink, lest he lie down again. "Keller!" She rushed over and hugged Keller tightly, while Boyle, standing nearby, also reacted. "Keller! You really came back to life?" Keller smiled at him. The real deal. Jonathan and the others rushed over, grabbed Keller's arm, and looked him over, but found nothing unusual. They were all utterly shocked. I just had the doctor come and check on him, and it's definitely," the butler said. "Enough." Jonathan interrupted him, frowning. "Quickly take the young master upstairs to rest." "Yes." The butlers and servants hurriedly carried Keller out of the coffin and slowly carried him upstairs. Meanwhile, a pair of sinister eyes, like venomous snakes, stared at Keller's back, filled with doubt and confusion. After Jonathan saw off the relatives and friends, he quickly went upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, the aroma of food wafted out. Keller was sitting on the bed, A dining table stretched out in front of him, piled high with food, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and Keller was tearing at it like a hungry wolf, each hand holding a large chicken leg. Katniss, standing nearby, urged, "Eat slowly." Sophie, already gaping in astonishment, thought, "Is this really my sickly youngest son? Looking at him like this, he could devour anyone." And Angela hadn't left yet. They stood at the back, dumbfounded by the scene. "Miss, this is Born?" Angela whispered, and shrugged. "I don't know. I shouldn't have summoned something like that. Maybe Born has already returned to the land of the dead." Angela was taken aback. "Can you sense whether he's gone or not?" And covered her ears. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." Angela, Once Keller had eaten and drunk his fill, his belly bulged out considerably. He lay down comfortably, leisurely patting his stomach. Jonathan frowned. "How are you?" Keller glanced at him sideways. "I'm fine." "What? Disappointed?" "Hey! How dare you talk to your dad like that?" Sophie exclaimed. Cadence was surprised. Keller had never spoken like that before. What was wrong? Had he suddenly changed his personality? Cadence asked worriedly, "Is something still bothering you?" Keller chuckled, put his arms around Cadence's neck, and pouted his slightly bloodless lips. "My mouth hurts. I need a kiss." Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs came from behind, and everyone turned to look. Annie looked like she'd seen a ghost, arms crossed, shivering uncontrollably, while Angela was squatting on the ground, covering her mouth and coughing incessantly. Keller cleared his throat. I'm really fine. You don't need to worry about me. I'm full and a little sleepy. You guys go back." Jonathan frowned and shook his head helplessly. "Never mind, let's go. Let him rest. I find a doctor to check on him later." Hearing this, everyone left one after another. As Annie left, she glared at Keller, but Keller turned his head away, pretending not to see. "Brother Born, how could you do this?" A scolding voice echoed in Keller's mind. Born, who was now Keller, chuckled. "Oh, I was just joking. Look, I woke up to a beautiful woman. It's normal to be a little excited." It turned out that the moment Katniss opened the door, Born had a sudden inspiration and cast a possession spell. After a flash of dark light, the original Born disappeared into thin air, transforming into a beam of black light that shot into Keller's body. At first, Born couldn't successfully control Keller's body. After some trial and error, he slowly figured it out and successfully gained control while being moved. He hadn't wanted to wake up so soon, planning to sneak out of the graveyard after Keller was buried. However, unexpectedly, having a body made his senses much more acute. He was disgusted by boiled snot and couldn't help but vomit. Since he'd been exposed, he decided to let loose. The thought was quite exciting. After being a ghost for so long, he could finally be human again. "You guys go back. Don't worry about me. I come find you in a while." Born blew Annie a kiss. Annie slammed the door shut, startling everyone. Katniss walked over and patted Annie's head. "What's wrong?" "Anna, did I scare you?" "Angela, take Anna home early." "Thank you so much for coming back with me." Angela quickly came over, took Annie's hand, and said, "It's all right, you two go ahead with your work. I'm taking little Anna back to school." With that, the two disappeared in a flash. Watching their retreating figures, Jonathan asked in a deep voice, "Katniss, when did you meet these two?" Katniss stammered. She hadn't told her family about the Misty Forest in detail, especially her father. If he found out, he would definitely punish her severely. "Never mind." Seeing that Katniss didn't answer for a while, Jonathan waved his hand and said, "Make friends with more sophisticated people in the future. Don't just make friends with anyone." Katniss bowed her head and responded, not daring to look her father in the eye. Jonathan snorted and turned away. Born lay alone in the empty room, stroking a ring on his hand, the one Annie had tossed to him in the chaos. "What's this for?" he wondered, playing with the ring, which was inlaid with 7 colored magic stones and looked quite beautiful. Seeing no one around, Born silently released a wisp of magic to investigate. To his astonishment, his death energy, through the ring's alteration, was now enveloped in a layer of other elemental aura, completely blocking the death energy within. What's going on?" He was stunned. Such a wondrous thing existed in this world. Dao Quang chuckled dismissively. "TCH, just a little gadget." Born was used to Dao Quang's way of speaking. "Teacher, you recognize this thing?" Dao Quang grinned. "It's just a few magic stones of different attributes fused together, then engraved with a disguise spell." Very simple. Bourne nodded. Then can I use this to hide my identity? Not so easy, Dao Quang said. It might fool ordinary people, but it still give you away against a powerful light mage. Then what do I do? Bourne cried, his face contorted. I can't keep hiding forever. I finally managed to live as a normal person. Dao Quang thought for a moment. There is a way. Hearing there was still hope, Bourne immediately perked up. Teacher, tell me quickly, what other way is there? 30-second tier soulfires. Deal on credit. Dao Quang smiled contentedly. The method is simple. Get a light unicorn's hide and make it into clothes. Light unicorn? Bourne asked curiously, what's that? It's a magical beast. Although it's of the light element, its hide doesn't repel death energy. Instead, it helps conceal it. Higher-ranking hides can even give off a holy aura. Bourne's eyes lit up. That's awesome. Where can I get one? Ahem. Dao Quang coughed twice. You have to try looking at Divine Beast Mountain, but it's under the control of the Holy See. There are very powerful light mages there. I reckon you be purified before you even reach the foot of the mountain. Bourne was speechless. Teacher, can you give me something reliable? Dao Quang exclaimed. You don't necessarily have to go yourself. Angela isn't a necromancer, she can go. Or at the very least, see Black. Is it available in the city? Bourne was at his wit's end. Angela is out of the question. That guy only knows defensive and support magic. Buying it on the black market is an option, but I don't have any money on me right now. Then you better be a little sneaky. Don't let the high-ranking mages of the Holy See find you. Bourne slipped the rainbow ring onto his finger, thought for a moment, and said, how about I go to the Magic Academy too? I could even study with Annie. Dao Quang said helplessly, you already have me as your teacher. Do you need anyone else to teach you? Bourne quickly waved his hand. No, it's not that. I just want to hide somewhere where light mages can't find me. I heard Annie say that it seems light mages are rarely seen at the Magic Academy. Then you have to pass the Magic Academy's entrance exam first. Bourne puffed out his chest. Who am I? The leader of the elite vanguard of the Clawed Legion. How could the entrance exam be difficult for me? But you can't use magic. One sentence left Bourne speechless. Chapter 92. A while later, the Dr. Jonathan had summoned arrived, and Katniss led him to Keller's room. Bourne was somewhat uneasy, unsure if the ring could help him conceal his deathly aura. Seemingly sensing his nervousness, Katniss took his hand and said, relax, the doctor will check on you. Don't be tense. Keller stared blankly at the beautiful woman before him, feeling the warmth of her hand. At this moment, the doctor began examining him. He was just an ordinary doctor, without magic, and only treated ordinary people. After all, in Jonathan's eyes, Keller was just an ordinary person without any talent. After the examination, the doctor stood up and smiled. It's amazing. Young master is perfectly fine, completely healthy. Hearing this, Katniss happily stood up, thanked the doctor, and saw him out of the mansion. Upon returning, Katniss told Jonathan about it. Jonathan was also very surprised, but he was still worried and wanted to invite another bishop he knew, but Keller stopped him with a fit of tantrums and threats of suicide. After all, Keller no longer looked sick. Besides being energetic, his mouth was incredibly eloquent. No one knew where he learned it from, given his secluded lifestyle. Naturally, the blame fell on the servants, who attended to him all day. After everyone left his room, Bourne got out of bed and looked around. The room wasn't large. Besides a large bed and a wardrobe, there was a desk filled with various books. It seemed that young Master Keller had loved reading, and must have been a cultured man. Bourne casually picked up 2 books and glanced at them. First Love with my sister and I, Summer, my sister and I. Never mind, I take back my thought. He thought to himself, so, this young Master Keller is a siscon. However, the next moment, his gaze was drawn to a locked drawer. In the entire room, no other drawer or cabinet was locked, only this one. This simple lock was no challenge for Bourne. He took out his soul-severing blade, and with a slight effort, the lock snapped. He curiously pulled open the drawer, wanting to see what was inside. However, he was disappointed. There was nothing inside, only a notebook. He picked up the notebook and casually flipped through it. Oh! So it's Keller's diary. Bourne became more and more engrossed in reading, and it took him most of the day to finish the entire diary. With a snap, he slammed the diary shut, letting out a deep breath. Keller was truly pitiful. In this family, only Katniss was somewhat kind to him, along with his Uncle Boyle, whom he only saw every few months. Everyone else ignored him, especially his father, who harbored deep resentment towards him. He didn't know why. Was it simply because Keller was frail and sickly? Bourne began to sympathize with Keller, and understood why Keller was a siscon. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, Katniss's voice came from outside the door. Keller, I brought dinner. Bourne quickly put the diary in the drawer, and turned to open the door. Katniss was still wearing her white dress, always looking elegant and refined, prompting Bourne to unconsciously exclaim, "Beautiful." Katniss entered the room. "Keller, I eat with you, okay?" "Sure, sure." Bourne couldn't be happier. After being resurrected, Bourne could clearly sense the changes in his host's body, such as hunger. So, when Bourne initially devoured the food on the table, it wasn't an act, he was genuinely hungry. And now, he was hungry too. The two sat together, enjoying the sumptuous meal. Bourne secretly admired. The food of the nobility is truly excellent. Katniss, seeing his energetic state, was also very happy. Although his personality had changed slightly, at least he wasn't in mortal danger, which was enough for her. Bourne took a couple of bites, then suddenly remembered something and looked up, saying, "Sister, I want to apply to the Magic Academy." "What?" Katniss was taken aback. She naturally knew that her brother had originally wanted to become a magician, but he had already tried in the previous magic aptitude test, and he had no magical talent whatsoever. Bourne scratched his head. "I think I can do it again." He released a wisp of magic, and through the ring's transformation, his aura became water-based. Cadence was shocked. This really is magic. She couldn't believe her eyes. She hadn't seen it during last year's test. Had everyone made a mistake? The Rambeau family had always been renowned for their water magic talent, so it was normal for Keller to have an aptitude for water magic. Cadence immediately stood up and strode out. "I call father over." Soon, Jonathan returned with a group of people, his deep voice booming as he entered. "Keller, you can use magic now?" Bourne was taken aback. What was going on? It was normal for Jonathan to dislike it before, since he lacked magical talent. Now that he had magical adaptability, Jonathan should be happy. However, Bourne didn't show his confusion and naturally released a wisp of magic. Jonathan carefully sensed it, his face showing surprise. "The purity isn't very pure, but it's definitely water magic. It feels like it has a lot of impurities." Bourne was startled. This old man was very strong. It seemed he could sense things that ordinary people couldn't detect. He forced himself to remain calm. "Father, I want to take the entrance exam for the Magic Academy." Jonathan stared at him for a while, then nodded. "Since you want to go, all right, I have someone write you a letter of recommendation." Then, he turned to Katniss. "Tell him about the entrance exam precautions. He's never encountered these things before." Katniss responded, and the others followed Jonathan out of the room. After everyone left, Katniss excitedly hugged Bourne. "Great. Keller, you can use magic now." "That's amazing." Bourne struggled slightly but couldn't break free. "Sister, please let go of me. I can't breathe." Katniss quickly released him. "The entrance exam is in 2 days, so I take this opportunity to explain the rules to you." I quickly stood up. "Sister, wait a minute, I'm grabbing a notebook." But actually, he was mentally calling out, "Annie, Annie, please respond." Soon, he received Annie's reply. "What? Weren't you being affectionate with Katniss?" Bourne gave an awkward laugh. "Look at you, I'm Keller now. Keller and Katniss are very close, I have to at least pretend." Annie remained silent. Bourne continued, "By the way, I have something important to discuss with you. Katniss is telling me some things about the entrance exam. You might as well come and listen in." Annie asked, "I'm not here, how can I listen?" Bourne chuckled and exclaimed, "Teacher, I'm sorry to trouble you." Dao Quang snorted, "Humph. Using me as a messenger, how could you even think of that?" Seeing Bourne get into position, Katniss cleared her throat and began to speak slowly. "The Imperial Magic Academy holds its entrance exam every 4 years on the 4th day after the new year. All children participating in the exam must be from an Imperial noble family or a magic academy. Don't worry about the teacher's recommendation letter, your father will write it for you." Bourne nodded, then asked, "So, without a recommendation letter, I can't get into the Magic Academy?" "Of course." Katniss answered very confidently. "This is to ensure the quality of the students taking the exams and avoid wasting resources. The Magic Academy's exams are personally proctored by the principal, and the vice principals personally set the questions. The exams last about 10 days. 10 days? Bourne was surprised. Are the questions different every year? Katniss nodded. Yes. The Magic Academy only admits about 100 students each year, and the admission requirements are very strict. Only those with exceptional talent can be admitted. Such a large empire, and only admits 100 students each year? Yes. That's why everyone tries every means to get into the Magic Academy. Nobles have an advantage. On one hand, they have recommendation slots, and on the other hand, they have enough resources to train you in advance. Bourne asked curiously, "Oh? How do they train you in advance?" Katniss looked at Bourne with some doubt. "Just like the magical knowledge your father instilled in you when you were little, and the various spiritual herbs and elixirs he gave you, it was all to help you acquire stronger magical talent. Have you forgotten?" Bourne scratched his head. Although he inherited this body, he hadn't inherited the body's original memories. It's been too long, I don't remember much." Katniss glared at him reproachfully, so young, and so forgetful. However, she also. Instead of dwelling on the issue, she continued, "These aren't the most important things. The key is the content of the assessment. The first 3 parts of the assessment are the same every year. The first is a magic aptitude test, usually done with a magic crystal ball. Judging from your situation, you shouldn't have any problems. The second is a magic sensitivity test. The proctor will give you a corresponding beginner magic scroll based on your magic aptitude, and see how long it takes you to learn it. The third is a magic control test. You have to use the beginner magic you just learned, and the proctor will score you based on the strength of the magic you cast." Bourne was stunned. Just as Katniss had said, the first test wasn't difficult for him. He could use the rainbow ring to simulate the aura of other magic and thus pass. But the second and third items are difficult. He simply can't learn magic of other attributes. It seems he have to give up on the Magic Academy entrance exam this time. He was slightly frustrated and, through soul communication, transmitted his voice to Annie. "Little Annie, it seems you won't be able to pass this test either." Annie sighed, "Yes, besides the first one, I can't pass the last 2. Bourne was taken aback. "You can pass the first test? Do you have another ring?" Annie then remembered that she didn't seem to have told Bourne that she was cultivating a split spirit. Regarding the matter of the technique, she immediately explained, "No, I only have that one ring, but I cultivate a technique called the Spirit Division Technique, which can separate the chaotic elements of heaven and earth into different elements for absorption." However, before she could finish, Dao Quang's voice rang out, "What did you say? You cultivated the Spirit Division Technique?" Both Bourne and Annie were startled. Why was Dao Quang so excited upon hearing about the Spirit Division Technique? Then, Dao Quang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Fate. It really is fate. Teacher, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this Spirit Division Technique?" Bourne asked. "No problem." "Very good." Dao Quang's voice trembled slightly. "Bourne, do you remember the technique I taught you?" "Of course I remember. Isn't it the Soul Fusion Technique?" Bourne was somewhat puzzled. He couldn't understand why Dao Quang brought this up. Dao Quang remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, "Actually, the full name of this technique is Spirit Division and Soul Fusion Technique." "What?" Bourne and Annie exclaimed almost simultaneously. "What's wrong?" Katniss, startled by Bourne's shout, asked worriedly, "Are you feeling unwell?" Bourne realized his lapse and quickly waved his hand. "Nothing, I'm fine, sister. I need to pee. I go to the toilet." He then dashed off, leaving Katniss completely bewildered. Bourne arrived at the toilet and locked the door tightly. "Teacher, what's going on? Explain yourself." Dao Quang sighed and said slowly, "I can't tell you much. You only need to know that the Spirit Division and Soul Fusion Technique is an extremely terrifying skill. It's divided into 2 parts, the Spirit Division chapter and the Soul Fusion chapter. The Spirit Division chapter was broken into 3 parts and scattered across the main plane, while the Soul Fusion chapter was also broken into 3 parts and scattered across the Divine Plane." "The Divine Plane? What's that place?" Bourne asked curiously. Dao Quang didn't answer his question. "You don't need to know now. You know when you're strong enough. Then what Annie and I are practicing is only 1/3 of this technique." "Oh no! 1/6? That's right, but you two are very special. You formed a connection on a soul level through a contract. This technique, which no one has ever been able to cultivate before, might succeed in you too," Dao Quang said excitedly. Bourne was a little anxious. "Teacher, can you just say it in 1 sentence?" Dao Quang sighed. "You know, once you cultivate with Annie." I rushed out of the bathroom without hesitation. Sister! Sister!" Hearing Bourne's call, Katniss came out of the room. "I'm here. What's wrong?" I. Bourne hesitated for a long time, unsure how to say it. After all, Keller didn't know Annie, and he couldn't just say he wanted to go find Annie. After thinking for a long time, he said, I want to find someone my age to play with." Chapter 93. Upon hearing Bourne's words, Katniss immediately thought of Anne. Great. I happen to know a friend who's about your age. Her name is Anna, and she's staying in my dorm right now. Bourne breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, luckily, I'm quick-witted. Wait for me a moment, I get ready, and we be heading out soon. With that, Katniss turned and left the room. A short while later, she appeared on the street with Bourne bundled up like a dumpling. It had snowed just 2 days ago, and the streets were covered in a thick layer of snow. The weather was also very cold. Katniss was worried about Bourne's health, and insisted he wear more clothes, otherwise she wouldn't take him out. Bourne, left with no choice, had to give in. The two walked into the campus, and Bourne asked, Sister, can I go into the girls' dormitory? Of course not. Katniss tapped him on the head. I call her out later. Bourne thought for a moment, then asked, Are there any secluded places in the academy? Katniss was puzzled. What do you want to do in a secluded place? Bourne hesitated. I'm a little shy. Katniss. A short while later, they arrived at the girls' dormitory. Katniss turned around and said, Wait here for me. I go up and call her down. We go to Professor Canya's place together. It's definitely secluded enough. No one will dare go there. However, she had barely finished speaking when she heard Annie's voice. Sister Katniss, what are you doing here? Katniss was startled. What a coincidence. Annie was also coming downstairs? However, she would never have imagined that Keller, who was beside her, could communicate with Annie telepathically, and had already told Annie that they were downstairs. Oh, Anna, this is my little brother Keller. You met him before. Since you're about the same age, I brought him over to play. Annie ran over happily, grabbing Bourne's hand. That's great. I take Keller around. Katniss, you must be busy. Go ahead and do your thing, don't worry about us. I take him home tonight. Annie's words came out like a machine gun, leaving Katniss no time to react. She kept talking and pulling Bourne along, and before she finished, she was gone, leaving Katniss standing there bewildered in the wind. However, Annie's thoughts were similar to Katniss's. She led Bourne to the old teaching building of Cania. Angela was already waiting there. She quickly waved, Miss, I already found an empty classroom. It's quite far from Professor Cania's room, so it shouldn't disturb her. Annie nodded and quickly entered a classroom in the direction Angela pointed. The classroom was dark and dilapidated, clearly abandoned for a long time. Annie was quite satisfied with the environment. Brother Bourne, let's begin here. Angela quickly closed the door, found a secluded spot, and hid, watching the entrance. Bourne nodded and sat down first, beginning his soul fusion technique. Annie sat down opposite him, also beginning her soul separation technique. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The two techniques connected through the soul channel between Annie and Bourne, forming a two-way communication. Both simultaneously felt a significant increase in their cultivation speed. Meanwhile, their souls were also undergoing a strange transformation. Within Annie's gentle, flowing magic, a tributary suddenly branched out. This small stream of magic emitted an astonishingly pure water elemental aura, intertwining and resonating with her primordial magic. Bourne's soul fusion spell drew this small stream of water elemental aura from Annie's body, forming a cluster of icy blue flames within his soul fire. These flames were completely enveloped by the flames of death, each containing the other, a truly wondrous sight. However, this external energy was like water without roots. Annie had to continuously provide him with water elemental magic to keep the flame burning. Both Bourne and Annie had never experienced such a magical feeling before, and before they knew it, they had been cultivating until nightfall. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks came at the door, accompanied by Angela's shout, Miss, hurry! Katniss is here. Annie and Bourne woke up simultaneously, exchanged a glance, withdrew all their magic, and stood up. Dao Huang chuckled, hee, it seems my guess was correct. The first thing the spirit division technique can separate is water elemental magic, because water is the source of everything. Bourne asked, Teacher, is that in my soul fire? That's right. Dao Huang said, it is water elemental power, but you cannot generate water elemental magic yourself, you must rely on Annie to provide it. Bourne immediately became excited, then we can pass the entrance exam, right? Dao Huang thought for a moment, Annie should be fine, but you? The water elemental power within you is far too weak. Just then, Katniss's voice rang out from outside the door, Keller. Anna! Are you here? Anne responded and pushed open the door, Sister, we're here. Seeing the two of them, Katniss immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So you're here. It's so late, you two are playing too much. Bourne scratched his head and gave in a wink. I'm going back now. I come find you tomorrow. Katniss shook her head with a wry smile. You're still looking for me? The exam is the day after tomorrow. Don't you need to review? Huh? Bourne was taken aback. Review what? Katniss was speechless for a moment. I told you before that the entrance exam will last for 10 days. Except for the first 3 rounds which are fixed, the rest are not fixed. The vice principals take turns setting the questions. If you don't review seriously, you might not pass. And was somewhat aware of this. Drew had taught her a lot of magic before, and even specially invited the leader of the Magic Guild, a 5th-level expert in magic, to teach her. It was precisely because of her innate intelligence and her initial display of a strong interest in magic that Drew and his family had high hopes for her. Unfortunately. In his mind, Dao Quang scoffed. There's no need to review those things at all. Teacher, I can handle it all for you. But you need to think about how to pass the 3rd level. Bourne thought about it and agreed. He could get through the 1st level using the magic ring on his hand, and he could pass the 2nd level using the water elemental magic he obtained from Annie. The 3rd level was a bit tricky. He wasn't afraid of anyone in terms of talent, but the water elemental magic in his soulfire was too weak. The magic he released wouldn't be strong enough, and he'd probably be eliminated immediately. However, a thought suddenly struck him. The next day, after roughly understanding the rules for the later exam questions, and discussing it with Dao Quang, he ignored Katniss's advice, and went to the Magic Academy. He and Annie returned to their classroom in the old teaching building, sat facing each other, and began to cultivate frantically. Even when Angela brought them food, they remained completely absorbed. The energy within their bodies intertwined. The powerful magic purification effect of the spirit division technique affected even Bond's soul fire, making the magic within it more condensed, powerful, and pure. Meanwhile, the soul fusion technique possessed unparalleled magic aggregation capabilities, causing the surrounding elements to continuously converge towards them, multiplying their cultivation speed. Dao Quang exclaimed in admiration. So that's how it is. It seems we've been exploring the wrong path all these years. It's just a pity that neither of their cultivation methods are complete. After a day of tireless cultivation, both of them reached the peak of the 4th level of the original essence realm. This was mainly due to the excessive amount of death energy they absorbed from Keller last time. This power not only allowed Annie to break through directly, but also filled her and Bourne's bodies with a large amount of pure death energy, promoting their subsequent cultivation. It's a mystery who planted this corpse-raising curse. Its power is so immense. This time, Bourne was smarter. He didn't wait until evening to return, but bid farewell to Annie early and returned to the Rambeau family mansion. At this time, the Rambeau family members had already gathered together, sitting down to prepare dinner. Upon seeing Bourne enter, all their gazes were drawn to him. Jonathan was also somewhat surprised. Keller, you can go out normally now. Your sister was just about to come looking for you. Just then, Katniss came downstairs and, seeing Bourne, happily exclaimed, That's great. You're back, so we can all have dinner together as a family. Looking at Jonathan and Sophie's loving faces, Bourne thought of the descriptions in Keller's diary. In Keller's most helpless and painful moments, these 2 closest people had ignored him and treated him coldly. And now, just because he had regained his magical adaptability, they immediately changed their attitude, which disgusted him. Bourne gave Jonathan a cold look, then turned and said, Forget it, I just eat upstairs. I'm used to it. A flash of anger crossed Jonathan's eyes, while Sophie looked dejected and a little guilty. She stepped forward and took Bourne's hand. Keller, you suffered so much these past years. We make it up to you later. Bourne thought to himself, Make it up to you? It's too late to make it up to Keller. Keller is dead. But looking into Sophie's eyes, he felt a pang of pity. Finally, with Katniss's half-hearted encouragement, he sat down at the table. The elder brother, Dickel, glanced at him and chuckled, Little brother, you recovered quite well these past 2 days, you even gained a lot of weight. This was indeed true. Whether by coincidence or not, little Keller had suffered greatly from the corpse-raising curse for the past 8 years, but due to his exceptional talent, he had endured it until now. During this time, his body seemed to have become accustomed to the corrosive power of death, which meant that when Bourne entered this body, he didn't cause any damage. After all, the death power within Bourne was far less than that of the corpse-raising curse. Because of this, coupled with Bourne's unrestrained overeating, Keller's body became increasingly energetic. His once dry, yellow hair was now golden and glossy, his previously sunken cheeks had plumped up, his skin was full of elasticity, and his chiseled face looked somewhat similar to Jonathan and Sophie. Cadence laughed. Yes, Keller has become a handsome young man again. Jonathan coughed twice. Ahem, Keller, you said you wanted to participate in the Magic Academy's entrance exam. I already written the recommendation letter, and it was sent to the Magic Academy today. They agreed to let you participate. This was also within Bourne's expectations. With the influence of the Rambeau family, recommending someone for the exam was not difficult. Jonathan continued, Are you sure you can pass that test? You haven't studied magic in a long time. Don't embarrass our family. Bourne nodded, sighing inwardly, Although that old guy is a scoundrel, I really need his help. He gathered his thoughts and said, I'm confident I can pass all the tests, but I only just recovered, and my magic power isn't sufficient. I'm afraid the third test. Jonathan nodded slightly. This was understandable. Even with exceptional talent, one needs time to grow. He pondered for a moment. How about this? You go to the test as usual tomorrow. If you pass all the tests except the third one, I speak to the academy and see if they can make an exception and admit you. This was exactly what Bourne wanted. But Jonathan immediately added, But if you can't pass the test, come back to the territory with us. I arrange a teacher for you, and you can study under him. Bourne didn't want to be separated from Annie. He was determined to get a spot in the Magic Academy's admissions this year. Katniss was slightly worried. If you have any questions, just tell me. Dickel frowned slightly. Sister, don't worry about your brother. He seems very confident. Bourne glanced at him. Dickel was currently a graduating student at the Magic Academy. Once the admissions assessment was over, their graduation ceremony would begin, and Dickel would be able to leave the Magic Academy and return to the family territory. It was for this reason that the entire Rambeau family had come to the capital this year to witness Dickel's successful graduation. Jonathan chuckled. If Keller successfully enrolls, our family will have 3 magicians. We finally caught up with that old man Drew. Sophie then said, But I heard Drew has 5 children. His youngest daughter should be about the same age as Keller, right? Will she also be enrolling this year? Jonathan lowered his voice. Don't worry about that. I heard his youngest daughter tragically died young. What? Sophie exclaimed in surprise. Jonathan waved his hand. Don't spread this around. But even though his youngest daughter died young, his eldest son is exceptionally talented and is practically confirmed as Drew's successor. Dickel's eyes flashed. I met Drew's third son at the academy. I think his name was Carter. He's quite talented too. I wonder if he can compete with the eldest son. Jonathan chuckled. Probably no chance. The eldest son, Warren, graduated last year and went back to govern 2 major cities, establishing a network of connections. Moreover, his strength has already reached the transcendent realm. Even if Carter is highly talented, he can't possibly be Warren's match. Chapter 94. The next morning, accompanied by Katniss, Bourne arrived at the Magic Academy again to meet up with Annie and the others. The Magic Academy was exceptionally lively today, packed with people. Banners hung at the 3 main gates. Welcome new students to the entrance examination. Many people participated in this entrance examination. Almost every one of the more than 200 nobles in the empire recommended 2 or 3 candidates, plus those recommended by the school teachers, totaling over 1,000. Most of these children were around 7 or 8 years old, accompanied by their parents or elders. Their expressions varied. Some were excited, some nervous, some curious, and some calm and collected. Like Bourne and Annie, they were no longer worried. Having resolved the issue of their elemental attributes, everything else was no longer a problem. Everyone gathered in the newly built magic training ground, which had enough space to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Large-scale school events were usually held here. After a simple registration, Annie and the others entered the training ground. All the children participating in the assessment stood on the training ground platform, while their families sat in the stands, each with a serious expression. Some even had their hands clasped together, appearing very nervous. Angela stood out somewhat on the training ground. After all the children were 7 or 8 years old, while she was already 15. There were only a handful of others in the same situation. TCH, so old and still participating in the assessment. Are they just here to make up the numbers? An untimely voice rang out behind them. The 3 turned around and saw several boys standing together, one of whom, a chubby boy, looked nonchalant and fearless. Who are you calling a little fatso? Angela snapped, exasperated. The chubby boy, enraged, pointed at Angela and yelled, You dare call me a little fatso? Do you know who I am? Annie tugged at Angela's sleeve. Let's go, we don't talk to toads. The chubby boy was furious. A little boy beside him chimed in, You guys have some nerve. This is young Master Guy of the Ball family. How can you talk to him like that? Annie was taken aback. Having grown up learning about imperial nobility, she knew the Ball family was a count's family, their territory bordering her father's, and they engaged in considerable trade. Seeing Annie and Angela dressed as ordinary adventurers, the group assumed they were commoners and paid them no attention. Bon, also dressed rather plainly, was completely ignored, and chuckled. The Barr family? The boy looked arrogant, as if he were also a member of the Barr family, when in reality his father was merely a baron. What? Scared now? Apologize now, admit you're trash, and maybe young Master Guy will forgive you. Anne's smile vanished. She had never liked people who used their status to intimidate others, especially now that they were doing it to her. Then you can get lost. What Barr family? Never heard of them. The boys were stunned for a moment, then erupted in anger. How dare you insult a nobleman? Are you insane? Guy's face also darkened. He glared at Anne. You are very arrogant. But arrogance requires capital. Look at you bunch of country bumpkins, don't let yourselves be eliminated in the first round. And scoffed, you should worry about yourselves. With that, she turned and pulled Angela away, leaving the furious Guy and the others standing there. As the music began, the previously noisy training ground fell silent, everyone turning to look at the central platform. A row of people in white mage robes slowly walked onto the platform. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Together, they formed a magical field, causing those around them to involuntarily take a few steps back. They took their seats, their expressions indifferent, their thoughts unreadable. Seated in the center was an elderly man, about 80 years old, with a full head of silver hair and a long white beard that almost reached the ground. He was tall and imposing, radiating an air of authority, and a head taller than everyone else in the academy. He was none other than the dean of the Imperial Magic Academy, Douglas. His eyes swept over every child present, then he gave a wink to a teacher beside him. The teacher quickly waved his wand, and cyan magic slowly flowed, condensing into the shape of a trumpet. Douglas cleared his throat slightly and said, Welcome everyone to the Norma Empire Magic Academy. Today is the annual admissions day for new students. Before announcing the official start of the assessments, I have some news to share. He paused briefly, then continued, This year's admissions assessments have changed somewhat. We transformed the final assessment into a practical test, and the rankings will be based on the total score. The student who wins first place will receive a prize. A buzz of discussion immediately arose around them. What does practical test mean? I don't think it's ever happened before. Yeah, but the first place winner gets a prize this time? That's something to look forward to. Only the first place winner gets a prize. That's way too difficult. A red-bearded man on the platform frowned and shouted, Silence. The murmur ceased abruptly, and everyone looked back at the platform. Douglas smiled. Hee, I know everyone is very curious, so I announced the prize beforehand, but the specific rules of the practical test will be explained when it officially begins. Then, a teacher carried a silver tray onto the platform. A red cloth covered the tray, obscuring the object inside. The object was round, and nothing else was visible. Douglas pulled back the red cloth covering the silver tray, and everyone craned their necks to look, eager to know what the first place prize was. On the tray lay a round magic core, purple in color, crackling with lightning, and radiating astonishing magical power. This is a lightning-type magic core? Judging by its appearance, it must be of a high grade. For the dean to offer it as the first place prize, it must have been obtained from at least a beast at the transcendent realm. Douglas was pleased with the astonishment of those around him. He coughed twice, and the scene immediately quieted down again. Douglas picked up the magic core and held it above his head. This is the magic core of a 9-tier transcendent realm magical beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. It contains immense lightning magic power. The crowd erupted in cheers. My God! It's actually a Thunder Tyrannosaurus's magic core. This is unbelievable. Is it appropriate to give such a valuable magic core to a freshman? They probably can't even use it. Yeah. What if the first place winner isn't a lightning mage? Alright. Douglas shouted, the prize for first place has been announced. Now I declare the Norma Empire Magic Academy entrance examination officially open. A cheer erupted from the audience. A magic core from a 9-tier magical beast was incredibly precious. Even if the freshman couldn't use it, it could be exchanged for other magical items, making some of the stronger students eager to try their luck. A female teacher stepped forward and announced loudly, the first test is a magic adaptability test. We have prepared 10 crystal balls. All candidates, please come forward one by one for the test. The first round of testing wasn't difficult. All the children participating had basically passed their family tests, confirming their magical talent before being sent for the test. These crystal balls were roughly similar to those used by the Adventurers Guild, and their functions were also similar. Annie and her group lined up near the middle, but then, a group of people cut in from the side. It was Guy and his group. "Don't you guys have any manners? Cutting in line like that?" Angela shouted. "Hey, you trash should get out of the way," a little boy said. "You little tag-along, why are you barking like a dog?" Annie retorted. "You?" The little boy felt a surge of anger rising to his head. "I'm not a tag-along. I'm Yuri. How dare you call me a dog?" Annie made a face at him. "I don't care what you call me." "Humph." Gaia sneered, sharp-tongued. "Just good for talking. We see how good you are during the test, a bunch of bumpkins." The little boys beside him burst into laughter, pointing and whispering at Annie and the others. Angela gritted her teeth. In the past, with the prestige of the Goel family, these guys would have been scrambling to curry favor. Yuli nudged her provocatively again. Angela raised her hand to slap him, but Born stopped her. Seeing Angela about to hit him, Yuli yelled, "Hey, you think you can fight without any strength? I'm standing right here, hit me! Hit me!" He then leaned his face towards Angela, while the other boys watched with amusement. Yuli was quite pleased with himself. After all that arguing, he finally got his revenge. "Hee, why aren't you hitting me? Are you scared?" However, a crisp slap rang out, smack. Yuli was stunned by the slap, a bright red five-finger mark appearing on his face. Born waved his hand dismissively, saying, TSK, this is the first time I ever seen someone make such a request." Angela was stunned. She had been about to intervene, but Born had stopped her, and now he was doing it himself. Born glanced at Angela and said in a low voice, "Neither of you has noble status now, so it's inconvenient for you to cause trouble. I'm not afraid though. I'm the young master of the Limbo family." He then gave Angela a bright smile. "Ah!" Yuri screamed, the burning sensation on his face instantly sobering him up. You. Slap. Another slap. Guy couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Yuri behind him. "You dare to lay a hand on me here. I report this to the Magic Academy and have them revoke your qualification." Born shrugged. "He asked for it himself. I just granted his wish." "You?" Guy was momentarily speechless. It seemed true. Everyone had heard what Yuri had said, so denying it wasn't true was impossible. Guy glanced at Born. He hadn't paid attention to this man before, but now it seemed this guy was also a nobleman. Since he was a nobleman, he couldn't possibly be unaware of the Ball family, and to dare hit someone knowing the Ball family meant he wasn't afraid of their name. Thinking this, Guy felt a chill. "You, who are you?" Before Born could speak, Yuri shouted, "Brother Guy, you have to avenge me. This guy slapped me twice. I'm going to cut off his hand, fry it in front of him, and feed it to the dogs." Born chuckled. "Oh, you want my hand? This one?" He raised his right hand, as if to slap him again. Yuri was startled and instinctively shrank back. The commotion had alerted the proctors, and several teachers were approaching. "What's going on?" a male teacher said. Yuli, covering his face, pointed at Born and cried, "Teacher, he hit me." Born looked innocent. "I didn't hit anyone, I was just trying to help." The male teacher frowned. "What exactly happened?" he said, turning to a bystander. "You tell us." The man, also one of Guy's friends, naturally embellished the story. "We were queuing up nicely when this guy, for some reason, rushed over and slapped Yuli twice. We didn't provoke him, and after hitting him, he was incredibly arrogant, constantly cursing at us. It's outrageous." Born didn't interrupt, calmly watching the man's performance. When he finished, the male teacher turned to Born. "Is that so?" Born shrugged. "Yes, I hit him, but he asked for it himself, and everyone around heard it." The male teacher frowned slightly. "He asked for it? What did he ask for?" Born raised his chin. "Ask him yourself." The male teacher looked at Yuli, who was covering his face, stammering. Guy glared at him, and Yuli trembled, slowly saying, I didn't." "Say what?" "Then swear an oath to the source of magic." Born laughed. "If you lie, you will never be able to obtain any scrolls from the source of magic again." Yuri's face changed. Born took 2 steps forward. "What's wrong? Afraid?" Yuri stumbled back 3 steps, unable to utter a word. I. The male teacher snorted. Looking at the scene, he could roughly guess what was going on. This kind of thing happened often, so he didn't pay too much attention. A slight warning would suffice. "You all line up properly and don't cause trouble, or you all be disqualified." With that, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Born shrugged and walked to Angela's side, ignoring Guy and the others. Yuri, on the other hand, blushed deeply. This was incredibly embarrassing. He'd been slapped twice in public, and now he didn't even dare to complain. Guy glared at Yuri and cursed, "Useless thing." Then, he turned to Annie and the others and said fiercely, "Humph. You're so arrogant. I see just how capable you really are." Chapter 95. After a while, they lined up in front of the crystal ball. Most of the people ahead of them were at the first level of the origin realm. After all, they were all children, just beginning their magical cultivation, with little foundation. Even having one or two at the second level was considered quite talented. When it was Guy's turn, he turned to look at Born, smiling provocatively. "Humph, wait until you know my strength before you kneel down and beg me." Born ignored him, but Annie mocked, "You talk too much. Hurry up and take the test, don't waste our time." Guy's face darkened, he snorted coldly, and turned to begin the test. These tests all followed the same pattern, placing one's hand on the crystal ball, and observing the light emanating from it to determine magical attributes and skill level. Guy placed his right hand on the crystal ball. The originally transparent ball slowly filled with a thick white mist, gradually filling the entire surface. Once the crystal ball was completely filled with the mist, it suddenly emitted a purple light, a light far more intense and brighter than any of the previous test subjects. "Wow!" Exclamations of admiration rippled through the crowd. "Whose son is this? His magic power must have reached the 3rd tier. This seems to be the Ball family's kid, quite talented." The female teacher in front of the crystal ball was also taken aback, then said, "Guy Ball, 3rd tier of lightning elemental power." She then took a registration form, filled in Guy's test results, and handed it back to him. Guy withdrew his hand, took the registration form, turned to look at Born, and raised an eyebrow. "Well, it's not too late for you to apologize now. You slapped my little brother twice, you can have him slap him 10 times instead. I won't cut off your hand, okay?" Born sighed, "If you keep talking nonsense, I slap you twice." Guy's face darkened. "Humph. Still being stubborn, I see what you're really made of." Afterwards, several of Guy's underlings were tested. 2 were at Tier 1, and 2 were at Tier 2, including Yuli. After being tested as Tier 2, Yuli swung his fist back, looking at Born defiantly. He was about to say something, but seeing Born's raised right hand, he swallowed his words. Then it was Angela's turn to be tested. Angela placed her hand on the crystal ball, and after a series of changes, a bright blue light shone out, even brighter than the light emitted during Guy's test. The female teacher raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Angelina Cafuno, Tier 3 Wind Element. TCH, so old, and only a Tier 3. Aren't you ashamed? Guy mocked. Indeed, Angela was twice Guy's age, yet their strength was roughly the same, giving Guy an opportunity to retaliate. Angela lowered her head somewhat self-consciously. She hadn't practiced magic for very long and lacked any resources. She had only learned some magical knowledge from Nicole, which allowed her to achieve breakthroughs in just a few months. These past few days, she had been preparing for the entrance exams, with Annie meticulously sharing everything Drew had taught her. Therefore, while Annie and Born were practicing, she didn't practice alongside them, but instead continued reviewing her magical knowledge on the sidelines. Suddenly, a warm little hand grasped her right hand. She turned around and saw Annie smiling at her. "Don't worry, I believe you catch up soon. We're in the same boat." Angela was touched and nodded. Next up was Annie. Guy and the others crowded around, especially Yuli. Seeing that Angela's strength was similar to Guy's, he assumed these people were probably weaker, maybe even weaker than him. He yelled at Annie, "Let me tell you, commoners like you, if your strength isn't at least 2nd tier, you basically have no chance of being admitted. Don't cry then." Ha ha ha. Annie remained unmoved, instead giving a sly smile. "If I said I'm a 4th tier mage, would you believe me?" Yuli was stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. She said she's a 4th tier mage. Ha ha ha. The female teacher in charge chuckled softly upon hearing this. She had already. Having worked for about 5 years, I encountered at least 90 or 100 exceptional geniuses, but at around 8 years old, the highest achievement was only the peak of the 3rd tier. This little girl actually claims she can reach the 4th tier. This might not be anything special in other countries, but in a small country like the Norma Empire, it's top tier. Yuli finally managed to stop laughing. You should at least have some restraint when you lie. A commoner like you, wanting to reach the 4th tier? Dream on. Guy, who had been somewhat worried, had initially thought Annie was incredibly powerful due to her confidence, but now it seemed like just bluffing. He rather believed the sun rose in the west than believed Annie actually had 4th tier strength. and chuckled. You don't believe me? Fine, let's make a bet. At this moment, the commotion attracted the attention of others. The male teacher who had warned them earlier came over and asked the female teacher, "What's going on? Are they causing trouble again?" The female teacher shook her head. "It's nothing, just kids arguing." That little girl probably felt the chubby boy look down on her, so she claimed to have 4th-tier strength. The male teacher scoffed. How could that be? Our academy hasn't had a 4th-tier genius in our entrance exams in ages. If she really is 4th-tier, then she's practically guaranteed first place this time. At this moment, Annie's suggestion to make a bet piqued everyone's interest, and they all asked how the bet would work. Annie thought for a moment and said, "How about this? If I haven't reached the 4th rank, I'm willing to give you 1,000 gold coins. But if I have, then you have to admit to cutting in line in front of the teacher and apologize to me and my friend." Everyone was stunned by this. Yuli was also a little apprehensive. Apologizing in public was a slap in the face, even though he had already been slapped. The female teacher couldn't stand it anymore. She said to Annie, "All right, little girl, don't be angry anymore." She was actually thinking of Annie. She was worried about how this girl, who didn't seem to be a noble, would repay the 1,000 gold coins she lost. The male teacher tugged at her sleeve. "It's all right, don't worry about her. People who don't know their own strength will learn their lesson after a fall." Annie smiled and said to the female teacher, "Teacher, thank you, but don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The male teacher shook his head. "Gina, you see? She doesn't appreciate it." The female teacher named Gina sighed, and didn't try to stop her anymore. Annie looked at Yuli. "So? Want to bet?" Yuli swallowed hard, then turned to Guy, feeling uneasy and hesitant. Guy gave him a reassuring look. He still believed Annie couldn't possibly have reached the 4th rank, and most only the peak of the 3rd rank. Yuli took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "Okay. I bet with you, but you have to show me the money first, otherwise you won't have any, and you renege on the bet." Without another word, Annie reached into her pocket and pulled out a large bag of gold coins, probably around 1,000. "See? I keep my word." Seeing so many gold coins, Yuri's eyes lit up, his worries vanished, and he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Good, since you come to give me money, how can I refuse?" On the platform, several high-ranking officials, including the dean, sat upright. The man with the red beard was the academy's vice dean, named Rafe. He glanced at the children undergoing the test and nodded slightly, saying, "This year's children have quite good aptitude." Douglas stroked his long, white beard and smiled. "Indeed, quite good. Mommy, wouldn't it be even better if another Nicole appeared?" Mommy, a middle-aged female mage with slightly wrinkled skin, shook her head and said, "Don't mention that brat anymore. He only studied half of his training before running off to become some kind of adventurer. I don't know who brainwashed him." At this moment, the noise from Annie's side attracted their attention. Mommy frowned slightly. "What's going on over there? Isn't this wasting time?" Douglas laughed. "Never mind, it happens every year, doesn't it? You get used to it. Look, there's another 3rd-tier kid over there." As he spoke, he pointed in another direction, and Mommy and the others' attention shifted away from Annie and the others. Seeing that Yuri had agreed, Annie slowly extended her right hand and pressed it onto the crystal ball. Since it was morning, the time for the spirit division technique to decompose and absorb water elements, she secretly activated the technique. This time, she adjusted her strength, infusing a wisp of water magic into the crystal ball. The female teacher, Gina, watched the crystal ball nervously, her fists clenched tightly, her palms sweating. Yuri's eyes widened, not daring to blink. This concerned whether he could earn the 1,000 gold coins. Even as a nobleman, 1,000 gold coins was no small sum for him. Guy looked indifferent, still firmly believing that Annie couldn't possibly reach the 4th rank. The others around were also anxiously awaiting the result, wanting to know what gave Annie the confidence to propose such a sure-win bet. Time passed second by second, and the white mist in the crystal ball began to glow with a faint blue light, clearly water element. Everyone's eyes widened, and the surroundings fell silent instantly. Everyone held their breath, staring at the crystal ball's final result. The blue light grew brighter and brighter, until it illuminated the entire assessment platform in the training ground. The crystal ball was like a miniature sun, continuously radiating its dazzling blue light. Gina's expression shifted from initial tension to slight relaxation, then surprise, and finally, utter shock. Her mouth gaped open, her eyes wide like saucers, and her hands trembled. And looked up and asked, "Teacher, is it ready?" This pulled Gina back from her daze. Her throat was dry, and she struggled to compose herself, but her voice still trembled as she said, "Anakafuno, water type." Fundamental. 4th rank. A collective gasp swept through the surrounding crowd. My God, what's going on? What did I just witness? This little girl looks even younger than me, and she's already at the 4th rank. She's absolutely a genius. There's no comparison. The male teacher behind Gina was also utterly shocked. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he wasn't mistaken. The light emanating from the crystal ball instantly attracted the attention of the podium. Rafe's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, Dean, we got a real talent." Douglas nodded slightly. To have reached the 4th rank at such a young age is truly genius for the Norma Empire. Mommy remained expressionless. The 4th rank isn't anything special. I heard that the Holy See recently had some kind of divine child who reached the 6th rank at just 8 years old. Rafe said, "Hey? How can ordinary people compare to the Holy See's divine child? Do you know that divine child has? So many old guys are fawning over him, feeding him rare and precious herbs like they're free." Douglas looked at a female professor sitting below. "Danica, keep an eye on this little girl, nurture her if you have the chance." Danica stood up and said, "Yes." Beside Danica sat Doran, who was also looking at Annie with a shocked expression. When he brought Annie and the others back to the Magic Academy from Misty Canyon, he hadn't expected Annie's talent to be so high. Now it seemed he had done the right thing. Annie removed her hand, and the light in the crystal ball immediately dimmed. She smiled and turned to Yuri and the others. "Come on. Apologize." Those few words sent a shiver down Yuli's spine. Still somewhat unwilling to accept it, he asked Gina, "Teacher, is she really a 4th-tier cultivator? Could the crystal ball be broken?" Gina's face turned cold. "Are you questioning me?" Yuli trembled, instantly speechless, and looked pleadingly at Guy behind him. Guy, seeing him looking over, pretended not to see his pleading gaze and turned away. Yuli panicked. He didn't want to apologize to a commoner in public. It was too humiliating. If his parents found out. No, his parents definitely would find out, because they were right there in the stands. "It's over. Everything is over." Yuli gritted his teeth, looking at Annie with some panic. Do I really have to apologize?" Annie's expression remained unchanged. "A bet's a bet. You're a man, don't be so coy." A struggle flashed in Yuli's eyes, but in the end, he lowered his head and said loudly, "I'm sorry, I cut in line, I apologize." He then closed his eyes tightly, waiting for Annie and the others to laugh. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. He opened his eyes in confusion and saw Annie smiling at him, extending her right hand. "It's okay, I forgive you." At that moment, he felt that the girl in front of him was an angel. He was completely captivated. Everyone else around him disappeared. Only Annie remained. He stared blankly at Annie's gentle smile, frozen in place. Chapter 96. Just then, a gasp arose from afar, and a beam of azure light flashed out, its intensity not much less than Annie's. Rafe exclaimed in surprise, "Another 4th tier. This year is really strange. Geniuses are coming in droves." Douglas's face beamed with joy. The more talented children there were in the academy, the happier he was as the dean. "Whose child is that?" Rafe squinted. "It seems to be that little tyrant from the Perrin family, the young master of the Marquis Marcello's family." Mommy frowned. "Marcello? The newly promoted Marquis of the Empire in recent years?" "Yes," Rafe said. "He ended the Marco family's rebellion, and His Majesty the King gave him all the territories that originally belonged to the Marco family, and he's been made a Marquis. A formidable figure, looks like a tiger father, like son." Douglas nodded and asked, "What's this kid's name?" Before Rafe could answer, the teacher shouted, "Troy Perrin, 4th tier wind element." Troy slowly withdrew his hand under everyone's gaze, his eyes sweeping over the crowd towards Annie. Annie was also looking at him, their eyes meeting in midair, sparks flying. Seeing this, Bourne stepped forward, shielding Annie behind him. Troy was slightly surprised, but quickly left. Bourne smiled. He didn't consider this brat a threat. He stepped forward and asked Gina, "Can I take the test now?" Gina nodded and smiled. "Yes, you can." Bourne casually placed his hand on the crystal ball, slowly releasing the magic power from his soulfire, altering its external aura through the 7-colored magic ring on his finger. Guy and the others continued watching. In his view, having Annie as a 4th-tier mage was already breaking the Magic Academy's record for the past 5 years. Now there were 2, and it was impossible for 3 more to appear. This blonde boy definitely couldn't possibly possess 4th-tier strength. The female teacher, Gina, thought the same way, so she was still in shock from Annie's performance, and wasn't particularly concerned about Bourne's test results. However, the crystal ball flickered twice, a wisp of dark light flashing and disappearing. Gina was startled, rubbed her eyes, but found nothing. She shook her head, thinking she had imagined it. Unbeknownst to her, Bourne was breaking out in a cold sweat. He had just slightly leaked a trace of death power, which had inadvertently seeped into the crystal ball, causing a reaction. Fortunately, the death power was small and dissipated instantly. His remaining magic, cloaked in water elemental power, was poured into the crystal ball. The crystal ball slowly emitted a blue light, which grew increasingly intense, surpassing even the light during Annie and Troy's tests, giving Gina another huge surprise. Keller Rambeau, 4th tier water elemental master. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. He's from the Rambeau family. No wonder he has such talent. His sister, Katniss, was also hailed as a genius back then, but she was only at the peak of the 3rd tier when she entered school. It just goes to show that each generation is stronger than the last. On the platform, Douglas smiled broadly. The Rambeau family has produced another water magic genius. Not bad, not bad. Mommy turned to Danica, who was seated, and said, Danica, I remember you have a student there, also from the Rambeau family. Is he graduating this year? Danica stood up and said, yes, his name is Dickel. He's extremely talented, and has already reached the 9th level of the Origin Realm. He's Keller's older brother. As a teacher at the Magic Academy, she had some understanding of the various noble families in the Empire, especially their science. Guy and the others were also stunned. What kind of monsters had they provoked? 2 4th-level beings? Guy's face was extremely grim. He had thought that with his current peak 3rd-level strength, he would easily secure first place in this test, but unexpectedly, 3 monsters appeared. Yuli's gaze shifted from Annie. He had seen Annie and Bourne very close earlier. Could these two be? Thinking this, Yuli's heart sank. His eyes filled with hostility as he looked at Bourne. He shouted, Humph. So what if you're 4th tier? The Magic Academy's assessment isn't just about strength. There's also magic perception, magic control, and so on. You're just lucky. You must have gotten some rare treasure to cultivate faster. Your foundation is probably not even as strong as mine. Bourne was stunned. What was going on? When Annie tested 4th tier, this kid was as obedient as a grandson, but now that he tested 4th tier, he was getting cocky. Bourne shrugged, ignoring him, and left with Annie and the others. After the first round of testing, almost everyone passed. 3 reached the 4th rank, 10 reached the 3rd rank, and the rest were at the 2nd or 1st rank. When the staff handed the test results to Douglas, he carefully examined the 3 at the front and slowly read, Anna Cafuno, Troy Perrin, Keller Rambeau. Rafe chuckled and stroked his chin. It's reasonable for the Perrin and Rambeau family kids to have 4th rank strength, but I never heard of Anna's family. Douglas beckoned to a staff member. Go check who recommended Anna. Doran stood up, bowed, and said, No need to check, I recommended Anna. The professors were all taken aback. Doran had previously been reluctant to recommend students for the Magic Academy. In his view, a recommendation meant responsibility. If the student lacked talent and didn't achieve anything, it wouldn't be good for his reputation. Therefore, he wasn't particularly concerned with recommendations. Douglas raised an eyebrow. Oh? It's you? I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Where did you find this little girl? Doran gave a wry smile. Rather than saying I found her, it's more like I'm repaying her. Rafe asked curiously, How so? Doran didn't dare hide anything and explained in detail. My student went to the Misty Forest for combat training and was attacked by a powerful magical beast. This little girl and her friend disregarded their own safety and rescued my student, but they themselves were seriously injured. By the time I arrived, they were already on the verge of death. To thank them, I recommended them to the Magic Academy. Mommy frowned. The Misty Forest is teeming with magical beasts and extremely dangerous. What's this little girl doing there? Doran replied, They're adventurers. Mommy was somewhat displeased. Humph. Do adventurers even deserve to study at our Magic Academy? Douglas waved his hand. It's all right. The little girl saved our students. For that reason, we take them in. Seeing that the headmaster had said so, Mommy, despite her dissatisfaction, couldn't say anything more. Thus, the morning's assessment ended. Everyone dispersed to have lunch and rest before starting the afternoon's assessment. In the afternoon, the second assessment began. A magic sensitivity test. This test wasn't too difficult. The proctor handed out beginner-level magic scrolls to the children one by one. Annie and Bourne both received a water-based magic scroll, the innate basic spell for water mages. Water Prison, Angela, having already learned Wind Shield, received another basic spell from the academy. Wind Arrow. This delighted her. She had longed for an offensive spell, and even a basic one filled her with excitement. After everyone received their scrolls, the professor in charge of proctoring raised his right hand and, under the tense gazes of the crowd, swung it down sharply. Begin. Thousands of people simultaneously opened their scrolls, instantly filling the training ground with dazzling light and colorful magical symbols, like a fireworks display. Douglas, watching the scene, laughed. Let's see who finishes first this time. The magical aptitude test is to see who can learn magic faster. The shorter the time, the better the magical aptitude. Mommy scanned the room and said calmly, I'm not very optimistic about that, Anna. An adventurer reaching the 4th rank without any resources must have used some method to forcibly increase her strength. Rafe laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you're prejudiced against adventurers because of nickel. Mommy was furious. Is it funny? Laugh again, and I tear your mouth apart. Rafe remained unfazed. I say, so many years have passed, you should have let it go by now. Mommy snorted, mind your own business. Douglas quickly chuckled. All right, let's stop guessing and just watch quietly. Time passed slowly. Annie's magical talent was extremely strong. This talent not only affected the power of death, but also water magic. After the power in the scroll merged into her body, Annie clearly felt the surge of water elements and quickly learned the water prison spell. However, when she opened her eyes, she saw that Angela had already finished her magic lesson and was smiling at her. She looked around in confusion and found that everyone else, including Bourne, was still engrossed in their magic studies. What? Mommy's eyes widened. That girl finished her lesson in less than an hour? Rafe was equally astonished. Anna is also very fast. These two must be the fastest learners here. A professor below exclaimed, someone over there has finished too. Everyone looked in the direction indicated, and there stood Troy Perrin. Bourne was a little slower. After all, he was an undead, and even with his immense strength, his sensitivity to water elemental energy was insufficient. However, he regained consciousness around the 10th or so. You all finished? Bourne asked, looking at Annie and the other girl. Yeah. Annie covered her mouth and laughed. You're so slow. At that moment, Guy, who had just finished his magic training, woke up and heard Annie's comment. Thinking she was talking about him, he immediately blushed. The test continued into the evening, concluding today's assessment. The results of the 2nd round were compiled and presented to Douglas. The top 3 were none other than Angelia, Anna, and Troy. Douglas asked Doran curiously, Did you bring this Angela back too? Doran was already inwardly stunned. Anna was already incredibly powerful, but this Angela was no ordinary person either. Yes. This Angela is Anna's relative. I think she's my cousin, both from that Cafuno family. Actually, Angela's rapid learning wasn't due to talent, but rather the pendant around her neck. It continuously emitted a pale blue light while she studied magic, making her understanding and sensing the power within the magic scrolls clearer and faster. Cafuno was Angela's original surname. Anyway, her father was a gambling addict and was probably long dead, so there was no fear of being exposed. Douglas stood up and announced loudly, Today's assessment is now over. In the 1st round, Anna Cafuno, Troy Perrin, and Keller Rambeau tied for 1st place. The 1st place in the 2nd round is Angela Cafuno. Congratulations. A round of applause erupted from the audience. Annie and the others exchanged smiles. This test had certainly made them the talk of the town. In the audience, Katniss was undoubtedly the happiest. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, utterly astonished that her younger brother, Keller, had not only miraculously recovered but had also reached such a level in just a few days. Throughout the test, her eyes had never left Bourne. When she discovered he had reached the 4th tier, she could hardly believe her eyes. In the 2nd round, Bourne's slow progress in his magic training had caused her immense anxiety. Fortunately, he ultimately finished the 2nd round, ranking 19th. Katniss couldn't wait to get home and tell her family the news. As Annie left the training ground, her gaze inadvertently swept over Yuri. Yuri's expression froze. Since the end of the 1st round, his eyes hadn't left Annie. Seeing Annie looking at him, he straightened his clothes, flashed a bright smile, and waved to her. Seeing this, Annie smiled and waved. This time, Yuri froze, surrounded by pink bubbles, completely absorbed and satisfied. Guy slapped Yuri hard, making him stumble. What are you doing? Why are you flirting with them like that? Yuri pouted. And nothing. I think they're actually quite pleasing to the eye now. Pleasing to the eye, my ass. Guy snapped. Humph. They must have used some kind of trick to forcibly increase their strength. We find out their true colors during the magic control assessment later. Yuri thought to himself, they're strong, have strong magical senses. Their control must be pretty good too. Guy watched Annie and the others' retreating figures, his teeth grinding, stomped his foot, and turned to leave. Chapter 97. That evening, the Rambeau family was shocked upon receiving the news. They hadn't held out much hope, thinking Keller, having just recovered, couldn't possibly achieve good results. However, he unexpectedly returned with first place in the first round. Therefore, the next day, Jonathan brought his family to the Magic Academy, intending to watch Keller's performance live from the stands. The third round was a test of magical control, requiring participants to cast the newly learned spells from the previous day, with proctors scoring them. Because casting magic involved a certain degree of danger, the Academy cordoned off 10 areas on the training ground and set up defensive magic arrays to prevent the magic's power from affecting those nearby. Just like the first round, everyone had to line up and be tested one by one. Since everyone had just learned a new spell, their control was naturally not yet proficient, so they often had to fail several times before successfully casting it, making the testing process even slower. Guy swaggered up to Annie. I won't lose to you in this assessment. Annie glanced at him indifferently. Oh? You're that confident? Guy laughed loudly, of course. I had special training last night. My father found a powerful teacher to guide me. This time, I show you what I'm capable of. Ah. Bourne yawned widely. Don't say such boring things. It's making me sleepy. Guy was exasperated. He now knew Bourne's identity, the young master of the Rambeau family. In terms of status, his family was certainly inferior to the Rambeau family, but he knew that the young master of the Rambeau family had previously been frail and sickly, but for some reason, he was now full of energy again. Despite his dissatisfaction, he dared not voice it to Bourne's face, so he vented his anger on Annie. Just you wait and see. This time I'm definitely going to take first place. Meanwhile, Yuri behind him greeted Annie with a beaming smile. Guy's line moved up a bit faster, and they took the test first. Before entering the magic circle, Guy turned back and gave Annie a provocative look before confidently stepping inside. Bourne laughed. This guy is really arrogant. Bourne's voice wasn't loud, but Guy heard it clearly. His face flushed red and then paled, and he clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately didn't explode. The teacher for the test was Gina, the same teacher from yesterday. She smiled and asked, Guy Bar, you're at the third level of the lightning element, right? Guy nodded. The magic I learned yesterday was lightning lock. Gina beckoned. Come on, cast the spell on me. Guy was slightly taken aback. My lightning lock not only has a binding effect, but it also has a certain paralyzing effect. Gina smiled. It's alright, just cast the spell on me. As she spoke, her magical power surged forth, startling Guy. Guy took a deep breath and began to channel his magic power, uttering a low shout, lightning lock. Instantly, a beam of purple light shot from his hand, forming the shape of a chain, crackling with lightning, and immediately wrapped around Gina's body. However, Gina was prepared. She was already an 8th level powerhouse, and with the enhancement from the magic array, she could essentially unleash 9th level strength. Therefore, this level of magic posed no threat to her. She carefully sensed the power for a while, then with a burst of magic, easily shattered the lightning lock into pieces, which dissipated into the void. Guy was startled. This seemingly young female teacher was actually incredibly powerful. He was glad he had been relatively polite earlier. Gina pondered. The casting speed is alright, the accuracy is alright, the power is SOSO, overall it's not bad, I give it a 90. Guy was overjoyed. He knew that in the third test, very few people could get a score above 90. Most people either took too long to cast, missed the target, or the power was too weak to cause any damage. Therefore, the average score was around 70, and getting over 80 was already considered good. His followers cheered, with Yuli shouting, Boss is awesome. Boss is amazing. He'd definitely get first place. Guy was very satisfied. Before coming out, he specifically glanced at Annie's expression, but to his disappointment, Annie showed no emotion. She calmly stared ahead, seemingly unconcerned about the 90-point score. He sneered inwardly, wanting to see how Annie would perform this time. However, before Annie and the others could even take the test, exclamations arose from the other side. Guy looked over curiously. What's going on? He heard someone shout, My God, he actually got 92 points. That's incredible. 92 points? Guy was startled. Who? Who got 92 points? But because of the distance and the many people in between, they couldn't see clearly. Unlike before, there was no teacher announcing the scores, so Guy and the others didn't know who had gotten 92 points. Guy's face fell. He had thought that scoring 90 points would secure his first-place position, but he hadn't expected there to be someone more skilled. At this moment, Annie's team reached their turn, with Bourne going first. Bourne gave a wry smile. He knew that this third test was extremely disadvantageous for him. All the water magic in his soulfire was provided by Annie, so it couldn't be used at its maximum effect, and its power would definitely fall short of the requirements. But there was no other way now. He could only grit his teeth and go for it. And their proctor this time was none other than the male teacher, Fleet, an 8th-tier mage. He didn't have a good impression of Bourne and his group. They had caused trouble in the team before, which he disliked greatly. He snorted and said casually, "Keller Rambeau, 4th-tier water element, you studied water prison, right?" Bourne nodded and said casually, "That's right." Frit frowned slightly. This guy had no manners at all. He wondered how the Rambeau family had raised him. "Come on, cast your spell." Bourne raised his right hand and casually waved it. A surge of water elemental magic erupted, striking Frit directly in the face of shock, forming a water prison that completely enveloped him. This is instantaneous. That's too fast. Frit exclaimed inwardly, and the hit rate is extremely high, the magic control is extremely strong. However, just as he thought this, with a snap, the water prison shattered, scattering water droplets all over the ground. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? Was the test over? Why did the water prison explode prematurely? Fleet was also puzzled, but then he recalled his earlier experience. The water prison wasn't very powerful, seemingly as if he could puncture it with a flick of his finger. The audience below also witnessed this scene. After a brief moment of confusion, they realized what was happening. It was a failed spell. Jonathan looked at this and shook his head in disappointment. This kid still isn't good enough. Katini's jumped up. "Father, didn't you promise him that as long as he passed the other tests, even if he didn't perform well in the third, you could still help him get into university?" Jonathan sighed. "That's what you say, but if the proctor is strict and marks him for a failed spell, he'd be eliminated immediately, and I won't be able to intervene." Katini sat back down in her seat, clutching her clothes tightly, somewhat incredulous. Yuri, who had just finished his test, laughed loudly at Bourne. "Ha ha ha. I knew it. This kid was just putting on an act. He's got some real skills. He's doomed now." Ha ha ha. Guy also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been a little worried. This kid from the Rambeau family might really be a dark horse. It seemed he had worried too much. Those two girls were probably about the same. They must have used some tricks to perform like that. Flit's lips curled into a smile. He thought, "Kid, don't blame me this time. You didn't perform well. Your spell failed, and you're out. Goodbye." He waved his hand to evaporate the water stains on his body, and said, "Keller Rambeau, spell failure." However, before he could finish speaking, a voice rang out behind him. "Keller Rambeau, score 61 points. "What?" Fleet's eyes widened, and he turned around to rebuke her, but instead, he saw Danica, a professor at the Magic Academy. He quickly bowed. "Professor Dan." "Professor Danica, what is this?" "Give it the score." Danica's voice left no room for argument. Fleet gritted his teeth. He was extremely unwilling, but he couldn't disobey the professor's instructions. Finally, he turned around and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Keller Rambeau, score 61 points. Bourne raised an eyebrow, tilted his body slightly, and said to Danica, "Thanks." Danica was taken aback, waved casually, and walked away, while Fleet was seething with anger. This guy clearly didn't take him seriously. He would definitely teach him a lesson when he got the chance. Guy was somewhat surprised. It was unbelievable that someone who failed at casting a spell wasn't eliminated outright, but instead received a passing grade. It seemed the Rambeau family had pulled some strings beforehand. Bourne stepped out of the magic circle and waved towards the stands. Katniss, seeing he was still in the training ground and hadn't been kicked out, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had barely passed. Jonathan remained unmoved, glancing indifferently at the platform. At that moment, Rafe also looked over and nodded and smiled at him. Jonathan understood and returned the greeting. Afterwards, Angela took her turn. Because it was her first time casting an offensive spell, she was overly nervous. Plus, Fleet had vented his anger towards Bourne on Angela, resulting in a low score of only 78 points, which was rather average. Seeing their performances, Guy breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he couldn't get first place this round, he should at least get second. Anna looked about the same as them, probably around 70 points. When it was Annie's turn, Guy and the others all turned their attention to her. Guy was about to make a sarcastic remark when Yuri behind him spoke first, shouting, "Anna, go for it. What's going on? Who are you? Guy was speechless. What kind of lackey did he have? Why was he cheering for his opponent? Guy turned around and kicked Yuri away, and didn't react. She looked directly at Fleet and smiled slightly. I am Anna Kafuno, 4th level water elementalist, skilled in the water prison magic. Please instruct me. Fleet had a good impression of Annie. Although this little girl was dressed strangely, like an adventurer, her actions and words revealed a noble air, and she was quite polite to him. He nodded, standing there casually. You can begin. Although he had a good impression of Annie, he didn't think her magic could harm him. After all, he was an 8th tier cultivator, and with the enhancement of the magic circle, he could even reach the 9th tier. Annie, on the other hand, was not only young but also only at the 4th tier, making her no match for him. He was unaware of Annie's previous achievements. With her 1st tier strength, she could directly kill a 5th tier snow leopard. With her 2nd tier strength, she could shatter the head armor of a 7th tier cave dragon beast in one move. If he had known, he would never have been so arrogant. Annie didn't care. With a casual wave of her hand, an incomparably vast and powerful magical energy surged forth, like a tidal wave, sweeping towards Fleet. Fleet was startled, but it was too late to react. He was struck head-on by the water prison, his entire body thrown backward uncontrollably. He felt as if his limbs were bound, and in terror, he immediately released his magic to try and break free, but it was all in vain. The water prison slammed into the magic circle's protective shield, and with 2 cracking sounds, ripples appeared on the incredibly powerful shield. Douglas quickly noticed the commotion and shouted, Danica, quick, go save that brat Fleet. Danica was also stunned by what she saw. Hearing the headmaster shout, she immediately sprang to her feet and rushed towards Fleet. Since the primary function of the water prison magic was control, although Fleet was unable to move, he did not suffer any real harm. Danica pointed a finger, and a surge of powerful magic struck the water prison, shattering it instantly. Fleet, trapped inside, fell heavily to the ground, coughing incessantly. Everyone was stunned, including Bourne. Was this the same Annie who had fought the 3rd tier giant lizard for several rounds, and nearly been eaten? Actually, he misunderstood Annie. Annie's attack power was indeed formidable, but her accuracy was terrible, especially with her bone spear magic. It required a long aiming time to cast. The giant lizard had been incredibly fast, and despite her immense magic power, Annie couldn't hit it, leaving her frustrated and helpless, which explained her poor performance. However, in recent days, her training with Bourne had filled some gaps in her understanding of the Spirit Division chapter, improving her magical control. Furthermore, the water prison magic itself didn't require high accuracy. Fleet simply stood there, neither running nor dodging, making it much easier for Annie to hit him. Chapter 98. Guy was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Was the teacher acting? No matter how strong Anna was, she couldn't possibly be weaker than the teacher. Fleet struggled to his feet under everyone's gaze, his eyes filled with resentment. To be so humiliated by a 4th tier girl was a disgrace. Mommy, watching the commotion, shook her head slightly. Fleet deserved it. He was too arrogant. If he had been prepared, he wouldn't have been trapped in the water prison. But Anna is indeed powerful. Just judging from the strength of the water prison, she must be at the 7th or even 8th tier. Douglas nodded. Indeed, but her spellcasting accuracy is a bit off. Huh? Rafe was taken aback. I didn't see that. Douglas laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Otherwise, I'd be the dean. Rafe gave a wry smile. I really didn't see the problem with her aim. Didn't she hit Fleet head on? Douglas beckoned, come here. Maney, this is your domain, come and explain it to him. Maney smiled too. Water prison magic has a high margin of error. Anna's casting speed was very good, but the main trajectory of the spell deviated quite a bit. If it were a water arrow or ice spike, which require higher precision, she probably wouldn't have been able to hit. Oh! Rafe suddenly understood, I see. But this little girl is just my type. We mages should just unleash brute force. Who cares about accuracy? If you throw 10 fireballs, one of them will hit. Mommy, after hearing his absurd reasoning, spat, you brute. Seeing Fleet's expression, Danica realized she couldn't give a suitable score either. She turned to the podium, seeking the opinions of the deans. Douglas gave Mommy a wink. Mommy slowly stood up, her steps light and quick, and instantly appeared before Danica, a move that startled everyone. She looked at Annie and said expressionlessly, Anna Kafuno, 95 points. Leaving the stunned crowd behind, she instantly returned to her seat on the podium. Wow! Annie had once again created a miracle, giving everyone a huge surprise. Although she only scored 95 points, her ability to defeat an 8th-tier mage had already earned her a perfect score in everyone's hearts. Flitz's expression was a mix of emotions. He was soaked, his hair disheveled, and his clothes unkempt, looking extremely disheveled. He hated Annie intensely. A mere 4th-tier girl had rendered him utterly helpless. It was truly humiliating. But now that even Vice Dean Mommy had given her such a high score, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, next. After that, no one else scored above 90 in the entire 3rd round. The 3rd round lasted for about a whole day, with no breaks in between. Those who needed to eat were on their own, and it only ended after sunset. Everyone gathered in the training ground, waiting for Dean Douglas of the Magic Academy to announce the winner of the 3rd round. Although everyone already knew who it was, Douglas stood up, looked at the score sheet in his hand, and loudly announced, in this Magic Academy's entrance examination, a genius student has emerged in the 3rd round, breaking the Academy's scoring record for the past 10 years. She is Annika Funo, and her score in the 3rd round's magic manipulation assessment is 95 points. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, lasting for a long time. Caturnus excitedly covered her mouth. The highest scorer in her year was only 90 points, and she herself only managed 82 points. She was simply not in the same league as Annie. Jonathan couldn't sit still any longer. He had met, and even told his daughter not to befriend someone like her. Now it seemed he was joking. His daughter not only wanted to be friends with Anne, but to be good friends. Such a promising star, how many people would be eager to get close to her? He organized his thoughts, and said to Katniss, Katniss, why don't you invite your friends over tonight? We throw them a celebration party, how about it? Katniss was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected her father, Jonathan, to have such an idea. She immediately replied happily, great. I invite them right away, they'd definitely be happy. And was naturally willing. Since arriving at the Magic Academy, to avoid being recognized and revealing her identity, she had kept a low profile except for New Year's Eve. Even when she went out, it was only to quickly buy some food or go to the old teaching building in Cania to practice. This had really made Anne feel stifled, so when Katniss extended the invitation, Anne accepted without hesitation. The group arrived at the Rambeau family mansion. Looking at Jonathan, the Marquis of Ginchy, who was on par with her father, Anne felt a little dazed. She cautiously bowed to Jonathan. Your Excellency, greetings. I am Annika Funo, and this is my cousin, Angelica Funo. We apologize for disturbing you today. Anne and Angela, having grown up in noble families, were very familiar with etiquette, while Bourne seemed completely indifferent. Jonathan laughed heartily. Haha, I'm very happy to have you here. Your performance in the assessment was truly admirable. Anne smiled slightly. Your Excellency, you flatter me. My sister and I grew up in Misty City, always dealing with magical beasts. Our skills are all self-taught. We can't compare to the talents of the capital. Sophie was also very happy, taking Anne's hand and saying, Look, so humble and polite, what a good child. Come in. The group sat down at the dining table, and servants and attendants brought out the food. This was the first time Angela had experienced such treatment. She used to be the one serving dishes. Dickel looked at Angela and asked curiously, You two are so talented, your parents must be very skilled too. Angela shook her head. Our parents were ordinary adventurers, who perished in an adventure a long time ago. My sister and I have relied on each other to survive. Dickel nodded slightly. Oh, so you didn't have any teachers, you were self-taught? That's truly impressive. Annie frowned slightly. She had a bad feeling, but Angela couldn't hold back her words. No, we. Just as Angela started to speak, Annie kicked her under the table. She immediately realized what was happening, smiled awkwardly, and said, We were lucky. Jonathan smiled and said, You two young girls, so young, yet you already become adventurers, living a life of constant danger. It's not easy. I'd like to represent the Rambeau family, and invite you to join us. What do you think? Anne's heart sank. She didn't actually want to get involved with the Rambeau family. After all, Jonathan was a powerful marquis on par with her father, Drew. There must be some connection between them. What would happen if Drew found out she was alive, and had become a mage in the Rambeau family? She currently lacked the strength to confront her father. In her opinion, the pursuit in Misty City must have been Drew's doing, because no one could order a city lord like that, especially without her mother Eva's knowledge. She could only hide, conceal her identity, and wait until she was stronger enough to find out the truth. However, under these circumstances, she couldn't refuse Jonathan's invitation. She stood up and said, Thank you for your kindness, Your Excellency Marquis. My sister and I are deeply grateful. However, Our strength is currently insufficient. We hope you can extend this invitation. We save it until graduation. This was just a delaying tactic. She hoped to have enough strength before graduation so that even if Jonathan wanted her to join, he would have to pay a higher price. Jonathan's eyes flashed, and he secretly sighed, "What a clever little girl." But his expression remained unchanged, and he simply waved his hand and said, sit down, ha ha ha, since you say so, all right, as you wish. But please remember what you said, don't abandon us and join other families before graduation." Katniss's face changed, and she cried out, "Father." Annie smiled, "Don't worry, we won't join any families before graduation." Afterwards, Sophie started chatting with Annie and the others about trivial matters until very late, when Katniss urged them to stop and let Annie and the others return to the Magic Academy. After Annie left, Jonathan's smile vanished instantly. He frowned slightly and said to Dickel, "You noticed too?" Dickel nodded slightly. Although they tried their best to hide it, their aristocratic air wasn't so easy to conceal, especially Anna's. Sophie asked, somewhat puzzled, "What? I didn't notice?" They acted perfectly normal. Dickel ignored Sophie's question and continued, "If they were of noble birth, and their families fell into decline, it's possible they were forced into becoming adventurers." Jonathan interrupted him, "After you finish what you've done here, go to Misty City, and find out about the two of them." Dickel's eyes flickered. "Okay." The first 3 fixed components of the assessment have all been completed. Now it's the 3rd day. The remaining assessments are mainly theoretical tests, examining the children's grasp of basic magical knowledge. Therefore, the examination venue has been moved to the school building, and all family members and spectators are no longer allowed to watch. Douglas first gathered the children, who had passed the first 3 rounds of assessment, and announced the rules for the theoretical assessment. The 4th round is primarily a theoretical assessment, covering 6 areas: magic cultivation, magic application, magic fundamentals, elemental attributes, magical beasts, and magical plants. The assessment will last 3 days, and the results will be announced after 3 days. Good luck to everyone. After the children had all gone to their classrooms, Douglas turned to Mommy and asked, "Who do you think will take first place in this round?" Mommy thought for a moment, then slowly said, "The parent family's boy should be good, and that little guy from the Ball family looks like he's working hard too." Rafe interrupted her, "I think Anna can still get first place." Mommy scoffed, that Anna is just an adventurer, she hasn't systematically studied magic. It's uncertain whether she can even pass the test, let alone get first place. Douglas, however, asked with a smile, "Don't you all think highly of the Rambeau family's boy?" Mommy was taken aback. "You mean Keller Rambeau?" Keller was previously frail and sickly, almost died. Everyone in the noble circles knows this. Before the entrance exam, his family was even preparing for his funeral. Rafe chimed in, "Yes. I heard about it too. That kid suddenly came back to life, scaring everyone." He was startled. He hadn't been properly mentored by Jonathan before. Although he certainly seems exceptionally talented now, magical knowledge needs to be learned. It's not innate. Douglas laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. It's rare to see you two so in agreement." Mamie glared at Rafe. "I'm not in agreement with him at all." He guessed Anna, "But I think Troy or Guy are more likely." Rafe retorted without backing down, "Anna always brings surprises. How do you know this time won't be different?" Douglas waved his hand and said, all right. Waiting for the result like this is too boring. How about we place a bet?" Mamie frowned. "Headmaster, you're breaking the rules." Rafe replied, "Ha ha ha, I listened to the headmaster. Old Mamie, are you scared?" Mommy, enraged, shouted, "Who are you calling old? Let's bet on whether I can tear your rotten mouth to shreds." Douglas tried to smooth things over, saying, Hee, don't be angry, we're just playing around. I bet Keller will get first place, and if I lose, I give up the flame robe." "What?" Rafe exclaimed in surprise, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, great. Dean, this time I'm determined to win the flame robe. I bet Anna will win, and I wager a 3rd-tier fire-type magic core." Seeing the two so enthusiastic, Mommy shook her head and sighed, "Fine, I play along. I bet Troy will win, and I wager a storage ring." Annie and her 2 companions were assigned to the same examination room, where Guy and others were also present. However, after witnessing the strength of these 3, Guy no longer dared to provoke them. This time, he learned his lesson, and sat silently in his seat without uttering a word. However, the tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. Yuli behind him continued his incessant chatter. "Anna, hello there. What a coincidence, we meet again." Annie glanced at him, and greeted him politely. Yuli was overjoyed to see Annie greet him, But soon, he noticed Born behind her, his expression instantly changing. He sneered, "Oh, isn't this young Master Keller, who got 61 points on the test, here to embarrass himself again today?" Born smiled bitterly to himself, but outwardly ignored Yuli. He couldn't understand why Yuli was always targeting him. Seeing that Born ignored him, Yuli became even more zealous. "Everyone knows you got 61 points now. They all say the Rambeau family produced a good-for-nothing who should have died long ago." Chapter 99. Born raised an eyebrow. "Trash? Have you ever seen a trash who's already a 4th-tier mage at 8 years old?" Yuri was speechless. Yes, an 8-year-old already a 4th-tier mage, while he was only 2nd tier. What right did he have to criticize him? Born ignored him, and silently sat down. The first subject of the assessment was magic cultivation. Magic cultivation included cultivation using techniques, and cultivation without techniques. In the main plane, very few could cultivate using techniques. In a small place like the Norma Empire, even the royal family possessed cultivation techniques. Others wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Therefore, those like Born and Annie who cultivated using techniques dared not reveal their situation, otherwise many would covet them. Precisely because of this, the assessment focused on cultivation without techniques, which touched upon a blind spot in Born's knowledge. He stared blankly at the first question: how does the body convert into magic power after absorbing the elements of heaven and earth? Huh? What's that? Isn't it an automatic conversion? He looked around and realized everyone else had already started answering the questions, while he hadn't even understood the question. At that moment, Dao Quang's voice rang in his mind. "Kid, stuck, aren't you?" Hearing Dao Quang's voice, Born felt like a savior had arrived and quickly cried out, "Teacher, help me." "What kind of question is this?" Dao Quang chuckled. "You have a cultivation technique, so you don't need to think about elemental conversion. Actually, most people don't cultivate techniques, and can only rely on their own bodies to convert the elements of heaven and earth. This conversion is divided into 2 types, high-level conversion and low-level conversion." After Dao Quang launched into a long explanation, Born didn't waste any time, quickly writing down everything Dao Quang had said on the answer sheet. Douglas and the others were patrolling the teaching building when they happened to come across this spot. Douglas exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, they're here. Look at Anna, Keller, and that guy." Rafe quickly joined them. After all, he had bet on Anna to win. He, look how seriously Anna is thinking. She'd definitely be fine. And look at that Keller. Keller. He stammered, his mouth agape. Inside the examination hall, everyone was frowning and deep in thought. Even their writing was slow and careful. But Born was writing furiously, his pen practically sparking. Mamie exclaimed, "What's he doing? Trying to start a fire by rubbing sticks together?" Douglas stroked his beard. "Who set the questions this time?" Mamie replied, "Doran set them. He's very knowledgeable about magical cultivation." Douglas nodded, looking at Born. "I wonder if this kid really knows the material, or if he's just writing nonsense." Rafe shook his head. "I think he's just writing nonsense. How can anyone write that fast? Even if we were taking the exam, we should at least look at the questions and think about them. Look at him, he finishes one question and immediately moves on to the next, as if he's skipping the steps of reading the question." Mamie also frowned and said, "Yeah, look at him, he just keeps writing and writing. It's just a basic question. Is there really so much to write?" At this point, Born stopped writing and raised his hand. Mommy was taken aback. "Huh? Is he about to hand in his paper?" However, the next moment, Born shouted, "I finished writing on my paper. Can I have a new one?" "What?" Mamie's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Has this guy gone mad?" Douglas laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, interesting. I'd like to see what he wrote." Rafe said, "Dean, don't do anything reckless. The theory exams can only be graded after all the subjects are finished." Douglas waved his hand. "Don't worry, I know." But Mamie and Rafe looked at him with distrust. The 3 days of theory exams went smoothly. Douglas and the others came to the exam room where Annie and the others were every day. Born, with the help of Dao Quang, would start writing without even looking at the questions. Dao Quang's speaking speed was incredibly fast, so Born could only write with all his might. Especially during the exam on magical plants, Born wrote 20 pages in one go, leaving even the proctor speechless. Stepping out of the examination hall, Born felt like his arm was about to break. "Teacher, your mouth is faster than a rapid-fire spell. Could you slow down next time?" Dao Quang chuckled. "This assessment wasn't bad. It gave you some basic knowledge, which will benefit your future development." Born wholeheartedly agreed. He had previously thought magic was simple. Once you practice the techniques and learn the spells, you could use them at will. However, after the assessment, he realized it wasn't that simple. He could only say he was relatively lucky to have met Dao Kuang and obtained a fragment of the soul-merging chapter of the soul-splitting and merging technique. This gave him his current strength, otherwise, his consciousness would have been obliterated by the deathly power of the underworld, leaving him a wandering ghost. After the theoretical tests, the Academy allocates a day for teachers to grade the exam papers, giving the students time to rest and prepare for the final hurdle, the practical assessment. The teachers' offices are bustling with activity. All the teachers are diligently working. Even the professors are busy moving between them, assessing difficult cases. Douglas, walking among them, slowly asked, "Can you finish grading everything today?" Mommy replied, "Grading is no problem, but calculating the scores will take some time. The scores probably won't be released until tomorrow afternoon." Douglas nodded, "No problem. It give these kids a little rest. They be in for a tough time in the practical assessment." Rafe chuckled, "Dean, should we go see those 3 kids' papers?" Douglas hesitated, then shook his head and laughed. "No, let's wait until they finish grading. Let's leave some suspense." Rafe scratched his head. "Winning or losing doesn't matter anymore. I just want to see Keller's. What on earth did that kid write? He wrote so much so quickly." Douglas nodded. "Those 3 kids are all good, but Troy is adapted to wind magic. It's a pity we lack a wind magic professor right now. If Nickel were here, that would be great. I was thinking of grooming him to be the 3rd vice dean." Hearing the dean mention Nickel again, Mommy snorted in dissatisfaction. "If you want to groom a vice dean, I think Kanya would be quite good." Douglas's expression changed upon hearing this, and he quickly waved his hand. "Absolutely not. She make me eat maggots, give me laxatives, and even set my beard on fire. Let her stay quietly in the old teaching building." Seeing Douglas's reaction, Mamie smiled with satisfaction. Rafe chuckled. "What on earth does Kanya do all day in the old teaching building?" Mommy said, "I heard from a student last time that Doran seemed to have been to the old teaching building once, and was later carried back." "Ah?" Rafe exclaimed in surprise. "She killed Doran?" Vice Dean." At this moment, Doran suddenly appeared behind them. "I'm still alive. We even met yesterday." Rafe breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. What did Kanya do to you?" Upon hearing this, Doran's face immediately fell. She actually gave me a paralyzing potion, making me completely immobile." Douglas looked embarrassed. This Kanya is getting more and more outrageous. I teach her a lesson later." "Mamie, didn't you just say she feed you maggots?" Douglas quickly interrupted her. "Oh, right, I just remembered. I have something to do. I be going now, bye-bye." He then disappeared in a flash. And the others rested well for a day, and Katniss didn't come to see them until the next day, when Katniss brought Born over. "Anna, how did your exam go the other day? You looked very tired, so I didn't dare to bother you," Katniss asked, and chuckled. She had made a big splash in the first 3 rounds, and now she realized it might have been a bit inappropriate. Her 3rd brother, Carter, and 2nd sister, Alice, were still studying at the Magic Academy. Although it wasn't the start of the semester yet, if she became too famous, it would inevitably attract their attention. Therefore, she didn't give it her all in the theoretical assessment, deliberately answering some questions incorrectly to ensure her score wasn't too high or too low. I didn't do very well, just SOSO. "Angela, how about you?" Katniss asked again. Angela, needless to say, had also been cramming at the last minute, and was still a little nervous. "I'm not very good at these things. I probably didn't do well either." Katniss was speechless for a moment, but thinking about it, it made sense. They were all adventurers before, and hadn't undergone systematic training like she had, so naturally they weren't familiar with this kind of knowledge. "It's alright, your previous test scores were all excellent, so even if you didn't do so well on the theory test, it's not a big deal." Annie smiled and looked at Born teasingly. "We're not worried, but someone who got 61 on the 3rd test is probably having trouble sleeping." Katniss's expression was strange. "I asked him when I got back, but he wouldn't say anything." Keller coughed twice. "We know when the results are announced. I don't even know how I did." He silently thought the last part of his sentence. "After all, I didn't understand the questions." "Let's go," Annie said. "Let's hurry to the training ground. It's almost time to announce the results." Katniss nodded. "Yeah." Only a little over 100 people were eliminated in the first 3 tests, but the 4th test always eliminates the most people. Soon, they arrived at the training ground, which was already packed with people, because everyone knew that most people would be eliminated here after the results were announced. Douglas and other high-ranking members of the Academy arrived at the stage one after another, and the audience immediately quieted down. Mommy gave a brief introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. The fourth round of the Norma Empire Magic Academy entrance examination has been completed. A total of 975 papers were submitted, and 200 have met the requirements and will proceed to the next round, the practical assessment. Now, please let Vice Dean Rafe announce the list of successful candidates. Rafe stood up. Now, I announce the list of admitted students. From last to first, Labis Monet, Mokul Saxon, Yuri Solo. Upon hearing his name, Yuri breathed a sigh of relief. He was usually quite playful and uninterested in bookish knowledge, so he had been feeling quite nervous. Now, although she was third from the bottom, at least she was selected. Angela stood there nervously, feeling incredibly uncertain. She had only been studying for about 4 or 5 days. While Annie was practicing, she was studying. While Annie was playing, she was studying. While Annie was sleeping, she was studying, day and night. But whether this effort would pay off, she didn't know. And noticed her nervousness and squeezed her hand, saying, "It's okay, I believe you can do it." Angela felt a little relieved, but as Rafe called out name after name, without mentioning Angela, her heart began to race again. When Rafe reached around the 100th name, he paused. Anna. Angela's expression turned serious, her hands clasped together, nervously watching the stage. However, after a brief pause, Rafe continued, Anna Cafuno. Disappointment clearly appeared on Rafe's face after saying this name. His heart was bleeding. It's over. I lost a magic core. Angela looked at Annie in surprise, while Annie shrugged. It seemed she had timed her ranking perfectly. Not too high, not too low, just around 100th. Anna, congratulations, Katniss said. Guy, who had been observing them, noticed Angela's unusual behavior. He chuckled and leaned closer. What's wrong? Looks like you're going to be eliminated. Angela glared at him. Your name wasn't called either, was it? I'm not afraid, Guy said. I'm confident I make it into the top 10. You're different, hee. If you're eliminated, are you going to continue being an adventurer? You? Angela was furious, but she couldn't find a way to refute him. Guy chuckled again. I give you a chance. Join our family, and I make you a maid. How about that? This completely enraged Angela. You little fatso, you dare say anything. You actually want me to be a maid in your family. Guy, oblivious to the approaching danger, continued, many people are eager to become maids in our Ball family. Don't try to be smug after getting what you want, But before he could finish, with a whoosh, his body was blown away by a gust of wind and pinned to the ground by several wind arrows. Angela walked up to him, looking down at him and said, So? Do you still want me as your maid? Guy's face flushed red. He hadn't expected Angela to actually dare to hit him, making him lose face completely. He roared, You dare hit me? The Ball family won't let you get away with this. Bourne walked up to Angela, looking calmly at Guy on the ground. She's mine. Try touching her. These few words were enough to intimidate the enraged Guy. His father was only an earl, not on the same level as the Rambeau family. If the Rambeau family truly had backing him, he really couldn't touch Angela. Seeing the changes in his expression, Angela ignored him, withdrew her wind elemental power, and the wind arrows suddenly dissipated, allowing Guy to move again. Chapter 100. Guy struggled to his feet, and Yuli and the others rushed to help him, but Guy pushed them away. He glared angrily at Angela and the others. You're arrogant now, but wait until you're eliminated, then we see how arrogant you are. At this moment, Rafe had already called out the 11th place Guy bar. What? Guy was stunned. Impossible. How could I not be in the top 10? Angela's face also darkened completely. Being in the top 10 meant she was definitely eliminated. Seeing Angela's dejection, Katniss comforted her. It's alright, Angela. Even if you don't get accepted, the Rambeau family will welcome you. Once you join our family, we provide the best training resources, so you can continue to improve your strength. Jonathan, standing nearby, nodded slightly and said, Your aptitude is excellent. You just lack some systematic learning. It's alright. Once you join the Rambeau family, we won't mistreat you. Angela looked up at Katniss and whispered thank you. Rafe finished reading Guy's name and stopped. Now, please welcome the Dean of the Norma Empire Magic Academy, Douglas Arias, to announce the top 10. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. This was the highlight of the fourth round. All the students who made it into the top 10 were basically guaranteed admission to the Magic Academy, and would receive focused training, their future achievements immeasurable. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the dean to announce the final results. Douglas slowly rose to his feet, a roll of parchment in his hand. His voice boomed, filled with authority. Now, I announce that the 10th place winner is Angela Cafuno. A burst of applause erupted from the audience, but Angela, the person in question, stood frozen in place. No matter how much the cheers and celebrations raged around her, she couldn't hear a thing. Only Douglas's voice echoed in her ears. The 10th place winner is Angela Cafuno. Angela Cafuno. Annie grabbed Angela's hand and jumped up excitedly. Angela, you did it. You did it. Angela turned and hugged Annie tightly. Thank you. I don't have to leave you anymore. In Angela's heart, whether or not she could enter the Magic Academy wasn't important. What mattered was being able to stay by Annie's side. If she failed, she would have to leave the Magic Academy, which meant being separated from Annie, something she couldn't accept. Now, she breathed a sigh of relief. She would never have to leave Annie again. And gently patted her back. No, we never be apart. Meanwhile, Guy was grinding his teeth. He never expected to be pushed out of the top 10 by Angela. His father had even promised to buy him a new wand if he made it into the top 10, but now that promise seemed to be dashed. It was all Angela's fault. Yuli stepped forward and said, Boss, we still have the practical assessment. This time, the practical assessment accounts for a large portion of the score. If we team up with some experts, we can eliminate Angela first, and then you'd be back in the top 10, right? Guy's eyes darted around. That's true, but where are we going to find experts? The strongest ones are all on their side right now. Yuli chuckled, leaned close to Guy's ear, and whispered a few words. Guy's eyes lit up. You actually know the test questions? Yuli quickly shushed him. Boss, this is a secret. If the academy teachers find out, we'd be eliminated immediately. On the platform, Douglas was still reading out the names one by one, gradually finishing with the 3rd place winner and preparing to announce the 2nd. However, Bourne's name was still not called. Dickel chimed in, Little brother, it's okay if you failed this time. There'll be other opportunities next year. Annie looked at Bourne with some curiosity. Were you eliminated, or did you win 1st place? Dickel laughed. How could he possibly win 1st place? He was bedridden the whole time. How could he have had the energy to study magic? I bet the 1st place went to that Troy. Jonathan nodded. The Perrin family has produced another genius. Keller, you did very well too. Keep trying next year. Cadence pulled Bourne into her arms, stroking his hair, and said, I help you when we get back. Don't be sad. Bourne snuggled into Katniss's arms naturally, snuggling closer, and said in a pitiful tone, Thank you, sister. This earned him a roll of her eyes from Annie. However, Douglas's voice rang out next. Now, let's announce the 2nd place winner of this assessment. It's Troy Perrin. What? Dickel was stunned. Troy only got 2nd place. Then who's first? Jonathan also frowned. Over the past few days of assessments, he had noticed almost all the talented children, but now their names had all been called out. Could there be a dark horse? Troy, watching from afar, was also taken aback. Clearly, he had assumed he would be number 1, but the reality was the opposite. He hadn't come in 1st place, but rather 2nd. After a brief moment of surprise, his expression returned to normal, and he calmly awaited the announcement of the 1st place winner. On the platform, Mommy's brows furrowed deeply. She couldn't understand why Troy was 2nd, who was the 1st place winner. At the same time, she observed the change in Troy's expression below the stage. Seeing that Troy didn't seem particularly surprised, she inwardly praised him. This kid is cunning and shrewd. He's definitely a promising talent. Douglas was very satisfied with the reaction. After the murmurs subsided a bit, he gestured for silence. Quiet, quiet. I now announce the winner of this assessment. He has broken the record since the founding of our Magic Academy, achieving a perfect score in all 6 theoretical assessments, winning 1st place with a score of 100. He is also the first in history. A gasp rippled through the audience once more. How is this possible? Dickel was utterly shocked. Is there really such a person in this world? Jonathan leaned forward slightly, extremely curious about who this person, who got perfect scores in 6 subjects, was. Rafe and Mommy stood up abruptly, exchanging surprised glances. They had been completely unaware of this news before, but now, they had a premonition. Douglas took a deep breath and shouted, He is. Everyone in the audience immediately fell silent, holding their breath, staring wide-eyed at the stage, afraid of missing a single word. Keller Rambo. Silence. Utter silence. The vast Magic Academy's training grounds, with nearly 10,000 people on and off the stage, were all stunned for a moment. Douglas silently placed the parchment aside, slowly raised his hands to his chest, and clapped them heavily. Clap! 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 Then Rafe and Mamie joined in. Clap! 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 The applause grew louder and louder, pulling everyone back from their shock. The entire arena erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and excitement. Today, they had witnessed history, witnessed the rise of a genius. My God! Keller! Is this real? Katniss stared at Bourne in disbelief. However, Bourne himself was also completely bewildered. Now, thinking back, he should have written something slightly wrong to avoid going too far. But at the time, Dao Quang hadn't given him a chance to think. Let alone writing something wrong. Just writing down what Dao Quang said had already taken a tremendous amount of effort. After the initial shock, Jonathan was overjoyed. This was his son, a member of his Rambeau family. Not only had he firmly surpassed the Perrin family, but he had even broken the Magic Academy's historical record. How could he not be happy? Originally, he had given up hope on this son and focused all his energy and resources on his eldest son, Dickel, and daughter, Katniss. Fortunately, both children were exceptionally talented, especially Dickel, who was likely to be this year's top graduate of the Magic Academy. In his plan, Dickel, as the eldest son and the strongest, was the perfect heir to his title, while his daughter Katniss, with her beauty and temperament, would ideally marry a prince to solidify his family's position. Now, it seemed that if Keller could surpass his brother Dickel, the matter of inheriting his title would need to be reconsidered. Jonathan, abandoning his usual cold demeanor, took out a water-type magic core from his person and handed it to Bourne. Child, congratulations. I don't have anything better on me, so this magic core is a congratulatory gift. Bourne accepted the magic core, watching Jonathan's genuine joy, and sighed inwardly. He had previously read Keller's diary, and knew what kind of life Keller had led for the past 8 years, all thanks to this man before him. Bourne felt absolutely no goodwill towards him. However, now it seemed Jonathan had his own difficulties. As a Marquis, if he wasted resources on someone with no hope, his family would gradually decline. As the head of the family, he had to bear this responsibility and play the villain. Bourne stroked the magic core. It was likely the core of an 8th-tier water-type magical beast, a very good gift for an 8-year-old boy. However, expecting his gratitude for this was too easy on him. All right, I accept. Jonathan sighed inwardly, observing Bourne's cold attitude. He knew Bourne still resented him. After all, he had never given him a kind look in the past 8 years, a consequence of Bourne's own actions. On the stage, Douglas pressed his hands down, signaling for silence. The cheers gradually subsided. Once the training ground was completely quiet, Douglas slowly announced, "Now, I will announce the final item of this recruitment assessment. The Practical Combat Assessment. The location for this Practical Combat Assessment is the Noxus Mountains." The Noxian Mountains? What's that? Bourne asked. Katini's paused, then said doubtfully, "You don't know? Isn't that where you most want to go? That's the huge mountain range east of the capital, and further east is the Austin Empire." Oh! I just forgot for a moment, but now I remember. Bourne quickly said, his heart pounding. Katniss looked at Bourne with some suspicion, but Annie interjected, "Why did the Academy choose the Noxus Mountains for the assessment?" Katniss's attention was immediately drawn to Annie. "Probably because there are many low-level magical beasts there. We often practice our combat there." On the platform, Douglas continued, "For this assessment, you will be divided into groups of 4. You can freely form groups, resulting in 50 teams. Each team will select a captain. The instructor will attach a magic ribbon to each captain's hand. Your goal is to steal magic ribbons from other team captains. If a ribbon is stolen, that team is automatically eliminated and cannot continue participating in the assessment. The team with the most ribbons at the end wins. The assessment lasts 2 days." Annie looked at Bourne and Angela. 4 people. If we form a team, we need to add 1 more person. Angela said, "Why don't we go find that Troy? If he joins, we should be the strongest team." Bourne thought for a moment and said, "He might not be willing to join us." "Why?" Annie and Angela asked in unison. Bourne counted on his fingers. According to the Magic Academy's total score calculation mechanism, Anna got first place twice and second place once. Troy only got first place once and second place twice. Plus, I got first place twice. In terms of the number of times we got first place, you and I both have 1 more than him. Because my scores in the second and third rounds were too low, I probably can't compete with him, but you're different. If he joins us, and we get first place together in the 4th round, then his total score might not be as high as yours. Do you think he'd join us?" Annie thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. The Magic Academy gave very high bonus points to the first place winner, and her current score could easily surpass Troy's. On the platform, Douglas continued, this assessment has a designated area. A small number of low-level magical beasts will be active within this area. If you can kill a magical beast, you will receive bonus points based on its rank. All participants are prohibited from carrying any magical items, from seriously injuring others, and all attacks must be stopped short of serious injury. Any violation will result in disqualification and severe punishment. Mommy stepped forward and said, I will be the proctor for this assessment. With that, she chanted a spell, produced a staff from somewhere, and waved it in the air. A surge of water elemental magic gathered in the air, forming a giant mirror. Slowly, a scene from a certain area of the Noxus Mountains appeared in the mirror. Katniss exclaimed, this is Vice Dean Mommy's signature skill, an intermediate level spell. Eye of the Earth. It can release 5 water droplets in a certain area to monitor the surrounding environment, and you can recall the information presented in any of the droplets at any time. Bourne's eyes lit up as he looked on, thinking how amazing it would be if this skill could be used for the defense of the Sharp Knife Military District. But that was just wishful thinking. He simply couldn't obtain a water magic scroll of this level.